MC standby, MC đâu, MC về vị trí.
O bigode mais conhecido do CROSSFIRE garante o round! Seven garante a eliminação em EDM. A Imperial abre 2-0 na série. O mapa para a equipe do Vasco e EDM. Aqui nada está acabado. A equipe do Vasco garante, grita ali o Fefe e EDM. Alô, alô! jogada da CFBL.
Summer 2024, the story begins. More than just a game, a celebration of surpassing limits. Who will become the next legend? In a place filled with passion and intensity, the story continues.
Flash đi luôn. David đây tôi đã nói rồi, Flash ở kia không ai chết cả. Không ai chết, còn đó là cái double kill rồi cho David. Và Gucci bắn kẹp cùng với con Tomai K3. Bên phía bên này IceQ. Đẳng cấp hoàn toàn có thể quay xe về A được nha. Nhảy vào trong một điều kiện double kill cho Footboy và sẽ là cái triple kill, không được cái IceQ anh ta vẫn đang cố gắng loay hoay. IceQ bị phong cướp vào. IceQ phải chết bằng triple kill cho Footboy. Em có biết hay không đây, và có vẻ như là Hiếu Mèo anh ta nghe được một cái điều gì đó rồi, sẽ là giảm giá nhưng không biết vẫn double kill cho mày. Vì là bây giờ quay trở về khu vực bom CP từ A thì nó sẽ là hơi khó khăn khi nhảy lên từ UC. Không có được mạng, toàn bộ nhân sự trong kho B của Islander đã bị quét sạch, chỉ còn đúng một mình Mai thôi, và Mai cũng không sạch cỏ rồi. Chứ còn là IceQ thì tôi không nghĩ là sẽ chiến thắng đến từ bên phía của đội tuyển Team Valor Tàu. Một bạn cho IceQ và cái double kill nó có hay không đây, khi Mai đối đầu với cả một trong những đối thủ cũng và chạy rất dẻo đến từ IceQ. Vị trí của Mai phải đi tìm, nhưng IceQ anh ta có một cái tốc độ của là 10 giây. Kịp hay không? 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, không được rồi. Trời đất ơi, không kịp đến từ bên phía của đội tuyển Team Valor. Bị mù rồi. Cover DCF anh ta bắn côn kìa, trời ơi, người cover không sai. Thì là đồ đạc không, đó là Kim Boom với cái triple kill. Kim Boom không thì đối thêm đội đã về tới nơi rồi. Đến bên kia có vẻ như Small và cả vị chúng ta không muốn quay xe và cái double kill. Hai người ở cửa B cần phải có đồ nhưng mà hết đồ mất rồi. Nào một mạng Đô La đứng cương luôn cái double kill Đô La, và Rapo bắt thêm được cái mạng của Trap nữa. Lát, TGM bắn hay quá, đúng chết được một người. Sẽ có sự cover lỗ, double kill cho TGM. Đoàn quân Crown chào Lát ra. Và các thành viên của bên phía đội tuyển Last Legend nó bị bóc tới 2 người. Lucas có làm được cái mạng thứ 3, cũng được câu trả lời là có. Họ vẫn chưa muốn lên A, sẽ muốn được quất ở nhà. Small anh ta khá bất ngờ, Đô La đang ở đây và Chap làm cái gì đây? Bông Kill bật lôi, Chuyển Đình không dám lao ra đấu. Bông Kill mình phải máu lại chết với cái double kill cho Bông Kill. Đô La 1m4 trước có đỉnh, sau cũng có đỉnh, double kill cho Đô La. Và TGM thì ta vẫn đang quản cục pin này. Đô La muốn bắt TGM. Đô La anh ta cũng không thể toán được TGM. Một pha kéo tâm là hay. Và Kim Bùm người cuối cùng. Wow, cùng với Đô La tạo ra thế gọng kìm. Nhưng Small có một Small rút K98 ra. Và Đô La thì lại là một khẩu rival, nên nhớ Small có tốc độ cực kỳ là nhanh nha. Và double kill cho Small. Chuẩn bị đánh TGM có cái double kill, chui từ dưới công rút ra cái triple kill, ultra kill và có quẩy để cho nó ấy và ấy dành cho TGM. Muốn đục lắm ấy nhưng mà không đục được. Bây giờ thì sợ lộ ra và chạy được thành công 14 giây, không kịp VA. Phải đặt ở trong khu vực OTB thì đối thủ không có được, đó là vị trí của Double làm hay. Xiên lên mà đúng vậy, nhỏ lại vào sớm thế nhưng Lucas bây giờ quay trở lại thì anh đã có cái miệng mạng ở cục mang tên TGM. Đạt chip, ui rồi ôi, đạt chip hơi non. Đầu tiên bắn côn hay đến từ anh trưởng. Đây đi còn 2 viên côn thôi. 2 mét mà. Đây là một cơ hội dành cho đội tuyển Cao. Lên tiếng một bên tay KT15 là người cuối cùng. KT15 có thể hạ quả C4 này xuống. Để chiến thắng thì cần phải hỏi ý kiến của Cao. Dần dần tiếp cận vào rồi. KT15 hiện tại quá yếu và chiến thắng thuộc về Cao Esports. Họ sẽ là nhà vô địch.
Bringing out the second arm, able to find one on MKC. Beck goes down as well. And finally, there's a response, and it's a huge one. Unnights, thanks to HCZ, are right back in the fight here. 4 kills on the table, all headshots as well.
HCZ came around the corner, gets a freebie, he's completely blindsided
from it, but Snox just eats the flashes, has to back off the Creeds. He's gonna hold the line for all 3.
Caught by a flash though, he's gonna double back. Doesn't want to stick around too long, Min. Gonna find one, we're gonna make that 2 as well. Looks for a 3rd as well, and he'll find it. What a round coming out from Min.
Very low on HP, so Unnights, if they can play their cards right, there's a chance to win this back. And Beck, he might have just found that opportunity, already finding himself 2 kills. You can see Snock wants to go for the trade. He's a little bit late, and he's not gonna be able to find anything. Beck able to get 3 kills, and Creed's and Awesome, they know they've got to try and find something, but Beck able to find 4 before finally
Alucard taking a hell of a lot of damage early. Swing on the corner. Is he going to get two? Oh, made that three. Brilliant from Dezane.
But Flex is already quick on their flank as well. They're going to have to be ready to deal with this, and I just don't think they have the positioning to be aware of it, but it may not matter. Raffin gets the quad kill spray down, gets the ace on top of it.
25 seconds, not under a lot of pressure in terms of time just yet, but now that he's known, absolutely is. Missed shot. Pistol pulled out. Raffin will fall. 1v1. Now it's doable. Absolutely doable. Trying to find this last guy spots. He's lost him though, and he finds him on the drive-by. Oh, Alucard. Spray is good. A hell of a lot of...
Thi đấu Tây Hồ, thủ đô Hà Nội. Chúng tôi xin được gửi lời chào đầu tiên tới toàn thể quý vị khán giả đang có mặt tại trường quay, cũng như các quý vị khán giả đang theo dõi trên các kênh phát sóng trực tuyến của CROSSFIRE. Xin được chào mừng toàn thể quý vị khán giả. Chúng ta đang cùng có mặt tại lễ khai mạc giải đấu CFS Summer Championship 2024. Giải đấu ngày hôm nay của chúng tôi được đồng tổ chức bởi công ty cổ phần truyền thông VTC Online và nhà phát triển Spygate Entertainment. Kính thưa quý vị, hiện tại thì chúng tôi đang có mặt tại nhà thi đấu Tây Hồ, tọa lạc tại một thành phố vô cùng xinh đẹp của thủ đô đất nước Việt Nam, thành phố Hà Nội ngàn năm văn hiến. Và ngày hôm nay rất là vinh dự cho Việt Trang khi được là người đồng hành cùng quý vị xuyên suốt giải đấu năm nay với 10 đội tuyển mạnh nhất đến từ 5 khu vực sẽ góp mặt tranh tài tại giải đấu CFS Summer Championship 2024. Và kính thưa quý vị, bằng cách theo dõi trên các kênh phát sóng trực tuyến của CROSSFIRE, bạn sẽ có cơ hội được hòa mình vào những trận đấu đầy kịch tính và vô cùng mãn nhãn. Và hơn hết, bạn có thể tham gia bình luận và chia sẻ những ý kiến cũng như là cảm xúc của bạn với rất nhiều khán giả yêu thích CROSSFIRE trên thế giới. Vậy nên, không quan trọng là bạn đang ở đâu, hãy kết nối và tham gia cùng chúng tôi trên hành trình đầy thú vị mang tên CFS Summer Championship 2024. Vâng ạ, và có lẽ là không để các bạn chờ đợi lâu hơn nữa, hãy cùng chúng tôi hướng mắt về phía sân khấu để cùng chào đón 10 đội tuyển xuất sắc nhất sẽ góp mặt tranh tài tại CFS Summer Championship 2024. Và đại diện đầu tiên của chúng ta là đội tuyển có sức ảnh hưởng lớn trên thế giới và cũng là vô địch CFPL mùa 24. Và liệu rằng họ có thể giữ vững ngôi vị vô địch giải đấu CFS Summer Championship 3 năm liên tiếp hay không? Hãy cùng dành một tràng tay thật lớn để chào đón lên sân khấu đại diện đội tuyển mang tên CHENGDU of Esports. Vâng ạ, và tiếp theo mang lợi thế của chủ nhà Việt Nam, Á quân CFPL 2024 mùa 2, xin được gọi tên Ranking Esports. Và một trong những đội tuyển được đánh giá cao từ Brazil với tham vọng chạm tay tới chiếc cúp vô địch Á quân CFPL 2024 mùa 2, xin được chào đón lên sân khấu Imperial Esports. Và đại diện tiếp theo đến từ EU MENA, liệu rằng bản lĩnh của họ có thể mang vinh quang về cho người hâm mộ Ai Cập hay không? Xin được nồng nhiệt chào đón lên sân khấu đội tuyển GPL Esports. Và đây cũng chính là đội tuyển Á quân CFS 2024 mùa 2. Và đội tuyển duy nhất nắm giữ ngôi vương nhiều năm liên tiếp tại CFS Grand Final và cũng là đương kim vô địch thế giới, một đại diện tới từ Trung Quốc. Xin được chào đón BaiSha Gaming. Các nhà vua tới từ Philippines quy tụ tại đây một lần nữa trên con đường tìm kiếm ngai vàng nhà vô địch CFS Master 2024. Xin được gọi tên Pacific Macta. Và bây giờ, một đại diện đến từ Trung Quốc được mệnh danh là những kẻ sẽ thách thức và bứt phá mọi giới hạn. Hãy cùng chào đón Evolution Power Gaming. Và các bạn thân mến, ngay sau đây sẽ là một đại diện đến từ Brazil với 2 lần vô địch CFPL 2024 và đã từng xuất sắc giành hạng 3 tại đấu trường CFS Summer Championship 2023. Xin được gọi tên Vasco Esports. Và tiếp theo, hãy cùng chào đón một gương mặt đang làm mưa làm gió tại khu vực EU MENA khi lên ngôi vương tại CFS 2024 mùa 2. Xin được nồng nhiệt chào đón đội tuyển LCK. Và cuối cùng, thống trị xuyên suốt nhiều mùa giải với sức mạnh áp đảo tại đấu trường CFPL, liên tiếp giữ vững ngôi vương tại 2 mùa giải của CFPL 2024. Cùng chào đón Group Impel. Và một lần nữa, quý vị và bạn thân mến, hãy cùng dành một tràng pháo tay thật lớn để cùng chào đón 10 đại diện xuất sắc nhất tại giải đấu ngày hôm nay. Và chúng tôi xin được tuyên bố chính thức khai mạc CFS Summer Championship 2024. Vâng ạ, và thưa quý vị, tất cả các anh tài đang cùng tụ hội ở đây. Sân khấu lớn của giải đấu CFS Summer Championship 2024 đã và đang nóng hơn bao giờ hết. Không biết là các quý vị khán giả ơi, mọi người đã sẵn sàng chưa? Đã sẵn sàng chưa? Vâng ạ, và với các quý vị khán giả đang xem trực tuyến trên các kênh sóng của CROSSFIRE, cũng đừng quên theo dõi những diễn biến đầy kịch tính trong các trận đấu tiếp theo của chúng tôi. Và ngay bây giờ, có lẽ là sẽ không để quý vị và bạn trận đấu hơn nữa. Hãy cùng hướng mắt vào sân khấu để cùng theo dõi diễn biến trận đấu đầu tiên của chúng tôi với các bình luận viên.
the CFS 2024 Championship, and we are looking forward to diving into everything. My name is Elfish Guy. This is Neokai. You might recognize us from CFWL, but now we've graduated to the international stage, I guess, or at least you have. I've been here before. But yeah, looking forward to it. Obviously, great, opening ceremony, as always is the case when we come to these CROSSFIRE events, and getting the opportunity now finally again in 2024 to see some international CROSSFIRE competition.
Yeah, for the first time for me working internationally when it comes towards CROSSFIRE, and look, so far so good, right? Looking forward to it in beautiful Hanoi, Vietnam, right? And so far we've had a bit of time to explore, look around the city, and it's a cool place. Don't get weather like this in England, I'll tell you that for free. We were caught yesterday in a bit of a tropical storm, something again definitely don't catch in England. So it's a good time. So far it's been so good. We're looking forward to all the action for the next, I guess, 8 to 9 days. It's going to be a pretty good time. We're looking forward to it as well, at least personally, seeing what some of those West League teams can do when it comes towards the international stage. We have a bit of bad history, sadly.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good shout. Obviously, if there's a couple of things to sort of break down there when you're sort of commenting on that. 8 days of competition in a row. It's a very, very long group stage. We've got best of 3, so we're really going to nut it out, make sure that we get the best teams out of the group stages, and then when we get into the playoffs, best of 5s from there on out, and double elim as well. So there's a lot of games of CROSSFIRE coming up over the course of this week, and we really will, by the end of this week, get to a point where it is impossible to doubt the winner, if that makes sense, right? You have to, you really have to grind to win one of these events. Obviously, for the players, there are some days off. Some teams won't be playing today, some teams won't be playing tomorrow, necessarily based on how the group stage plays out. But even still, it's a lot of games of CROSSFIRE, and that's kind of, in a sense, what you do want to see when you come to these international events, because there is only so many opportunities to play outside of your domestic region, and this is one of the few, right? There'll be this event, there'll be obviously the CROSSFIRE Stars Grand Finals later on this year in December, and that's another really big one. But when it comes to the middle of the year, like, this is it. This is the big one, and you want to win this one. We go back to last year, we had BaiSha and AG there again in that Grand Final, and that was an absolute cracker. So as far as predictions, if we want to go for those early on day one are concerned, I might go BaiSha AG again for that Grand Final.
It's not a bad shout.
We'll hold our thoughts for the moment, I guess.
I would love to see, the Vietnamese dream team make a little run as well, right? They see me, obviously, with now Ice Cube coming in, everybody seems to be kind of keeping an eye on those guys at the very least, and maybe they might be able to bring something, or at least get a little bit further than probably expectations were beforehand. But you have to be completely honest, BaiSha are a side that everybody fears coming towards tournaments like these, and for damn good reason, right? A very good team, same with the CHENGDU All Games as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing maybe we get some upsets along the lines. The good thing is, though, with it being best of 3 formats in the early stage, it can't be an upset in the sense of when we get best of 1, for example. It's a deserved sort of victory. Of course, this is how our schedule will look. Like we mentioned, group stage all the way up for a pretty good few days in a row, all the way up to the 29th. And then we jump in towards the playoffs, and a pretty long playoff series there as well. 3 days of best of 5s there in that playoffs to crown our winner at the end of this. So like you said, there's going to be no second thoughts, no doubts in our mind about who will end up winning. Of course, this is the veto process that we're going to have throughout these are maps that are in the pool currently, and honestly, I'm waiting to see whether we see a Mexico, because we don't get it at all in the West League.
I wouldn't be surprised if we did see Mexico at some point. I think it's almost impossible to dodge it. Especially when you get into best of 5s, right? You can only ban a couple of maps out. For the most part, I would probably be expecting Eagle Eye and Mexico to be the most banned maps, but we'll get into that discussion a little bit later on down the track. These are the teams that are going to be competing, so obviously you have to look on the left side of this graphic and really say all gamers, BaiSha Gaming, they are the top 2. They're the teams to beat. Evolution Power as well. We've got some OGs rolling back in that roster. Shout out to Emson coming back, rolling it back. The Brazilian rosters as well, Vasco and Imperial, 2 very, very strong rosters as well. So for me, those will probably be the teams that are gunning for those playoff spots, but there is only 4 spots, and it's going to be a pretty bloodthirsty group stage. Thing is, you do, of course, want to be making it into those playoffs, because look at the prize pool split. 5th, 6th, 12k. As soon as you get into 4th, it's 20k, and it jumps dramatically further and further as you go up. 3rd, 50, and then up to 1st, obviously 110k is quite a lot of money.
Lion's share of that $300,000 prize pool. Pretty insane stuff, it has to be said. So, of course, if you get in towards even anywhere in that top 3, you're going home relatively happy. So, I think all in all, with this format for these teams making these deep runs in towards playoffs and starting to to kind of really showcase yourself on that international stage is really what it's all about. For all of the teams, like you mentioned, from China, from Brazil, pretty standard stuff for them. These are schedules of games that we're going to have over the span of the group stage. Of course, starting with us on that top level, LCK taking on Wolf Empire. That should be a bit of a banger, in all fairness. I'm excited to see BaiSha taking on Pacific Macta too. That'll be my game later on. Get to really showcase me. First time for me getting to cast BaiSha as well. You hear the rumors and how notorious and how good they are, right? And now I get to witness it firsthand.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, for me personally, I always look at this BaiSha roster and I think they're possibly on paper the best in the world, although AG does tend to sort of upset them, or in my mind upset them, but they do get that win. I think it depends on who you ask. Some people are definitely going to be more fans of AG. For me personally, I think the peak level of BaiSha is high. I just don't think that they reach that peak level on that same consistent basis as All Gamers. But in saying that, All Gamers have had some roster changes coming into this year, so there'll be discussions around that when we get into those matchups. For today, though, this is what you're going to be focusing on. LCK and Wolf Empire to start the day off. Very tantalizing prospect, obviously, for us being people who cover the West League and wanting to see those Western teams do well. I think a really, really good opportunity for them to get off on the right foot against what is generally looking like quite a solid opponent. Obviously, yet to see what Wolf Empire is going to be able to do at this event, but again, if we look at it on paper and we look at the names in that roster, that's a very star-studded Vietnamese squad. So if LCK can actually topple that roster, that's already going to be a really good positive sign and a good barometer for us to be looking at LCK and saying, okay, if they're this strong and they're able to beat this Vietnamese roster, what does that then say about 3BL as well, who are maybe slightly ahead of LCK as well? Again, depending on who you ask, and how that sort of matches up with Vietnam and Brazil and etc. So we're looking forward to seeing how all of that plays out, I guess, as we get into the group stage.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go and check out LCK. I think we've got a little video for them as well, so I think it might be playing on behind us. Very, very familiar with LCK, one of the best teams coming out from the West League, and it's really cool to see these guys now get this chance to play on the international stage and showcase.
Là cái việc mà họ thay đổi được sự một cái bộ khung mà từ 5 người mà biến thành là một bộ khung hoàn toàn mới.
Alright, of course, this is the lineup that you all know and love, at least if you've been watching the West League for Spoxy, Lineclaw, Flex, Zane, Raff, and of course the coach of Fierce, a team that we know very, very well coming over from the likes of the West League. LCK have looked great all the way through. One name that I always shout out whenever I cast this team, Spoxy, primary sniper, or one of the two snipers that they use in this team. Flex, of course, can also pick it up, and they're the only team in the West League that actually do regularly double sniper. And I think on this international stage, they're going to absolutely need it. I'm a big fan of Spoxy. For me, has always been the main man that looks towards, but Flex, in the hand, not only in terms of his individual ability, but also as a caller, very, very solid.
Yeah, it's crazy, actually. The stats you're getting here from Flex, 1.5 KD is just insane. I mean, I'm looking at this, I have to assume this is from the last season of West League. That would be my assumption. But one thing that you do have to note about Flex, not only is he obviously leading the charge there in terms of the stats and whatnot, and that's one thing, but he is someone that has been around the block since the beginning. I've been casting CROSSFIRE since 2015. I'm pretty sure he was at that event in 2015. So he's someone that's definitely been around the block, and he knows his way around international CROSSFIRE events as well. And for LCK, they haven't really had the opportunity to play that much at this level of competition. So I go back to the Summer Championship from last year. We had obviously the GV core at that event as the West representative. There was only one Western team as opposed to two this time around. We've got LCK and 3BL, and I think importantly, looking at this year, fans from the West will be thinking, okay, this is actually our opportunity now. We've had a sort of stable couple of teams that have been able to play at a few international events. At the Summer Championship last year, we obviously had GV going into the global finals, you know, LCK and 3BL getting a little bit more experience, and coming into the Summer Championship now, it's like, okay, these guys have got some time under their belt, they've got some experience under their belt.
Yeah.
This is the year where hopefully the West can actually sort of level up, and I would be honest, I kind of think that they've both looked as good as they ever have, but we'll have to see how they go, obviously, against a very, very strong-looking Vietnamese roster in Wolf Empire.
Yeah. All right, well, as you can see there, Wolf Empire. They call these guys the Vietnamese Dream Team, and I can see why. This is the accumulation of the best coming out from Vietnam. And here, of course, on their home turf, into this kind of local vicinity for them, they have to be a side they're definitely going to keep an eye out for. Not only a cool look inside, very cool jerseys as well over there for this team. Here is the roster, of course, Lucas Dola, Shady, Rambo, and Ice Cube, the new addition. The sniper coming in towards this team of Kim Bomb, as well as the kind of substitution for this side. You know, main players you look towards, of course, Ice Cube being that primary sniper. Rambo can also secondary sniper as well. Shady, an absolute veteran of the scene, and also the IGL on towards this Wolf Empire team. So definitely a side that we're really looking towards to maybe even be able to make a run. There's definitely conversations now, at least in terms of what we're seeing domestically and how well this side are playing, that they could even look towards a kind of a deep playoff run.
Yeah, look, I think this is kind of the roster that a lot of Vietnamese fans have been waiting for or hoping for. I'll give a shout out to my boy Kyle. I'm sure he's sort of watching along, and I know he was a big fan of the Vietnamese rosters last year, and I think they kind of disappointed him a little bit, not just at the Summer Championship, but at Grand Finals as well. This is the team, though, that will do it. If anyone's going to do it from Vietnam, it's kind of the who's who. The only player I think that you're kind of missing out on is Hyo Mio. I do rate him quite a lot for ranking. But yeah, look, Ice Cube moving into this roster as well, great addition, it has to be said. And it is just such a star-studded roster. They've got insane numbers, obviously, across the board. But I do think that that is a little bit of a lie when we're looking at the Vietnamese teams and how they play the game when they come to these international events. I do think their style kind of struggles a little bit against the Chinese teams, especially because they're a very aim-based, sort of firepower-heavy team. And look, they should back themselves and they should play that style because they are very talented players. But that only works as far as you're better than your opponent. And when you play against the Chinese teams, BaiSha, for example, absolutely destroyed some of the Vietnamese teams last year, like 10-1, 10-1 at the Grand Finals. And I think it was a really rude awakening for some of those Vietnamese rosters. So hopefully that's not going to be the case for this roster. I mean, this, again, like we've said, it's very star-studded. It's about as stacked as you're going to get from Vietnam. I think they will be able to have the chops definitely against LCK today to sort of bring that style and be effective. But I'm interested to sort of see how that matches up stylistically because, as we know, LCK is a very slow-paced team. They like to play very, very patiently. It's the exact opposite for these Vietnamese rosters traditionally, and they're going to hold their W key, whereas LCK is just going to sit back, wait, and let you come to them, and that's going to open up avenues for someone like Spoxy with the Orb to you know, just find some picks here and there across the map. So I am very excited because, again, we don't get to see these international competitions all that often. So it'll be quite exciting to see how they do match up. Now, taking a look at the map comparison between these two teams, what maps are we likely to probably get? Well, I think we can probably throw out Eagle Eye there. LCK not going to be too interested in that one by the looks of things as far as those numbers are concerned. But across the board, most of them seem like a fairly even split. Compound always going to be a favourite, Port always going to be a favourite, so I'd expect to see them potentially in the map pool here. Ankara, Black Widow also generally in most teams' map pools. So if we get something like a sub-base, that'll be maybe a little bit of a curveball. But Ankara, Black Widow, Compound, Port, I'd expect 3 of those 4 personally. Yeah, I see as well Mexico is slightly off there, 100%, but they've never played it. Right. So it is technically, I guess, a little bit of a faux pas in that sense. But I'm really looking forward to see what Wolf Empire bring to this. Domestically, they've just finished their season, and they went 34-0. Completely flawless in the domestic scene. Did not drop a single map. That's all the way throughout. So an absolutely ridiculous feat from this Wolf Empire side. So that will change. To keep, of course. That will change. We have to keep an eye out for this side if that's the performances they're putting up. LCK, they had a couple of seasons in the regular season where they went flawless, but in towards playoffs they dropped maps and they dropped series here and there. Of course, here's our key comparison for these two players. It is the primary sniper players coming through, right? Spoxy and Ice Cube, but of course, Ice Cube for us, I mean, it's statistically what a monster of a player. And I guess you can
can maybe make the argument that on the other side, with the likes of the comparisons of the teams, they rely on Ice Cube to do a lot more of that primary arming, where at least with LCK it's split across himself, obviously Spoxy and Flex. So both of them picking up at times where the other won't. So they interchange it.
I mean, I think that's nice, right? When you have that fallback where you're like, okay, I'm not really feeling it today.
Yes, yeah.
Flex, you can sort of take the more primary arm role.
Exactly.
Now, as far as predictions are concerned, I'm not super surprised to see Wolf Empire getting the vast majority of the predictions across the board here. Shout out to Salvatore from the Philippines as well, going for LCK. A little bit of bias maybe coming through from myself and from Laz. We've backed the boys. I think for me, I'm just going to throw this out there. I'm going to say it once on the broadcast. I did have a 100% prediction rate in the group stages last year.
It's about to end game 1.
I just want to get that monkey off my back straight off the bat. No, look, I'm a little bit biased. Obviously, this I think for me is like a bit more of a heart versus head kind of a prediction. I definitely look at it and I think Wolf Empire, man, that's a really strong team. Vietnamese region generally has outperformed the West at international events, but I don't know, I just want to have a bit of faith. I want to have a bit of hope here that
I like
LCK can do it. So I'll give them the prediction. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, I can respect that. For me, I'm looking pretty highly over towards Wolf Empire, especially off the back of that flawless season. I feel like if ever there was a time to keep that running, it probably would be against one of the West teams. And no offense to them, obviously us being from there, but generally, if you look historically, they have always performed a little bit worse off than generally when they come internationally. So I'm interested though, because I feel like LCK and 3BL in particular, they do seem a little bit more competent than what we've had in the past.
I agree.
Especially with the likes of Encore or GV, right? And teams in the past. This LCK and especially the 3BL roster, at least for me personally, really feel actually scary. It looks like the competency in terms of the strats and the team dynamic really has changed up, where it's no longer just like we hope somebody can carry us, or we hope that we have our IGL who can just sort of make a right gamble stack or something of the sort. So far what we've seen is actually the whole kind of composition of these teams have come together super strong.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, look, I will say, I think as far as the matchup is concerned, I do kind of like how this matches up for LCK. Again, I have to wait and see how ranking comes out and plays today, but what I've seen in the past from Vietnamese teams is they do like to W key, they do like to sort of over-peak, over-aggressive in a lot of cases, and I think that's the complete wrong style to play against a team like LCK, who are a very patient, a very by-the-book kind of a roster.
They'll soak it up.
So they'll be happy to kind of receive that aggression coming through. And look, I think if LCK is hitting their shots, if they're at their peak level, they actually can definitely take this. I'd agree with what you're saying as well, in that, for me, these are probably the two best-looking Western representatives that we've probably had in a long time. I mean, there's been some pretty good runs from Western teams back in the day, but that's a long time ago. I'm talking like more recent history, probably like last 2-3 years. Hasn't been super impressive for the West. It feels like the Western heyday, let's say, of CROSSFIRE has kind of dissipated. That was where China took over, Brazil took over. Brazil's maybe taking a bit of a dip back again now. China's back on top, and I don't know. I mean, are we at that point where these top two teams from the West, which have been now kind of quite dominant in the West League, had their chance to like build as rosters and build their experience together, and now come into this event hot to try? I guess that's what we kind of have to wait and see. Obviously, a very, very tough group as well for these two teams to get through. It's going to be a real battle. So I actually think this is an incredibly important match, and when you're in a group stage round robin type situation like this, you don't often really look at the first game of the day and say this is going to be like the make or break game, but I could see this actually being the battle for second for this group. LCK and Wolf Empire definitely both going to be up there looking for that position. So a win here is monumental, not just because of that, but also it sort of gets you rolling quite nicely into the momentum of the tournament as well.
Yeah, the big thing is you want to come in towards these sort of tournaments and start super strong, right? You want to come into them and kind of, I guess, just get a little bit of the rust out the way, or get a bit of the nerves out the way, and just not really feel under too much pressure. We do have our veto, though, to kickstart things. Now, Mexico, I'm assuming it's just going to be banned out nice and simply by LCK off the rip. We do get that Eagle Eye ban as well coming through, and I can sort of understand that. For at least for LCK, it's been such a good map for them. In the regular season, 13-1, they went over in the West League, so I can sort of understand why for Wolf Empire they're like, let's just not even risk it. What's the point? We don't need to here. Let's get rid of that early. First map we going to be picked in is going to be an interesting one. There's a couple of different ways we could sort of go about this, at least for Wolf Empire. They've got a few maps that they really like. Ankara has been very, very good for them. They're 16-1 domestically. Black Widow 11-0. Subbase 10-1. We are going to get the Ankara come through, which for Wolf Empire has been their best map in recent history in the domestic season. They went, like I said, 16-1 over there. So ridiculous stuff throughout this year. Throughout 2024, they've only dropped it once, which is insane. LCK on this side, a couple different options where they can go. Port is a pretty good map for them. They've got a 92% win rate over there. Black Widow 86% as well, and Ankara they don't actually mind, at least domestically. 87% win rate is not too bad, but I'd expect the Port here. It's a map in which LCK have always picked into domestically, and they've always won it out, so no real surprises seeing that come through.
I mean, like I've been saying, Ankara is going to be a map that's just across the board, everyone's pretty comfortable on. It's a map that's been around forever. Same for Port, to be fair. Subbase going to be taken away there. It's, again, not a huge surprise. Subbase is
Black Widow here.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Subbase is one of those maps which, like, it can be a little bit team dependent. Some teams like it, some teams don't. Compound definitely, again, another one that's sort of like very much in the middle of the map pool. But when it comes down to Black Widow versus Compound, they feel like stylistically kind of very similar maps. I look at that map pool and I'm actually not too disappointed by that one for LCK, but I think, again, looking at it, it does sort of line up with maybe what we would be expecting to see from something like a Wolf Empire, what kind of maps they'd like to play, Ankara and Black Widow especially.
At least domestically as well, Black Widow is a really good map for LCK. In the regular season for that, throughout 2024, 13-2, so really not too bad for them. I think they're going to be pretty happy to see that get picked out. On the other side, however, when you look domestically, Wolf Empire 11-0. They've actually, so far in the year of 2024, they are yet to drop this map. So they want to keep that sort of, I guess, favor going, but there's a world in which it might not even get there, right? Because that's our third map are decided. It might not even be necessary. We'll have to wait and see. But of course, Ankara and Port is where we're going to kickstart things for this one. And in particular, I really look towards that map number 1, Ankara. It's a map which both of these teams have really, really liked, but it's been so damn good for Wolf Empire. Only dropping it once in this entire calendar year is, nearly bonkers, in all fairness. So yeah, ridiculous stuff coming through. I'm looking forward to seeing how this veto plays out, because I think it's just all three maps which both of these sides are more than happy to play into. You can even talk about both sides picking into either one or floating the other, because they all have their favor on both of these of Ankara and Port. I'm looking forward to seeing how this plays out. At least we know the main thing is that they're going to come into as comfortable, both sides. So then it comes down to just raw ability.
Sure. You have predicted Wolf Empire though, I want to get your ideas as to where you see this series going. Do you actually think it's a 3-mapper, or does this get done in 2?
I don't want to be an LCK hater, but I think this is going to be done 2-0.
Wow.
This is a map in which, at least domestically, so they've played this, 16-1 on Ankara, right, throughout this year, very, very good for them. 11-0, Black Widow. I mean, you're looking at all of these maps that are very, very solid, and they basically play every map as well. We see like LCK, for example, don't pick Mexico. Domestically, Wolf Empire play nearly every map in the pool. I would say, to a degree, Port is one of their technically slightly less played maps. They've still got a very good win rate on it. There's still a map in which they're more than happy to either be floated or at least kind of picked in against them. So I think for me, I'm looking at this and I think Wolf Empire have the chops to make this a 2-0. However, though, you get a decent game. One guy that we haven't really touched on over towards LCK that I absolutely love watching, Lionclaw. This guy is so talented. When he plays the way that he can play, he's so difficult to shut down. So maybe if we see kind of a bit of the Spoxy show, a bit of Lionclaw stepping up, they actually have a really good partnership. They play same side of the map as each other, and they do a lot of kind of 2-on-1 fights as a kind of a group like that. If they play like that, maybe Wolf Empire can get caught off guard. And if Wolf Empire get too aggressive as well, right? We said LCK are more than happy to soak up this pressure, more than happy to kind of spit it back in your face, and this is something that could come back to bite Wolf Empire, where if they don't adapt in time, they could get caught off guard.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? We get LCK again at an international event. They're playing the first game. I was at the grand finals last year. Their first game they played against All Gamers, which was the team that went on to obviously go and win the event.
How did that one go?
They actually managed to take a map, which was pretty impressive. Damn. They did take Subbase off of All Gamers, so
that's pretty good.
Sort of very first map of the tournament, we looked at them winning in overtime. Against LCK and against All Gamers, I should say, and we were like, wow, okay, LCK's here to play. But then it went on to be quite a disappointing tournament in the end. They lost to Kongana, which was the North American team. They lost to Imperial. Both of those were 0-2. So I think they've got a lot to prove. They've got a lot to sort of come into this event and into this year as well. And we'll see, obviously, how things are going to play out when they get underway with this matchup against Wolf Empire.
Yes, exactly. We should be heading on the way in towards the game in just a moment. It seems like the teams are more or less getting ready, and I think we should be beginning this show on the road. Of course, for anyone who's just joining us, this is a best of 3, the opening stage here at the All-Stars, of course, Summer Championship. We're really looking forward to this. We want to see what we get out from the European teams, but just because we don't really get to see them do too well on the international stage, not at least for the last few years. So we're hoping LCK, they feel like one of the best opportunities that we've had in a while to get wins internationally to prove that the CrossFIRE West League is here to play. But who knows? Wolf Empire domestically have looked incredible. They went 34-0 all the way throughout this year, which is ridiculous. And since adding Ice Cube in towards this side, they've been nearly unstoppable. So maybe this could continue on an international stage for them.
Yeah, I think it really comes down to what have both of these teams learned from last year. Now, obviously, Wolf Empire wasn't necessarily a team last year, but they do sort of take that mantle that Kara House 2L brings to the table, and you know, they're sort of the spiritual successor, I guess, to that roster. LCK, obviously, you know, very, very few changes, if any, coming through from CFS Grand Finals last year. So I like that. I like that this team's coming in and looking ready to sort of rumble a little bit.
Sure.
I hope that they've kind of taken that experience and taken those learnings from their international run last year, which was, again, like we say, obviously on paper very disappointing actually from LCK, and they're coming into this tournament and looking at it and saying, this is a real possibility for us. It's going to be a tough ask. You know, you've got the group here as BaiSha, Imperial, LCK, Wolf Empire, and Pacific Macta. I believe that's this first group.
It is,
and that's a really, really tough group. I think the only team that you might look at and say, we're definitely the favorites in this matchup for a team like LCK would be Pacific Macta, but even then, like, Pacific Macta is a very experienced roster. They're definitely not at their peak anymore. They were one of the best teams in the world 5 years ago. They're not really up at that level anymore, but they do have some really talented players still. So even that matchup's going to be tough. But I look at every single one of those matchups as being a difficult but winnable game. Outside of BaiSha, I mean, BaiSha's going to 2-0 everyone in this group, is my prediction. BaiSha's going to go to the grand final. I don't care. Anyone can debate me on that one.
Do you know what? I'll debate you. I'm actually going to go the All Gamers to win overall.
Okay, fine.
We'll keep that. That'll be our running thing all the way. I'm going to go the other way.
You're literally just the spiritual successor to Kyle, because this is the exact conversation we had throughout last year's Summer Championship as well. We were sitting on every game. We were talking exactly like this. I was saying BaiSha's the better team. They look better at their peak. And he was saying no, All Gamers is better.
I'm going All Gamers.
He was right in the end, but here we go. We're ready to jump into the game. LCK and Wolf Empire to take things at the CFS Summer Championship 2024. We'll kick things off on Ankara and find out whether or not Vietnam really is still better than the West.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this. This should be good. I really want to see what Wolf Empire brings to this, and actually whether they continue this super aggro style of play. Spoxy getting aggro, starting well. That's what we want to see. Spoxy, welcome to the show. What a way to start things off. Dola gets caught nice and early, and that's exactly what LCK need to do. Yeah. We know they like to play passive. We know they're a little bit of a slower side, especially internationally, but setting the tone like that is really going to just get rid of the nerves.
And you can see what I mean as well about the pace that the Vietnamese rosters do tend to play with, right? Like, they're very quick through the map. They've already got a player down in mid, 2 players already pushing straight into mid through from the A-con, so they're not taking this one too slow at all. Yes, they still have this more default setup with a player watching outside of A and watching outside of B, but they're not the kind of team that doesn't like to play actively. Like, they want to be active, they want to make moves, and they want to sort of get in there and get down to business, so to speak. But LCK, very much true to their style, more than happy to play back in their sites, and the only real information gathering right now is Raffen sort of popping in and out of the vent, having a bit of a look, and Lion Core sort of progressed out by Hotel, but other than that, not a whole lot of moving and shaking going on for LCK.
Yeah, off the back of that kind of first hit, we really do just slow things down. C4 still sort of in the region of mid, but it looks like it does want to have an A finish here. At least that's the way they're sort of setting up. They're waiting for these smokes to dissipate. So far, nothing really offering up, but I think for Wolf Empire, they're hoping a mistake comes through. And we might be getting one momentarily. Raffen playing in and around this vent. Wants a fight to come towards him. He doesn't need to overextend it. They know they have flex on the other side as well. This is where their double sniper comes through, something that's been very, very prolific domestically. Raffen, another kill going to come his way, looking to try and double it down. He might get a chance, but he actually slightly overextends into the hands of Rambo as Shady starts to make a move. The veteran really trying to lead the charge on towards this side. They ain't got a lot of time as well. Nade will come over, but they've really got to start to make a move. Sub 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's still okay though for LCK. They've got the numbers advantage. Happy to give up the A site, allow that plan to go down, play for the retake. I thought maybe they might like to wrap back down in through the connector, but instead they try to take the fight to Wolf Empire. It's a 1-for-1 in the end, but Disdain steps up with a massive spray down, and that is a really positive sign to start things off at an international event, right? You really want to have a nice nerve settler for your first game, first round, something like that, and that's a big round from LCK.
Yeah, that's a super good way to start things off here, right? I think having a round like that out the gates where, you know, most of your big name individuals come to play, I mean, that's what you want to see. There's great work from him. We didn't really even mention too much in towards the opening show, but he is a talent. And speaking of this double sniper setup, Flex going to find one of his own to kickstart things. Sort of says over towards Spoxy, you can do it, so can I. As the IGL, the sniper, the general main man over towards LCK sets the tone in this round early once again. This time it's Ice Cube gets core, and their main man down and out for the count in a matter of mere moments is not a good way for Wolf Empire to respond in towards round 2.
Yeah, exactly. Going to have a difficulty dealing with his double sniper setup if you're losing Ice Cube early like that. Once again, it looks like it'll be a default back over to the A site, this time from Wolf Empire, maybe a little bit earlier on in the round. Timing on that nade is good, but doesn't quite go deep enough. Again, Raffen unable to have success last round, and that is going to be the case again this time around. Now not a 1-for-1 though, so a bit more of a difficult task here for LCK as Wolf Empire trying to push their way into A, and this is looking a little bit more successful. Spoxy round from the back though has got a nice flank timing.
He might be able to make a bit of a move. Lucas going to hold for it. C4 will go down, so at least Wolf Empire have done one better than what we saw in towards the last. They couldn't even get that far. Rambo holding first contact. It looks like a bit of a spam. Will actually catch Spoxy down, but won't do enough to kill him. The flash is a beaut, though. Everybody gets full blind over towards LCK. And now there's a pretty distinct timer above their head. They've got to make a move, fellas. This C4 is already halfway through ticked. And I don't know if they're going to be able to get in towards this. This is a super strong post bomb. First fight coming through. Down goes Lion Claw. Looks like more bodies going to hit the floor. And Rambo and Lucas make sure. 6 feet under. Wolf Empire respond well.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, that was a pretty doomed retake from LCK. They just took a little bit too much time making that rotation happen, got themselves in all sorts of trouble. I think they kind of tried to do a little bit too much, you know. Yeah. It seemed like Wolf Empire really recognized what rotation they'd made. They did smoke off A main, forcing LCK basically to come through from the vent, and it was a huge crossfire setup that Wolf Empire was never going to lose that round. At a certain point, LCK just, they had too much to do. So, good recovery. That was a 4v5 round, essentially, for Wolf Empire, but the beauty of a map like Ankara is if you do get that one entry onto the site, you sort of are playing that 4v4 out, and 4v4 retake is always going to be favoring the offensive side in that post plan. This round, though, LCK, nice push out from the A site. Flex is getting a lot of information outside on the A yard. A bit of info in there from Spoxy and mid as well, so they've been able to commit 3 players over to the B site here, LCK, and they are well situated to defend against this push from Wolf Empire.
All right, Dola starting to make a bit of a move, also has some support. They're going to start to wrap down in towards this lower angle here. There will be a bit of a fight on either side. Raffen seen a couple of different ways in which they try to change up the dynamic, and LCK do this a lot domestically too. We haven't seen that raw B hit yet. Should I say that Spoxy catches one mid-air? That's a great find. Rambo going to get caught early. It's a great way to go about it. Flash isn't bad. Disdain going to be up close here as well. Wants to fight. He's more than happy to do so. Got that support of Flex too. That might be able to help him out. This is going to be a big fight.
Yeah, it's a really nice off angle as well. I don't know that you're expecting a player to be watching right here, though. Lucas will just take his head off, and Raffen now under pressure has had a couple of rough rounds to start things off. Wants to get on the board early on in the piece here. You've still got a couple of players to defend. Lion Claw tucked behind the boxes has now been spotted out. They'll go down. Raffen, though. Only one. And in the end, LCK will lose control of the round again. It's 2 good starts that have slipped by the wayside, and that does have me a little bit worried. I think in this case, LCK even playing a little bit too passive, if that makes sense, right? Like, giving Wolf Empire so much space and not choosing to take their fights, not really backing themselves on that hold, and that brings them unstuck. So it seems like the riflers, at least at the moment for LCK, are really struggling, and if it's not coming down to the snipers winning these rounds, then the rounds don't get won. Flex, he's going to have a crack here in the 1v2, but time ticking away, it's a pretty rough one.
Yeah, I mean, what do we even do here, if I'm being completely honest? They're going to come over towards stairs, but just not going to make a grand difference, is it? Tap on towards the C4, going to try and bait in a fight. He might even do exactly that. Missed shot, and hang on a moment, Flex has made this an opportunity. Time is ticking, but Flex will fall. For a moment, that felt like it could have been a little bit dicey, but Ice Cube going to bail them out, and my oh my, there was a brief sigh of relief, I think, from the Wolf Empire side, but they will take a back-to-back round, and just off the back, like you said, LCK, strong starting towards these rounds, getting opening kills, but they're not utilizing them well. They're not making that numbers advantage actually work in their favor, and that for us is a little bit of a worry.
Yeah, you could easily make a debate that realistically this score should be 3-0 for LCK right now, but in fact it's 2-1 for Wolf Empire, so rough signs indeed. This will be the first round that doesn't start with a pick for LCK. So what does that mean? Does Wolf Empire just with that confidence push their way a little bit quicker into the A side? They're definitely set up outside of it, but no offensive moves just yet.
They put Raffen really early, rotates him back over towards his A site. Struggled with Vent the last couple of rounds, and they move him over towards B. Then unfortunately kind of gets caught on B really early and kind of thrown back into the gauntlet of that Vent. It's a dicey angle to hold at the best of times. Lucas wants to wait for an overextension. He might actually be given a chance. There's a world in which Raffen tries to test those waters. Smoke fading outside A main. And a flashbang going to go in towards Vent. So that'll allow Lucas in if he wants. Pops himself in. Nobody here. Good information gain. They don't need to stick around to fight. That's the main thing. They're going to come back over and towards site itself, and a smoke to catch them in rotation. This is feeling like they're setting up for an A finish, but the C4's not even committed.
I mean, they've still got a minute, so plenty of time to maybe see what Shady can do there in middle. In the end, I think you're right. More presence over toward the A-bomb side, but again, a good read from LCK, right? Like, they're getting themselves in the right positions. It's just a case of hitting their shots, and I feel like that's kind of what's letting them down at the moment. A couple of the players just having a bit of a slow start. Lionclaw's 0-2. He's someone that traditionally is really quite a heavy piece of the firepower for LCK, and this time Raffen able to start well, and that's already a bit more of a positive sign. He's holding down the Vent. C4's on the way over to B, though. He got that rotation out from Lionclaw. That kill may prompt him to keep going. Oh, and in fact, the A side is being lost, but they know that this is not going to be the hit in towards A. It's just, it's a little bit too late. Again, it was a decent start for LCK, but they're kind of faltering, you know, at these sort of like mid-stage hurdles, and the mid-rounds are where they're really being brought unstuck.
Yeah, that was a really great mid to late round coming through there from kind of the Wolf Empire side. They're fighting on a war on two fronts, and they just go where there's a little bit more space. So I actually can respect that quite heavily. It's unfortunate, once again, Flex sets in basically a near impossible 1v3, especially now he's taking 48 points of HP. Will get caught to close things out. Wolf Empire, really nice start in towards this game, nice and early. I mean, especially again where there's moments where it feels like LCK should be winning these rounds, and somehow, some way they're not. I think they're going to start asking themselves a lot of questions like, how are we not converted? Raffen just got a super important double in towards the Vent. How have we not converted that into a round? We've got the numbers again, and we still can't make it work for
Indeed.
us.
It's got to be getting a little bit frustrating for LCK. There's no doubt about it. You'd want to be seeing a much better scoreline than 3-1 based on how every single one of these rounds has started. Every single one of these rounds has started favorable for LCK. So their conversion rate right now is 25% on 4v5s, which is just not it. A little bit more aggression. We like that from LCK. Backing themselves a little bit more, right? They are being proactive this time. And again, it's not the usual style that we'll get from LCK, but I think given the circumstances, the way that these rounds have been playing out, how LCK have been losing by virtue of being a bit too passive, just to throw a bit of something in the works there, and it's worked out. Again, a 3-for-2 trade, so another favorable round for LCK. Lots of map control here as well for Lionclaw, who, again, desperately needs to get over the line in terms of getting a kill, and he's in a great position to get one, but Wolf Empire are prepared for the flank to come through. Problem for Wolf Empire is they've lost control of the C4, so this is still a great setup for LCK. They've just got to avoid falling into 2v1s.
Yeah, that's very true. Got a bit of util at the very least. Got a smoke, now used as well. LCK still have a bit of util to work with on their side. Lionclaw, his position is so strong. He holds all rotations. Even if they were to lose track of the C4, he's going to be able to pick it up, or at least pick them up on that rotation they try and run towards B. So it's a pretty strong spot that they put themselves in. Spoxy doesn't back himself as much, actually dips away. He was holding that angle, and he decides not to. So he has sort of given up the C4 in a sense. And now he's just playing in the mid and hoping that he can catch them in rotation. And they've still kind of got plenty of time to work with, if we're being honest. C4 recovered. And now the backtracking, and the backtracking in towards this man. Lion Claw could have the position to hold them.
I think this is actually what LCK is kind of hoping for, that they're going to go back towards Lion Claw. Oh, Lion Claw is going to choose a really nice timing to start to make his move. This will be informing Spoxy as well as to which direction he should probably be looking in. Lion Claw on for the double here. First shot is a good one. Headshot straight on in there. And now Ice Cube in all sorts of trouble, especially with that time being a factor. Lion Claw's on his bike. They want to just play the 2v1. And again, this is what I'm talking about with LCK. They're very by the book. They're not going to take the 1v1s. They're going to group back up and try and take the 2v1, but that does allow the plan from Ice Cube. Nade could do some damage here. Lion Claw will go down. Spoxy unable to find the trade immediately, charging his way on in there, but Ice Cube now favored to win this duel, and Spoxy dancing, looking for the fight, finding it, but not landing the shots, and it's a bad, bad sign for LCK. Again, another favorable round. But it's gone the way of Wolf Empire.
Yeah, it's a massive clutch coming through from Ice Cube. By the book all the way until it wasn't. In that 1 versus 2, they allow him to isolate, drops that nade, and man, before you know it, another round going the way of Wolf Empire. And a round in which felt completely lost. It felt like they were down and out for the count. And somehow, some way, they've made that work. Credit to Ice Cube in the clutch. That is massive from him. The reason why he's seen as a bit of a fan's favourite coming from that region. LCK, they changed up the tempo to start off that previous round, and it worked so well. And this time they're going back to default. We're going to sit, wait, try and soak up the pressure, but this is the awkward thing now. We've gone a quick round, not worked. We've tried a couple of passive rounds, not worked. So how are we actually going to find success here now for LCK?
I mean, the thing is, like, you say they haven't worked, and that's fair in that they haven't won the rounds.
Like,
but
literally speaking, they haven't worked, but they should have.
The setups have worked. That's the thing. Like, the setups have been good. They've either won the initial fight in that case, in that previous round, or they've had a stack on the right bomb site, or they've had a numbers advantage with a decent setup, you know? It's not as if it's not working in that sense. So it's really just about executing. It's about converting. It's about not letting that pressure get to you. And LCK maybe need a little bit more experience on the stage. That's where things are headed, I suppose. But for now, I think you really have to recognize, they have to recognize that even though the scoreline's 4-1, they're not actually putting in a bad performance so far. Maybe they're getting a little bit unlucky. Clutches going against them.
Yeah. On the other side, though, you can't let too many go in this second half now at a 4-1 scoreline. You don't want to be giving up. Even like just the fact that they're most likely going to have to end up giving up a lead, if we're being completely honest, in towards this half. I mean, it's just about the span of that lead. Looks like once again, U2 are going to be set up over towards A. Raffin. Flex here to meet them and greet them. And this could be a little bit of an awkward fight. In they come. First contact taken by Flex. Bit of damage. Up close. Raffin can't convert. That's awkward. Because now Flex has under a lot of pressure. Nade bounce off the wall. Bit of damage again, but nothing too drastic over towards Zayn, who looks for a double. Isn't given that luxury. Lucas Shady combining brilliantly. A Spoxy and Lion Claw left with it all to do and so little to work with. Raffin's nade is good. Spam on the smoke is pretty close as well. Mandola can't convert it. The spam again. Now catching a lot of Lion Claw. And Rambo, his position alone, basically, is the insurance policy on this round. As long as he stays alive, he will win it. And he'll get a kill as well as the cherry on top. Down goes Spoxy. Down goes LCK. And Wolf Empire, 5-5.
I mean, tell me if I'm coping, but I'll say it again. Like, that was not a bad setup for LCK. They had the players on the side.
That was the worst of them that we've seen. That's what I would say. The other rounds, they felt unlosable. That one was the one that felt the most even. It wasn't like a super early kill to Wolf Empire.
But even then, you know, the shots are just not connecting for LCK at the moment. Like, the push coming in through from A main, no kill coming through there. Takes Flex a long time to find the players on the stairs. That's even a situation where you might expect someone to double down, and he's not able to do that. So it's not as if LCK are in bad spots. It's just, again,
I think they're being let down by raw mechanics rather than anything else. Because like Raffin should be getting at least one there on that stairs push. Flex and Dezane absolutely also should be getting at least one as well, but we're not, right? I think it's these awkward positions where it asks just so much of them to get, you know, these double kills and they can't. Another really great opener though, right? Coming through. You know, Spoxy going to get that first to kickstart things. Luca's getting caught nice and early. Luca's actually been pretty important so far. So for them, that's an important kill to drop. But there's still, of course, the big name players alive. That are Shady, that are Rambo, that are Ice Cube as well. All of which we highlighted in the pre-show, and all of which have had their moments so far in this game. But Spoxy going to double it down. It's Rambo who does get caught. This is important. Spoxy doing God's work.
This is so far one of the better looking rounds from LCK. 2-player advantage. This is one that you cannot afford to let slip, right? If this goes the way of Wolf Empire, then I'm calling curtains on map 1. Dezane close by, waiting to receive this push. I mean, you do have the Danger Man, Shady and Ice Cube both still alive right here, so it's not going to be impossible, and a bit of an awkward timing. Shady and Dole are both going down. Now the X Factor is going to be Lionclaw, but he's given away his position as well, and this is just, look, this is not LCK at their best. No. I think we can easily say that. LCK usually a much better team than this, but something has rattled them, and it's getting to them. This is going to be a 6-1 lead.
Yeah, and an awkward thing there, right? We're in a 5v3 situation. It goes to 3-3-all, right? Which is bad in itself. And it ends up being near flawless at the tail end. But when it goes from 5-3 to 3-all in terms of players, not a single point of damage is dealt towards anybody on Wolf Empire. So they get those 2 kills for free. No damage, no response. And it's like they're just caught completely pants around their ankles.
Yeah.
Really, really uncomfortable to watch. And I think you're spot on. This is just not LCK at their best. And this is where Wolf Empire, the veterans are really stepping up. Their big name players are not really being affected by the stage at all. And they're playing with sheer confidence. And speaking of it, Ice Cube, that is a brilliant way to start things off. Good night, Flex.
Yeah, Wolf Empire saying anything you can do, we can do better. They've gone for the double sniper setup, Ice Cube and Rambo. And it's worked out. Get a timeout from LCK after this round, but I want to say that's a little bit too late for the half. Like,
it does feel like
you lose this round, you're down 7-1. Best case scenario, you're going to go 7-2.
Yeah. Oh, gun barrel spot, pretty sure, but will it make a difference? It will. Zane does catch Shady. At least that's an important kill to take. But Lucas will just reclaim that position pretty easily, and it's a pretty strong one to hold too.
A little bit of a timing potentially on offer for Lucas if he decides to push his way in through middle. He's got a nice advanced position. LCK aren't really the type of team to hunt too hard for information, but you've got Spoxy having a little bit of a look through the connector, and that might work out. Wolf Empire do want to cross through mid.
Spoxy, his timing could be his best friend or his worst enemy. Will get his, that's great. At the very least, Rambo will fall. Numbers are good, but only for a brief moment. Ice Cube will answer back. Under a minute now, we're starting to make a little bit of a move, and we actually can split both ways. However, we head towards B. It could be Lionclaw under a lot of pressure. Flashbang, going to try and bank off the wall. We'll get his. That's good from Lionclaw. Looks for 2, and he dips back away. Ice Cube answers back. And this guy is still cooking.
No.
Ice Cube with the pistol. Going to find yet another. Oh my, it's Dezane left with it all to do. And he's barely alive. 1 foot in the grave with a quarter of his HP left. Good luck, my friend.
Don't know that he's going to be expecting Ice Cube still in the GR spawn as well once that plank goes down on A. This is going to be a really tough retake for him. Doesn't have a lot of HP to play with. Nade might be able to do some chip damage, but it's not going to be enough to break open the 2v1 into a 1v1. So Dezane's going to take it slow. But he's going to have to speed up at some point here. C4 down early, and so is Dezane, and so is another round for LCK. It's unfortunately at this point barely worth getting excited about these rounds for Wolf Empire, because this is just looking like a completely one-sided game.
It is. It's looking, it's feeling, and I think for LCK, there's definitely even a world in which we can start talking about them actually being maybe even slightly mentally checked out as well. And I think maybe for the likes of Flex, for example, he sort of realizes the boys aren't exactly locked in. We're not converting rounds that we should be converting, and maybe, just maybe, we need to now say, okay, you know, we've got 1 minute 30 on this pause. We need to have a really strong conversation, say what is actually going on, because right now it's absolutely not good. This is a side who are seemingly sort of falling apart at the seams, and things is getting, they're getting pretty dire, right? I don't think there's any question marks about this. Wolf Empire, in all fairness, they don't really have to talk about all too much. Everything that they want to do is happening. They're winning rounds. They've got a really sizable lead as well, and you can just see there as well, there wasn't really too much conversation. They're chilling. I think the only thing that you can even be worried about if you're Wolf Empire when you're on a red hot form like they are is actually kind of slightly being iced out, right? It happens occasionally. So all in all, I don't think they really have all too much to talk about. LCK, you can see they were getting extremely vocal at the start there, and you understandably why.
I mean, I will say I've seen this kind of thing before from Vietnamese rosters. looking at Cara House, looking at ranking last year at the CFS Grand Finals, at the Summer Championship as well. Both teams were there. Ice Cube in particular is someone that can have these massive halves, massive games, and you go into the next one going, man, he's having a great tournament, he's probably going to be able to do something here, and then just goes a little bit missing. So I will remind you, it's a best of 3, but certainly first map's not really looking particularly impressive from LCK thus far.
No, that's true. Things have got to change, and they've got to change basically now. We're actually already slightly running out of time, if we're being completely honest. So things have got to start to make a move. If they don't, I think we're going to be in a hell of a lot of trouble. Yeah. But all in all, I am liking what I'm seeing from Wolf Empire. It's making my predictions seem a lot more better than I expected. I thought this had the potential of going maybe, I still thought it'd be a 2-0, but maybe 3 maps or a close map in that. But the fact that we're on track for what is going to be a one-sided game is not a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you look at this from the perspective of Wolf Empire, moving into Port, starting on GR side, Ice Cube having a great time. That's a very scary sniper setup on Port, and we know how important that can be on the A side. So, and
we also haven't really actually, they've done it once so far with that double sniper setup with Rambo. That's something that made them super scary domestically. I'm waiting to see that on a bit more of a consistent basis. Maybe we might just see Wolf Empire find another level. I think that, at least for now, for Wolf Empire, they don't need to find another level. They're playing they're kind of coasting in a way, and it's working, right? And until they really have to dig deep or rely off things that just aren't pure instincts and pure mechanics, that's when maybe things will change. But I think for now, LCK, some pretty forlorn faces there. They don't exactly look all too happy.
No, I'd be looking at this map and almost feeling as though it's a go next angle.
Yeah.
There's just been so many rounds that have gone begging here on Ankara. It's going to be pretty much impossible to bring this one back from a 7-1 scoreline. Question whether or not it's even really worth the effort, or if you just want to reset, go into Port and say, well, we have to reverse sweep this one.
Well, good start for Shady. Instant trade going to come through as Dezane will catch him. At the very least, a little bit of proactivity in the early part here. Spoxy just trying to get proactive himself and gets mighty close, but it's not enough.
Yeah, that might put pause to some of the faster play that Wolf Empire have been putting in here. Smoke down. Aware that LCK have been a little bit aggressive around the map, so they'll be taking their time. That said, it is only Dezane that's pushed forward outside of B. So with 4 players pushing their way in here, you'd expect at least a 1-for-1 trade from Wolf Empire. Dezane, he's got 1 but not 2. And that's fine as far as Wolf Empire is concerned.
Honestly, 1-for-1 there is not bad at all. I think for Wolf Empire, they'll feel absolutely fine in the sense that we still got a decent amount of map control. We still are the ones setting the tone and the tempo of this game. So I don't think they're feeling all too worried at the moment. But still, a bit of a move going to be made momentarily. And Spoxy going to have to try once again, step up in a big way. He's had a couple of moments where he has, but he's still, at least by his standards, being a little bit quiet. But that's going to be the case for everybody in LCK.
B-side take. Well, Rambo sort of left to his own devices in middle. Don't mind this setup from Wolf Empire. Spoxy's going to have to hit his shots, and
yikes.
It's just well covered off by Ice Cube. This is a phenomenal half. 15-3, and Rambo's on the flank. Raffin's a dead man. There's just no way about it. Flex on his way over, but there's nothing he can do, and this is going to be an 8-1 half.
Kind of crazy. 8-1. There's just only one side in this. LCK just cannot get active. They added to a pause of 2 minutes or so to converse, and it still made absolutely no difference. Ice Cube will close things in this half, and my oh my, what a performance coming through from Wolf Empire. They looked great all the way throughout. The only team really competing in this.
Yep.
And it has to be said, a real worry for us now. We're looking and saying, how, in any way, are we going to get LCK active? Ace going towards the BL side, they might feel a little bit more confident here, but I don't know. It feels like this one's done already.
Honestly, it's a pretty disappointing first game of the Summer Championship.
Yeah.
Would have been hoping for something a little better than this, but guess that's on LCK. They'll have to step up. See if that's going to be a possibility or not. Second half would have to be phenomenal from them to even be part of the conversation, but I think we can wrap this one up. Signed, sealed, and delivered. Wolf Empire. Think about map 2 at this point.
Feels like it. It really does. Especially when you've got players like Ice Cube playing the way he is, right? Absolutely ridiculous game out from him. Top shot. Not quite convert. Looking to see. The Ice Cube once again step up to the plate here. He's so happy to fight. 165 ADR he's wielding at the moment. Just statistically ridiculous. 16 to his name. And he's holding. He'll be tested in a moment. They are all grouped up here. They barrel through. They can maybe go 1 for 1. It might give them space to plant.
He's got a nice angle to fall off from it. In fact, he actually will fall off of it as it is. He's worried about the push coming into B through from mid. Shady will see Flex floating around in the GR spawn. It's not a bad push so far from LCK. Wolf Empire are more than happy to give up this B side and play for the retake, and that's why, because they're just banking on Ice Cube getting one, falling off the line, and now you can say, okay, well, we've got a 4v5 retake. We've been kind of dominating them. I think we'll back ourselves.
Yeah, I think you're right. C4 goes down. I think there was a slight miscom there. I'm pretty sure it was a double smoke thrown to block off Ice Cubes. That makes me feel like the comms are a little cluttered over towards LCK, which is never good. Lucas going to get caught by the Zane. At the very least, that's important now. Numbers leveled once again. Flex is tagged, sure, but maybe a workable spot. Ice Cubes fully rotated over. Rambo. Oh, he will get his kill, but that should have been converted by the Zane. Spoxy for 2. He'll also still be under pressure as he gets caught by Shady. And maybe, just maybe, we're on. Swinging a fine. Lion Claw will close it. And LCK started well in towards half number 1. They start well in half number 2.
Yeah, but I mean, is that going to be the only 2 rounds they get for the
True.
map? The first round of each half. You'd hope not. Run it back. So the single sniper set up on the blacklist side here for LCK. Flex not too keen on it just yet, and Rambo is living up to his name and living up to expectations. But they haven't checked the box, and so Flex will be able to get away with one. Rambo, luckily, able to duck back into the vent. I'm amazed that he's gotten out of there alive.
He's given a real luxury of getting away. He never should have been given that space. At least they should have been trying to hunt him down. They already got the first, so he knows that he has no one else really to trade him out. Rambo will be given that luxury.
He's got to play a little bit more aggressively on this A site as a result.
Only one there, right? So he sort of has to in a sense.
Yeah. C4 has been left over toward A as well. Might somewhat signal the intention of LCK to come back in that direction, but instead, Flex is going to collect it and probably join forces with the rest of the lads towards B.
All goes, and this is slightly just kind of eerily quiet, but we're still waiting for something to arise. But the numbers in their advantage. LCK, they're in no rush. They know they don't want to, as we saw many a time at the start of this match, where they had the numbers advantage and they let their round slip. They just can't afford to do that once again. We've seen a little bit of a gamble stack here from Wolf Empire, and they're actually going to predict this right. 3 over towards B. And that sort of feels like where this C4 wants to head. Unless they go for a late wrap via mid, I don't think that's going to be the case. Shady, spotted backside. He might be in a bit of trouble as well. Does have a slight bit of support. He's trying to catch them on that rotation in. Shady's in trouble. Gets 1, gets 2. Surely not for the 3rd as well. He's dancing around those back boxes. Trades are good. Adola, Ice Cube, they're all finding bits of their own, but it leaves Ice Cube all alone. Gets 1 more. Surely not. Ice Cube thrust into a clutch which he can't convert. And thank God Spoxy sees it off, but that was once again way too close.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of looking a bit more positive for LCK, but it is still coming down to these 1v1s. So can't really be writing our checks just yet. It's only the couple of rounds. 19-5 for Ice Cube is just insane.
Yeah. He's really having a whale of a time.
Changing things up here for LCK. They're going to go toward the A site this time around and quickly through that smoke as well. I don't think Wolf Empire have recognized that. I don't think they're prepared at all. They're stuck with nades in hand. LCK get away with a bit of a freebie.
That's a great tempo change. Really great. I mean, you could just tell. They had no idea. And this, I guess, you know, we spoke about this a little bit where we know LCK to be a little bit of a slower side and they really like to kind of pace themselves around. And that time, just going a little bit more raw, going off instincts alone, it works wonderfully. The post-spawn is beautiful too. And it's flawless. That is the LCK we know and love.
Yeah. Man, it begs the question what this map could have looked like had they started off on Blacklist side. Gonna have a tech pause. Tech timeout. Is it a tech pause or is it a timeout? It did say tech pause for a sec there.
Yeah, something tells me it might be timeout. I see a timer on towards the stage down there.
Oh, it is a timeout, yeah.
Yeah, a bit of a conversation being had by Wolf Empire and such. And well, now let's see. Wolf Empire feeling a little bit of that pressure. Understandably so as well. It's been a game in which has, at times, had its moments for them, but maybe a little bit letting things slip. They do need to be a little careful. You don't want to allow LCK to spiral positively. Things will become very awkward if that is the case. Yeah, out here in Hanoi, Vietnam, to start things off, of course.
Yep.
The best thing you want, a win under your belt, the confidence to say, all right, we're here to play.
Yeah, especially as a Vietnamese team, right? Like get a win in the home territory.
With the whole setup out here, though. The stage, as you guys will see, is beautiful. We've got a little drone as well flying near us. Pretty damn sick.
Yeah.
But the pilot, I'm watching from his camera. It's actually kind of awesome.
Yeah, is he getting footage for a post video or is he getting footage? This is the shot. This is the shot.
Oh,
this is the drone shot.
Yeah.
That's the drone shot.
That is sick. We are seeing this. I'm seeing this currently, or we're both seeing this currently from his little monitor. Yeah. Pretty sick. Yeah, big conversation that needs to be had there for Wolf Empire. These last couple of rounds, I think they've just been caught napping a bit. And you see this, right? When you're at such a wealth of a lead, and you're winning rounds so easily in that first half, you can just get a little bit too comfortable, a little bit too overconfident, just say, we'll see this off. Let's think about map 2. And the classic saying of kind of don't catch, what was it? Don't count your chickens.
Don't count your chickens before they hatch.
Whatever, yeah, right? So I think this is just the classic sort of saying here where they just need to make sure, don't lay off the gas too early. See it over the line. Don't make too many mistakes. Only a bit of nade damage. Flex take a small amount but nothing too damning. Of course, that quick round is going to keep Wolf Empire on edge a little bit more. And they know that's something that LCK can bring up to the table.
Yeah. Look, as long as this doesn't go to 9 for Wolf Empire, I think LCK can still consider themselves in with a chance.
Yeah.
This one looks a bit rough, though. A couple of players here to defend with, and the util over the top from Wolf Empire forces LCK back. Wise call, in my opinion, to not challenge that in the end. I think they just had that spider sense tingling a little bit. There might have been a little bit too much around the corner, and they'll be proven correct.
So, all goes eerily quiet. As once again, LCK now trying to say, right, plan A, out of spawn, with a quick pop looking in the region kind of mid to B, doesn't work. So now what's plan B looking like of how are we going to try and make an XE work in our favour? Spoxy, just going to be juggle peeking, still not spotting out all too much for now. All flashes, but that bomb is still in the direction of that B side. You just wonder whether they actually want to finish there. Ice Cube, I want to try and get a little proactive here, and he might actually be able to catch a fight in a second. He's got the right idea.
There we go. Ice Cube run down straight away. It's on to Dola now to try to defend alongside Shady, and they're doing a good job of it. Where's the trades from LCK? It's come through from Flex, but maybe a little too late. He's got multiple angles to be aware of, and Wolf Empire will find their important 9th round, securing at least the overtime.
Yikes, yeah, that's unfortunate. Just when it felt like maybe a chance for LCK, and they were starting to climb back into this game, they're now on the brink of losing it 10-4. Definitely not what they would want to kickstart this series at a really tough spot like that. We'll see though. I'm not going to completely count them out just yet. We know they've had their moments. We know they've at least looked a little better towards the second half. So might be able to make a bit more of a run and say face a bit. And that's a good way to start things off. Flex for a double. The IGL leading by example.
Yeah, Flex is looking pretty threatening. He's been doing a lot of work with the sniper as well.
Yeah.
I mean, this round's not over just yet. Lucas, though, hunting for information, hunting for a refrag. Won't get it. So we're back down to a 2v5, and that feels a little bit impossible, really, for Wolf Empire. Numbers will just be a bit too much for you.
However, anyone will do it. If Icecube's given the opportunity of isolating a couple of kills, that's a maybe opportunity might arise. He just looks the wrong way. It's unfortunate. Starts holding the wrong position. Can't catch them on the cross. Can't catch them in rotation. Might be able to hear something. I think now he can, especially as that C4 goes down. But unfortunately, nothing he can do to make a difference, and a missed shot will give away his position like a warning beacon saying where he is. Gets the first, which is the second. Pistol pulled out as well as the Colt tries to deliver, but it can't. So like we said, numbers just too much for Ice Cube at that tail end. And it will be LCK staying afloat.
Still not enough to get me excited.
No, I'm with
yet.
you. I want to be, but it just feels so unlikely.
4 rounds in a row. They've definitely been looking better in this second half, there's no doubt about that, but this is a great setup. Oh, Empire spotting out one though, and Dola only goes 1 for 1. So LCK get on the board again into round number 15. But they've got to be sure that they don't let that same thing happen to them, what was happening in the first half, where they would get an advantage and sort of let that just slip through their fingers by pure virtue of the individual talent of the Wolf Empire players. Flakes goes 1 for 1. Ice Cube's position known. Linecore will take him down, but Lucas with the spray will finish it off. 10-5 for Wolf Empire on map 1.
Oh, what a beautiful way to end it as well. Brilliant stuff. A little double to close it. Sumptuous crossfire being played on that tail end. And Wolf Empire looked great all the way throughout. Such a good showing coming out from those guys. And you can see as well, even the domestic cast, they were pretty hyped at the end there. But for LCK, some forlorn faces, and you can understand why. They just did not play the way that they should.
Yeah, well, as you can see, Wolf Empire, the team to come away with the victory, and it was a pretty decisive win in the end. Look, 10-5, that's always a pretty clean, that's always a pretty decent result.
Yeah.
It could have even actually ended up being a little bit clean, like a couple of spotty rounds in there in the second half from Wolf Empire, but by and large looking like the far superior team in that matchup. And look, one map down, obviously knowing that they're going into port, I think they'll be feeling pretty confident off the back of that one.
Agreed.
Especially with Ice Cube's heroics, you know, your sniper doing well, you're going into port, you're going to be feeling good.
Yeah, exactly. I don't really think there's all too many weaknesses, basically at all, over towards Wolf Empire. They just look great all the way throughout. I mean, even when they were kind of backs up against the wall, numbers disadvantage, things aren't really looking all too great, they still made it work. And I think the main thing for me is they have so many different facets of where firepower or success can come from. It makes you so difficult to play against, and that's the unfortunate thing for LCK. Nobody really consistently steps up. Yes, Flex had his moments, Spock had a couple of moments too, Zane or so maybe, but it was not on a consistent basis. And because you have these flash in the pan instances, they're not replicable. No consistency means no success. It's as simple as that. So heading into map number 2, things really need to change for LCK, and I think, at least from what we saw there mentally, they looked quite checked out.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard not to be when you go down something like 9-1 or 8-1 or whatever it was at that point. I gotta say I'm a little bit disappointed there for LCK, the way things sort of played out there. I thought the first sort of 4-5 rounds of that map, it looked like they were maybe, like, debatably almost the better team in terms of just getting themselves into good positions, but
yeah,
they would let them slip, they'd throw them away. And you think about how different this map could have been had it even been, you know, maybe like a 6-3 deficit in the first half instead of what it ended up being. LCK were coming back in the second half. It kind of felt like they did find their feet, but I don't know, maybe a bit of stage fright, maybe early game nerves, maybe just getting off to a poor start. Whatever the case, can't really be able to you know, afford that at an event like this. So we'll take a look at the highlights here and show you guys how things actually did play out. But yeah, very disappointing in the end for LCK.
Yeah, and you'll see as well with these highlights, they're very quick, right? I think it's simple as that, right? You know, all the way throughout, you know, a really, really good showing came through from kind of the Wolf Empire side that didn't really pull too many punches. I think the only real question mark we could talk about was maybe a little bit towards the start of that second half where things looked more worrying than they should have been. I think they gave opportunities for LCK to kind of come back in towards this game, but fundamentally they were able to showcase just how good Wolf Empire are. Still, now this is, you know, if we include the domestic season into now, it's 35 maps in a row, or 35 series in a row that they're looking to try and set up, and I think now, you know, they really have the potential to take this 2-0, right? I just think with how well they played like that, if they can bring that towards map number 2, and a map in which they also like domestically as well, I really don't think they're going to have too many issues.
Yeah, I mean, I think I still have to sort of lean towards LCK. I predicted LCK, obviously, so I hope they're going to be able to make the comeback onto Port and Black Widow. Port gives me some hope. I know they're a very good port team. They've got the double sniper set up. It's a map that sort of leans in that direction anyway. Black Widow definitely has me a bit more concerned. But yeah, I mean, this is exactly what you would have wanted to see if you're a Vietnamese fan. Obviously, coming out the gate strong for Wolf Empire. We talked about that storyline, how they come into this event as pretty much the team from this region ever, if that makes sense. So if anyone's going to do it and make it through to maybe a playoffs of this event, it would be this roster, this Wolf Empire.
It's true.
And they've got a pretty tough group to do it in, I guess. But this is the first step on a bit of a stairway that starts to look a little bit less menacing, less difficult, I suppose, for Wolf Empire as they go step by step, and hopefully they're going to make it pretty clean here on port.
Yeah, no, exactly that. I mean, we're looking in towards this, and the scoreboard at the tail end. I mean, a couple of different people who really did step up, but Ice Cube in particular, 2.44 KD from this guy, absolutely bonkers. Shady also had his moments too, same with Lucas, but in general, it did actually feel like a little bit of a one-man show. Over to the side, only Flex, who went neutral, right? And that's it, right? I mean, fair play to Flex at an individual level, but aside from that, it was pretty concerning. We just didn't see enough. Simple as that from LCK, and a side who, throughout the regular season over in EU West, they looked really decent at times, but unfortunately, we just never really got to see any of that.
Yeah. If I had to make a guess as to who might take the MVP out of this one, probably going to be going for Ice Cube.
Yeah.
But yeah, the numbers for LCK, I think, really tell the story, right? Like, Flex going 1-1, I mean, that's fine, but Dezane, Lionclaw, missing out. Those are the two riflers you'd be looking to. And for Spoxy, again, it wasn't bad necessarily. We saw some good moments from him, but wasn't like the Spoxy that you see in the CFWL, right?
Yeah.
And that's where things need to sort of be picked up a little bit by LCK. I think they've got to back themselves a little bit more, right? It seemed like they were playing a little bit scared in some cases, and have a bit of a chat now. They are still sitting down on the stage, so I don't know if maybe they get a bit of a break here, or if we just go straight into map 2.
Who knows?
But yeah, they need to have a bit of a chat and sort of say to each other, like, we're not really playing our game in the sense that we're not backing ourselves, we're not feeling confident, we're not playing confidently, and we know, obviously, having covered attack FPSs for a very long time, that confident play 9 times out of 10 is, even if it's the wrong play, going to go better than play where you're just sort of passive. You're like, oh, I'm really scared. I don't really want to take the peek. I don't really want to do this, and then you just get swung and you're dead.
It's true. It's very, very, very true. We're now looking in towards this port, and I think for me, at least, Wolf Empire's game plan seems very, very strong. I think that they have a really good read in terms of how LCK like to play. And if their prep's done well, I think they can probably come in towards this map and really showcase what they've got. The only, I guess, caveat around this is maybe just the fact that they don't really play this map as much. It's definitely not one of their more played maps. We look towards Anchor, Black Widow, and Sub-Base being sort of their most played maps. They're least played. They kind of play everything, but least played is generally Eagle Eye. So Port is just sort of this middle of the pack. They play it a little bit, or sometimes if it's picked in against them. But the one caveat is they have a really decent success rate at the very least, right? It's a map in which they're happy if it's picked in against them. So maybe there's this sort of silver lining here where yes, is the pick of LCK. It's a very good one for LCK, but I think probably was for Wolf Empire, they're like, people pick it against us all the time domestically and they don't do anything, right? So why should we be worried here after kind of just dominating map number 1? So that's probably the mental. I think that they continue to be confident. We do look towards people like Shady, for example, veteran, IGL, leader in this team, and as a captain to really say, right, fellas, that was great work. We look great all the way throughout. We didn't really have all too many issues. Don't change the game at all. The plan is there. It's working. There's a couple of issues that we had in the first maybe 5-6 rounds where they would lose fights early and they would have to go in towards clutches, but then after that, I think once they really found their footing in the early rounds, they were fine. The mid to late rounds, their best part. That's where Wolf Empire do all their best work.
For sure.
If they can just clean up a little bit of that early round, they're unstoppable here in this game.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, it's a good conversation point to be sort of bringing into Port, and yeah, I'm feeling a bit nervous about my prediction. Let's just put it out there. Why wouldn't you be after that bit of a dropping that LCK faced on map 1?
Yeah.
I don't know. I kind of agree with what you're saying in that for LCK, you've got to change a lot up. You've got to be having a bit of a chat in this break. Whereas for Wolf Empire, the shoe's on the other foot, where they just say, okay, we'll just keep playing the way that we're doing. And I think they're starting on the GR side of this map as well, which is going to be a pretty phenomenal side to start on. So it's one of the more GR-sided maps in the pool. All signs pointing towards a Wolf Empire victory right here. 2-0 start in Vietnam.
Not about
is that the fairy tale storyline, maybe? Not for us, obviously, from the West League, but just in general, I think, for the story of the event.
Yeah, I guess for them, it's like, right, domestically, the dream teams come together, and we finally kind of played the way that we should. I think for them, that's exactly what they want to do, right? Come in, set the tone nice and early. You know, you say against one of the sides that, at least for Wolf Empire, feels beatable. There's a couple of very decent teams, also a couple of weaker teams than LCK in this group, I would say. You know, we already kind of spoke about it, that maybe you can make arguments about Pacific Macta being beatable for LCK, right? But then you got the other side where you got teams like, for example, Imperial, very, very good Brazilian side, who at one point were the best. Last couple of seasons haven't been, because obviously we've just seen how good Vasco have looked, but they'll always be a scary side. And at one point, Brazil were the region. And then we got, of course, the big boys. We've got BaiSha, right, who, if we're going to be completely honest, Wolf Empire, I'm sorry, it feels like you're going to have absolutely no chance there. We are live in towards map number 2. The rest for the Wicked here as we're heading towards Port. A very good map for LCK domestically.
Yeah.
But will it make a difference here, Jordan? I don't know.
Well, GR start for Wolf Empire, and a kill like that one from Dollar to start things off, I think really sets the tempo. It's a nice trade, though, from Flex in towards the mid connector as well. Wolf Empire are not shying away from the fights. Ice Cube the same. Doesn't actually land his... This is a bit messy, actually, on both sides. It's fights all over the place, and Shady's... Yeah, I mean, again, okay, so this is what I'm talking about a little bit with Wolf Empire. They are definitely a team that, you know, they don't have no chill, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They like to just take the fights here and there, and if it means peeking into a 1v3, I'll peek into a 1v3, and LCK are already on the board by the looks of things, unless Rambo does something a bit silly.
All right, so all goes a little bit quiet. Off the back of that initial really early scrappy fight, the same all close things. Yeah, Wolf Empire didn't need to fight there. They didn't need to overextend, and they did, and it cost them. LCK, like we said, they're a side who are more than happy to sort of soak up this pressure, more than happy to kind of take a lot of these fights in kind of the early part of the game, and then sort of punish you off overextension. That's exactly what happens to Wolf Empire there. So, yeah, slightly misplayed, it has to be said, and yeah, they didn't want to give that one away, and they do. So, Orky one, to say the least. When we had the grand finals of the Vietnamese Domestic League, of course, ranking played against Wolf Empire, and this was the ban coming through, in all fairness. This was one of the few maps banned out early, so it is one that we know, at least for Wolf Empire, that they do at times say, I don't really feel like playing.
Yep. Well, better start to this round for Wolf Empire. Although I guess in saying that, Dollar did get the opening frag of the previous round, but it was pretty quickly traded back by LCK. This time it is a bona fide 5-on-4.
Yeah.
3 players set up on the B side of the map for Wolf Empire, and that is where LCK are headed. They're stuck behind a smoke outside a warehouse at the moment, but plenty of time to play with. Over a minute and a half still. Lion Claw going to start to explore in mid as well.
All right. What's the play here, fellas? We're going to start to make a move. Got a triple setup towards back B. The A-side setup is pretty standard in all fairness. First contact's going to be Shady. Lucas drops a nade over, but actually doesn't really do all too much. It's Rambo for the first. Nade to slow them down, pushing out, and they get spammed down through that wood. That'll force them away. No better way to deter somebody from a site than just bullets getting spammed down onto their position. Yeah, and they don't want to fight this at all. They're dipping away.
Yeah, they've got the M-Force as well. You can tell that they, you know, they have that in mind from the outset, right? This weapon choice influencing how they're playing the round. Dola waiting in mid. Some nice crossfire here. Should be able to swing for at least one trade. Gets that. Maffin will take him down, but numbers are there. And Wolf Empire make it look easy for the second round. And similar story to first map, where first round will go the way of LCK, but second pretty decisively to Wolf Empire.
Yeah, nice work. Just really set that tone nice and early for Wolf Empire. Same thing, you know, the hiccups and the mistakes maybe of that early round kind of very quickly put right back in the face of LCK. And this is the awkward thing. LCK need to make sure that doesn't happen again. They lost control of that first half, and it basically lost them the map in itself. It was a more or less unrecoverable first half. So will that be the case? Lion Claw. Spoxy going to try and combine for a little bit of early presence. It might be a temptation to fight. Ice Cube, backside A, just waiting for them to push in towards him, and I don't know if he's going to be giving it all too much.
Spoxy wants it, but I'd say you're right. No peak to come from Wolf Empire just yet. Bit of a patient round, actually, all things considered, as far as Wolf Empire are concerned. But no need to get too far ahead of themselves just yet. They know they're on the GR side. They know this is a GR-sided map. Play to their win conditions.
It's true. Very, very kind of slow and maybe ever slightly tense about the gates here from LCK. Don't want to go in towards that stack that they did last round, which cost them that space. They are once again going to head towards that same site, towards B. Making a little bit of a move. We'll get the support as well as Flex. Also the wrap in too. He's holding for mid-rotations. And he might be given a chance. Lucas doing the more of the same himself, though. You got a couple angles up on high, so you avoid the spam for the start there. It comes that Yuto going to barrel in. Flex trying to try and slow them down on that rotate, but they have got the site itself, which is pretty good. It's now about winning out their fights. First, good for Rambo. Quick shot by the sniper, looks for more. And this could be a little messy. Flex and Lion Claw combining, and they do it once more. That's a brilliant hold.
Yeah, massive spam through the smoke, but Shady, he's not messing around. This guy's not afraid of anything. Only gets the one. Tried to go for a timing. Now it's on to Ice Cube, who his position seems to be pretty well known by LCK. Nate headed in his direction. That said, Ice Cube's the type of guy to win a round like this, and that's a sharp shot straight away. Well traded in the end. And LCK have another. Bearing in mind as well, they're on the blacklist side. These rounds are worth their weight in gold.
Yeah. The back and forth, and a 2-1. At least for LCK, they remain confident. Doing better than they did in that previous half already. That's all you can really ask of them. The question now is for Wolf Empire, how do they respond? I mean, that time, little passive, doesn't really work out for them, and they just barrel in towards the site as a group, LCK, and it works. That numbers advantage was brilliant. Raffin already crossed underneath. Yeah, not spotted out by Ice Cube. Seconds out of asking, he will get a shot, but he gets traded out by Lion Claw. Awkward thing there where Ice Cube doesn't spot him, so he just cost his teammates life.
Well, they are able to cross to the... Oh, never mind. Never mind. Tried to cross to the side. Rambo's still fighting. Shady as well. LCK got to lock this one in. You don't get many opportunities against a Wolf Empire roster like this one, and they are starting to dwindle. Already a shot in from Rambo. Surprised that LCK haven't just decisively taken the site, but finally now Spoxy's pushed his way up, and Rambo is going to wait patiently behind the boxes to see if he can catch Dezane in transition, but he was spotted out. It's another one for LCK. Much better looking stuff from them on their own map pick.
Yeah, they look a lot more confident. I just feel like they're a side who have a little bit more to offer at the moment, especially in comparison to what we saw for the most part in towards map number 1. It was pretty worrying, not exactly anything that gave us a lot of confidence heading in towards the second map. This feels generally quite considerably better. Oh, hello, Rambo. We'll actually let them cross here. Second time of asking. He double dips back in. Spoxy and Raffin get a killer piece.
Yeah, Shady's going to have to hold on to the B side on his own. It's going to take a big spray down, but he's got 2 already. Done about as much as he could. Dola in rotation. Gets one on the way through. The pause has been called, presumably by Wolf Empire. Starting to get a bit concerned about this GR side, but Ice Cube and Dola could still clutch this round out, bring it back to a bit more of a manageable situation.
Yeah, maybe. Ice Cube does love a clutch situation. First kill will go his way. In fact, and he actually gets both. Ice Cube for a double at that tail end. Has to support a Rambo as well. That is wonderful stuff coming forward. And we saw if anybody's going to make a difference, it will be Ice Cube. An incredible first map out from him, and he's looking to try and do once again the same. It will be that timeout called coming through. We see a real conversation to be had here, and it does. We do need to see Wolf Empire kind of reclaim the control they had until map number 1, but that round there, that is one of those that you can work upon and say, right, that's replicable. We just need to make sure, again, the only issue that we've had with Wolf Empire is the early round.
Yes.
The mid round, the late round, really, really good. The early round has just been the only thing that is ever so slightly unforgiving at times.
Here comes the drone shot again.
Yeah, we love it.
Just to prove the point that we actually do know what we're talking about.
Yeah.
We'll call it before it happens on the screen. There you go.
Yeah.
Drones out, boys.
Do you reckon we could tell the drone to come show us?
Turn around.
Yeah. Give us a 180. I don't know. I don't actually think he can hear us.
I'm sure he can.
Maybe.
I don't know if he's listening.
Yeah, true.
I don't know if he speaks English.
Production, tell drone guy to come say hello to us. Do a little flyby. I mean, we've actually got a really cool setup because we've got 4 simultaneous casts going on at once, and they're all in all 4 corners of the room. So it's pretty awesome. You're going to get different views, but the drone shots are coming generally from the side of the English broadcast.
Yep.
But yeah, it's pretty sick. Of course, we've got simultaneous casts happening all over the place. We've got a desk as well, an analyst desk over the corner behind us.
Yeah, Vietnam has the analyst desk.
Yeah.
And there's the Chinese broadcast, English broadcast, and the Vietnamese broadcast.
Yes,
here.
yeah. So casters over there, and then analysts are opposite sides to each other. It's pretty sick though, for the Vietnamese side of things.
The Portuguese broadcast going on as well, somewhere in the world.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Watch parties are very popular in Brazil. Obviously, even from like Counter-Strike, for example, Gaules, he's like one of the, not even just like in terms of esports, it just in Brazil is such a celebrity.
Right.
I remember at a CS event not too long ago, he was getting sort of outshone. He was outshining people like Neymar. Like, ridiculous how popular he is.
That's crazy. Well, Lucas does get the 1-for-1, but I'm surprised that Wolf Empire don't even decide to take the fight. Instead, they dump a bit of util and try to back off. They might have had the chance there. 4 players on this side of the map for Wolf Empire, but LCK have swiftly dealt with it, and it's just Dola left. He'll go down to Spoxy as well. This is a really not impressive round at all for Wolf Empire.
Yeah.
That's a big one from LCK. Yeah, reason I think that they should have maybe swung there is you're not expecting 4 players to fight for long there. First 2 go down, you go, okay, as LCK, we've sort of taken the space, and you start to move, and then 2 more guys swing you. Might have been a nice little surprise.
Yeah.
But Wolf Empire opting to back away instead, I think could have been their undoing.
Sitting back just lets them isolate you.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what happens. They just get picked off one by one. The trades were very inadequate coming through from Wolf Empire.
Yep.
The tough stuff.
Like, if you're going to stack 4 players on that side of the site and
Use
fight,
them,
you may as well fight, you know, instead of sort of half baking it a little bit. Flex. Way lucky to be alive.
He gets out, but he sticks around a little bit just in case he was being hunted. He isn't, but at least he's got that information to work with.
Bit of a renaissance game from Dezane, though. He's running back.
Yeah.
10-2. Looking a lot better here on map 2. So whatever LCK was able to say to one another in that break, it definitely has worked.
He struggled a little bit, didn't he, as well, right? Early part of that map number 1, getting caught off a lot by Vents. They kind of rotated him over towards the B side and didn't really get any better. I think he was struggling a little bit, but looks a lot better here. Early damage he dealt towards both Shady and Flex. Both the RGLs taking the brunt of it, but no one killed so far.
Slower progress this time around from LCK. And the B site, I would say, is where they did struggle a little more so.
True.
Of the 2 sides. So, again, the 2-player stack behind the boxes may yet be their undoing.
One is playing full contact. That's Lucas, and Rambo's there. There's a bit of a supporting element. Oh my, Dezane. That is a beautiful little swing on towards the site, and it works perfectly. And they're just completely caught off guard.
Dezane can do no wrong, apparently.
Man, what is going wrong with Wolf Empire? Everything, apparently, but they're on track to really losing out this half, quite notably.
Someone's got to step up. Someone's got to do something special. Going to be Ice Cube making his way through the smoke. No chance, surely. Starting to get vocal now as well.
Good.
Yeah,
I don't know if they want to hear them, if I'm being completely honest.
No way.
It's pretty loud in here, but at the very least, it's good for their own internal confidence, right?
It's loud and the stage is quite big.
Yeah, there's a pretty serious gap between them. Like, even 20/20 vision, I think you're struggling to see the expressions on the other side. So, we're going quick. Once again, Rambo, what have you got for us, my friend? Nothing. Spoxy holds and finds. Oh, that's wonderful. And this goes from bad to worse for Wolf Empire. Nice nade, though.
Yeah, well, if that's the best you can take out of the round, then you're probably not bringing much, unfortunately.
True.
Sort of grasping at straws a little bit there. Yeah, I mean, this is definitely headed in the direction of a 3-mapper. which it was not looking like would be the case on Ankara, but
yeah,
it's good to see that LCK have some fighting spirit in them. Dezane going to run across here to help Spoxy out. In the meanwhile, though, Ice Cube's doing some real damage. He's been brought down low, though, and should not be getting away with this round. They've got to ensure they don't let this one slip. That would be very, very ugly indeed from LCK.
Quick moves. Going for the big rotate. And he will be given the luxury of that. C4 going to get planted, but Ice Cube, what has he got to showcase for us? Already put up a masterful round up until this point, but that one just a little bit too tall of an order. Another decent one from LCK. They let us slip a little bit in terms of the numbers, but they just had so many numbers to work with regardless that the round goes their way. This is a very good first half out from the LCK side. And for Wolf Empire, man, this has just not been good enough. Final round of the half, and I mean, they need a 6-3.
I don't know that they're going to get it, but Lucas has started well at least. And honestly, even 3 on the GR side is not an impressive scoreline.
It's true.
So we'll take a really, really sublime Blacklist side from Wolf Empire to equalize and sort of end up actually overcoming the deficit that they found. Don't think it's impossible for them. I think they're a good squad, but this is definitely looking like an LCK map at the moment.
I'm with you. 1 minute 40 to work with. Start to make a little bit of a move. Flex taking pop shots, but nothing too drastic. Ice Cube going to stick up close here. He wants to take a little bit of a fight. I don't really blame him. He's, on his individual note, he's been feeling pretty confident. We saw in that previous round he was. So let's see maybe what he can get going. Might be a chance to work with something. 1 minute 20 now to work with. And all in all, still a couple of moments where things need to find themselves into a strong position.
Well, Dola will kick things off on the right foot again for Wolf Empire. He's got himself another one. 5v3 now, and LCK looking a little bit lost in mid.
All right. Dezane needs to be a little careful. And actually, he's the one who does the damage. Not a good way for Shady to fall. It might actually be a little bit awkward, but Dola going to answer back. Oh my. It still gets a little bit worrying. Lion Claw and Flex with it all to do.
Yeah.
Not a lot to work with, and especially not a lot of time either. But Rambo's not an idea. Oh, he caught off guard here, and he will. Lion Claw catches him. That's good.
That's a plan. That is a plan. 15 seconds left on the timer, but he'll be able to get it down, and Flex can cover the cross at least. But pops his head up at the wrong time, and Ice Cube showing his map knowledge. Will take his head off. Now it's on to Flex 1v3. This is a very difficult one. They already know his position, so just got really nowhere to go, and Wolf Empire will at least secure the final round of the half.
That's true. It's still so difficult, the position that they put themselves in right now, right? We're looking at this and saying, you're at a 6-3. I mean, we're in a really, really uncomfortable spot. And that's just not a good first half from Wolf Empire at all. You can definitely see the vast differences in terms of how comfortable they feel on this map. And that's a pretty prime example of it. And we do need to see things changing towards the second half. I don't know what Wolf Empire have got on the BL side that's really going to help them here, but it's not going to be easy. We'll say that for sure. If they can get maybe in the direction of like a 6-5, there might be a chance, but it's not a good start either.
No.
Flex for the first, Shady gets caught.
Yeah, if you're LCK, you want to make sure that you close this one down, right? Like you don't want to make it a close result, even if it ends up being a win. Just like really lock this one in and throw that table back in the face of Wolf Empire.
Yeah.
Turn the tables around. Because it was LCK that came into this map with all the momentum against them. And that would be even worse for Wolf Empire were it the case going into the deciding map. Rambo and Lucas, though, might have some other ideas. This Blacklist side starting well for Wolf Empire right now.
All right. Flex. Smoxy getting spammed upon by Lucas. Lucas can't really cross here now, or at least if he has to, he's going to have to take a fight for it. Smoxy gives it up. Or allow him a little bit of position. C4 looks like it wants to head towards B. And now we get to see maybe what we've got in the locker. You know, so far in this round, now left down to 3 for the LCK side. They are being tested. They need to be a little careful.
Spoxy's being very patient.
It's a gap.
And he spotted him out. Ice Cube down. Brings it back to the 3-on-3. Now much more winnable for LCK.
Look at the damage done towards Wolf Empire too.
Yep. Time ticking away as well. But Wolf Empire not moving anywhere too quickly. They're trying to pick Spoxy off. He'll eventually be forced out of middle, and that opens the door up, metaphorically, for Wolf Empire.
Lion Claw dropping down, gonna get caught by Dola. That's a bad way to get caught off guard, and it gives them the site too. He was stuck between a rock and a hard place. Everywhere he went, he would have been in trouble. And that makes it much more awkward. Flex. And Spoxy left with it all to do. Double orb on the retake is never easy either. Best of luck. Colt pulled out for the fight. Rambo spotted. He's actually a bit of a kind of a human flashbang as he dragged attention towards him. Wolf Empire find the round and start off their BL side well. Maybe, just maybe, might be able to get back into this.
Yeah, I mean, it's not over till it's over. Wolf Empire will be saying that. 4-6. It's not insurmountable odds. Zane maybe cools off a little bit on this Blacklist side. The Orms don't have impact. That could be the recipe for success for Wolf Empire. Another good map though from Ice Cubes. As far as he is concerned individually, 10-7. Maybe not the same heights as the previous map, but it's still pretty good. And he'll continue to be a key factor in these early duels.
Lion Claw waiting for a fight, but so far not being given to him. Bit of a move that wants to be made, but not a hell of a lot to work with. 1 minute 35 on this clock to work. The smoke's starting to dissipate, and we're not really seeing too much of a movement by Wolf Empire in the early part. They're more than happy to get this early control over towards the GR side and kind of try and catch them off guard. And it might actually work in their favor. Flex trying to be spammed upon. He's got a very strong angle, but now he'll be smoked out.
Patience really seems to be the name of the game for Wolf Empire so far on this Blacklist side. Not going anywhere too quickly. Smoke's fading in a moment here for Raffen. He's going to have to deal with Dola, who kind of goes on his own. I'm surprised there's no swing in there from Rambo. It's taken a little bit too long, and there's just too many members. Wolf Empire walking into the trap that LCK set, and now having to try to salvage it. Lion Claw, to be fair, is quite low, and Lucas on for an off timing in mid. Ooh. Oh, he might actually really find Spoxy in the back now.
Oh my god, he does. Flex on this site, got to do it all. Missed shot, getting punished from both sides. Oh my god, Lucas has made this a possibility. Lion Claw is basically 1 foot in the grave. Surely this round's won by Wolf Empire. This feels unlosable with how low Lion Claw is. Only got 10 points of HP. It's got to fall in place. And how have they made that even a possibility? The Ice Age the fight to the two healthy players and left it all down to the man who barely is walking. One bullet anywhere, and he's a dead man. Yes. Will bank though, and it could do a decent chunk, but it really actually goes a little bit too shallow. And Ice Cube will see it off. Beautiful work from Wolf Empire. They make a round out of nothing once again. But maybe the question is, why are they having to do this?
Yeah, it's starting to become a real pain point for LCK now. Element of doubt is going to start to creep back into their minds. They were on a high in the first half, feeling good, feeling happy. They were loud, they were making noise. Felt like, okay, LCK's back. But
they're not.
Now Wolf Empire starting to question that a little bit.
Yeah, looking pretty good. You know, one of the hardest jobs in the server right now is Fierce, right? Over towards LCK, the coach trying to help this side. That is a great execution. Actually for the first, but a little bit of trade will come through as Luke is also going to get caught. So it's still a 4 versus 4, but they will get the site. Yuta gonna come round, Flex, nice shot. Just as he gets full blind and he gets his kill.
Yeah, we'll take that. 4v3 for the retake. To Zane. A stray gust of wind's going to knock him over, though. So he wouldn't necessarily be banking on this one being an easy retake for LCK regardless.
That's true. Rambo. Alongside Dola, trying to make a little bit of a move here.
Off
Rambo
angle.
playing in the off angle, like you said, yeah, right? So he should get at least one. Should be the opposite word. Does. Can he get a second? The question is, and the answer is no. Looking for trades, and they're actually good as Raffin leads the charge in towards the site. He'll get caught by Ice Cube, who's somehow still alive. Ice Cube, surely not. Oh my God.
my
For a
goodness.
moment, for a brief moment, it felt like that was impossible. And it's nearly doable, but thank God they get away with that LCK.
Did he have to force the defuse there? Was there not enough time?
I think
felt
there
like
was.
I think there was time for him
yeah.
to keep fighting for another second or two. I really saw a world where Ice Cube gets that kill,
And it just gets him off, right?
and then he has to get off to trade, at which point then he doesn't have time to defuse.
Oh my.
Oh my word. LCK, that was scary. But anyway, it's all good. Got the win, so can't question it too much. Yes, crept away from Wolf Empire again, but still pretty close scoreline, 5-7.
All right. Yeah, need to be careful, Wolf Empire. They haven't got too many more rounds in this before it gets potentially a little bit awkward. Flex doesn't spot them jumping up. Oh, he does. I speak a lie. Rambo walks straight back into it. He gets gifted a freebie. Flex will take those every day of the week.
You'd love to see it if you're an LCK fan. Not quite going to be enough to seal the deal in this round, but that kill from Spoxy may well be. Back to the 5-on-2 now as the Orms are really making the difference. Dola will chase it one more down at least. And hang on a second. Dola has just gone absolutely nuclear. LCK might just be back into this one. C4 right behind Ice Cube, and Raffin has silent dropped, so they've got no idea. Passing by one another like ships in the night. Ice Cube turns around. No, don't tell me this round is going to fall by the wayside. Zane will save it.
I can't believe it even got that close. Absolutely never should have been the case. And how did even LCK let things slip for a moment, but also clutch it out there at that tail end? What a game we're being treated to here. And it is once again just showcasing really how deep the bag goes for both of these guys. To Zane for the first, Lucas for a double. And Shady will get one of his own as well. Nade won't kill him, but it will deter him. He'll just take a little bit of a step back. Numbers advantage for Wolf Empire. And Ice Cube going to stick around for that fight. They might just want to recommit in towards B though. I wouldn't really even blame them all too much. Shady, he's tagged down pretty low. Rambo also taking a bit of damage himself. He still feels a little bit uncomfortable. We've got Flex and Spoxy with all through, and neither of which are wielding the snipers.
Yeah, round right here for Wolf Empire keeps them in the fight, and they're going to grab it by the looks of things. Spoxy 1v3 seems ambitious, even in the best of times, and right now the real star on LCK is Zane, so
yeah,
Spoxy's got some real work to do.
Surely completely unwinnable.
No chance. He's been spotted out now as well by Ice Cube, so that'll be the deal sealed, and we're going to get a pause out here. So it'll be presumably from LCK's side.
So, yeah. Pretty sure it's an LCK timeout. For them, understandable in the sense, right, where they are letting things slip a little bit, and they do need to be.
Drone's coming online. Drone is coming online.
Yeah, just a tad careful. Drone is coming out online. We get to see it live in action. It's powering up.
Yeah, mate.
Before you get your lovely shots.
Looks a bit battered, I'll say.
Yeah.
Might have had a couple of crashes on the way, on the practice run.
Have you seen like drone racing before? Those things are pretty sick.
No.
Oh, here we go. He's holding it. He's getting ready.
It's like a bird.
It's coming live.
Throws it in the air.
It's coming live.
Throw it in the air and fly it out. Here we go.
Oh, yeah, there we go. It's live.
I gotta wonder sometimes if the people at home can hear the propellers when we're talking.
True.
And the drone's on. pretty loud.
It's pretty loud.
It's not a quiet drone. Like it's not a small drone. Here we are. Drone shots again. We're back.
Yeah.
You know, I'm just so fascinated by it because like when we work broadcasts in the West, like you just don't see this.
No, not at all. And that's where you've got to actually have a lot of respect for just how good the production quality is out here. I mean, this setup, this stage, everything. We're like, yeah, CROSSFIRE. You guys have absolutely nailed it. It looks really sick.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, if you think this is good, you should see the Grand Finals in China at the end of the year. Every year, it's just the biggest stage I've ever seen with the craziest. There's always some sort of gimmick to it every year. One year there was like a sort of like a almost like VR type esque setup where they brought like down like a see-through curtain, but they projected something on the curtain, and they had like people behind it, like moving as part of the as part of the video on it. There was one year where they did like a drone show. One year where like the booths came out of the stage, and like drove on the stage. It's just wild stuff. Anything you can possibly think of, it's on offer, and I wonder what they're going to bring out this year.
Drove on the stage. All right.
No, it wasn't so much driving, but you know, it was like pulled out of the basically pulled out of the LED wall. Anyway,
that's pretty sick.
We'll get back into it because we've got our game to talk about.
Yeah, this one,
and it's getting tight.
Yeah, has a little bit of life in it. Who knows where it's going to go at this point? 6-8 is where we're currently at. LCK 2 rounds away from the map and pushing into a third, but Wolf Empire 2 rounds away from tying this up. But you took me thrown out here by Raph and Spoxy, going to be tested, but they're getting up close already. Zane got to try and help them out. He will get that first kill, which is important. But Zane and Spoxy, a couple of kills apiece is really going to help things out here. And Spoxy looking to try and seal the deal. Ice Cube, he's locked in via mid ladder, and he can't really even do a hell of a lot, for being completely honest. Rambo will get a double, but still a 1v3 feels impossible.
Yeah, his days are numbered. They're hunting him as well. LCK know that this is their moment. 9 on the board. And they are feeling ready for a map 3. Black Widow awaits. This is fast becoming quite a long series, actually.
Yeah. These two sides showing a lot of life in them at the moment. It's been a pretty good game. Shady. Looks like he wants to try and set the nerves, or settle them, I say, in towards the early part and take a fight via mid, but has a bit of contact and then dips away, not feeling all too keen for that. He's had a bit of a rough game so far as well, Shady.
Solon said he wins the race as far as Wolf Empire are concerned, but I am starting to wonder if they're taking it a little bit too slow now.
Yeah.
Bit slow to get the rounds on the board. Be a nice bounce back from LCK to win this map 10-6. Pretty decisive statement that would be. Great news that the riflers are coming online as well. It's not just the Orms that are doing it.
Oh, well. Still waiting for their moment.
Cheeky position from Raffen. You don't see it often.
Does get cleared a bit as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, but it's good for one. It's usually good for one round, and this is exactly the type of situation you'd want to be pulling it out in.
Very true.
Very true. That one round.
Will he even be checked? Here's the question. Bit of a hole, bit of a wait. Gonna pop in. They're taking their sweet time here. We're under the minute mark, but in they come. Wolf Empire grouping up. Will he get cleared? Rapid actually gets away with one before he falls, which isn't bad. And on to back from Shady. He's not too shabby either, but Lion Claw waits in the wings by stairs. He's got flex and support, so it's still a pretty good hold over towards B here. And the rotates are coming thick and fast.
Difficulty for Wolf Empire is they haven't really been able to find a good post plan. They actually haven't taken the full site with Zane and Lion Claw still holding on to it. Push their way in now for a faster retake. LCK, though, not finding the kills just yet. And Wolf Empire with Rambo on the flank have cleaned the round up. They'll survive one more. Much to the excitement of the Vietnamese commentators.
Hey, loving it. But it was a really great flank, wasn't it? You know, gets in the back lines, timing is perfect, gets the first 2 kills, and completely unbeknown to the potential there for LCK. So really, really nice stuff. And still keeps the dream alive, I guess, for Wolf Empire of a 2-0. Granted, I feel like this has got third map written on it, but if Wolf Empire are going to want to take this in 2, they've got to take it to overtime first.
I mean, 2 rounds, it's not impossible. Would be pretty clutch. But with Dezane going 22-8, that would feel a little bit illegal.
Yeah.
You'd have to feel for him.
He's had a really great game.
Yeah. So...
Makes you think, though, if he wasn't online the way he is...
Oh, yeah, this would be over, wouldn't it?
Exactly. So what a game we're really being treated to. Again, bit of a spam, but nothing really being offered up behind it. And 1 minute 30 to work with. Does feel like Wolf Empire want to finish towards A, but they're not exactly committed. And the C4 is actually sort of tentative about even going out into towards the open.
Oh. Chance goes begging for Ice Cube. How big will that be? Flex, the player that might have gone down. It's a much slower round from Wolf Empire than what we're used to. Starting to now have a look at Warehouse. Shady and Raffin might have a bit of a discussion over there. I get the feeling that this might end up being a B hit. Smokes down in mid.
In they come. At least Raffin's been spotted, right? So got something to work with, but still we're so tentative here. C4 not committed. They don't want to go back towards A, but Flex might get slightly overlooked here. Especially if they go for the silent drop. Silent drop will expose you. Flex 4-2. I think it's game set here in map number 2, and it looks like that third is going to be required. Rambo barely alive. Ice Cube, all that's left alive. He'll get his, which is great, but 1v5 needed. Impossible. It will be a map taken by LCK, and they're going to push us towards a third. Black Widow now going to be required.
Interesting. We would not have expected that one after map 1, would we? But here we are. We find ourselves going towards Black Widow, and LCK bounce right back. Bit of faith restored for the Western fans.
It was good as well. I really saw, a lot more in towards that which we liked.
Yeah, indeed. A lot more to be liked, obviously, for LCK there. And I don't know. I mean, I'm sure they'll be pleased with themselves. I'm sure they'll be happy with that. But 10-7 is still a fairly close kind of scoreline. So it's not as if they've run away with the momentum necessarily. Black Widow's still going to be a very competitive map. And anybody's guess as to which way this one's going to go.
Very true, very true. We look in towards this third map now, and it really does ask a couple of questions about, for Wolf Empire get back into this. We know that this is a map that they do like to play over towards the likes of LCK. This is their second best map in the pool statistically from the domestic league. Their best being Port, which we've just seen them win pretty comfortably. The second best being Black Widow, 86% win rate for them compared to the maps played. Anchor has a little bit better of a win rate, but they don't play it as much in comparison. So this is not only a good map, it's a well-played map. All the positives that you want to see coming through from LCK do come out here. The same, however, has to be said over towards Wolf Empire. This is one of their best maps, and in the domestic season so far this year, they're 11-0. They're actually not lost this map in the year of 2024. So for Wolf Empire, I don't think they're too upset to see this as a third map, but they're going to need a better performance. Those early rounds are pretty woeful.
Yeah, indeed, and again, it kind of ties back into what I've been saying for probably 12 months now about the Vietnamese teams, is that I think they get by a lot on their firepower and their individual ability and their clutch ability and stuff like that. I don't actually think that they play as intelligent of a style as what some of the Western teams do, some of the Chinese teams do, the Brazilian teams. I think they're a bit more of like a run and gun kind of a team.
Sure.
Sort of Wolfpack it, Snowball it, kind of that sort of vibes. But I like the way that LCK kind of thinks about rounds a lot of the time. I think that they, even you could go back and look at Ankara and touch on a couple of those rounds where it felt like they actually outthought their opponents. They had the stack or they had the read or whatever, but they just got outshot. And that's going to happen sometimes. I don't know which side of the coin you'd prefer to be sitting on. Do you prefer to have the firepower advantage? Do you prefer to have Flex, who's on your team, who's been playing for literally like probably 20 years at this point? Like, the bloke's been there before. Bit of column A, bit of column B. But the thing is, like, when the firepower's not online for Wolf Empire, which is kind of what we saw there on Port, like, it was not bad by any means, but it wasn't like the rounds were being taken away by any individuals.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, okay, well, what do we default back to? There wasn't that much there.
Yeah, you have to be honest, when you look at it, Wolf Empire did generally just look a little bit more muted than they did towards map number 1. Definitely a lot more question marks from us about sort of what happened to them, where things went wrong, and I think because of us, you know, it really looks in towards that sort of map number 3 now with definitely a couple of question marks. Of course, there's the highlights that come through from this map, and you can just see for the most part how LCK, they started well again, let things up a little bit, but then they put up a really, really stable first half, and that's the main thing for me, right? I just think throughout, they felt like the more comfortable side on that map number 1, and they made sure that there was no real doubts about it heading in towards the second half, and that might spiral in towards positivity for map number 3.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Black Widow, definitely another one of those Orm-centric maps where you can get away with a lot if you're an Ice Cube, if you're a Flex, if you're a Spoxy, so
yeah,
kind of have to keep an eye on how that ends up playing out. I thought Ice Cube was pretty solid actually on this map, and you can see that reflected in the highlights here. He's popping up every now and then, but really it has to be Dezane that we're sort of touching on for the most part. Felt like that was kind of a life game really from Dezane. Like, that's crazy. On LAN, at an international event, you're popping, what did he end up at? Above 22 frags.
Yeah.
Was at least the last time that I saw. So he probably ends up like 23, 24, something like that, which is actually kind of nuts. Still wondering, you know, when's Lion Claw going to kind of pop up? I feel like he's had sort of 2 maps which have been a bit like, yeah, nothing special necessarily. Spoxy and Flex have been pretty consistent, if not brilliant. So I think there's a lot left in the tank for LCK.
I think you're right. No, I think you're absolutely spot on. And especially if we can get the likes of kind of the Zane map 2 and maybe Flex map 1 alive for map 3. We're talking about a really competent side who have sort of a lot to offer up. And the issue is that I think for, you know, Wolf Empire, right? A lot of the times for them, they really do rely on Ice Cube just being incredible, and he is, right? This is the thing that Ice Cube, you know, all the way throughout, is such a difficult player to sort of deal with. However, having this sole reliance on one individual and the rest of the team do feel a little muted. You know, Shady's not been as impressive as he sometimes is. You know, yes, he's the IGL, so you give him that caveat, but he normally plays a great game. And unfortunately, he just didn't, right? And I think, you know, when you're not having that rifling core step up in that sort of way, I mean, you look at the rifling core, Dola, Lucas, and Shady, none of them really stepping up to the play.
Yep.
It is actually pretty concerning. Yes, there was a little bit less out from Flex as well in this game, but Dezane looked incredible. Spock had his moments, so we're very happy to see that coming through from LCK. So all in all, yeah, pretty much a lot to like. A little bit of a close-ish map, but generally, this is the hope where now LCK can take this momentum, go in towards map number 3, and be feeling right. We can actually beat these guys.
Yeah, I honestly think that's actually the recipe for success for LCK. If Flex is kind of having a bit more of a, or a bit less of an input in the server, right?
Yeah.
I think in the ideal world, you actually want it to be the 4 other guys, right?
Exactly.
And Flex can play that sort of annoying style with his secondary Orm doing what he wants, and if it works, fantastic. If it doesn't work, well, we know that our rifling core is going to be able to sort of get this job done, or Spoxy's going to be able to do it with his own Orm. That feels like the perfect sort of scenario for LCK. So take a look at that game, freeze frame that, or whatever, record scratch it, I don't know, and put that into the next map.
It's true. It's very, very true. We need to see more from Wolf Empire. They really did fall a little bit apart in towards that map. But now heading towards Black Widow, it does open a lot of questions, because the issue that we're still having with Wolf Empire, it's not about the long term. It's these small little micro mistakes that they're making that are costing them long term, right? We're talking about the early to mid rounds have actually been a little bit weak out from Wolf Empire, and this is the worry for us. If we don't see Wolf Empire clean up these early rounds where they're losing the numbers advantage super early, for us it feels super worrying.
Yeah, indeed. Well, I guess we'll have to find out as we are going to be getting ready for map 3. It's time for us to take a short break. Don't go too far away.
Bringing out the second Om, able to find one on MKZ. Beck goes down as well. And finally, there's a response, and it's a huge one. Unnights, thanks to HCZ, are right back in the fight here. 4 kills on the table, all headshots as well.
HCZ came around the corner, gets a freebie, he's completely blindsided
from it, but Snox just eats the flashes, has to back off the breeds. He's gonna hold the line for all 3.
Caught by a flash though, he's gonna double back. Doesn't want to stick around too long, Min. Gonna find one, we're gonna make that 2 as well. Looks for a 3rd as well, and he'll find it. What a round coming out from Min.
Very low on HP, so Unnights, if they can play their cards right, there's a chance to win this back. And Beck, He might have just found that opportunity, already finding himself 2 kills. You can see Snock wants to go for the trade. He's a little bit late, and he's not going to be able to find anything. Beck able to get 3 kills, and Creed's and Austin, they know they've got to try and find something, but Beck able to find 4 before finally.
Alucard taking a hell of a lot of damage early. Swing on the corner. Dezane going to get 2. Oh, made that 3. Brilliant from Dezane.
But Flex is already quick on their flank as well. They're gonna have to be ready to deal with this, and I just don't think they have the positioning to be aware of it, but it may not matter. Raffin gets the quad kill spray down, gets the ace on top of it.
25 seconds, not under a lot of pressure in terms of time just yet, but now that he's known, absolutely is. Missed shot. Pistol pulled out, Raffin will fall. 1v1, now it's doable, absolutely doable. Trying to find this last guy, Spox, he's lost him though, and he finds him on the drive-by. Oh, Alucard. Spray is good, a hell of a lot of damage. Spoxy, Raffin, and Lion Claw all taking significant damage here. HC for 1. Spray on the corner, gonna fight both. Oh no, it's crumbling. LCK, let that one fall apart.
Disrupting on that position, but Pietro, he's trying to get some work done himself here from the back of the A window. All that pressure on them. HCZ able to sneak in and find 1. MKZ finds another. Compton and Snare, they're still hanging on to this one. 2 kills going the way of Snare. Alucard would be good for a first here. Gets all 4 kills. Insanity.
Close. Gonna get tested here off the back of the information. MKZ for 2. HGZ for 2 as well. Oh, what a way to close it.
Fully swinging into this as well. He's going to find himself a 2nd kill. Pietro spotted as well. This flash is going to be huge for their chance to break through. Pietro able to find Snare. Horace and the 1v2. Good for the first, good for the second. Horace, what a retake. Knights have clearly done their homework here. They know exactly what they want to do on the approach. 3BL, they're just kind of left. Try and pick up the pieces and find a way to just frag out. Bomb is going to be dropped here. Slayer on that wrap, though, is huge because Snare is left alone, flashed out of position, looking for a potential clutch here. He gets the spray down. Horace and Snake is going to be massive. Snake able to find 2, but through the wall. MKZ takes down Totson and Horace. Making a 3rd kill. What is that 3rd shot? And now it's just Snare, but the wall bang of the M4 proving to be so massive in this round. But MKZ, it's not over just yet. The 1v1 situation. Can he take it all the way to the finish line? No, he can't. Starts to come through from Snake. Totson able to find 1 as well. There, he's not going to be able to hold on to it. Totson, though, still able to find that impact from the bridge position. Gets a 2nd kill onto HCZ. MKZ and Beck are also very, very low. Horace has to be able to respond here from the GR spawn. He's been spotted out. Here comes the double swing. Totson, he needs the ace in order to close this one out. He spots MKZ on the shoulder. Be good for a 3rd in this round. Can he do any more? The time is already ticking away from him. They know exactly where he is, but he catches Alucard as well. Surely not the ace. The one-on-one opportunity to win it all for Totson. Beck just definitely going to dance this one around and try and run down the clock, but the backstop. Totson, you've got to be kidding. Ace clutch for the win here. Gets it done for 3BL.
Going to push his way forward, try and open the door up and find that space for HCZ, and he's done just that, and then some. Double kill.
Seven has got some utility to try and work with here. He's going to try to hop.
Alrighty, welcome back on into the CFS Summer Championship, and now we're standing. So there you go. That's a change up. But we've got Black Widow coming up next, and so map 3, first game of the day, or first game of the tournament, LCK versus Wolf Empire going all the way. It's a hard one to call which direction this one's going.
It really does feel pretty difficult to call. Looking at this as well, because LCK, there's a world in which now off the back of taking map number 2, they can start chaining a bit of momentum in their favor. They can start working things out well for them. Maybe we can talk about sort of an LCK reverse sweep, which in itself would be really commendable. Wolf Empire, though, on the other side, we know this is a map in which, at least for domestically, they like this a lot. They didn't lose it once in the year of 2024. So there's these small sort of positives in that sense.
Yeah, look, I don't know. I don't know necessarily which way I want to predict this one. I think LCK probably need to bring a little bit more to the table to convince me than just relying on Dezane to have a performance like that one. Because let's be real, if Dezane goes missing there on Port, that's probably a 2-0.
Yeah.
And I think normally you'd be looking at probably Dezane, Lionclaw, and Spoxy all coming online, plus maybe a little cameo here and there from either Flex or Raffin in any given game to be like the ideal scenario for LCK. And I don't know that we've quite got that just yet. Like Lionclaw for me hasn't really kind of popped off just yet. Spoxy's been decent, but he hasn't been like X Factor just yet either. I think there's a bit left in the tank for LCK, to be fair, but whether or not we're going to get it, I guess remains to be seen. And so big map on offer for both teams now.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. This is definitely where things do get a little bit awkward. We're heading towards map number 3. It is going to be Black Widow as our third and final map in this series to see who will be taking a win early to kickstart the Summer Championship, right? We want to see maybe whether LCK can lift the curse of the West. We've as a region, have always struggled, and maybe just maybe LCK could be the ones to make a difference and start well, maybe get out of groups, maybe make a conversation there. Of course, 3BL on the other side as well, also another team to keep an eye out. Flex had an opportunity there, but just dips away as he would have taken it.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's not unprecedented that the West could do well. We've seen way back when, I think it might have been 2016, Flipside took second at a CFS Grand Finals, so the precedent is there that it's possible, but LCK haven't really quite tasted that international success themselves, so they'll be wanting to take one step forward in comparison to what they had last year, which was, I mean, quite honestly just a little bit of a disappointing international run from them, but more options available to them in 2024. Flex down early, though, in this round makes it a bit of a tougher one, but they are on that GR side, so more than happy to play the patience game and wait for Wolf Empire to come to them.
Oh, Wolf Empire are really doing a decent job of just slowly, gradually moving up this map. They only have a minute left to work with, and now we do have to start making as a bit of a decision. And this is a map in which I've seen LCK in the regular season of the West League play actually quite aggressively on the BL side, but it's Wolf Empire who are doing the complete opposite. Very so. They probably want to pop out here, and Dezane just slightly dips away, goes back into the fight, drops the first guy with a C4 as well. It's not a bad find. Well, it's 1-for-1 sure, but it's good information.
Spoxy's as of yet unspotted, but eventually gets found out by Lucas. Does a good job to even get one there, honestly. Lionclaw's sort of tied up dealing with Rambo over here on B, and Raffin's gone for a real float in mid. You know, rounds just sort of fallen by the wayside for LCK a little bit here. Dezane maybe overstepping after getting that opening kill, could have fallen back, could have backed off, but backed himself, and then unfortunately just didn't hit any of the follow-up shots.
Yeah, it's very, very true. Dola probably going to be on to making the difference. He's trying to catch him on the spam, but it will be Ice Cube at range. One bullet, one shot, one find. Lovely, lovely stuff at that tail end. Yeah, and I think you're right. I think for LCK, that just gradually just drifted apart from them. They had an opportunity, had a moment where they can make something of that, and it just fell out of their hands. And yeah, now we look in towards how this map 3 is going to be, and we have a lot of question marks about maybe what LCK will bring to the table. We know this map is great for Wolf Empire on a domestic level, and it might be the same internationally too. The first is great for Dola.
1-for-1. It's not too bad for LCK here. They've managed to hold on to long control as well. That, I think, is what's probably the big bonus out of that. I mean, they will decide to concede some of that territory now as they do back off, and Wolf Empire will work their way in. But yeah, damage for their troubles. And I'd like to see this from LCK. Hot flash out, Rambo should be dead. They haven't checked him!
No.
How have you not checked that corner? That is illegal gameplay.
No way.
I mean, that's what the flash is for.
Yeah, literally. Because it doesn't even pop the left-hand side because of the ledge. You've got to be checking close right there, fellas. That is a damning, damning mistake to make. And it's lost you this round. Surely from a 2v4, it's not convertible.
No, I wouldn't suspect so. I mean, 1v4 now. Spoxy is going to be found out by Ice Cube. And the shot connects as well. So, bit of a mishap from LCK. Starting to get some more Ankara vibes rather than Port vibes. which is not a good sign.
Yeah, Rambo will take one of those every day of the week, though. You're going to gift him kills like that, he will gladly accept them. Yeah.
Should have been a dead man. The flash was so good. He was full white, couldn't see anything.
And he recovers, and he's like, hang on, it's been like 5 seconds, I'm still alive. Hang on, there's 2 players in front of me. None of them look my way.
You know, like you're putting yourself in good positions. It's the same as Ankara. Yeah. You're getting yourself where you need to, when you need to, how you need to, and you're losing that round. And it's just disappointing signs, unfortunately, for LCK off the bat. But into round 3 we go, and they've lost Swoxy already. So, again, tough round here, and someone's going to have to sort of conjure something a little bit. Might be Dezane's job. He's having a look at Long. Won't see much. LCK going back into their shells.
Yeah. See them getting just a little nervy and a little timid when it comes towards these fights. They just really don't want to. And it's tough. It's a little bit tough, to say the least. For the Wolf Empire side, I mean, they really have, once they find their form, they're so difficult to shut down and stop, and we are seeing that a little bit here. Lucas holding. Shady as well. He's probably just got to make sure that he can cross mid safely, and for Flex, he's holding only that short angle. Pop over, and that smoke will just force him away.
Yeah, it goes from bad to worse for LCK, really, doesn't it? Ice Cube getting himself one more. This round just looks kind of unwinnable for LCK with the sites so split. There's no one watching middle. Wolf Empire are going to have the run of things. Kind of just left Ice Cube out on Long as well to keep Flex honest. And you've got Rambo outside of B, up to his usual trick. So it's going to end up being an A hit with Rambo outside of B, maybe to try and catch a rotator or at least keep those players locked in on the B. Does get himself one, which is going to pull Lion Claw back across. It unfortunately means that Flex has got a bit of a job to do, but Wolf Empire have other ideas, and now they're going to go B.
All right, maybe. Something to work with here. Lion Claw, what have you got for us? We haven't really seen a real pop-off Lion Claw moment throughout this game. Now might be his chance. Oh, no. He has pulled away a flying pistol of Shady. We'll see him off. And then the C4 goes down. Flex, best of luck. Retaking with the Orm. Never the easiest scenario, to say the least.
No.
Playing anti, and he wants to give it a little look in, but yeah, I don't know if this is even going to be a possibility.
I mean, I don't mind a quick rotate, at least into the box room. But he's going to have to continue to move quickly. He should, I was going to say, he should have a chance for one. They weren't really paying attention to the box room, but now that he's been spotted, it's pretty much over. The nade's going to be a good one, but it will really only do so much to soften the target onto Lucas. And in that meanwhile, Shady's gone on a mad rap. Flex, if he had a smoke, he might have been able to hit that defuse, but instead, now he's in all sorts of trouble, hoping for the peek from Shady and won't get it until it's too late. It was a good attempt from Flex, but that's 3-0 lead for Wolf Empire.
Great work from the vet there as well, right? I think Shady does a decent job, a very, very strong rotate all the way around in the post barn as well. Just make sure that he buys enough time, that even if he was to fall, he wouldn't have time to defuse. That's exactly what you'd ask of him. The perfect way to play that situation in that post barn. Great work. Dola gets caught by a bit of early nade damage, but it is only a bit, and it will be Lucas. He does get that first. Not bad.
Just getting battered, aren't they?
Paul's going to be coming through, and no surprise that LCK are going to want to call it. Already down to 4 here.
Hang on. Flex. Oh. Could have been in for a pretty clean timing there. If he would have dealt with Dola, might have been able to swing into the player in BL spawn as well, but I don't know if that's maybe signs of frustration for LCK kind of shining through there with Flex just shoving down mid on his own. You lost the opening pick in every single one of these rounds. Bit of a mishap with obviously the flash outside of B in a couple of rounds ago as well, so it's just not happening for LCK at the moment. It's a good time for attack timeout. I sort of prefer this to what they called on map 1
in Ankara,
which was a bit too late in the half.
It was like 6-7-1 down at that point.
They were down 7-1. And it was like, you can win one more round in the half off of this timeout, but that's like, okay.
Yeah, and then they didn't, which made it even worse.
Yeah.
So, well, it was a little tough to say the least. Spoxy, his backside holding, Dola waiting for him to peek, and so far not being given it. Raffin might get a little proactive potentially, and that's what Dola could be under a bit of pressure. If Raffin decides to swing, could drag his attention, could be a missed shot, and they play that together, but it looks like they're not really feeling too much of a want to fight here. And Dola just holding for an overextension, which might not even be.
Yeah, 1-for-1 in that small passage of play. That's not going to be enough to get LCK back into this round in any way, shape, or form. Rambo's taken the B side. Wolf Empire's still going to go A, which, you know, maybe opens something up here for Raffin. It's just that he's not going to be expecting players coming through on that timing. So ends up being a bit of a freebie for Wolf Empire. 4-0 now, and timeout has been called by LCK.
Yeah, beautiful. Beautiful stuff coming through. Cannot complain about that at all. And it will, once again, now start to open these conversations about for LCK. How are we going to get in towards this game? Things are not going well for them at all. And you can sort of once again see about how forlorn the faces feel over towards LCK. They're in a tough spot. In a really tough spot, that's for sure. Obviously, timeout coming through. Fierce, the coach, getting pretty proactive here on the mic. But yeah, man, things are not feeling good over towards LCK. With Wolf Empire, they don't really need to sail too much.
Nope, they're pretty chill. They've also got that timeout in the back pocket still. So if need be, they can call it a little bit later on. Yeah, a very relaxed approach from Wolf Empire so far on map 3. And it's good to see. I know in the past that the Vietnamese rosters, I think, have in some cases kind of got a bit ahead of themselves. They've expected to be doing a little better than they have, and then it gets to them. So it's nice to see them getting a win under their belt, or at least on their way to a win under their belt to start off the tournament. It's not necessarily a guarantee at this point, but when you're up 4-0, you're really not going to be too disappointed with that. And
it's true.
You take it every day of the week.
It's very true. So far, so good. Timeout about to conclude momentarily. 15 seconds or so left for, in particular, right, LCK to have a conversation here about how are we going to get back into this game? What are we going to do to try and change the tones of what feels like a very one-sided and a very uncomfortable showing so far? Yeah, over towards Wolf Empire, they're kind of loving life. They don't really need to say all too much. Shady not exactly getting too proactive on the mic. They're kind of chilling. Coach will step back and now we're done. Let's get this one on the road.
You're done, mate. Take a step back. All right, fist bumps all around as we jump back in. 4-0. Must-win round for LCK. Let's see if they can conjure something here. Yeah, aggression towards long from LCK. Dola's ready to receive it. He's got a bit of an inkling that that's coming. Spotted them out through the smoke, and he's tapped away at one head already. There is at least a trade. I was going to say that would be about the worst case scenario. You call your timeout and instantly down again 5v4.
Yeah. At least they keep some numbers to work with, but yeah, definitely not going to be easy. All right, C4 not committed either. Over towards mid. It looks like it should be brought back over towards A. They already lost one life here. It looks like they want to return it. But no real committal play just yet for the Wolf Empire side. They've already got decent long control. The smoke will come down, which will block SQ's field of view. He takes a pop shot to no avail. Flashbang smokes to work with of their own, but 1-for-1 trades Dola. Still trying to keep the pressure on Spucks. He's still here backside.
Waiting for anyone to push past his line. He's not going to be given the opportunity. Has to try to get aggressive here and make something happen. That's a bit more like it. That's a bit more from Spoxy, like what we're used to seeing. And Rambo now in the 1v2 after the heroics of Spoxy. We'll look to put the final nail in the coffin to LCK. If he can win this one, then they're done, I think. But tough 2v1 to win.
Has time at the very least.
True.
55 seconds. I don't think he would have spotted it by Lion Claw. He wouldn't. So now Rambo thrust into a 1v1. The heroics of Spoxy. Can they compare?
Yeah. He's got 7 kills, 6 headshots. So he's been on this map. He's on for a big old wrap. Spoxy is still watching toward the A site, and he's actually kind of put himself in an awkward spot here. Maybe if he just ducks his head down, he'll hear Rambo run past, because I don't know that Rambo really has the time to properly clear long out. He has to get to that C4 and plant. If I'm Spoxy here, I'm head down, but he's been spotted. This now gets awkward. Rambo's goal, objective, is to find the kill, and he can't.
Oh my, Spoxy bails them out. They were under a lot of pressure there. And if he hadn't have found that kill, they would have really been down in the dumps. Thankfully he came with the Colt. And that will keep them afloat. Getting a first on the board, but it still is. Wolf Empire hold this lead and for the most part feel like the side with it all to do. Lola trying to make a move. He is so blind and so dead. Flex and Zane work well in tandem. Just completely blinded there. Shady tries to get back to himself. Bit of damage dealt, but also takes quite a significant amount himself.
How does this change the game? Wolf Empire not used to being down 5-on-4. A little bit more of a reserved approach from them, waiting to see if maybe LCK will throw a spanner in the works, but as we're pretty aware, having watched a couple of seasons of LCK now this year, if they get a 5v4 lead, they are not going to be doing anything with that. They are just happy to wait for the push to come through.
All right. Ice Cube posted with the C4 at his feet as well. For now, not a huge amount on offer. Spoxy holding for a rotate out from short, but I don't think he's going to be given too much of a luxury. It looks like they want to finish towards B here. Or at least that's sort of the tendency set. Maybe Rambo can crack open a bit of that site. Numbers is advantage for them, so they got to get an untraded kill. And maybe got 2 for 1. That's the only way we're going to find them kind of get into a point of success. 2 for 1 and then trades off the back of it. Oh, Util did miss. I think he was meant to flash in, but
miss Util for
second time of asking. Kind of at least gives away their position.
Does a little bit. Shady is still lurking around on the A side of the map, but I don't know what he's really hoping to achieve here. He's going to smoke off unders. Spoxy will be a massive problem. This is not a duel that Shady should really ever be winning. Just trying to draw rotations, keep them honest, and keep the defenders away from B so that Wolf Empire can charge their way forward, which charge is maybe not the right word. They've kind of holed up inside that box room waiting for a pick and they're not finding it. They've got to go now though. There's 18 seconds left. Rambo's got himself one, but that is just not going to be enough. Shady off timing for the jump off from short, and that round's gone absolutely nowhere for Wolf Empire.
Yeah, super slow, and it felt like they just had no end goal. And this is the only issue that we have sometimes, and maybe where you see the difference between the top-end teams, the likes of kind of the BaiSha and the All Gamers, and where you see kind of some of these teams who maybe have a little bit more question marks around them, is they do have plans that just fall apart. They don't know how to react. They're very, very slow, and it feels like they're so nervous. Where the top teams, they're so happy to fight, and this plan, they believe in it from the get-go. At least at times it feels like it's not the case here.
Well, what I would say, the biggest difference, the biggest advantage that the Chinese teams have is just their decisiveness. This is a little bit more decisive from Wolf Empire. Hasn't quite gone perfectly, but 2 for 2 entry onto the B site is not too bad.
Take it.
Double smoke into the doors. So, bit of an overinvestment there, but it'll get you over to the site and you can plant the bomb, that's for sure.
Yeah, put the timer above the head of LCK, that's the main thing. I'll make sure the plant's safe, and it will be. There goes that C4. Util can't do anything to deny it. Now Shady going to try and play up close. Spoxy. A bit of support too. With the Orb, it's a little bit more awkward on these retakes. Down goes Flex. That makes things awkward. The flash is a banger. But it won't affect Spoxy. Gets his. He's what's a second. It's the Pixel. And he won't make it work. Shady's all that's left. Hang on though, Shady in the clutch, can't do it. The Zane with the pistol sees it off, and LCK are getting loud down here right by us, and they are happy about that one.
Yeah, third round on the board, 3 in a row. Excellent time for the timeout to be called. It seems to have made a big difference for LCK. Yes, some of these rounds have been clutch, they've been close, but they're getting them one by one. And salvaging the half. Black Widow is very much sort of like a 5-4 map anyway. Yeah. So even if you only get to 4 here, you can still look at that and say, we've done a pretty good job. Brought it back.
Yeah, things are really feeling quite uncomfortable for a while, right? So I think that would be a massive thing if they're able to make it work in their favor. And already, Wolf Empire, I think you can definitely see how they're starting to feel the pressure a little bit. They need to be very careful indeed of where we're at the moment. This feels like LCK are starting to make a push to maybe even see the half off in their favor, potentially.
Oh, that would be massive. Come back with the 5-4 lead.
Yeah. Especially going towards that second half. They're going to have so much confidence. And LCK just are a confidence team.
I think not only that, but Wolf Empire as well are a bit of a momentum-based team.
Yeah.
Going back to previous iterations of this roster, when things were going well, they were very hard to put away. You could see them win like a 10-1 map against a really good team. Go, well, okay. But similarly, if things are not going in their direction, I think that does definitely affect them. So last couple of rounds of this half could actually be a really big difference maker. 3 players over toward the B side of the map, but 1 taken down, 2 gone as well. And Flex dealt with so cleanly. That was unfortunately a bit of a non-factor for LCK. They had the players where they needed them, but they just got demolished.
Yeah, and sometimes, you know, we saw it towards map number 1 of this series where that was actually the big kind of painstaking point where it was LCK had the right ideas and they had the right setups and all the rest, but they just couldn't hit their aims. They couldn't hit their aim duels, couldn't win out what mattered most, was the raw mechanics. Spoxy, pop shot, unsuccessful. I mean, what do you even ask of him here, really? And he's actually going to get flanked upon. Down he falls to Zayn. All that's left. He has to be spotted out as well. Remember, doesn't even need to fight.
Yeah, I mean, you're really just looking for some stat padding at this point as to Zayn. The round's impossible to win. It's not going to go that way. So it will be the 5th for Wolf Empire. But like I said, as long as LCK can avoid this one going all the way to a 6th,
yeah,
you know, get the 4th, I think that's okay. It's a solid enough half.
5-4, I don't think you're too upset about. 6-3, that's when maybe you start to feel the pressure a little bit more, because they are inherently just, at that point, even pretty close towards taking the map, taking the series. And especially with how hard they work to get back in towards the series and setting up the potential of a reverse sweep and the rest. You don't want to allow that. Zay, nice find for him. And Spoxy, one of his own. Here's that 5-4, surely. Ice Cube also now an own quantity, and he's barely alive.
Well, that's a decisive round to end the half. Good job from LCK. It's very much a battle, right? As has been the case in those first 2 maps. It's been a bit back and forth. We find ourselves in a third map delivering now. Very tense stuff after the first half. Very, very close, and still anybody's game. For Flex, got to get inside of his brain and really unpack this, because now they're on the blacklist side. The onus is on LCK to be the ones making those moves.
Yeah, it's very true. You know, at times they can be a little slow in doing so. Not too kind of keen to fight in the early rounds. Bit of a boost going to come through here. Going to leave Rambo up on the box, and maybe a little bit of a decent off angle that isn't always looked at. They normally look towards that lower box area as people tuck their heads. So he might get slightly overlooked there, a little bit more elevated. Either way, Spoxy is all making a little move in towards mid. Looks there and doesn't see all too much. So what's the setup going to look like? He will be tested in a moment, it feels, though.
Ooh, it's a lot of space for free. Shady spotted them out, but he's going to get flanked and wrapped and traded. It's not too bad from LCK. They've opened up a hole in middle. Now they'll rotate their way across the B to start to put some pressure on the box room. And again, LCK, very much the team that likes to take as much of the time as they've got and use it. Be a double swing in here.
Luke's got the right idea. He knows. As long as he can hit one of these, I think he'd be fine. If he doesn't, though, he lets them cross, then we're worried, but that's fine. Gets his shot, and then he can just dip away.
Yeah, need to be seeing a little bit more than that from LCK. That's just basically a contact play. Try push. You have a bit of util. Why is it not being thrown? Where's the flashes? Giving up a pretty free round to Wolf Empire to allow them to ease their way into the second half.
On the other side as well, really good round from Lucas. Looked really decent, gets the first, dips away, repositions, gets the second, looks for a third as well and closes out the round. So as an individual, super, super solid stuff coming through from him. And it will once again just re-show what Wolf Empire have got in the locker. 6-4 now, 2-round buffer they hold. LCK can't really allow them to get 7 or 8. I think at that point, that's when it becomes to the point of nearly being impossible. Flex did spot a shoulder, but he's able to react in time for the shot. A smoke will come down, Shady doesn't even need to fight.
Very patient approach from LCK again. Seems as they're defaulting back to their standard sort of strategies and setups. trying to keep as many numbers alive late into the round as possible. This is not looking like a bad shout, though. If they actually end up deciding to go B, smoke off the double doors, you basically have the site.
True.
It's a bit more of a mid-heavy presence from Wolf Empire this time around. It's just whether or not LCK are going to have that read. Doesn't look like it at the moment.
Oh.
IceCube's seen 2 crossing back over to A, and that's a very nice shot. So information there. It's worked out nicely. Lucas and Rambo get aggressive together and do trade 1 for 1, which is enough. Numbers advantage was already there for Wolf Empire and LCK if they would have just gone B. But they didn't. Rifle's been spotted out as well. This round is falling by the wayside.
Yeah, beautiful. Honestly, really good reactions coming through. I mean, IceCube just raw reactions as of a shot, but how they adapt to the information. They start to make a move over to set up for that mid fight, and they use the early space, and they got, oh, Flex. How was he not even punished there? Thankfully, he was in the end. And speaking of punishing, Zane can't do it himself. That's unfortunate. Does get one. I think it's going to make a difference, though. 35 seconds. No C4. Surely, no chance. He's in no man's land in mid. And I think it's probably a dead man walking, if I'm being completely honest. 25, spotted out by Dola, dropped by Dola. Just like that, bit by bit, moment by moment, we're starting to see this side really find their form once again. They let it slip at the tail end of that first half, but they're right back into it here and now. And I think for LCK, they are starting to understand that they're in quite a bit of trouble now.
Spoxy, this could be a big moment. The flash around the corner is going to force him to turn away. He's on his own. Surely can't double down, but he does. Of course he does. It's Spoxy. There was 1 kill from Wolf Empire on the other side of the map, but Spoxy finding 2 there is absolutely massive. Lion Claws caught Rambo, who tried to go aggressive, and IceCube's missed his shot. Now, it should be curtains for Wolf Empire in this round. Spoxy dropped. IceCube still wants to make the hero play, but it'll be Lucas instead. Oh, how's the round gone by the wayside? That should have been LCK every day, and now it's on to Flex again, the veteran, to try to save the day. He's got the first, knows that Lucas will be low, and he's got time. This could still be an LCK round.
It's true. And Flex, he's going to start to dip away. Has the right idea, but it's Lucas who sees him off. He just doesn't quite hold for long enough. Lucas, heroics from him in that round. A 3K to his name, 2, as he jumps out of the window and bails out IceCube, who was under so much pressure. Honestly, sumptuous teamwork coming through from the Vietnamese side. And again, just pulling further and further away. Now only 2 rounds away from the map in the series.
Yeah, very much Ankara vibes again. It's going to be the nade stack out there from LCK, but too early to do anything. Wolf Empire not being aggressive in this round. And I said that's 2 rounds this half where LCK probably could have and maybe should have converted. And it'd be a very, very different story.
Yeah.
But now the scoreline's 8-4. It's tough to argue that they're going to be coming back from this. Rambo started to get a bit bold, holding on top of the box.
Yeah, might have been expected just because of the off angle itself, or even maybe just legged, right? And I think in that sense, might slightly overlook him. Spoxy, what have you got? Stay scope, my friend. Oh, he misses his shot. Actually goes a little early there. Spots the shoulders, not enough pixels for the fight. Pop shot isn't successful, but once again, Lucas bailing out an AWP to tail as old as time, it feels, as now the AWP will step on one of his own. Brilliant little hold, and LCK left down to 2, make that 1. Lion Claw, good night. Flawless from Wolf Empire, and they're on track now to take in the series.
Yeah, definitely looking pretty over. LCK, they showed some real signs of life. They showed some heart. They showed some effort on port, but Black Widow has not been their map. 1 round away from Wolf Empire, and it's 5 minutes ago we were saying this is a real competitive map so far, but these last few rounds have just fallen over. And aggression out from Wolf Empire. They want to get it done. They might be about to, but with only being a 2 for 2, one of those kills actually happens over on the B side of the map, so you've still got IceCube here on a long under pressure. He'll get around the corner in time. Spoxy's out mid.
Lucas needs to be careful. He is tagged, and he is alone as well. Makes matters just a little bit more awkward. Still, time starting to tick. 1 minute 45. Spoxy, oh my god, he crosses. He spots nobody, and nobody spots him. So we'll go slightly overlooked here.
Yeah,
surely gets one for free.
He can really be the difference maker here. Lucas is not going to be expecting it. It's just timing. If Lucas wraps back around into the B side, through the box room,
I can't believe it. I cannot believe it.
Nothing's going right for LCK at this point, and that's just how it is sometimes. Like, that's the game.
That's the game. That's so unfortunate. Zayn, he will get his though. Let's not completely count them out. 2v2. Lucas is tagged, and so is Raffin.
Not over till it's over.
Lucas had a map on his hands, hasn't he, as well? 19 kills to his name. It's been love and life in the server. And Ice Cube has his moments. It hasn't really been so much here. The timing is awful for that first, but the second goes in, and oh my! Ice Cube settles it. Beautiful work, and it will be Wolf Empire who take our first best of 3 here in Hanoi, Vietnam. On home soil for them, they get a win.
Yeah, bit of a quicker map, that one, than the first couple as well, and reflected in the scoreline 10-4 this time around for Wolf Empire. And they, as you say, do take that first series. I mean, 2-1 fashion, I'm not super disappointed, actually, by what I saw from LCK. For the most part, I felt like they were competitive. But it does continue to reinforce those storylines that we began to establish in saying that, well, coming into most of these international tournaments, outside of maybe the Philippines qualifier, the West qualifier is maybe the weakest of the regions. So that's unfortunate for LCK, but we'll have to go back to the drawing board and figure things out going forward.
It's very true. We do have to ask a couple of question marks about where things went wrong for LCK. We're looking at kind of those late rounds, looking at the post plants, looking at clutches. When they had the numbers advantage, they let way too many rounds slip away from them. And I think for us, that's the really awkward thing that we look at kind of in hindsight, where it's just saying, there was, I mean, we're talking like 2 or 3 times towards map number 1 in the early part of Ankara. We're talking towards map number 3 a couple of times as well, where the game is close, the round's close, and they just let them slip away. Numbers advantage situations should never be lost by LCK, and way too many were.
I mean, the unfortunate reality about that as well is that that really now makes it difficult to get out of this group in second, because
it does,
if you're going to take second in this group, you might be afforded a loss against BaiSha, but anyone else, in theory, you have to beat. Now you're kind of hoping, well, if we now beat everybody else, well, maybe we beat BaiSha. That's just not going to happen, sorry.
Yeah.
But if we beat everyone but BaiSha, we now have to hope that Wolf Empire lose their series against,
whoever,
say, Imperial. Yeah. That we beat Imperial harder than Imperial beats them, and this and that and whatever, you know, do the math.
It's complicated, right?
And that's just not where you want to be. So already off of one game, you might be looking at LCK. They're not out of the tournament. I don't want to like lie to the viewers, but that game
hurts.
Pretty much, you could consider that, okay, we're out of it already.
Yeah, it really does hurt, right? You're given not that many chances here in the group stages, and it's as simple as that. One loss against a side which is meant to be sort of, if we're being completely honest, inherently beatable, and you do lose, that could mean wraps, right? You know, we just know how good BaiSha are, we know how good Imperial are, even this Wolf Empire side. If they play like that and maybe be able to put the brakes on towards Imperial, we'd be talking about them getting out of the group. Still feels like, you know, definitely BaiSha the favourites, Imperial maybe in that conversation for second, but I mean, all in all, we look at this and I'll say for LCK, that's a bad one to be losing, and one that will, massively, really hurt them in kind of the grand scope of things. There's a couple of real moments for us which are really quite dire, and I think, you know, main thing has to be taken away from it, that Wolf Empire just capitalized upon their opportunities, as you can see throughout these highlights. Yeah,
a couple of big individual moments out there from Wolf Empire as well. It was sort of like back to the tried and true for that roster, which we saw working on Ankara, and maybe go a little bit missing on Port. Like, there wasn't any sort of X-factor moments from them on Port, which has typically been where this team has excelled, and we did get that here on Black Widow. And I mean, it is one of those maps as well. I feel like, again, Black Widow and Ankara, they play out fairly similarly. You can get players having big individual moments, and clutches and this and that. It's a bit more of a sort of looser style when you get onto those kinds of maps, and that definitely plays into the favor of the Vietnamese rosters, in my opinion. And there you go. There's a pretty comfortable win for them. So LCK back to the drawing board. I mean, thinking about the rest of the matches that they have against their fellow group members. I mean, BaiSha, that's a write-off in my opinion.
Yep.
Imperial, tough game.
Yeah.
Pacific Macta, maybe beatable. It's not an easy run forward.
No. I think fundamentally just way too many mistakes, and against the rest of the teams in this group, you can't afford to make mistakes. And we're saying maybe Pacific Macta are kind of the most, the winnable games left for LCK. Any mistakes that they're making here in towards maps 1 and 3 would not fly. Pacific Macta will punish you, and they will make your life awkward. Take a look at the roundup at the tail end. Lucas, really, really good game out for him, but everybody finishing positive over towards Wolf Empire. Nobody slacked off. Everyone had their moments. Rambo again along to Ice Cube. Both stepped up. Those two guys who like to pick up the AWN both look really great. But yeah, it was only really Spox who had any sort of a look in towards that map. Everybody else looked super rough, and especially Raffin. 0.23 is pretty dire.
Yeah, it's tough indeed. 2.71 from Wolf, from Lucas, Wolf Empire.
Yeah.
I would say, was that the highest KD ratio we've seen in the event?
It's either
so
that
far?
or Ice Cube
From map 1. I think he was closer to 2.4, if I remember rightly. But either way, yeah, I mean, too many people going missing for LCK, unfortunately, and do be like that sometimes. The star power of a team like Wolf Empire gets on top of you. But anyway, that's just how the cookie crumbles. And
it is.
I think, again, if you're LCK, you maybe have to check your expectations a little bit at this point. As I've said, it's going to be very difficult to get out of the group from here, but really make sure that you take every opportunity going forward, because you're a pretty good shot to make it into the grand finals at the end of the year from the Western side of things as well. So if it's not going to happen here in Vietnam, maybe it happens in China later on in the year. And learning experience, time on the stage, matches in pressure situations are always going to be valuable for a team like LCK, who's still sort of developing.
No, absolutely. I think these things as well, I mean, they always say is you learn more from your losses, and I think that's a loss that you really can learn a lot from. Unfortunately, for Wolf Empire, they just had the number when it came to certain situations and certain little things which for LCK were costly. I think if they're able to plug some of these, then maybe it might be the chance going forward. Ice Cube at the end of that series ends up being the MVP, and I think, you know, the guy we highlighted coming towards this game, the star player over towards Wolf Empire, and that's exactly what he can bring to the table. 2.5 KD is nuts coming out from that guy, and, you know, just so consistent. You know, even in the map in which he had a quote-unquote bad performance, he was still one of the names that we said did okay. So just showcases how good Ice Cube is. When he's playing well, he feels like he's sort of unstoppable.
I mean, 1.4 kills per round as well is like a pretty crazy number. You're getting almost 1.5 kills from him every single round, which is just insane conversion rates. Most people would be happy if you're going 1 for 1 and you're saying, I'm doing my job, you know, I'm getting my 1 kill for the round, and he's doing 50% more than that. So super solid stuff. And I mean, we've talked about Ice Cube a lot. Like, he's always been someone that's been a focal point for whichever team he's been in. And if he's online, if he's actually hitting his peak at this event, then I can definitely see Wolf Empire being a really competitive team. As to whether or not they're making the top 4, well, I mean, that's a good performance already from them, but got to go up against Imperial.
Yeah, Imperial tough.
I don't know. I think Pacific Macta, they're always a bit of a scary team. Like, they're a bit of an upset team. They're a very scary team to play against. So I think you do sort of have to still be wary, even if they're maybe not like the biggest threat in this group. But Imperial definitely, BaiSha definitely are going to be tough asks for Wolf Empire. But it's already exactly what you'd want to be seeing from them. So perfect stuff. And look, shame it maybe wasn't a little bit cleaner and didn't get it done on port 2-0. But everyone has to drop these maps here and there. And so we'll see how we go. I mean, we might get a bit of a different brand from our next game, which is Evolution Power up against Vasco. That's China versus Brazil. So two of the bigger regions, if that makes sense. And I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure necessarily what to make of this Evolution Power roster just yet. I haven't seen them at the international land. So
called them a little bit at the Invitational, and I was you know, relatively impressed. I thought they looked pretty decent, but, you know, domestically they're not that great. So it does make you question, you know, what is the level between them?
Hang on, let's just take a step back. Domestically in China being not that great is still probably the best in the world.
Of course.
So
But, you know, if you think, you know, we look at kind of BaiSha and all gamers as sort of these top two, right?
Right.
Then if they're not even third, they're fourth ranks domestically, it maybe gives a little bit of a work. I would actually look in towards this game as them sort of being the underdogs and towards, I know, I like the look of this Vasco side quite a lot. I think they're a side for me who I feel like actually can make a deep run towards playoffs. Obviously domestically they look great. You know, they're a side who kind of dipped out of esports, came back into it, and they've won 3 out of the last 3 for domestic seasons in Brazil. So I'm looking at them for potentially being a side who could actually be maybe a little bit of an underdog story.
Yeah, potentially. I don't know. For me, I think it's very hard to go past the Chinese squads regardless. Unless China's playing against China, I'm predicting China, but I guess if China's playing China, I'm still predicting China,
sure.
You know, so moot point, but it's very hard for me to go against
I'll throw
China.
out there, I'm going to predict Vasco for this one.
All right, that's ballsy, but we're too far along the conversation at the moment. We've got an interview ready to go, obviously, with our winners from Wolf Empire, so we'll jump down to the stage and hear from them.
Rất là cẩn thận luôn, và Trang cũng chúc cho là Group Empire và tất cả các bạn đội đấu khác sẽ có những màn đấu vô cùng mãn nhãn tiếp theo ạ. Và ngay bây giờ thì chúng ta hãy cùng quay lại với màn hình để cùng đón xem những pha highlight rất là ấn tượng khởi tranh trong vòng bảng CFS Summer Championship, trận đấu giữa đội tuyển LCK và World Empire.
He's going to push his way forward, try and open the door up, find that space for HCZ, and he's done just that, and then some. Double kill.
Seven has got some utility to try and work with here. He's going to try to hop his way in. It's a lovely shot on HCZ. It's now down to Alucard. You'd always want to rely on him in a clutch. There are 3 players in this position. That's going to get the plot down in the meantime, but they should just be able to swarm. Creeds finds his kill, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough until Awesome steps up.
Knights stand up to the pressure. Well, it's going to be a big fight in mid. There's 4 3BL members here, and that might actually work out for Untitled. That's a lot of players to kill.
Tot is in position, listening for everything, sees that his teammate has already delivered, and now he chooses to pounce. And perfect timing! Goodness gracious. Alucard's still playing with these angles. Beck gets his one, but unfortunately it's only one. Now Alucard, so he's very stuck. One, caught up for the second. And there's an opportunity. He's just wasting the clock. He's tapped down slow, even lower. And Alucard takes it. So maybe they've got the bit between their teeth, as you can see here with some of these entries and the way they're playing. Look at Beck. He's on the high ground. He has no idea he's on the high ground. Sayed's going to try and take an advanced angle. Stake does trade it at least. 2 versus 2. Headshot angle being taken up by Kiko. It's a good reaction.
They've played a push out in the warehouse. Untitled have 3 to defend. Initially, that's not a bad setup. Numbers still favourable for 3BL, and the trades are as well for the moment until Kiko strikes. He's got a double and a triple onto Snake. Untitled are not going down without a fight. Kiko gets 4. His timing not so favourable. He didn't actually spot anything out, nor did Snare. This is going to allow Untitled to push their way forward. Snake might as well clean it up himself. He gets all 3, and that is that 3BL.
On L LCK right now. They're going to be stuck in what seems like a sandwich, you'd think. It's absolutely going to work out that way. Slayer finds his top one.
It's going to take a real mental battle actually to come back into it now. I'm not necessarily suggesting we're at that point yet for L, but it might actually continue to go by the wayside, right? This could be very quickly 3-0. It is going to be very quickly 3. Quickly into B. Flex is there ready and waiting for them. Snare will get the trade. Now here comes the swing from the rest of the LCK members, but 3BL are too sharp today.
Stuck with Spoxy, Snake has found Flex, and this round has turned on its head pretty quickly. 9 Claw and Raffin are going to start. They're going to try and launch their way through, and Raffin gets 2 from that. C4 is down in the midst of all of this, and to be fair to Snake, he's got a very favourable angle. He hits one more bullet, but this one could still go against him. It's a tough one to face.
So all's well that ends well for 3BL as they get their way onto the site. Snake wants to go forward and take some further fights. He doesn't know Raffin's close. He gets that information, but it's a little bit too little too late. Still, Slayer in there for the double. Now looking for the clutch, and he'll get it. Time being a factor, LCK are aware he's rotated through the lockers, or they thought they were, maybe. Zane was kind of looking. Still, Snake gets a good shot, and it's on to Spoxy. He needs to save the day. Time's definitely still there for Snake to dance around, and he catches him out as well, a 3v1.
Wow. Unreal. Flex under pressure. There are 3 players they're about to spot though, and it's an absolute wipeout. LCK open to get the kill, and in the end he gets double peaked. Flex will take the frag. Snare, nice shot. 2 versus 2, has to try and catch them on the cross, and he's doing exactly that, and you'd want for the job. For this sort of situation, it would be him. Ladder he has to worry about though. Oh, he only hits a tag. Very close eye on by Flex. Snare will hop up. Great reaction as soon as he goes up, and Zane is flanking. There's Lion Claw as well.
Really anything to get too excited about, so they're going to go back to basics and try to play aggressively. It will not work. Zane lines up 3. What? They didn't even make it to the grand final. Now they get their chance against 3BL. That is looking very good indeed. Finally, it's locked in, and it's LCK that will take out the CFWL 2024 Season 2.
So here's where it starts to feel possible. All gamers, you just can't let this happen. 3-on-1 for Shao, and he makes it look easy. Every way, shape and form. That was the worst 3-on-1 I've seen from them in this event. 3 1v1s for a team that we said had the best team play.
第二时间还要再换点吗？正面剩的时间不长。
是那个马尼拉 CFS 邀请赛嘛，这个是大概是在2016年吧，然后那时候我还是在上小学，我也是刚接触 CF， 也是从来没有想过能跟这么顶尖的选手做队友吧。在巧合的情况下，我在打百城的时候被推荐到了 AG 试训嘛，然后后来通过了试训，来到了线下，成为了一名 AG 的青训选手。后来也是经过自己的不断努力，终于也是成为了一名首发的队员。最困难的时候是去年发挥不好的时候吧，那时候微博也不敢看，然后直播也不敢开，然后那时候也是一直被骂吧，然后我也比较在乎外界的舆论，然后后来也是通过自己慢慢的走了出来，通过大哥们的不断帮助、不断鼓励，让我从这个困难中走了出来。
DO 的加入，作为一个新人，我觉得也是特别优秀的吧。但是裸装的比赛，我们还需要更多的磨合。如果我们磨合的够好的话，我们很有机会冲击冠军。
是你老犯错，然后帮给别人。我说你不是你什么老犯错吗？
哎，还行是吧？啊？别想这个。
我对我的枪法和反应是不会质疑的，即使放在 CFS 世界舞台上，我对我的枪法和反应也是非常自信的。我的人生目标是成为世界顶尖选手，我不是下一个70，也不是下一个绿豆，我是唯一的 DO。
刚开始打比赛的时候，自己是个枪手嘛，然后因为自己是个新人，眼里只有准心，就是啥也不用想，只需要杀人就可以了。
WQ there, Snox has been called out. They're going to be pinched from outside, taken very low, and ends in still alive. That's a problem, don't you?
然后现在呢，就负责东西比较多，是自己是个副指挥，在指挥没有思路的时候，我需要去给他们提供思路，然后干的工作呢，其实平时也会增加很大的一个工作量，因为平时需要多看录像，多看对手录像，也需要多看自己录像。这样的话，其实对我自己也是个提升嘛，因为多看录像对自己是有好处的嘛。这个玩意儿其实跟我杀不杀人没有什么关系，多看录像呢也是对自己的进步。其实，在比赛中也更有利于自己发挥，让自己变得更加稳定。参加这么多届 CFS 比赛，让我印象最深刻的就是去年 CFS 总决赛吧，因为我们被很多人不看好，很多人都觉得我们不能赢，但是我们最后拿下了冠军。我的目标其实也挺简单的，就是在自己能打的时候尽量多拿点成绩，在不能打的时候呢，也为电竞付出一些自己能做的事情。
Hello, I'm Aris Alde. I am an ex-professional CF player and now I'm a streamer. And this is my brother.
Ako nga pala si Aljan Alde, also known as team captain of Pacific Macta. Magkapatid nga pala kami. Tingin nyo, sino mas bata sa amin?
Hindi pala marunong talaga. Yun, si ZYK. Sobrang makulit at sobrang masayang bata.
Ayun, siya yung naging role model sa sa paglalaro ko ng CROSSFIRE sa pagpasok ko ng pro scene. Kasi siya talaga yung inspirasyon na nag-ano sa akin, na makapasok sa ganun. Nung panahon gusto kong maging siya. Tapos nung naging pro gamer ako, gusto kong marating yung narating niya.
Yun nga, masaya kasi sumunod siya sa yapak ko. And yun lang. Nakaka-proud kasi yung dalawa kami nagkukumpit at nakikipaglaban sa international. Siguro parehas kasi parehas kami ng gameplay
Parehas kami naging professional CROSSFIRE player. Kaya feeling ko parehas lang. Reason kaya gusto kong maging professional gamer kasi gusto kong ipagmalaki ako ng mga kaibigan ko, pamilya ko, na may kilala silang professional gamer sa CROSSFIRE.
Sobrang napamahal na kasi sa akin yung CROSSFIRE. And ang hirap iwan ng isang bagay lalo na kapag napamahal na sa'yo eh. And gusto ko rin kasi talagang matulungan yung ibang mga kapwa ko CROSSFIRE player na
Welcome back on into the CFS Summer Championship for 2024. We've had a bit of a change-up. Obviously, this guy looks a little bit taller than the last guy. Laz, you're here for the first time at an international CROSSFIRE LAN. How's it been treating you?
It's been good. Yeah, I was on the stands. I was really enjoying the game, and I was screaming and cheering for LCK. But unfortunately,
no
came a little bit short.
Yep. Bringing a bit of pizzazz to the shirt game as well.
Gotta mix it up.
Me and Nair, we just came in like boring white, like whatever. I was like, I'll just wear the linen today. I don't know how hot it's going to be here in Vietnam because it's quite warm.
It is quite warm,
obviously. But I might start to raise my game tomorrow to try to match it.
Yeah, all right, I like it.
We'll see how we go. Anyway, look, let's talk. We've got some CROSSFIRE to touch on here. I mean, I guess before we jump into it, give me your quick thoughts on that last game.
Yeah, honestly, I was pretty impressed with the way that, I think for LCK to bounce back. I think there was just a lot of, technical mistakes and the timing seemed off. And, the one thing I was really taken away too is I felt like they played a different style than they normally did. Like, I don't feel like they were comfortable as they normally are. So I don't know if maybe the nerves or just the first game as an opener kind of changed their mindset, but that was something I was a little bit surprised about.
Yeah, indeed. Anyway, look, we've got to move on. LCK out of the picture for now. Wolf Empire taking one step forward, got that win under their belt. But we move over to the other group, and it is a change-up, of course, not just in terms of groups, but also in terms of regions. We watched West up against Vietnam. Now we're going to be watching China versus Brazil.
Yes.
China versus Brazil, the two biggest regions in the game at the moment. Evolution Power and Vasco are the teams, of course, that we're talking about. Now, when it actually comes to this matchup, while China's the big region, and 9 times out of 10 you're going to be backing a Chinese team, Evolution Power is definitely not up there in terms of the hierarchy of Chinese CROSSFIRE in the same way that a BaiSha or an All Gamers would be.
Yeah, for a team that, like, in their domestic league playing, like, in 4th place, essentially, like, they are a contender, but it does kind of make me wonder a little bit about, like, what they can bring internationally, what they can do here. I mean, they are still a threat. Like, I think, any Chinese team is definitely going to be very scary to play against, but I do kind of wonder against going like Vasco, where it is arguably the best team in Brazil. It is a team that definitely can, be very scary. So I'm kind of actually torn a little bit about this one, to be honest.
Yeah, for me, I do sort of have to wait and see a little bit how Vasco goes on the stage, because I remember last year, and there's been some slight roster changes for Vasco coming into this year, though the core of the roster still sort of remains there. They're not a shabby shout. They're definitely not a bad team. They made it through the playoffs. They were able to push the Chinese teams on occasion.
Yeah.
But Evolution Power as well, I know these guys go back a long way, like some of the individuals on this roster, they've been around for forever. I mean, Emzen was like the original GOAT of CROSSFIRE. They sort of won it all with Super Valiant. It'll be interesting to see how these two regions match up, just because I don't think, like, it's not the strongest Chinese team. And Vasco are definitely up there in Brazil, so we'll sort of see how that one goes. I mean, match 3 for the day, BaiSha versus Pacific Macta, that's a 2-0 as far as I'm concerned, every day of the week.
Yeah.
AG versus ranking, I would definitely be leaning towards AG there as well. So we'll see. I mean, maybe if match 1 was like actually the top billing game of the day, to be quite honest with you, because I'm not sure that we're going to get a closer match than that one out of these remaining 3. Would be
I think so too, yeah. No, and honestly, I think for this team, like, you know, they are, like we talked about being a contender, this is a team that, you know, went the distance with like BaiSha, right, in the Invitational. So that's where it's kind of like, I feel like we need more time with them. We need to see a little bit more what they can do. But they can frag, like they can play. So, I mean, this is a big test for them, but also, as well as, you know, for Vasco, they have to show that they are a scary Brazilian team. Like you said, probably the 2 best regions that have to go against each other. So, you know, honestly, with all the history of Minnow and, you know, having, like, you know, Zay playing really well, you know, those guys are the kind of the 2 pillars I would probably look out for on this team, to be honest.
Okay, something to sort of consider. Obviously, you know, just sort of have to wait and see how the map pool is going to look, how they get into it when we do get there with the game underway. I think at this point, though, both these teams are at least what we can say quite comfortable on the international stage, right? We've seen a lot of these players for Evolution Power in the past. Obviously, Vasco's been a little bit more recently, so see how things go. But before we do that, we do obviously have to welcome Evolution Power onto the broadcast. But what I like about this team is you do have that nice mix between old and new. Obviously, Emzen and Minnow, those guys, I think, were probably the best players in CROSSFIRE, or up there, definitely, when I first started casting CROSSFIRE, which is now a very, very long time ago, almost 10 years ago. So they've, you know, they've had their time in the sun. Emzen especially is someone who's kind of, he's won, I think he won back-to-back CFS Grand Finals. He's won countless numbers of CFPLs, all this. And then, you know, you bring in a couple of these newer guys, younger-looking guys. I mean, that's a bit BM, but they do. To be fair, they do look like look at Zay, man. That guy looks like he could be 15.
Honestly.
And then Emzen's like, I'm your dad.
Yeah, exactly. And honestly, it is a good point because, like you said, like for Minnow right in the middle of the screen there, he's been on this team for a very, very long time. 11 years with this group. He's definitely the IGL. He's the big brains. He's kind of this experience, and this is one of those teams that I really, really like because, like you said, it's kind of meshing the old with the new a little bit. He's going to be able to develop these players. He wants to get these guys groomed and getting them better and better. And we're kind of seeing that already, right? It's going to take some time, but I love the fact that he is willing to take the task because that's not an easy thing to do as an IGL with someone with amounts of history. I mean, this is a big test, and they've already kind of been showing that the building blocks are fitting in nicely.
Yep, most definitely. And that's what you would expect from a team from the CFPL. I mean, look, it's the most competitive region in CROSSFIRE, and there will be a very high expectation for every single one of their teams at this event, and whichever teams end up qualifying through to the grand finals as well. And that is actually something we should touch on as well, because I don't know if you noticed this, but the winning region here at the Summer Championship adds an extra slot for their region at the grand finals later on this year. So obviously knowing the pride that the Chinese region has when it comes to CROSSFIRE and what they'd be you know, hoping to achieve not just here but for this year globally and at the grand finals, having an extra Chinese squad at the grand finals would very much be what they would be hoping for and they'd be gunning for. And I think every single one of these Chinese teams would be kind of gunning for that. So that'll be the goal overall for these guys. But either way, enough about China. Now it's time to talk Brazil. Let's welcome Vasco. Well, similar roster to what we got to see last year. Vasco back again at the CFS Summer Championship. But the big conversation, the big change-up, I would say, for this roster compared to what we had at 2023 is Feifei is in the roster this time around. Last year he was on Imperial, so he's kind of gone for a little bit of a change up there himself. Imperial, I thought, were debatably the better performers last year out of the two Brazilian squads, but I always felt that Feifei maybe wasn't quite cutting the mustard in that roster. Yeah. Individually, he did seem to be a little bit lacking, so he's ended up on this Vasco roster, and you know, you kind of got the lads back again. Action, MG, Silver, all coming back through for the roster. I thought MG in particular was a bit of a standout for me last year. He definitely had his moments. So hoping that that's going to be again the case for Vasco, who are now sort of under that leadership of Feifei again. Yeah, and again, just kind of alluding to what you were just mentioning. I mean, like the top of the stats you can see is, you know, MG, he was definitely the guy I wanted to briefly talk about because again, he is playing that sniper role. It is the biggest impact role you can have, obviously, or one of the biggest roles. So for him to have a 1.6, you know, essentially KD ratio and putting himself, you know, survivor rates at a lower end, that's a really good thing. And this team, like, I do like it because they've been kind of like 2-0ing everybody domestically in their group, right? Like that's kind of the biggest thing about them. And then, like you said, I think the fact that, you know, Feifei was with Imperial and now came back to this team, I think that's a good thing because maybe he realized, look, like the shoe wasn't fitting. Yeah. I like it here. It's a little bit more comfortable and I can go for a better run. Yeah, I mean, either way, he's obviously someone that's also got a lot of experience. He's played at the Grand Finals. He's played at the Summer Champs. We've seen him around a lot. So he's going to slot in wherever he needs to, and he's going to be able to have some kind of positive impact on the team. But interested to see whether or not it's going to be able to elevate this team on an international stage. Obviously, we've seen what they've been able to do domestically. Looks like we've got some technical issues on the stage with the headsets. These things happen, but
yes, of course.
Getting that all sorted out. And I mean, I can see on your notes here. I'm just gonna pick your brains a little bit. Okay. You've got best sniper in Brazil for MG written down there, and I find it. I'm not gonna like debate against that. But what I would say is Gokun. If you remember Gokun, he was obviously playing on Imperial last year and actually ended up moving to BaiSha. He's like a streamer or content creator or player, quote-unquote player for BaiSha. But yeah, whatever. So Gokun was always like the guy, you know what I mean? Like he was him. Yeah. Now I feel like that spot has been opened up for someone else in Brazil, and so it's kind of cool to see MG sort of finding his feet maybe as that conversation point, because he actually did a very good job last year and was only in the shadow of Gokun just purely because of the legendary name that he had. Yeah, and I feel like for this group too, like a lot of them, like they're definitely the contenders, but it's kind of like they haven't really been, you know, fortunate to taste like a championship, like, you know, internationally. I mean, you can see here on the screen about like match history, stuff like that, but it's like, again, like for MG to put himself at a 1.6 KD as a sniper, you know, the next closest person was essentially, you know, Silva with like a 1.22. So that's a pretty big light year difference here when we talk about like the KD ratio, if we just want to talk about one statistical view. But again, and even just talking about when we were, you know, mentioning about the domestic league and how well they've been playing, I mean, they 3-1'd Imperial. Like they were the ones that were able to come in and pretty much dominate that, and they only had one loss. And that was down to the golden round. That was like all the way to the distance. So that's a pretty big light, you know, a bit of a move for them. Yeah. But first and MG pointed up against one another. What I will say is I think it's a little bit unfortunate for Vasco that they are in the group with two Chinese teams. Yeah. Because traditionally, if you had an even number of teams in the group, you'd have one Chinese team, one Brazilian team, you know, probably one Vietnamese team, and then either a West team or Pacific Macta, which is obviously the Philippines team. Tends to be how it sort of usually works out. In this case, obviously, the groups of 5, and you've got two Chinese teams, and there's only 2 slots to go through the playoffs. So that would mean, if you're Vasco now, you either have to beat AG, or you have to beat EP. Yeah. And we've seen them lose to EP twice this year already. And, you know, even though they've done really well as a team domestically, they play pretty well internationally as well, has to be said. There is still a very realistic world where they actually just don't make it out of the group by virtue of the group draw. Because you would put this Vasco team into the other group. Yeah, that's a different story. And it could be a completely different story. Like, we may well see Imperial potentially get out of that group. If Imperial can beat Wolf Empire, that to me seems like the battle for second in that group. Obviously, BaiSha's gonna BaiSha. But who's to say Vasco wouldn't do that exact same thing? And maybe you'd even argue that Vasco would have a better chance than what Imperial might. So I think they've been a little bit hard done by when it comes to this group draw, but that's just the nature of the beast, right? You have to beat the teams that are put in front of you. So
yeah, no doubt, and I'm glad you bring that up, right? Because I think this group was definitely the tougher group. Because I mean, when we talked about the Chinese teams, it's like, look, you're gonna have a hard time. This isn't gonna be like an easy win if you're getting in the win category, but it's gonna be grindy, it's gonna be grueling, right? But yeah, I mean, unfortunately for them, they have a big test. They're gonna have to see what they can do. And kind of going back to the other point you made is when you've had the history of, playing each other and you can't seem to find the W, that does kind of dwell. Like, that does sit in the back of your mind. And those extra little annoyances that, we might see from EP, like, they might do something to kind of trigger them that way. And maybe it might just, it could fall apart. But I don't know. But, the thing is, we have the predictions here. And, we all were essentially saying, look, I don't think it's really any surprise. I mean, EP is... I would say is definitely the favorite in this, conversation. I mean, interesting for Sneaky Frog. He threw a bit of a curveball. He wanted to get things a little bit interesting.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's no surprise the Portuguese guys are going to go the Vasco route. I'm surprised that the majority of the Philippines casters have actually lent towards Vasco. So I don't know. Maybe they've seen something that we haven't. But I think it's hard to. Again, first of all, I think it's always hard to vote against a Chinese team when they're playing against any other region, basically. The only exception would be. Well, I mean, and this would actually be it. The best Brazilian team up against maybe one of the not necessarily like top Chinese teams. And I guess that is kind of what we've got in this matchup. So I can see that argument. I mean, it's something that we sort of saw a little bit last year at the CFS Grand Finals. We had X-Rock Esports as that like third Chinese team behind BaiSha and AG. And they definitely looked a little bit more susceptible than what BaiSha and AG do. I think we sort of build the Chinese region up a little bit in this legendary status, like internationally, because of the strength of BaiSha and AG. But what's the depth look like beyond that? Well, there is a bit of a fall-off, generally speaking. So we'll see.
Yeah, and I think just, again, going back to one point that you brought up is, like, they aren't, like, for EP, they're not that top 2 team. Like, in their history, as an organization, like, we're talking season 18, 7th place, 19th, they were 9th place. Like, these guys have always kind of been in the later part of the rankings.
Yep.
So for them to, in season 23 to have a 2nd place, season 24 to go to 4th place, it's still it's definitely a big mix.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's definitely something. So we'll have to wait and see, obviously, how things are going to play out. But at this point, I think it's very hard to sort of still... I've seen enough from Chinese teams that are not AG and BaiSha to go, okay, they're still, at least in group stages, going to be okay. It's once you get into the playoffs where, the map pool gets a bit deeper, you've got best of 5s, you've got generally the better teams there. That's where they maybe do struggle a little bit. But yeah, like even X-Rock was able to put away most of their competition last year. Just the nature of the beast, like the strength of the CFPL is such that, yeah, you're kind of breeding like a base level of dominance just from a regional standpoint. And it kind of becomes wild to me that there was a couple of years where the Brazilian rosters actually overtook China for a while internationally. It feels like a long time ago, and it feels like it was such a brief window and period because we immediately sort of went back to Chinese dominance right after that I wonder, like, did that even happen? Could it happen again? So far, I haven't really seen the realistic argument that can happen again.
Yeah.
Just because I feel like the Chinese teams have once again like gone and outstripped everyone by such a drastic margin. But this match in particular could be the start of something, right? If Vasco can get the dub here, maybe they can even then top their group. Obviously, a game against AG notwithstanding, but it's a possibility. If you can beat EP, you can potentially beat AG as well.
I couldn't agree more. Like, I think if you were going to beat any Chinese team, this is the team to beat. Like, because again, they are this team that is top 4. They are a team that, like we said, they can definitely play. But I think for Vasco, like, they have a lot to prove here. And I do think, with kind of the, with Feifei and the kind of, like his experience in leading the ship here, I'm kind of wondering how that's going to work. And getting MG activated as well, like that's the biggest thing I want to see because, man, the guy's got to be hungry. The guy has got to be hungry for getting out of the groups and doing a better placement here. When we're playing against international teams like this is, it's all the marbles. This is the moment where they need to come alive. So, I mean, my prediction still was for EP, but I didn't think this was going to be an easy 2-0. And I do think this could go a 3-mapper just because I think these guys can throw, a bit of a curveball. I think they are that explosive team where EP, when I was watching them, in the past, they don't always do well with that pressure. So I'm kind of hoping these guys come in and play their game.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be looking forward to sort of seeing a Vasco do well. I would say they did pretty well last year at the Summer Invitational as well. They made it into playoffs. They beat Imperial in a reverse sweep. They were down 2-0, and then they won 3 maps in a row, and a lot of that was actually off the back of MG with the Orm in hand. And that put them into a lower bracket final against BaiSha, which they just went on to subsequently lose 3-0. So it was kind of like, you put all that work in, and then it just, whatever, it turned into nothing. So here's another opportunity in Vietnam on the stage, on the big stage, to kind of get some nice momentum going into the CFS Grand Finals later on in the year in China to, you know, have a bit of a practice against some Chinese competition and see where you can go from there. We'll sort of see, obviously, how they go in this matchup when it does sort of kick off. I assume there's some difficulties going on down on the stage now that maybe do need to be resolved. We saw the headset issue a little bit earlier on. So kind of at that point now, we were just sort of chilling and waiting and getting ready for the game.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, you know, like the stage looks incredible too. And I mean, I was really admiring it, just, you know, kind of sitting there in the stands and just watching the game, and you and Neo kind of walking us through the, you know, the story in the first game. And, you know, I think this adds just a little bit more of that pressure for these guys. It can be nerve-wracking too, because when you want to get going, you want to go, and any sort of delays, it can definitely make an impact to anybody as like a competitor. So I do want to see, you know, I talked about MG. I do want to see Silva, you know, finding himself a little bit more success here. He is kind of that support player, but I think if he can find himself the better footing to kind of find MG the openings he needs, what we've seen before in other previous games, I think that's going to be a good building block for these guys. But at the same time, like if EP come in and play anything like they did against, you know, a team like BaiSha, like, dear God, we're going to have a problem. But thankfully now we have vetoes that are coming up, and this was the biggest question that I had for you. And I already said it, and I wanted to see Mexico. We're not seeing any Mexico.
No, I mean, look, we haven't. The graphic doesn't actually show us who's banning what, but I have to imagine that first ban is coming through from EP, because Vasco likes Mexico. They really like to go to Mexico. It's actually, I would say, one of the few teams globally that have had some sway in terms of even first picking Mexico in the past, and so that one's off the table straight away. Eagle Eye's gone as well, so we'll head straight into the middle of the map pool. Compound is kind of like the go-to for everybody at this point in time.
You know, this is interesting too, because I mean, for Vasco, I mean, they're sitting at a 10-1 record right now playing on Compound, so this is arguably their best map. Like this has to be the prick, obviously, right? But for them to sit at a 90.9 win percentage rate, that's really big. And then for the second map of Ankara, look, I mean, that's a pretty, you know, interesting pick from EP too, just because they kind of set this record of a 5-5. It's, you know, like a 50%. It's not like it's the money maker for them on paper, but clearly they have something up their sleeves. And I think a lot of these, you know, Chinese and like the, you know, the other Asia regions, they like to play this map, and they can be lethal.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Sub-base final map in the pool here. Don't know if we're going to get there.
We are. We finally got there.
Yeah, but I mean, just in general, are we even going to get past 2 maps in this series? What's your take? Have we done the predictions just yet? Yeah, we did do the predictions. You went for EP. I mean, are you confident? Are you feeling like that's a bit of a sure thing?
You know, honestly, I think with this the veto that it went, I'm actually thinking that Vasco does have a really good chance. Like, I think if you think just statistically on paper. Now you have to talk about this as international, but these guys, these are money-making maps for them. This is a good situation for them where, like I said, for EP, they don't really have a map where it's the best. Like, their best winning rate on a map is Eagle Eye, and that was gone instantly. Like, it was Mexico and Eagle Eye. Those two were just finito. But I'm actually wondering for EP if, you know, this is going to be a little worrisome for them. Oh, no.
Maybe.
He doesn't agree.
It's not that I disagree necessarily. It's just I think that if you're a Chinese team in particular, you kind of come in with like this level of hubris in a way when it's an international. Hey, look! By the way, we're on screen. Mom, I'm on TV. That's us up there in the corner. Hello, everybody. This is the drone. That's the drone guy right there. We've been talking about the drone. That guy sitting right there next to us. He's the drone guy. Yeah. I think you come in with like a level of hubris if you're a Chinese team in a sense where you just go, okay, well, we're the best region. I'm Emson. I've won literally everything there is to possibly win in CROSSFIRE. I'm probably like a millionaire at this point. You know, dude's just like, he's seen it all. He's done it all. Yep. So I don't think you go into a match against anyone and be like, oh, this is going to be a problem or this is going to be scary. You just back yourself. You're like, I'm one of the best players in the world that the world has ever seen. I'm always going to be competitive. I'm always going to be good. And these guys are like, he's just like, who are these guys? Who even are these guys? What have they won? What have they won?
What have they done?
What have they done?
What
They've
is
done
their
nothing.
history? No, and it's a good point. You know what, Jordan, I really agree too, because at the same time, like, despite EP's record, look, it's not like they have, you know, crazy percentages, but you got to remember they're playing in probably one of the best, you know, divisions or one of the best leagues. So it's come down to this. So a really good moment. We're finally getting things underway, and here we go. And we will be seeing Vasco here on the GR side. Silva ready to go. Just they actually triple on this, so this is very interesting. And honestly, I mean, I know for us here in the West League, you know, we only get teased with the double om at times, but seeing a triple, man, this is an extra little bit of spice I'm not against. And even right now for EP, like, just grouping up in B main, waiting things out with a 4-1, they're really just getting a feeler, and nobody's kind of went for the full aggression, right? Like when you guys were on the first game, we saw Spoxy, he just swung mid and got the opening duel.
Yeah, well, we might see a little bit more of that a bit later on. Probably not from the Brazilian team, honestly. I find the Brazilian region just plays a bit of a slower style of CROSSFIRE. Maybe EP will bring something like that to the table. And there's First already on the board, and he was one of the sort of players to watch, right? It was sort of First versus MG, the two guys that got matched up in the head-to-head. And nice to see one of them already having an impact. Silva has spotted at least one or two of those rotators coming across. And, oh, that's a tight line. You're going to be lucky if you get a shot through there.
Yeah, but look at just the counter action here from Silva as well. Like, he just comes back. He's able to bring things into the 4-on-4. So, like, Feifei was the first person to go down, but even for YH going to be taken out, that's a really impactful kill. This nade should be able to do some damage. Yeah, it definitely is. ATK, oh, man, he's going to feel that one a little bit. It's going to leave a bit of a mark, but 48 seconds remaining on the timer. Still kind of just, you know, putzing away, trying to figure out what they want to do. The C4 actually committing in mid right now, so it's a unique bit of a split that they're going for. The 2-and-2, and they might just try to pinch into this B site.
It's definitely a possibility. I mean, they've got all that mid control. See if First can open anything up, but no one moving a muscle right now for Vasco. They really did decide to go in this direction, but that's given time for MG to come across, and he's not going to make the mistake of missing that initial shot. Minnow was a hair's breadth away from getting shot through the door there as well.
It's only 10 seconds.
I don't think they can get this planned. Surely not with this amount of players on the site, and I've spoken too soon. They've actually found it at the perfect timing. EP knows what they're doing. MG and VNC trying to save the day.
And this is one of the worst positions ever, right? I mean, when you're
probably the worst.
Yeah, it is probably the worst retake position. VNC is just like, okay, I have an arm. I got to figure out what I got to do with this.
He's got so much. MG's got so much to clear out as well through pillars, and it's going to take him forever to even get into position to shoot onto the site. I mean, the round's over. Like,
yeah, you can already see the timer's already like well under half. Like this is not good. Like they have to go now. Like I don't know what they're going for. They're just kind of maybe admitting defeat. Now they're finally getting it going. But VNC, but yeah, the timer's going. He's able to get some shots, but there should not be enough time. And yeah, the C4 is going to explode here. But man, oh man, that was a little cheeky, a little bit closer than what I thought, and maybe a miscalculation on the timer.
Nah, EP knew though. EP knew. They're sitting right underneath us. We can hear them. I could hear them getting loud. As soon as everybody died, they knew that they'd won that round anyway. And they were firing out a couple of those gyos, as you want to do if you're a Chinese team. I will just confirm that this first map is the choice of EP. Okay. And Ankara was picked by Vasco, which obviously we had sort of guessed based on the veto process, but just for anyone that was watching along as well, Mexico was banned by Evolution Power. I had that confirmation.
Yeah, they don't even play it, so I was kind of, you know, I was hopeful. I like it. I know you guys all hate it. I love Mexico, man. I just want to see it. I just want to see it. So it won't happen, but
get rid of it.
Just get rid of it. But I mean, for Vasco, they are a team with, you know, about a 71% win rate on this Geo side. So that's definitely kind of showcasing a little bit of that already. The OMS finding this activation like I was talking about. Instead of tripling up this time, they actually do kind of, you know, go back to the double, waiting things out just a little bit more. And EP now being down the man and actually losing their IGL. I mean, this is good impact because now Minnow, he's not going to have the same influence he can have normally.
I mean, I don't hate this double orb from SV from what I'm seeing so far. Silva looking pretty clean with it. So if he's going to hit shots like that, then I'm more than happy for him to keep taking it into following rounds. Once again, the entry in through from mid for EP. Going to smoke off the B site. Maybe wrap around into A, but action is there waiting for him. It's only a 1-for-1 in the end.
Yeah, but it's not bad.
Yeah, but Zay's position well and truly known. MG should be a little bit concerned about that. He knows he's got the backup as well of VNC. Push coming out on the other side of the map with Feifei looking for a bit of info. I think he's going to be that guy. He's going to be the sort of sacrificial lamb for the team.
Yeah, this is a good double setup, too. And the fact as well that we see Feifei, you know, like you said, flanking in mid right now. If he can get the timing of this, this is definitely helping with MG just getting these duels. He should be able to find this, and he will. He does get that impact. All right, right back at it. I mean, the opener came here from EP, but Vasco, they make it pretty cool, calm, and collected, honestly. And I like this composure. They didn't look like they were panicking. They felt like they were in a good position. And Feifei, honestly, I feel like that was a key moment there for him to get that flank.
Yeah, it's good for Vasco to sort of just keep EP honest here. I think that's the important thing that you have to sort of keep in mind when you're playing against Chinese teams is that if they get on a bit of a roll, they're very hard to put away. So just kind of go 1-for-1 if you have to. But don't let them go 3-4 rounds in a row and just sort of run away with things. There's MG already and VNC another one. So maybe the shoe's on the other foot and it's not even about whether or not EP can sort of run away with things here. And actually, we have to be worried about that from the behalf of Vasco. One does get picked back by First.
Yeah, and First is the guy that, you know, he is their best sniper. He is the guy that, you know, statistically is, you know, kind of leading the team. Like everybody else, honestly, was under that, like, you know, 1.0 KD in terms of their, you know, recent season 23 and 24. So he's the one guy that has to be the playmaker. He's the guy that's in the driver's seat. He's the guy that's going to make these sort of different openers. But now you can see it's back to the 3-3. Things are getting a little bit rambunctious. C4 still in the back of mid here too, Jordan. So, I mean, it's a little bit scary because, I mean, they have to be careful where they transport it.
Silva trying to have a look through this smoke and see if he can spot anything out. But it is a very unorthodox position to find yourself in. Minnow, so low, but alive and kicking for the moment. Emerson's going to make the choice to go in the direction of B and kind of try and win this round on his own. But case of timing here from Minnow. Maybe Vasco think that they've already dealt with everyone that was there on A. Somehow Minnow's kind of swindled his way out through mid, and maybe there's a world where he could cut off the rotation into B. Plan's gone down from Emerson as well. This actually is a winnable round for EP. It's just a case of the timing.
It's all about the timing, yeah. And Minnow has to be able to find something big here. I mean, he is the one that's kind of just sitting in the back of mid. He's close on by.
He could wait and let them past, and that's exactly what he's going to do. And now Emerson just has to buy time. Here's a freebie for Minnow. He's got the info, but he waits too long.
Oh my goodness, what a read and what a bit of a turn as well. I couldn't agree with you more. I was thinking, look, Minnow, that's where we talked about the guy with experience, the guy that's leading the ship, the IGL. I was like, this is a good play. He's about to be able to find that kill. He's going to be able to pull back. But I don't know, man. Vasco were, you know, a page ahead. They were like, you know what? He's probably going to be behind us. And they just take it out, and it's a 1-2 combination. So they do find themselves in this lead for the time being. But man, oh man. Okay. Things are cooking here.
EP going to throw a bit more aggression into this round, and or rather it's Vasco, I should say, that are throwing that aggression in over towards Pillars. Sort of pushing in there, taking that part of the map, and happily setting Silva up on an aggressive line. Again, Silva with the Orm. He has been quite impactful with it.
Yeah, sitting himself. Even with the 2-1, it doesn't even matter.
I think it's
still
fine.
Yeah, it's the impact of even just getting that one duel.
One opening pick, which he got last round.
Exactly. Yeah, because I think a lot of people get mistaken about that, right? They're like, oh, he's not even top frag. He's not the guy that's leading the charts. It's like, doesn't matter. He's still, if he can get the kill and fall back, I mean, he's already fulfilling the role.
Or even in this case, showing a bit of presence there. Like, you see, as soon as he starts firing that Orm, EP's like, oh, we're not into this. We're just going to go back to mid. So it sort of diverts them away from that area of the map. They know that it's been dangerous for them trying to challenge the Orms. So it's the illusion of power. It's security theater, if you will.
Yeah, that's a really good point. But so EP now kind of splitting things back into mid, right? They got the 4-1 split once again. First, just kind of waiting in the back of Pillars. Everybody else is going to group up here. So this will be interesting if they want to go on the right-hand side. It looks like that's what they're thinking of what they want. Smoke's going to block off MG here. Look at action right just in front of them. Inston's right there. Oh, they're not going to spot each other. It's a matter of timings, like you said. Oh, no, he pulls back on this. This could be problematic.
It's hard for Action to get the timing right here, though, with players coming from both sides. He's spotted a couple out, just has to take one of those duels, and he's going to lose his life, which puts MG under so much pressure. Playing under the window with an Orb is not where you'd want to be. He's really nicely helped out by BNC, but in the back, First is going to find a kill over on the B-bomb side. It's a mad round. It's just fights all over the place. First coming across on the rotation will lose his life to Feifei. There's going to be the plant down for Minnow. Feifei 4-1 at the moment. That's not a shabby result for him as an individual. The two IGLs going head-to-head in the clutch. But I always back the player against Feifei, and in this case I would be wrong. Feifei continues to have a solid impact, and he is one of the louder players, I'll tell you, at the event. And already he's starting to get his words out, that's for sure.
Yes, he is. He's getting very excited. And that, honestly, you know, we talk about, you know, being in an IGL role and one of the guys with the most experience on this team. You need your IGL to be the guy that's vocalizing, the guy that's getting the momentum moving. The attitude has to be positive. So if your IGL's quiet, you're going to have a bad time. Like you are in a bumpy ride, but right now, for him to get a clutch like that, that's just going to accelerate more for these guys. So it's going to even feel better, especially with the gap on the scoreline.
I mean, as well, considering that this is Evolution Power's map choice, it starts to become a bit of a problem. But this push could be an ill-fated one for Vasco. Such a great setup, and MG able to come into his own. I mean, it's just a case of unfortunate rock, paper, scissors there for Vasco, that if you're going to go in that direction, there's two players set up with a crossfire like that, you are going to lose.
Yes. Yeah.
Even if you win, you're going to go 2-2 at best.
Well, and honestly, you know, that was such a good little bit of a bait and switch too. And MG, like playing in the back end of that, like that's perfect because again, if his teammate found the kill, great. If he misses, that's where he's like, look, you know, I'll get it done. And that's what he did. He got the double and it looks so easy. So, and now for them to have the 5-on-3 advantage, like they don't have to play aggressive. They can just kind of post up as you're seeing right now, kind of doing the 2-1-2, a bit of a default setup. So MG now repositioning himself back in the back of the site here, just behind Jenny. But still 1:09 remain. EP just kind of figuring out their options, and Vincent hasn't been able to find a kill yet too. So I mean, this is, you know, that's a little bit nerve-wracking as well for someone that's experienced that we talked about. Oh, and he's going to try to cut it off.
I wonder if EP. I wonder if EP just take a little bit more time about this round to have more of a chat. Obviously, they're still going to try and win the round, but they're calling attack timeout right after this round. You can sort of extend that by playing a small round out here. Emson, though, one of the legends of the game, is kind of taking this round into his own hands before he's shut down by VNC. Good anchor work on the A side. C4's been dropped on A long, and VNC is just buying as much time as he can for his teammates to come across, who are totally unnecessary because he's got it done himself.
Yeah, very impressive from VNC, just kind of locking it down, not over peaking, and that was kind of the difference that we saw in the first game, right? Like, I mean, we saw a lot of players that were kind of re-swinging and re-fighting when they probably didn't need to. Having that discipline just to kind of buy the time, do what you can, be the anchor, that is so important. So, you know, pretty simple, effective work from VNC, and already now the timeout being called. I mean, this is this early on in the game too, like that. It kind of raises questions for me. I'm not gonna lie to you, Jordan.
I think they're feeling the pressure for sure. Like, words from the coach.
Yeah, he looks intense. Deep in thought.
Man, you know it's serious when he's holding onto the microphone to just make sure that every syllable gets vocalized right into your eardrums.
Yeah, there's no missing that. But, you know, for Vasco, I mean, again, you know, this is their stronger side. So when they play, you know, in their league, and so it's good to see that they're still kind of replicating that right now. But you know, I think for EP, they do need to kind of change the tone a little bit here. I would like to, I don't necessarily want to just see them send it, but I want to see a little bit more of a decision.
Change of pace.
Yeah, absolutely. Just up the tempo a little bit here. Let's go in the deep end of the pool. Let's see what else we can do. Like that is something I want to see from these guys. They know that, like I said, that, you know, for a team like this in their region, like they're scary. They're definitely a team that is a bit of a wild card in some senses.
It's a reasonable shout. I tend to agree that, like, whenever you get a third Chinese team at an event, and look, let's be real, maybe at the Grand Finals later this year we get a fourth Chinese team.
Yeah.
That we don't really see as much on the international stage as the likes of AEG and BaiSha. You always do sort of have this wonder of how good actually are they. You know, they can be decent in their domestic leagues, but that doesn't necessarily always translate to prowess on the international stage. And liking what we're getting from Vasco, that's for sure. Be a bit of a push into mid here from Evolution Power, and already taking some pretty significant damage off that nade. So Zay down to about just above half HP. But Action's the only one that's actually watching mid. The interesting change-up, of course, from Vasco is, again, they've played aggressively in pillars, and they're ready to sort of wrap in behind mid if there is some kind of going on there, which now there is for Action, and not going to be able to get away. The flash roll is such a good one.
Yeah, fantastic utility work coming in, just blinding him like a bat. He had no idea where he was. And Feifei already now back into the flank position. He was still looking first, though. Oh, yeah, he's just having a field day. Now first, getting a little bit more activated, finding himself that double, looking for a little bit more now. MG, VNC, the last two players here with a tall task. They have to go with 5 different members. And now it's all just down to VNC. And first, he just picks them apart. Just like a pulled pork sandwich, man. This guy just bites him down.
Man, I could go for a pulled pork sandwich right now.
That would be
honestly,
very
we're in Vietnam. We should try to find a banh mi somewhere.
Yeah, I like that idea.
Or if you're to listen to our friend Neo, a banh mi.
I'll never get over that. That's the best. Poor guy.
Shout outs to Neo.
Shout outs to Neo. Great guy.
Man's probably needs some pho right now.
That's true.
That's the other one. People saying pho versus pho.
Yeah, you gotta say pho.
Pho. I say pho in Australia though, because like when you say pho, people are like, what did you just say?
Oh, really?
Did you even say a word? That's like, yeah. Anyway, Silva. See if he can do it again here with the arm in hand. Oh. Evolution Power actually choosing not to contest it. They have not liked to go direct to B.
No, they seem very hesitant for it. Like they kind of tease it. They, they press forward and look, okay, well, I guess that's why. And it now actually, for Silva to be able to find that opener against first. So, look, we talked about the impact he's had and just getting that one duel in his favor. That's it right there. He just took down their best player, the one, EP player that, has opened things up in the previous round to get them the second on the board. So I'm loving what we're seeing from Vasco. This is not what I was kind of expecting. I was thinking this might have been a bit more scrappy, but honestly, they seem like they're very well controlled in this game thus far.
I mean, you're getting good solid stuff out of MG. Silva's been impactful with the Orm as well on this global risk side, but VNC stepping up in this manner, I don't know that is something that we would have necessarily expected. So, is this an overperformance from Vasco, or can they keep it up for the entire map? Can they keep it up for the entire series? That's something that we'll get to answer over the next couple of hours or so. But so far, so good.
Oh, Action's in such a tight position right now because he can either fall back or he can commit to that fight, but he's still alive, and now Zay trying his best to find something, but it's Silva once again gaining another one, but Zay's going to get the job done here. So this is one of those players that we talked about that can be the difference maker, but the retake into the heart of sight is about to commence once more. C4 is going to go down.
They know.
Yeah, they know he's there, and he's a dead man. But now, no, not able to find it, so all down to Minson now.
They know Emson's position as well, and they have a nade to boot. MG could just toss that one in there, soften the target up. C4 not really planted well for Emson either. He's got a very difficult retake here, and that's just impossible at that point. It's another round on the board for Vasco, and a really good sign seeing them being able to retake the B site so cleanly as well.
Yeah, that was extremely clean, and honestly, like we said, it's such a choke point going in that main doorway. Like it's never easy, but honestly, they make it look good. And that, the C4 plant position, that was a tough one because he was essentially on the other side and B main. So not an easy thing at all. But, you know, for Vasco, I mean, they're putting themselves in a great spot right now with 5. But they're kind of keeping things the same. Silva's kind of, you know, toying the idea of, like, I'm going to find a duel in this pillar. I'm going to fall back.
What I will say about Silva and his sniping is that he holds some really tight lines.
It's like, are you really going to hit that?
Those are almost info gathering lines rather than kill gathering lines. Unless someone stops on that angle, you're not getting that kill.
Oh, this is crazy. This is so much real estate. Look at what he's been able to do. He's about to get action. He's going to get a free duel. Yeah, there it is. Easy headshot. That's going to be their opening duel now. So EP finally get themselves a little bit of something now. But they're actually going to put the C4. They're going to switch things up. They're going to try to put a little bit more pressure here for MG. But look at VNC. He's just posted up on the same position once more. Finally gets taken down. But EP, they're finally going to get the C4 planted, but their post plants have been difficult.
That's a really good hold as well from Vasco, all things considered, to be able to go 2 for 1 there. VNC and MG. Bring it back to the 3-on-3, which of course is a winnable situation, though first holding on to the mid-rotation is going to cause some problems. Silva had to speed up, trying to go through that smoke. Not going to be easy for him, and MG will drop as well, so EP trying to pump themselves up.
I thought I was going to do that, to be honest. I was like, I'm going to say it. I'm going to say EG by accident. But no, honestly, I feel like for me, and you can tell me how you feel, but, you know, I think for, you know, Minson, I think the fact that he was able to get himself through mid, able to get that first duel against Action, I really do think that kind of like put the, you know, pulled the thread, and man, they just...
Yeah, well, I mean, that should never happen,
That should never happen, and that's the thing. It's a bit of a mistake in terms of the positioning here from Vasco, but now I think they realize, okay, look, we're going to have to be a little bit tighter on this. We can't let that happen again, because that was a really, really big mistake that, you know, cost them the entire round. That's the way she goes. Now we're pumping some brakes. BNC actually switching up his position too. So typically, you know, he's been playing at a site. He's just kind of waiting things out a little bit more. So the bit of a reposition that's happening from Vasco. I like this because it does mix it up. It's not so predictable. Look at MG. Look at how aggressive he is on this.
Evolution Power. The exact opposite. A little bit more passive here in middle right now. And Vasco are not shying away from these fights at all. It ends up being a 1-for-1. I'm surprised there's no more. There we go. Fei pushing out through the smoke is going to catch the crucial timing. And that's the difference maker that Vasco always felt like they were going to get maybe a second in that battle. Whereas Evolution Power, they obviously have more to worry about. They're trying to push, they're trying to rotate, they're trying to get into the B-bomb side. But Vasco holding strong and, again, have a numbers advantage. And as you've said in the past, these retakes have looked really good for Vasco. So you got to back them here, even though it's a retake on the B side.
Yeah, and I mean, with having the number advantage, this is, you know, even with Fei being like less than half, I mean, that's not going to be ideal, but it's still a position where they can kind of use him as the sacrificial lamb, and then they can try to, you know, get that instant trade. So that's not a bad thing right now. Silva is, you know, they kind of have a bit of a sandwich, but it's a question, and it is going to be answered, and they beat me to it, is can they be able to find something as an opener? But hang on a second, things are kind of switched up. Oh, watch the spring, and I can't believe it, MG again. He comes in clutch.
That is Goku-esque. Honestly. Huge round for Vasco. And they'll end the half very, very favorably, 6-3. That just reminds me of watching Goku. You know, the guy was crazy. Like, he was obviously a very good sniper, but honestly felt like he got his work done most of the time with the sidearm in the clutches, and that's exactly what MG's just done there as well. So, great pistol work.
Yeah, that was insane. We talked about, you know, retakes, but, you know, MG once again now putting himself at a 10-5. And I mean, VNC is, you know, he's obviously pushing himself to 14-4 right now, but for MG to, you know, stay alive in the right moments, get these clutches, it's everything you can hope for any Vasco fans, but the job is not done yet. Now things are going to be, you know, switched over, so this is where, you know, on paper, not the best here for EP, like in terms for, you know, they can be more of a defensive team, but I'll be curious now with a team like Vasco. I mean, they like to get, you know, very aggressive and in your face. It's a mix, I would say.
Yeah.
Default setup from EP back to the 2-1-2, but
yeah. You know what? I've just like it's kind of playing with my mind a little bit because Vasco, their tag is SV. And if you know the history of CROSSFIRE, they used to play for a team called Super Valiant, which was the best team in the world. And now I'm seeing Super Valiant every time I look at SV. But obviously it's not Emsen, it's the other team.
It's the other team.
It's confusing.
That is a bit confusing. Oh, wow. What do we have here? A bit of a unique little spot we got ourselves in here. Vasco?
Yeah, a lot of options, obviously. Imagine this looks like it's going to end up being an A take with the push coming through long. Waiting on the other side of that one, but Feifei's got the entry and MG takes down Emsen. It's out with the old, in with the new. Vasco are here to play. Minnow at first. I mean, what options do you really have in a 2v4?
I mean, okay, again, this is, you know, if I had to put it in a clutch situation, it'd be these two players, right? I like, these would be the first two guys I would want to go for. I'd be like, look, they can make some, you know, magic happen, but it's a matter of them finding a duel. VNC's just on the other side of this wall. First has to be able to find him. I don't know if he's going to be able to. Oh, it's actually a swing and a miss, but Pistol will get something done. And there we go. They're starting to get loud. It's probably hard to hear through us, but we can definitely hear them. And yeah, they're getting excited. Closer and closer they get to that map point.
Yeah, Vasco looking real sharp today. Really turned on.
I never was expecting this much composure. I honestly did think this game was going to be a full scrap. I thought they were going to be, you know, really close rounds, but the composure from these guys is unmatched right now.
No one really having a game either for Evolution Power, I think, is the problem. It's like everyone's doing okay, but no one's really pushing the issue in the same way that, you know, you're maybe getting from VNC, you're getting from MG, and dare I say it, you're getting from Feifei as well. He's 9-5, but the bloke is getting some impact frags. Like, he got the entry frag in that last round. He's won a clutch. Like, he's actually really standing tall and delivering. And even though Action, for example, is, like, you know, 3-10, you're kind of like, well, doesn't matter. Like, you literally don't even notice that he's 3-10.
Well, that's the thing. Like, and it's not like he's the anchor point or, you know, the problem here. It's just a bit of an unlucky situation for him, but I mean, that's okay. But like, I think going back to your original point here for EP, it is correct. Like, if you have one player that is getting some decent rounds, finding the impact they need, the other players have to do something. Like you know, YH, you know, he's been able to show that, you know, against some of the other Chinese teams that he, you know, he's very scary, but he just doesn't look like he's having any sort of success at all here.
It's going to be a little bit late into mid to dissuade SV from pushing their way through. And VNC entries. Spotted out through the smoke for a second there, but no kill coming through for Evolution Power, and Vasco rampaging their way into A. It's so clean. I mean, this is looking over.
Yeah.
If I've ever seen a game of CROSSFIRE and it's over, it's this one.
Well, honestly, the fact that they're just getting up mid-control like that and getting across, like, that's everything. We talked about timings. We talked about, you know, finding those milliseconds, and they're getting so much real estate right now. That's what you need on the DL side. I mean, you have to be able to get yourself a little bit of control in the game, and maybe that control is dwindling just a little bit here for the post plant, but YH is down to critical HP. And now Silva just on the other side, spots the barrel, and there it is. They're going to get themselves another round, making the 2-2 in their favor. So, man, oh man.
I think it's MG that's getting louder right now.
I don't blame him. He's playing lights out. Him and Silva are the, you know, I would say, in my opinion, probably the two players that are definitely that MVP status in this first map.
Well, first, spots one out. But no shot, no connection, rather.
He's going to get one.
We'll see. That's such a tight angle, man. Like, are you going to really hit that? Literally, the only way you're hitting this is if the other sniper's going to try and set up on that line and contest you and, like, stop there. Like, he's going to counter-strafe right there. Otherwise, if anyone's just crossing, you just don't have... no one has the reaction time, unless you're pre-firing it, maybe, in a sense. But, like, one guy goes across and then you pre-fire for the second guy, for example. But this one, I mean, this is a bit more of an open angle, right? So, like, you have a little bit more of a chance.
I was thinking too, like EP were looking like they were kind of teasing the idea about doing a three-player, you know, bit of a push and B main. Like you can already see, I think that's first. he's actually kind of toying the idea about this, maybe going to re-aggress a little bit more. This would be a good thing. I would like to see EP do something. This is where they have to do something. I get the game is, it's got a big scoreline here, but they got to find an opener. They're the ones that are losing these opening duels. It's Vasco that find that opening engagement, which just really seems to make the wound that much worse.
Zay's just going to be jump spotting the angle. Dump his util as he gets the information and back away. Try and buy a little bit more time. It's not going to be a huge concern, though, for Vasco. Still got more than a minute on the clock as that sort of starts to play out. Plenty of options. Default setup, you still got players sort of watching every nook and cranny, really, that Evolution Power could be pushing. So as we start to get into the deeper stages of the game, now's where Vasco have to make their call. And it does look like, again, it'll be going back to A. It's a similar sort of a setup. Got MG watching A long. No one pushing there for Evolution Power. And they do have the numbers to defend this A side if Vasco decide to go in that direction.
20 seconds.
What?
How does he win that fight? How are they winning these fights? I don't get it. But now they're just going to pry down the door?
Emson's not spotted. This is patience from him. He might actually be able to deny the bomb plant. Oh, no. Feifei's planted safe.
Oh,
that is a saving grace for Vasco that Feifei put it down behind the box. Emson's still trying to clutch it out. He can't quite. Runs out of bullets, gets the reload off. Feifei doesn't want to contest it. He's seen his two teammates' heads pop off. And now Feifei for the big impact clutch. A 1-on-2. You'll hear some noise if he wins this one. He knows First is there. And First has not spotted him. It's another one for Vasco.
Man, the stars are just aligned right now for Vasco. They are just, everything is working out in their favor. And a huge clutch to add into the map point now. You could just look, I have no idea if the facial expression means anything here, but for EP, that is more than frustration right now in this game. This is just breezed by here, Jordan. And finally gets the opener. He does get the opener there. Okay. That's what they needed, but it's the cost of his HP. He's already down to less than half.
Well, you'll take it, right? At this point, I think Evolution Power, if they given the opportunity to have an opening kill, you kind of have to take it. It doesn't matter how it comes. They've got a couple now as well. Got a timeout call after this round, so we'll see how that ends up playing out. But it's just a bit too little too late for Evolution Power, isn't it, right? You needed one earlier.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it. It really does. But if it's any team to make a comeback, I would say it could be EP, honestly. I've seen them in some gross score lines, and
sure,
but it's a long road. We haven't had any OT yet.
Wait, spotted him.
Oh, look at YH. He's thinking about it.
Heavy into it at this point, though.
I don't think it would just be so silly.
Up 5v3. Don't need to be doing anything too over aggressive. Don't be in an untradeable position.
Yeah, good information though for Vasco. They already know now that First has the in this B site, just kind of in the back. So they have some good read on this. They still have some time to work with too. They got 50 seconds remaining.
Yep. But as that timer ticks down, it becomes more and more imperative that they find a opening kill somewhere. Silva was given the job to try to challenge First, but difficult to clear out all those angles. And it's probably the round falling by the wayside for Vasco. Nice work from First in this one. Picking up a few kills. Feifei's been good in the clutch, but this one a bit too much to ask. So it'll be a fourth for Evolution Power. Vasco are the ones that have called the timeout here. Just want to cross the T's, dot the I's, make sure that they lock this one in.
Yeah, and it seemed it was a bit early too. It felt like as soon as the first duel didn't go their way, there was the timeout was called right away, but I'm not against this. We saw the timeout, from EP happened a lot earlier, and that was in the first half. It was only, 3 or 4 rounds in, and they were calling it right away. Now Vasco, they're in a lead position, but like you said, cross the T, dot an I, they're just trying to make sure everything is going to be aligned properly. They only need one more to get this done. And this was the pick for EP. So, they're on the brink of, I would say that's an upset because, typically when you go for the map pick, there's a reason when you go for the map pick.
Obviously it doesn't mean that the series is done for Evolution Power, but if they're going to be sort of swept aside this comfortably on their map pick, it does raise some questions. That's fair.
And it does kind of raise the inconsistencies of this EP team, right? I mean, that's where we said, you know, for their league and, you know, for the CFPL, like, I mean, they're that 4th place team. Like they're you know, behind some really great names and organizations, but they have kind of shown that, like I said, they pushed it to, you know, finals and getting 2nd places and, you know, tasting silver, but they've also had some, you know, pretty big dips in some games that you're like, how on earth did this happen? But we'll see if history won't rewrite itself a little bit here for EP.
Yeah, I'm sure Vasco will be looking to rewrite history themselves. A couple of Brazilian teams have won global events in the past. Off the top of my head, I don't believe any of these players were involved in those winning teams. It was kind of a different generation of Brazilian players. I'm pretty confident about that.
I believe it.
Maybe Action might have been involved in one back in the day. But either way, it doesn't really matter. Still a long way off from that one, but tell you what, it's a good start. Build that storyline early. Let's go for it. Vasco, default sort of approach to start this round.
Yeah, I think this makes a lot of sense too, because I mean they got the rounds, right? They got a buffer that they can work with here. They don't need to try to get the job done. Like, you know, maybe we're thinking EP's expecting some kind of aggression, some kind of different, you know, a little bit of, you know, change in pace, but I do like the Vasco again, just playing very passive, evaluating their options. This isn't bad. And double here for the defensive side for EP. But it's a question if they can find that opening. When they get the opening, it seems like the round does kind of go back into their favor. Whereas, you know, I think if Vasco can be able to find the opener, I feel like it's a heavy lean for them to get that round, right? So it really is who is going to be the first one that goes down and who's going to be able to win it. So it might take a while, though, Jordan, but Vasco are just kind of hanging out in the back and mid, stuck in the mud a little bit. Very paranoid.
A lot of nades, but no connections. Good counter nade actually out from Evolution Power there. Got a pretty good read as to where Vasco is coming by the looks of things, and so they've set their forces up in a good spot. The flash coverage, though, is quite good from Vasco. Trouble is it hasn't found them an entry just yet, and Minno's been able to grab one. It's starting to fall apart a little bit here for Vasco. The longer it goes without a frag, the worse it gets, and that's only the one. It's a 1 for 2. Minno, though, will re-aggress for no reason. He's screaming and shouting, I can hear underneath me. Trying to comp to his teammates to tell him where they've got to watch, and first needs to step up in a big way right here because he's about to get overwhelmed on that B side, and that is, in fact, the B side taken by Vasco. Very clutch. That was looking pretty dire for them. Still worried about getting the C4 on the ground, but going to chance it now. Bit of an open plan for VNC.
Oh, and they're going to split it too. They're going to do the 1-and-1 here. The front door and the back door.
I would love to see Vasco push aggressively out of B main right there and get into mid 2v1s.
Yeah, I would agree. I think this would be a really good play from them, but they're just going to turtle up in the site.
It's not going to work out for them.
Oh, no.
Emerson's not spotted action, though. And time's becoming a bit of a factor. They're really trying to figure out where are these Vasco players, and it's taken too long. They have not spotted action. He has not been cleared. Zayd looking forward, can't find the kill. No, it's taken him way too long. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. He's just ducked his head. He's like Neo in the Matrix. Dodging the bullets, and Vasco will win map 1.
Wow, wow, wow. I love this. That upset, when that's what we were talking about. How well can they be composed? Man, they look like it was just an easy day at the office. Yes, it was only the first map. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, but honestly, I'm nothing but impressed just the way they played. Every situation, how sticky or gross it got, they just looked like it cleaned it up so easily.
Well, you say impressed. Evolution Power say depressed. Just having a look at some of the shots there on the camera, they were not looking too pleased with themselves.
No, they definitely were. You could see it. You know, they were very disappointed. And like we said, that was their pick. This was the pick for them. I talked about, you know, this isn't really the best map that I thought statistically. And I think Vasco realized, they're like, look, like, we're going to, you know, pry this thing open and we're going to take this thing away. And they did. I mean, that was a 6-3 first half in their favor. And then it just felt like it was smooth sailing.
Yeah, indeed. I don't really know what to say about that. Like, it just didn't really feel like Evolution Power ever really rocked up. And, you know, I've seen these guys in the past. I know what they can do, but they just didn't. They're not here in Vietnam just yet. They're maybe still in the hotel asleep. Obviously, they've got some time to figure that out because we've still got a whole best of 3 yet to play. Ankara's, again, like a very middle road sort of map in the pool. Like, everyone knows how to play Ankara at this point, so it's not like the end of the world, but I mean, Vasco, they are locked in. You can tell that. They're very, very serious about this at the moment. And Evolution Power, I don't know, they come in a little bit lackadaisical in a sense. And so waiting to kind of see when Evolution Power comes online.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing is now they have to. It's talking about a reverse sweep. That's kind of like the name of the game here. But for Vasco, at least you can have that sigh of relief a little bit where you're like, okay, look, we got the first map done. We got a little bit of that upset. So now we're in a good position here. We can be in the driving seat. We can maybe get this thing done with a 2-0. I never would have expected it, but I think for a little bit of the break we'll have, EP have a lot of things to talk about because this did not look like it was them. It kind of felt like it was a shadow of themselves. So I hope that, you know, whatever pep talk they have with the coach, it better be motivational because they're going to need it.
Yeah, there's maybe more than motivation that's going to be required as well. Someone's just going to have to, like, turn it on. So, you didn't really get the feeling that anyone was, like, having a great day for Evolution Power, which is a little bit unfortunate. Obviously, on the other side of the coin, Vasco, there's the drone, by the way. I mean, I know I keep going on about this drone, but it is kind of cool. Vasco, like, it's not like everyone was having impact, right? But in particular, obviously, MG sniping had quite a lot of nice rounds, but Fei, his clutching, his impact frags were really good. And then VNC, the anchor work on the GR side. So you kind of had a bit of everything, really. Like, whatever you needed, whatever the circumstance was. Okay, do we need opening picks? Well, MG's here with or do we need someone to lock down a site and prevent them from getting in? VNC's there doing that on the A site. Are we in a sticky situation? We need a clutch. Well, Fei's there, going to get that done. So it sort of all felt like it was coming together for Vasco, and now I sort of have to wonder, are we going to get that again for map 2? You know, are they going to be able to bring that consistently? And well, they've been working hard in the Brazilian region this year, and 3-1 against Imperial tells me they're not a bad shout. So I'll have to give them the benefit of the doubt at this point. You know, maybe I'm going to have to throw my prediction in the bin twice in a row.
I know, yeah, and that's the thing. It's like, you know, I mean, I made the same prediction as you. I was like, look, I think EP could get this, but I feel like the difference with Vasco is, you know, I talked about, you know, someone like MG, Silva being those impact players, but, you know, I feel like everybody was.
Here's the thing, though. I had the 100% prediction rate last year at this event.
No big deal.
Until the playoffs, until we saw BaiSha versus AG. Maybe at this point I just go for the 0%. Yeah, we just flip it on its head.
Let's just
1 year to the next.
Yeah, exactly.
Because that's kind of where I'm at. I'm en route for that right now. So we'll see how we go. But yeah, having a look at the highlights here. That big one from Fei. Obviously, there's another one from MG. So exactly the players that we're talking about, sort of stepping up. I thought really the only guy that kind of felt like he was having some kind of extra impact in the game for Evolution Power was Emzen. I thought he had like two, 3 rounds. You know, the round where he sort of clutched it out, the round where he was able to push in through mid and get in behind the enemy lines. Felt like, you know, at some points he was able to sort of turn that clock back a little bit and become Emzen of 2015, 2016, but not enough, definitely, and no one else was really there standing behind him, so disappointing performance across the board from Evolution Power, and it wasn't even as if, you know, it felt a bit different to the LCK game in the sense that LCK, they got into good positions and they threw them away. In this case, it didn't even really feel like Evolution Power was getting into good spots. They were not like finding ways to, you know, get advantages in rounds or anything like that. So that's, yeah, a little bit disappointing. So.
Yeah, and I think there was, if I'm not even mistaken, like near the very end of this game, like I felt like for someone like Minnow, like he, you know, being the most experienced guy in this team, he made that, you know, bit of a weird call where he swung out of B main when they were on the GR side and kind of gave up his body, like essentially just sacrificed himself, which I didn't really understand. But again, that's where we were saying, you know, everything was going against them. You know, nothing was working out. This alone, that is insane. Like, I mean, you know, for Action, he didn't even have himself a statistically good game. You can see right here, a 0.43. I don't want to call him out, but obviously being able to have the impact that he did and able to, show up in the grindy moments like that.
It's fine.
Even the last round, that is totally fine.
It's funny that I'm like, yeah, Emerson had a pretty good game. He's 0.42. The thing is, it kind of felt like the rounds that he was getting done were the only rounds that they actually won.
Yeah.
So sometimes you can look at it from a scoreboard perspective, and there's the scoreboard test, obviously, but there's also the eye test, and I think in this case, again, action 0.43, you go, oh, that was kind of bad, but realistically speaking, he did fine. He didn't need to necessarily bring anything more to the table, so scoreboard test doesn't really matter in this case.
Couldn't agree more.
And for first, it's like, yeah, you went 1.27, but you lost the game, bro. You lost 10-4, so you kind of wrecked. And what do you want? What do you want from me? 10-4 that's a very one-sided map as well. It has to be said. We don't often necessarily see 10-4s in the domestic leagues.
No.
When we're doing CFWL, a lot of the time it's 10-6 or closer. But I think you actually do tend to get a little more one-sided maps when you're at these sort of international events and at this level of competition, because teams, first of all, are better. They're better at closing things out. They know when they're a good team, when we're playing well, we know what we need to do to win this game. And then on the other side of the coin, obviously, you look at those individual teams and those individual players, and maybe you're not as familiar with them from the other side of the coin. So if you're EP, if you're down 7-2 or something like that against an AG or a BaiSha, you might actually have a better idea of how do we go about navigating the second half something. Whereas going against Vasco, you may be like, well, we very rarely play against these guys. Yeah, we played against them a couple times this year, but what do we know about what they're bringing to the table for this event? Have they cooked something up in the lab in their domestic league? So that can make things a little bit more difficult as well. So yeah, we see these blowouts a little bit more often actually at the international events.
Yeah, and that's a really good point you bring up, because I think it's something we always have to bring up, is the fact that, in their domestic leagues, it's, you know how to play against them. You play them so many different times, but in these kind of situations when you're at the LAN event, you're playing in, international, there is those moments where you're like, I literally have no idea how to counter this, or I have no idea what to expect from these guys.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, on the other side of the coin, there is every possibility that Evolution Power have just gone a little bit missing, and we'll have to sort of wait and see that maybe in this break, in this downtime, okay, there's only so much you can do in attack timeout, for example. Do we go from map 1 to map 2 and it's a completely different looking roster? I mean, is there a level that Evolution Power that we know or expect that they can bring that they just didn't at all in that first map, and then going into map 2, are they like, okay, let's reset, refocus. We've had our warm-up map, and now we're here to play, and then we get the real Evolution Power on Ankara.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I feel like for me, if we see the same Vasco where they play this much composure, the game that they had, and the fluidity of it, I think it's gonna be a 2-0. But I think for EP, they are this team that they've been to stages. They have been able to play some of this high level. So I think it is a warm-up. I wonder if maybe it was a nerve thing or something happened. Clearly nothing was working well. So all the pieces weren't fitting, but I mean, like I said, they need to have a really big pep talk. They don't have a whole lot of time, but they got to use this time now to reset the mindset. They got to figure out what they need to do a little bit differently, because that's never an easy thing to do. You kind of have to just brush the game away and just pretend that, we're going to play 2 best of 1s, and here we go. We're just going to go right into it. They're going to just figure out what they can do. Vasco is going to be on the GR side. And like I said before, for a map like this, for a team like EP, they're a dead even. They're a 5-5 record. So this isn't really a map where, again, they're on paper, scary. I mean, this is where it's going to have to prove more than just the name of the, the stats and everything like that. But EP now got themselves into this B site. It's a question if they get this C4 down, and already looking like the engagement is it's benefiting them.
Yeah, so far so good, and this is kind of what I'm talking about. Do we get a bit of a different brand of Evolution Power as soon as we get into the second map? Well, yes, very fast out the gate, straight into the site, dominant display on those first couple of kills. And it's down to just the 2 members of Vasco, so this is, again, maybe a little bit more what we were hoping to see from Evolution Power.
This is way different. Look at how much more convincing this is, too. Only losing 1 player, and already now in a 4-1 VNC, he's got nothing. He's got no options. I mean, at this point, I don't even know what he's going for. So I think this is just them having a bit of a talk. He's just going to try to maybe find a quick, easy kill. But, I mean, this first opening round is going to go in favor for EP. And This was the other thing too, is Vasco was able to do that on the opening map. On map number 1, they were able to get this. So now here for map 2, we see EP finally get themselves a lifeline, and that is important, because if you can get the first round, it's a little bit of sigh of relief, right? It's just a little bit of that pressure is just removed.
Yeah. Well, double orb set up straight out the gates here for Vasco. Worked very well for them on compound on the GR side. We'll see if they can have that same success. MG watching the push in middle. And Silva over toward the B site. A little bit of a slower approach this time for Evolution Power.
Yeah, they like to run the clock low. They definitely do. They like to get that feeler. You know, put the toe in the water. Too hot, too cold. They'll wait it out. Get that room temperature.
Let them cook.
Let them cook.
Not in room temperature water, hopefully.
Hopefully not.
Don't think you're going to be cooking much there.
Won't be very good.
What could you cook in room temperature water? Maybe some kind of like fermented something. I don't know if it would be very nice. Might not be very healthy.
You could do tea, couldn't you?
In room temperature water?
It wouldn't be good.
That would be horrible.
I'm not saying it's going to be tasting good, but maybe this is going to taste good. Look at Fei.
Ow,
Oh my God, he's able to find that double. Death from above. Vasco once again. Oh man.
You're not allowed to do that. That is just, I don't know how he's managed to get away with that. That's unreasonable.
Man, in our, you know, for us, like, you know, for CFWL, like we see players that might play that spot, and it's like a one and done. Like, it's not like they're ever going to get multi-kills like that. So for EP, like, you can just see, like, oh man, like, how did we let that slip? Like, the rug was just pulled under us.
Well, back to the drawing board maybe for Evolution Power, who might have thought, okay, we're back into it. You know, we won the first round of the map. We're feeling good. It was a good decisive round. You just got absolutely smacked, like rinsed, really, on that A site hit. So seems like we're back to the tried and true, the standard same old, which led Vasco to the 10-4 win on map 1. So I gotta be honest with you, like my prediction or my favor has actually drastically shifted over to Vasco after that first map. I think they look great.
You know, and it's funny because, like, you know, when we were talking to Neo, like, in the green room, he's like, guys, like, Vasco's sick. Like, they're cooking up something good. And I was like, yeah, no, I'm sure they are, man. But, like, I was like, look, there's probably a little overhype here, but okay.
Yeah.
The guy knows something. So shout out to Neo for that one.
I mean, what I'll say is, like, I think for me, like, because I've been covering CrossFire for such a long time, I just have this insane bias for Chinese teams. So it's like, I don't care who you are. If you're playing against a Chinese team, I'm not predicting.
Yeah, you and Kyle both kind of did that to me. Like, and that was my thought too. I'm like, look, they are very, very scary teams to go against. So it's still true, but you know, Brazil is definitely trying to make themselves that next scary thing.
Oy.
Oh my goodness, MG, that's a shot you can't miss. You gotta hit this one.
Well, you can miss it if Action's going to get a 2-kill, so it doesn't really matter too much in that sense, though. He will end up losing his life, and Feifei, that might have been a bit bold, okay? That might have been a bit of a rush of blood to the head after the last round. Feifei's feeling it. He's like, yeah, I'm going to get this frag. Now MG's going to go looking for info. He's prepared for Emson around the corner, but can't hit the headshot. Still, 2-on-2. Silva is actually ballsy. He's got big nuts. He's going to go hunting for Emson. He spotted him as well. He's seen him on the exit. That'll be information. Big information for Vasco.
Oh, is he going to press forward too? Oh my. He might be able to get the
Timing's
slightest
good.
timing.
Timing's great.
Oh,
Timing is fantastic.
And I'm not sure if he made some noise. I don't think he might have.
Nah.
Okay, no, they have no idea.
He knows. He knows this is going to be an A-side hit, and he's going to be right behind them. You've got to go now, though.
Yeah, and VNC, I was kind of wondering if he was going to anchor the site or he's just going to play it safe. He is going to play it safe. I don't blame him. Plan's going to happen. That's okay.
This is great.
This is huge.
You just let Silva take the contact because they're never expecting a fast flank like that. He gets the freebie. And now it's a 2v1 for First to try to negotiate. They've got time to wait this smoke out if they need.
Yeah, there's no rush at all. It's actually First that has to go for this engagement. He has to find a one-on-one right now. He has to be able to take down one of these players. That's going to help. That's going to be a good start for VNC. A little gangster drive-by and right back into their winning ways. They're going to get themselves right back into a 2-1.
He was in with a chance, though. He got that second shot off. He just missed it. We've got a timeout here for Evolution Power, and you talked about how early they used it in the last map.
Yeah.
They used it even earlier in this map.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised. Like, I don't know if I don't want to like, you know, conspiracy. I don't want to get like in that set, but it kind of makes me wonder. Now I'm scratching my head like, why? Why are we only 3 rounds in and we're getting a timeout that fast? Now my thoughts are like, is there something internally going on? Is the communication wrong? Is the mood wrong? It can be a million things here, but I don't know. You talk about red flags, that's a big one for me.
How's the vibes looking for Vasco right now? Locked in, I would say.
Dialed in. Locked in, dialed in, everything. Yes.
Zoned in, homed in.
Yeah, it's been an impressive
Emzin. That's not Emzin.
No, that's not. But that's okay.
If it was Emzin, it would have been like perfect.
Yeah, actually, that would have been perfect.
I would have just mic drop moment.
Yeah, I would have been like, I'll just do this by myself. It's fine. You earned it. You can go. But, I mean, these guys look dead serious. There's probably a lot of conversation.
They know. This is because they know if they lose this game, they jump on their little social medias, whatever it is, Weibo, I think is the Chinese social media. They're going to be getting blasted, bro. They will be getting blasted. So, Emson's like, how did I end up here? I'm a world champion.
Oh. Yeah, and the coach, like, I mean, you can see him on the screen here. I mean, we got a good seat. Just see, you know, we're right behind them, and you can just see there's a lot of you know, moving around, a lot of animation. There's no messing around here. It's a moment to clean things up, and
much more chill on the behalf of Vasco, which is
they should be
pretty cool to see. What I will say about Vasco as well, and Feifei in particular, is he looks a lot more relaxed in this roster than what I remember from watching him play in Imperial. He was yelling and screaming when he was in Imperial. Even during TAC timeouts, he was like really like getting into the conversation, animated. But it doesn't seem to be the same case here for Vasco. And look, to be fair, that may be because Imperial were having tougher games than this is going for Vasco. This is actually, by the looks of it, going quite routine for Vasco. But I don't know, it's just an interesting sort of change-up. I wonder if that's actually the case long-term or if it's something that we're going to be sort of seeing change up as we go through the tournament.
Possibly. MG just playing the same position here, just on the top tower, just waiting things out for any sort of mid control from EP. But EP, you know, again, just really hesitant even on, you know, A main right now. Like, they're finally going for control on this. I was kind of wondering why, but they might have been doing some studying. I know the Vasco do like to do a little pop pushes sometimes, but not in this moment. No reason for it.
No.
I like this Vasco play. I really do like this just kind of slick back, you know, hanging out kind of playing. I thought, like I said, they were going to get brawly, but I think it's been the opposite of that.
Yeah. I mean, I think this very much is just generally in line with the Brazilian rosters, and it makes sense, obviously, with Feifei being the IGL, that, you know, that style continues to be maintained across from Imperial into Vasco here. That, though, bit of an over peak from VNC. Silver gets the 1-for-1. I like this, though, from Action, but it's been spotted out by First. He also saw him, to be fair. So there's information on both sides, but Vasco are going to make the correct read that this is actually going to end up being a B-side hit, but Feifei didn't quite get in quickly enough, and now MG looking through that smoke. Oh, he's going to miss the shot onto Minnow. So plan's going to go down. It's probably an unwinnable round here for SV going forward. Just a couple of micro moments that make a big difference in the round.
Yeah, and I like the idea from Feifei too. Like, he was trying to, you know, be a little bit of an assassin in the site. He was trying to see what he can do, but it's all down to MG, and he hasn't really found his success yet. Zay is going to come alive and get himself the multi-kill, so they bounce right back into this. It's a bit of a teeter-totter, but for EP fans, they're definitely going to be a little bit more happy about this one. Vasco, you can see him on the screen here. Pretty much like no emotion. These guys are, you know, we talked about dialed in. They're cooking. But here we go. Tie game once again, folks. Double alms here for the attack of EP, funny enough, actually. And I don't feel like we really see that very often, if my memory serves me right.
Yeah, I mean, Emson's a bit of a he'll do what he wants kind of guy, I think.
He earned it.
Yeah, exactly, right?
He put his tenure in. He's fine.
You have that level of pedigree, you can do whatever you want as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, whereas before, I mean, Vasco, they were even running like, you know, double, or I think they even had triple at one point too. So they're just doing the one. So We'll see if MG can find that success. He's been a little bit quiet on this one so far. I mean, still very early on in this game on the second one, but not still cooking the preview.
That's a sharp shot.
Okay, VNC.
Maybe Emsen get reeled back in a little bit now.
Oh.
You've had your chance with the Orm. It wasn't very impressive. Back to the rifle.
Yeah, back to the rifle. Let's just put it away for a little bit. Let's just chill. 117 remain now, and oh wow, first. Wow, that's a little unexpected. Yeah, okay. This is a bit of a bear trap. Ooh. Just swing and a miss though.
Yeah, MG a little bit over eager for the repeat, but I guess when you're up 5-2, it's not the biggest of concerns.
True.
Fast flank coming in as well from Vasco through Hotel. Looks like they're going to be happy to give Evolution Car a plan. Just wonder if Zay's position is something that they're going to clear out. That's not ideal. This is starting to get concerning, pushing their way through a smoke. I don't like it. This is how you lose rounds in a 5v2, but they do lock it in.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, that, you know, I talked about being scrappy. I talked about brawl. That was it right there. That was very, very messy. That was not around. I was, you know, Vasco get it done, whatever. You know, it ain't pretty, but, I mean, they at least can get the round done, and it was the number advantage that was their saving grace in that kind of a moment, but boy, oh boy.
You've got to play to your winning conditions, and I guess in that case their win condition was their numbers, that they were always likely to be able to trade down.
No doubt. Ooh, 5-man commit in the same aim. Are they just going to send it? Oh, yeah, they're not even hesitating. Jordan, they're just going to go for this. They want to try to mix things up. We talked about changing the pace, but they're playing the wrong track right now because it's just Vasco taking them out. They're just loading this kill feed, taking the numbers right now. But it's all about Feifei. He needs to find something, but EP finally get themselves a little bit of an opening.
Yeah, a little bit disappointing for Vasco there. Honestly, BNC lasted for so long, you'd think they would have been able to rotate across faster or trade a little bit more effectively, but they don't, and then
that's the planter!
Silva saves the day just from from nowhere. You should never be getting that kill, and then he's got another one! What's going on?
Oh my gosh, man. These guys have been doing their homework. They definitely know what's going on. So now...
He's waiting for first as well. Look at this. They've read him.
They're already reading the book, and look at Silva! He gets the, you know, the triple kill to get things done. The guy single-handedly just teeing off, hitting the driver. Oh my goodness.
Man, it's like Harry Potter. He's kind of read it like 15 times, and he knows the story back to front.
Yeah. More than impressive right there. Look at him.
Stone cold.
Stone cold. That is like, you know, honestly to me, like that is a team that, like I said, they did their homework, but that's important because they had a really good inkling of what was going to happen, and the fact they were just kind of chilling in the back, waiting things out, that's something that EP haven't really shown to me that they have been able to do it, and even the first duel again from Silva. Guys like Beetlejuice, you say his name so many times, he's just going to keep getting opening duels.
Well, Minnow. He's going to try to make something happen here. He's going to have to, right? Like 5-on-4 again. Scoreline 4-2. You're sort of reading the signs, putting it together, and all signs pointing towards a Vasco victory. Minnow goes down for free. Action's been, he's been a real menace locking down this mid position. A lot of impact from him. Push is coming in the direction of A, though.
Oh, don't overpush this, though. Okay, no, he's just hiding behind pillar. Now things are getting awkward. This is, you know, not a good position. Now there's a bit of crossfire here, but BNC, oh, actually, surprisingly.
It's good damage.
It is good damage. It's just no kills, but now Feifei can just kind of pull back, wait with his team. This is perfect.
MG's got a nade. Silva's got a nade. Silva's actually up in the sniper's nest as well, looking to try and deny the plan or the cross, and loses a bit of his HP for his trouble, but getting the plan's not going to be easy here for Evolution Car. One of those nades does get tossed in. MG watching, but missed the shot, and that opened the door up for Zay. This would be a bad one to let slip for Vasco.
Oh, man. I was thinking he might try to go for the swing on this, but Now they don't have to worry about somebody flanking to take down the planter, so they should be able to get this done.
They're still worried about it, actually.
Yeah,
they kind of have PTSD from that last round. Look at it. They actually are so triggered. Silver's gone for the long flank this time, though. Wow. And he's doing it with a rifle. MG coming back in with the Orm. Still has a nade. If it's tossed in under the stairs, which would be difficult from his position, he will get the freebie onto Zay. Toss it through the window.
No, but he turns at the wrong time, and Zay perfectly gets the timing of this, and now MG has to do something big on this. Time is dwindling for him, and now he's just on the hunt. He spots. I thought he would have spotted that player, and he goes for one swing. Oh my god!
No way!
Oh my god!
Oh, he doesn't have time. I don't think he's got time. Oh, it was so close.
It's gonna be close.
He's just not managed it.
Oh, that is so close. What an effort, though. Give him an extra second, and that would have been it.
Yeah.
But, like, see how fast they know where they are.
Yeah.
He's like, this guy's here. This guy's going to be in tunnel. I know he's right there. Boy, oh boy.
4-3. Still a very, very close map. Back and forth for sure. That was a pretty critical round, though, for Evolution Power. Like, you kind of swindled one a little bit there. Silver aggressive on the line. Again, continues to be impressive with his Orm, and sort of we're questioning that double Orm setup at the start of this game, but now I think there can be no question that this is an effective setup for Vasco.
Yeah, it definitely is. A lot of these teams that are going to be playing them later on, like this is going to be a good work on the demo to watch and realize, like, okay, Silva, he packs a serious punch with this Orm, man. He's nobody to mess around with, but I mean, already losing Minnow right away, losing YH right away now, so this puts him EP in this deficit. And, you know, for Vasco, they can just sit pretty, man. They don't have to be aggressive. Now they can just turtle in these sites. The world is their oyster. Wouldn't say the same for EP, though. They got a lot of work cut out for them.
Yeah, I don't really like that they're giving up the A site, but going to be filtering back on in. Timing here is kind of awkward, though. This is a little bit scary. Fei, oh, no, you don't. You just don't. Like, this is just little errors coming through for Vasco now. I mean, why are they making that call to leave the A site? And if they do make that call, why are they filtering back on in on a timing and giving up 2 kills like that? If you're going to give up the site, play the 3v5 retake.
Exactly.
Instead of now you've got 2 players kind of caught in transition and back to 3-on-3, which is quite difficult, it has to be said. Look at the util coverage right now from Evolution Power. Like, how do you make this retake happen?
Yeah,
Vasco, pressure's getting to them.
That flash has to work perfectly. ATK, though, I mean, he's trying to do everything he can, but now it's down to the 1v1, and Zay, oh my goodness, 11 HP will get the clutch, and like you said, I mean, it comes down to just not making a diligent decision on that, and it costs them the round.
It's like they're in 2 minds, you know? They're making 2 different choices at the same time, and
it almost makes me wonder if maybe, you know, one person made the call and then the IGL counter-called it, or that communication, right? But that was really, really weird. That was not something you should see. You make a call, you commit to it.
You commit, yeah. It's allowed Evolution Power to equalize the numbers. All of a sudden, not looking quite so clean for Vasco anymore. They could have won those last 2 rounds, and it would have just been game over.
It would have been game over, yeah.
Now it's really open for the taking for Evolution Power, and you know, you think about all the impact that Silver's had with the Orm, and ends up not being impact, actually.
And now it's going to be First that's pushed up on mid-stairs here. He's just going to wait things out a little bit more. He might be able to find this cross action, but he doesn't get the shot done. Silva repositioning himself as well. Oh, and actually he gets caught through the door, so he's already lost down to 28 HP. He's trying to still do something here. He's trying to be an influence, man. But now action. Gets himself a little bit of something here. Don't get to see him finding the opening very much, but like you said, I mean, he's been the player that's kind of been locking in mid, but this time he wants to mix things up just a little bit more.
Again, numbers advantage. So Vasco on the cards to push this through to a 5th round for themselves in the first half, but Got to make sure that they lock it down, which the last couple of rounds has not been their forte, let's just say. Forward hold on A. VNC down on the ground. Fei playing on the rafters. Got a pretty good read. Util's getting tossed at a good timing here. But these two guys have to hit their shots if they're going to hold positions like this. And Action's been caught on the rotate. He doesn't really get any real information. You know, he just sees a player in mid. Doesn't tell you which way they're going. And again, Vasco maybe caught in transition here, pushing their way forward. And it's painful to watch. It's really painful to watch. It's like Vasco, they don't back themselves, or they don't trust themselves with the positions that they're playing.
Yeah.
And then they second guess themselves, and then they lose the round because of it.
Yeah, no, I couldn't have said that any better. And it is really hard to watch because it just seems like from what they showed us in the first one to being in this kind of a situation where they're being very hesitant, they're not putting themselves in the right positions, it's not the same. And I was thinking, like, look, if they play the same game they did in the first map, this thing should be done. But I don't know what's happening. I don't know if maybe the wind got into their heads, but something changed. Something's a little bit different in the water, I guess, now, or in the winds, I should say. And we're going to see that, you know, EP are going to be able to find themselves 5-4 in the first half. VNC is just not even going to go for it. And that's a good way for EP to feel a little bit better about themselves moving over into the second half. And they needed it, man. Like, this is where we said, like, you know, the couple minutes they had, that was critical.
I mean, that's like it's. I would say this is definitely still hanging in the balance. Like, Vasco are still looking like a team that's good enough to win this map and 2-0 the series. But in the same vein as maybe LCK were losing rounds on Ankara in their series against Wolf Empire, eventually that catches up with you, right? You can lose those rounds 2, 3, 4 times, and it's like, we can still come back from that, but you eventually run out of rope, right?
Yeah.
And at 5-4, you can come back from that. That's fine. Yeah, half could have been cleaner, but if you're truly the better team, you win this map still.
Yeah.
But if it keeps happening, you go down sort of 8-4 or, you know, something like that, you kind of let a little bit too much slip if you then, only then do you start to, like, switch back on. So important that Vasco start this map, this second half well. Put a bit of that pressure back onto Evolution Power.
Yeah, the tension's just building up a little bit more here too, right? Like, they're really just going to wait things out, evaluate some options right now. And even for EP, double player into tunnel right now. So this is interesting because now with these two players here, they're going to go for the swing. The nade is not bad. It does a little bit of damage. A little bit of damage is better than no damage, but YH, like, is he really going to go for this swing? Like, I mean, he's in a bit of a tight angle. He might be able to find something. He's been very quiet this game. This is a moment for him to shine a little bit bright. Flash is getting thrown, and it is going to just work out nicely for Vasco. My God. How do they find these kind of situations? Number advantage once again. A 5-on-2. We said that, you know, they had to make a decision. They have to do something precise, and they do it here in the opening round. But now, can they do it for the post plant?
Surely. 2v5. Come on, man. Is your faith that rocked?
Well, I don't know. They've been looking a little dicey in some of these, you know, man advantage situations. So can't forgive me for, you know, can't blame me for feeling, yeah.
Look, I mean, even looking at that round action, 2 kills on the entry and through the vent. Not going to see that every day. So can still need to see a little bit more from Vasco. The 1 kill for Evolution Power, but nothing beyond that.
Oh, see, like, this is just giving up bodies. Like, this is, I know it's a 5-on-2, but I just feel like it's not benefiting anything.
I mean, time was always a factor in that particular instance.
Yes.
So not a huge concern, but just more so what I look at that round and I say, okay, well, Action gets 2 entries in the vent, and that's kind of like the catalyst for them winning that round. Are you going to get that every single time? No. So yes, you get the round, you make it look super clean, but is it a little bit of a fib? You know, is it necessarily going to go that way all the time? Well, Action under a bit of pressure now actually does have to back off and give up control of Yard, and likely be getting away with his life there. I like, though, what I'm seeing here from Vasco, where they're accelerating through the rest of the map and taking some map control after having spotted extra players out over toward A.
Oh, but look at this. I mean, for EP, like, they might even just try to get, Zay to swing out here. This is where, the game is this tight and this close, being, back to a tie situation, and I'm just waiting for a team to throw the Hail Mary. Like, somebody to do something unorthodox and just kind of mix this up and rattle the cage as much as they can, but Vasco, they're not going to overextend yet. Still taking the map control slowly and surely. They get hotel control now. So again, that real estate's it's open, right? It's vacant, but this is good for them. But now they're running into a bit of a stack. Look at the defensive players, 3 of them. Oh my God. We talked about, Vasco was ahead of, in the chapters of the book, but could be EP now looking like they're a little bit more on this trilogy.
It's a big call from Evolution Power to have 4 players over toward B, but it looks like it might work out. First, gets that opener onto VNC, and that just stops Vasco in their tracks. They go, whoa! Run into the brick wall. Do we want to have another crack? Do we want to try and bash our head through it? Headbutt our way through the brick wall. It seems like they do. Action's got a pretty strong head, apparently, and takes out first. So decent start and decent follow-up as well. Vasco maybe in with a chance now, but they've still got to dig out Minnow, and they do. Oh dear, that is the perfect setup for Evolution Power, and it has been dismantled. And it made to look easy by Vasco.
They didn't lose a single person. Like, they literally just flawlessly took that. And it's all from Action just repositioning himself. Silva getting himself that triple kill. Excuse me? Like, it's just, it feels like their readjustments, their mid-round calling. I mean, I'm going to ignore some of the retakes and post-plants, but before it gets to that situation, it's been a sight to see. And now they get themselves back into a lead. And like you said, EP, they had the right read, they had the right numbers. Dismantled, absolutely dismantled. They just found the Achilles heel and it just dropped. How do you not get frustrated for EP right now?
I don't know. Win another round right here and just go, okay, we're back. Reset 6-6, that's fine. But if another round goes in the same vein as those first 2 from Vasco in this half, 3 in a row, like, that's panic stations for Evolution Power at that point.
The alarms are going to be ringing for sure. Goodkin actually a little bit of a Minson actually just pushing himself deep in hotel. No trade opportunity for his teammates. But now you can see Vasco, they've actually creeped their way along this. But now it's going to be first. He's going to be locked on this. He might have this first engagement. This is important. He needs to be able to find this duel. He has to win this to get something done. He catches the kneecap of MG, but now, what else do they have in store for us? A good utility damage going to get thrown. Vasco, they're still going to press forward. They're not going to matter. First only, actually that's Vincent, my apologies. He's the one that's able to get this, but it's a one and done. And now you can see the GR players, they're just scrambling to get into the site. Still plenty of time to remain on this though, Jordan.
MG's just being chilling as well, by the way. Like, he's absolutely nowhere nearby. So I think Vasco want to just sort of slow this one down a little bit, give him some time to work in. Face forward, and he'll find 2, so never mind me. I'm talking Porcupine. Silva will drop though, and that's the C4 on the ground. Action wrapping him behind. He was spotted out by first. It's imperative now that MG finds a timing to have an impact because Action is about to go down. He'll be dropped by first. Now let's see if we can get a good old quintessential clutch from a Brazilian sniper. Not this time around. And Evolution Power, they stay in the game.
Oh. After, the opening and just kind of, the ninja effort from the player, from Vasco, getting himself in that site, finding the double. I was thinking that was over, but, the way to bounce back into this, and like we said, EP really needed to win that round. Just, I think, like you said, for the sake of just mentally getting a bit of a reset and feeling a little bit better, we're back to the tie game. This thing has been a grind for both teams, so Minnow now switching things up. He's going to be aggressive outside of hotel. And actually, Vasco, they might be able to get this timing. Feifei, he's already pushed himself deep, but, he's fully blind. He doesn't have his sights on anything yet. Vasco just putting a 1-1-3 on this, kind of just, again, exploring options, trying to see what they can do. Now they're going to pull back. So instead of committing to this hotel control, they're actually just going to retreat this. And I like what I'm seeing. I mean, they really are just toying with them. They're really just trying to evaluate what they can do with this.
Yep.
Still plenty of time left too.
Got to play that push and pull game. I mean, Vasco have left mid, or rather, Evolution Power have left mid completely open. To be fair, Vasco have done the same. And that's kind of playing into the favor of Evolution Power here, who have got the extra player stacked on A. This will be a tough entry. VNC, though, he's hit the opening frag so nicely. He's got 2. Can you believe it? He's allowed to walk in through main, get 2 kills like that, and even though First gets 1 more, it's still favorable enough for Vasco. The entries have been so clean on this Blacklist side.
Yeah, it's been super clean. Oh my God. I don't even know what to expect anymore from this. This team they are definitely a shining star right now. And again, I talked about MVPs, and look, VNC, man, for a guy that's been on this team, or not even this team, but just playing professionally for 4 years, the guy is just running around. And he's just getting these big frags that he should be. Actually putting himself in, terms of statistics in a great position as well with a 14 and 9. They've been able to cross into, hotel, just, by the boost box here, pretty much freely, which is just allowing so much control. And now EP, they're starting to shake in the boots a little bit here. They're gonna have the 3-player stack on this A site, double in the B, but things are looking grim here.
I mean, it is 7-6, so it's not the end of the world, but Minno's 3 and 13, YH is 1 and 11. Kind of like, well, if First and Zay aren't popping off in a round, you're not winning it if you're Evolution Power right now. Whereas it feels like it's a bit more across the board again from Vasco. In the same vein as the previous map, Vasco had multiple members that were sort of firing. Oh, big stack on B.
We've been here before. This is a little deja vu.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is actually starting to get a little bit predictable for Vasco. Like, Action taking that mid-round push in through mid,
he's done it
1
so many
minute,
times.
1.5 minutes left on the clock. Evolution Power have definitely read into that, and they have picked him a couple times. So they do need to change that up. Empton spotted down the rest as well, and he's doing a good job of keeping himself alive. All right. B site, we no go there. A site,
we go there.
We go there. That seems like it should be the play call here for Vasco.
What?
Maybe it's just clutched the bloody round out. Anyway, MG, though, pushing past the line. How has he gotten away with that? Surely not. Surely he can't get this one onto Zay. He knows where he is, but he's so low that he'll be finished off. Goodness, that was too close for comfort. My God.
Oh, my God. Well, we were saying don't go to that site, but I guess they still could. I mean, they're still pushing on the boundary a little bit here, but... Yeah, for this score line of being a 7-7... This is tooth and nail game right now, but I love the perseverance right now from EP. They're still keeping themselves in this game. They know there's a lot riding on it. I know it's the group stage, but again, they can't afford to lose this in an 0-2. They just really can't. They got to push this thing to a third map, revitalize themselves, and look at this now. It might be a bit of a meat grinder situation. Zay, is he able to get more than that one? He will not, but at least now YH is able to find himself a little bit of something. He's been super quiet this game. Oh my God, but Action! He's just slamming the button and he's just getting more kills.
Nice kill.
But look at his HP, it's so low, 11 to be exact, and now he has to come up in a clutch for the 1-on-3. He's got the C4, he could retreat this.
Yeah, I don't think this one's happening.
I don't think so either.
Just took a little bit too long to get that kill onto Zay. And so YH was able to set up for a crossfire. Pause will come out here. That's the advantage that Vasco have afforded themselves by starting strong in the map. They don't need to use their pause early in the same vein as what Evolution Power did. Now, when things are actually getting pretty tense, and in fact, Evolution Power pull ahead, Vasco can have a bit of a chat here and try to find the key to the puzzle.
Yes.
So Fei will have some words for the team.
This is a good moment. That, like I said, I was kind of beating on this a little bit, and I was, for EP, I was like, I don't get why they're doing it so early on, but
yeah,
I'm happy that Vasco, with the game where it's at, like it's only a 1-round differential. Like, this is a good moment. Just let's clean things up a little bit, right? I mean, I do think you made a really good point, and I couldn't agree with you more, is some of their plays are getting a bit predictable. So I'm hoping that, you know, we see the strategies. We see there's books right there. There's, you know, they got pages of stuff that they want to do here. Let's see it. Let's see something different.
Is there a mid to A? You know, we haven't seen a mid to A.
Yeah.
I know it's a bit of an unorthodox strategy, but it's not something that they've thrown in yet. It might catch them off guard if we just rush over into GR spawn. Maybe you're expecting just action there. And in fact, it's actually 4 of us and then someone else holding outside, you know, A main or something like that. But that's an option. I haven't really felt like we've had like a full dedicated B hit that hasn't involved some kind of mid split, right? We've had the push through from mid-con and through hotel, but there's always been like action trying to lurk in through mid as well at that same time. And maybe we throw that in the bin because action hasn't been having success in the last couple of rounds. They're expecting us to push in through mid. Let's just all out hit the B site. Full execute onto A, take yard, full execute onto A. We haven't really seen that either. It's been contact plays onto A, so how about we dump util over the top on A? There's still options available, definitely, here for Vasco. It's just going to be a question of what do they opt to go for, and does Evolution Power change anything up as well? Because remember, they get as much time to chat as what Vasco does as well. And this would be the perfect round for Evolution Power to maybe try something a bit different, push down mid, take some map control, something like that. And that could potentially really catch Vasco off guard if it's like a case of rock, paper, scissors. So like Vasco says, oh, let's take the A site, let's execute A. We're all set up outside yard. In the meanwhile, Evolution Power's pushed mid, gotten in behind you, something like that. So it's a bit of a mind game. Lots to think about here. See what Vasco goes for.
And I mean, they already are, right? I mean, they got actually just the one player. It's going to be Minson by himself here in this A site, and then they're going to have the 4 players essentially committed on the other side of the map, and they're just going to bank on this fact about B, and that this is a good read because they know that Vasco has been going for this. So I'm not against this, but now the position is getting a little bit adjusted here. So the GR side is kind of hesitating a bit. Now they're going to, you know, reconfigure their plans.
See, this is the perfect round to call to go B.
Yeah.
But for some reason,
oh no,
Evolution Power just have the read, man. This is now like the 3rd round of the half where they've just stacked a site and Vasco have gone directly to it.
This is big brain.
If it ends up being a B hit, an A hit, of course, from Vasco, but that's where the C4's headed. So you put 2 and 2 together, and if you're a smarty pants like me, you get 4. I mean, you've got a few players pushing the B side of the map, though. So I wonder if this is a fake from Vasco. Like, this is getting tricky. If you're going to push B, try and pull the rotations and then send the C4 in late to A. Like, there's a lot of things that can go wrong. I think that's a really ballsy strat to pull out in a time like this.
Yeah,
not sure I'm a fan of it, but we'll
I'm
see.
not a fan of this either. Yeah, no, I really think this is a risky one. Like, it's a little awkward, but they actually kind of toy the idea they're going to fake it, but now they're going to pull back. Because it's only 45 seconds remaining, so they have to make the decision now. They're going to regroup together. They are going to go for the A crunch. Doesn't look like they're going to have anybody trying to flank through mid. They're not going to have anybody lurking. And now YH gets something started. A little bit of an activation. And now EP, things are starting to power up just a little bit more. But there it is. Once again, Vasco find themselves opening duels pretty much right back into it.
They can't call the cancel, though. As much as they may want to, 20 seconds left. They've got to push their way up into the site, and that's actually worked out. Feifei gets the critical kill. Emson, oh, it's scary to see Silva challenging that as the plant goes down, but in the end, they do get the 2-on-2 post plan, and first, unlucky not to be able to find a frag. Position, Emson spotted out by Silva. Now it's on to first, and they've seen him wrap around the back before. Are they going to be prepared for it this time? Feifei not watching for it. He's actually more prepared to see the vent push coming through, and so he'll be picked for free. But Silva ducks his head down and plays the time. I love this. Defuse on, and that's that. Vasco will win themselves the round, get up to 8.
Nicely done from Vasco, and again, it's hard not to ignore him, man. The knight in shining armor right now of Silva. He's finding himself these moments just to bring the round back here, and we're right into a tie game. And now that was a really scary idea that they tried, but they kind of pulled back, and they get themselves reconfigured back for the A hit. It works out nicely. I was getting a little bit nervous like you were when he was going for that fight on fence, but once again, EP, they're putting 4 players. They're doing a 4-1 split right now on their defense. First, might be able to find something. Oh, he gives up the positioning. That might be a bit of a misread. And once again, EP, they kind of sit there for about, like, what, 15 seconds, and then they're like, you know what? No, let's toss in the towel. Like, redo the plan now.
I mean, I wonder if at this point EP are just trying to hide YH, because like he's just having an absolute stinker. 3 and 14, just he can't get anything going, which is the worst kind of feeling. You know, like everyone's had one of those games where you feel like nothing goes right for you as an individual. And it's like if Vasco hit his site, they are pretty much guaranteed to get in. Minnow might have spotted them just outside of B here. And going to do a bit of chip damage with the nade. He's going to challenge for it for a second, but thinks better of it. It's good info, great info. And you can see the full rotations coming across. And this would be the perfect time for Vasco to say, we're cancelling and going A. But they're not going to. They're going to commit to this push, even though they know they've been seen. The nade got thrown at them, but they still find the entries. Zay tucked in the corner. Surely has to be dead meat. And in fact, Vasco, are they going to commit to this?
They could pull back. I mean, there's lots of time. And oh my God, they actually are. They're going to retreat this. They're making it seem like they are going to hit this, but now they're just going to fall back right away. That C4 has already made it through mid. Action's going to be able to find the rotate off this. If he can find this kill, this is going to be so big. But oh no, he changes his position as well. And now Zay's, throwing the columns like, look, these guys are, they're throwing a fake. They're out of here. But now for Vasco, this is too slow. Like, the time is dwindling a little bit here. Feifei looking like he might try to re-aggress on this. He's dead meat. He's going to get annihilated on this one. EP look like they have no idea. They're pretty much a 1-1-1 right now. They are just gambling. And now it's the Alm to make a connection, and it is a swing and a miss.
Gotta get this C4 down, though. 10 seconds left. Smoke's coming through. Silver looks like he's going to get it. Oh, no! First had a chance, but he's fallen off. He had it. He saw him. He saw him, and he does get back up. 2 on 3. Still winnable, though, for Vasco. MG, been a little bit quieter on this map. Can he pose a threat? Emson round the corner, not going to get too much. Smoke comes through too late. MG's missed the shot. He'll go for another one. Pistols out. Defuser's on. Mads, he's a madman. He's a madman. He's defusing.
Oh my God, and he gets it. He just full sticks it. Pros don't fake. Oh no! A big play, a ballsy play, just to stick the defuse like that. But again, a critical error from Vasco. They never would have thought that. Why would they? But map point, EP now, something we haven't been able to say, and now it's a moment of truth, a make it or break it round here, Jordan. And look, now they're just going to try to rush on in.
No way, they've actually just run straight into the full stack. Oh, it's disaster for Vasco. It's disaster.
Oh, and they're screaming, they're hooting, they're hollering, they're excited.
It's so disappointing, man. It's so disappointing. This game could have been so much more for Vasco, and ultimately, they are going to have to go through to a map 3. There's no way MG's clutching this 1v5. That'll be that. 10-8 for Evolution Power, and they lock in map 2.
What a game. What a crazy game. Yeah, look, I was thinking maybe, just maybe, we'll see a 2-0 like that. I was kind of hopeful just because I was thinking, look, Vasco's playing great. They were definitely looking like they had the right idea, but I think there was just too many missed calls on them, some mid-round decisions that it kind of felt like it was a bit dicey. So, but you know what? EP, that's where we talked about them being a strong contender, one of the strong Chinese teams, even though they're like 4th in their league. This is where they make the comeback now, and you can never count them out until it's map point.
Yeah, well, pretty disappointing in the end for Vasco, because that was not a 2-0 on a silver platter, but it was about as close to a silver platter as it could have been. They really had their opportunities, and they kind of let them slip. And I wonder how much that's actually going to cost them for this tournament. I don't know if you were listening when Neo and I were talking about LCK and Wolf Empire, and how just losing that one game can potentially ruin your whole group when you're the team that's realistically battling for second in the group, right? And that's kind of what this matchup feels like it is. If you drop this game from here on out, as Vasco, chances are you're probably losing to All Gamers as well, and that's your tournament done.
Yeah, and that's it, right? I mean, your tournament life is pretty much short, so that's where we were saying, like, to get the map pick, on the first one, that was EP's pick. I was thinking, look, this is a good, moment for them to potentially sweep it, but again, they just made some really poor decisions that did cost them. But you know what? There still is another map. There's still another chance that this can go either way, but EP desperately needed that. Like, I mean, again, like I was saying at the end there, like, you can hear them, like, the sheer passion of just, okay, we're back into this. This isn't over yet. We got to put everything on the line for this last one.
Yeah, most definitely. I don't know. Like, I mean, I think Vasco is going to be difficult to come back from that one. Obviously, that's a real tilter for sure. That was a map that they should have won probably cleaner than 10-8. Like, if it would have gone 10-8 to them, would have been saying, okay, well, at least they got it done. But I actually think that could have been like a 10-6, 10-5, how some of those rounds actually fell apart. And it didn't even seem like a particularly amazing game, honestly, from Evolution Power. Like, you did have a couple of individuals that were doing very well for themselves, no doubt about that, but a couple of guys just went completely missing. And so we even have to look at that for Evolution Power and say, like, there's still another level that they can probably hit than what we got there on Ankara. And so, hold my hands up in the air, but I don't know. I think Vasco might have missed a trick. I think they missed a very important trick there.
I think they did too. Yeah, and it's a really good point you bring up, Jordan, because again, like, when you have, like, some players that are pretty much non-existent from EP, and the fact they're still able to get a win, that already just shows, like, how scary they can be. Because I think if Vasco were to take that, like, they should have been doing it there. Where I think YH was, unfortunately, he wasn't able to find anything. Nothing was working his way. The wins were not in his sails, but look, his teammates were able to, kind of pull him through and, kind of give him the lifeline he needed to get themselves still in this game. But we'll see what Vasco can do. I mean, again, I think that was a really scrappy game. And I think for Vasco, I mean, I think some of that, I don't want to say inexperience, but it kind of felt like that a little bit. Like, there was just some choices that it didn't make any sense. Like, I just never would have thought of that. And I was even just thinking the defensive side where, you and I were both kind of losing our minds about they were playing retake and then they kind of went back into the site and then it's like, why are you doing this? And those are costly rounds.
So many of those rounds as well. I probably look to sort of 3 or 4, and it's the same thing I was saying about LCK, where it's like, you're getting yourself into so many good spots. How are you throwing these rounds away? And how important those rounds can end up being, especially in a 10-8 loss, At least one round, maybe you get to the OT, anything can happen there. To be fair, though, there were some great moments as well from Vasco. Like, we can't deny that they didn't have some absolutely stellar entries like that two-piece from VNC, the one before from Feifei that we saw. Like, there was definitely some great rounds where they also clutched up, to be fair. But it felt like Evolution Power, as a general rule, kind of won the rounds where they kind of had a bit more of the advantage, and Vasco sort of threw away a couple of those rounds.
They did.
So, either way, I mean, have a look at this. It's just like a roller coaster of a scoreboard as well. I mean, Zay's at 2.2 KD, and then YH is like, please, sir, may I have 1 kill?
Can I have some more?
I think he got like 3 for the whole map.
Yeah, honestly, it was a rough day at the office for him, right? But again, like I said, his teammates were able to, prevail. They were able to do some big work. Zay, I said this in the very beginning. I said him and First were the two guys that I wanted to see being able to put up some decent stats. Minnow is like the IGL. I never really expect, and I don't mean this as any disrespect, but I don't ever expect an IGL to be putting in top numbers. So, but I mean, the fact is, like, he did quite well for himself, all things considered. But the fact that we see a 2.2 for Zay is just madness. It really is.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, VNC 0.57 surprises me. I thought he was having a lot more impact than that.
That is actually quite shocking, because even a lot of times, like, he was running into sites, he was getting those entries. I feel like he was playing his role. Like, he is the attacker, right? He is the guy that's supposed to be finding some kind of an opening, and he did that. It just wasn't like the duels weren't always going his way, though.
Yeah, indeed. Either way, we find ourselves with another third mapper, and this is just, again, like, I'll go back and draw the parallels to last year when we did this event, this exact same event in 2023. That was in Ho Chi Minh. It's not the exact same. I guess we have 2 extra teams at this event, but the group stage, best of 3s. We had 4 best of 3s a day. Every single game in the group stage, apart from 1 best of 3, was a 2-0.
Yeah.
Already the first 2 games of this year
3 mappers.
Are 3 mappers. So we could be in for a very, very long day, the way things are going.
I think so, yeah. And that's but that is the exciting part, right? Because with more of the teams, it just adds more of the competition, more of that, you know, competitiveness to it.
Indeed. Well, look, time for us to take a break for map number 3, so don't go too far away. We'll be back right after this.
Hello, I am Aris Alde. I am an ex-professional CF player and now I am a streamer. And this is my brother.
Ako nga pala si Aljan Alde, also known as team captain of Pacific Macta. Magkapatid nga pala kami. Tingin nyo, sino mas bata sa amin?
Hindi pala marunong talaga. Yun, si YK. Sobrang makulit at sobrang masayang bata.
Ayun, siya yung naging role model sa sa paglalaro ko ng CROSSFIRE, sa pagpasok ko ng pro scene. Kasi siya talaga yung inspirasyon na nag-ano sa akin, na makapasok sa ganun. Nung panahon gusto kong maging siya. Tapos nung naging pro gamer ako, gusto kong marating yung narating niya.
Yun nga, masaya kasi sumunod siya sa yapak ko. And yun lang. Nakaka-proud kasi yung dalawa kami nagkukumpit at nakikipaglaban sa international. Siguro parehas eh. Kasi parehas kami ng gameplay eh.
Parehas kami naging professional CROSSFIRE player. Kaya feeling ko parehas lang. Reason kaya gusto kong maging professional gamer kasi gusto kong ipagmalaki ako ng mga kaibigan ko, pamilya ko, na may kilala silang professional gamer sa CROSSFIRE.
Ito.
Sobrang napamahal na kasi sa akin yung CROSSFIRE. And ang hirap iwan ng isang bagay lalo na kapag napamahal na sa'yo eh. And gusto ko rin kasi talagang matulungan yung ibang mga kapwa ko CROSSFIRE player na
sa mga sumusuporta sa amin sa team ko, maraming salamat. Pagpatuloy nyo lang na suportahan kami, mas gagalingan pa namin sa mga susunod na laban namin sa international o dito sa Pinas.
Welcome back on in. It is the CFS Summer Championship for 2024, and it is summer, as you can tell by Laz's face. It's pretty warm in here.
Yeah, look, I'm a big guy. You know, I'm from Canada. It's warm, but you know, it's gorgeous. I'm happy to be here. This is great. You know, and this CROSSFIRE action is it's cooking, man. It's cooking me a little bit, and I'm all for it.
It's just like being back at home in Australia. Honestly, weather's pretty warm, bit sweaty. Yeah. It's all right. We're used to that. That's why we wear the linen shirts. Don't even worry about it. Tell you what, though, what I'm not used to seeing is a third map here. I think we probably both at one point were expecting that to actually end up being a 2-0. Yeah. Going into that series, I was honestly sort of leaning maybe in the direction of a 2-0. But historically speaking, these teams have gone all the way in every single match they've played this year. They've gone again to 3 maps. Both times, though, it's been 2-1 to Evolution Power.
Yes.
Which means Vasco are on the ropes a little bit here.
They really are on the ropes, and that's the thing where a team like this, I do question and wonder how much you can, you know, kind of, you know, bounce back when your backs are on the board, right? Because now they had the brink where they should have taken that at 2-0. You know, I don't want to beat this, but we talked about it before, is where YH wasn't really playing his best game. I feel like that was the golden ticket. They were essentially, you know, down the man, and now they're just going to go full brawl. They're going to go full into this, and it's actually EP that find themselves this opener.
Yep. I like that we've ended on sub-base. It's a fun map. It is also a map that traditionally, for both these regions at least, is a bit of a go-to. It's not necessarily the go-to, but both regions do play a fair bit of it, and it often ends up actually being the deciding map between Brazilian and Chinese matchups. So it's another one that we get to have a bit of a crack at here, and YH, funnily enough, starts things off with the first kill of the map. So is that a prelude for anything that we're going to get to discuss as we go deeper into this map?
Well, I'm just happy to see that YH is the guy that, you know, he can get a little bit of revenge, right? And kind of just say, like, look, like, I'm gonna change my character here. I'm gonna be a little bit different, and, you know, wearing the right pants for the previous game, but we'll see if they can do anything a little bit different. There he is. He's just able to find himself another one, but look at it's Feifei again. The IGL puts himself in a triple kill, maybe looking for the 4th now, and Minnow by himself. He's going to be able to take him down. It's all down to this, and BNC, he didn't have the biggest amount of stats, but he was somebody that's been able to just kind of run and gun.
What?
Oh my God, how is Minnow still alive? I don't get it. This is just so awkward, but it is going to be BNC that finds himself the headshot and the defuse. They're going to be able to get that opener.
A lot of noise being made on the Vasco side of the stage. I think he literally stood still for half a second there to cheer because he knew he had so much time for the defuse.
Yeah. You know, for Minnow, that's such an awkward position to be in because you pretty much have to go for a swing. It's a coin toss. You're like, I'm either going to hit this shot or I'm dead. And yeah, it went tails. He's dead. But good work coming in from Vasco. And, you know, I always thought, you know, for me, like, you know, I'm sure you get bored of it when we talk about in CF, you know, WL and stuff. And I'm like, there's so much about the mental game, you know, when you're playing at this high level. Right. And I think for these guys just to find an opening round, like it can turn the page so much better. So we'll see if they can find the conversion here for the second, because on the previous map we saw actually EP got the opener and then Vasco were able to come right back into it, you know, making it a tie. But it is a good note for Brazil.
Yep. Oh, it looked like they want to hold on to locker room here, Vasco, which is a bit of a forward hold. That's considered a forward hold on the B side. Action's going to back up a little more, but even still, you know, it's quite an aggressive hold. Like typically, you might have a sniper watching that line from a little bit deeper into the B side. Bit of a safer angle to be playing from. So some little intricacies here from Vasco that they may be trying to use to unsettle Evolution Power early on.
Okay, so now they're going to regroup here for EP. A little bit of a split into this B site, perhaps. And MG just kind of playing here in jail, just waiting things out. He's here with his teammates, so this is a good note. They are actually grouped up together. Oh, hang on a second, EP. The Spidey sensors are tingling a little bit. They're like, you know what? I don't like this. I don't want this idea, but look at Feifei. Look at him getting some map control.
I love this. Oh, this is insane. Huge timing from Feifei. He's got so much info. Rotation's getting pulled across, but it might be an awkward timing in the end. Actually, it is awkward for Evolution Power, who kind of run into a bit of a brick wall, a bit of a crossfire. 2 players there. C4's been dropped just outside the sniper's window. MG on the wrap-in behind as well. Could just get in behind first and clean him up. That's a freebie. Minnow spotted out, pushing his way into A. They've still got to find a way to deal with VNC, who's playing a tight line. He's low on HP. This is
10 seconds.
Still winnable for Evolution Power if they get that bomb plant down. Everyone's so low for Vasco.
Oh, man, this is getting awkward. And Action's trying to do what he can, but now Minnow by himself, 63 HP. He just has to hit 1 shot on each of these guys. They're both so low. So now Action realizing he has to get moving. It's down to this.
Minnow doesn't know.
He has no idea.
He didn't see him pushing down.
He has to clear so many different options. Oh my god, he sees him! Oh my goodness! He outclasses the IGL, and now things are getting a little bit loud here on the other side of the stage here in Brazil. They rise up to the occasion.
2-0 lead for Vasco. Great start, especially considering it's on the GR side. Typically a bit of a BL-sided map. What I will say as well is Feifei, his position on this map when he was playing on Imperial, he was the A anchor. He was the guy that was just sitting there basically not doing anything apart from jump spotting the stairs. But he's been given a bit more of an active role on the GR side for Vasco, and that worked out perfectly in that last round. So small change-ups, minor adjustments from team to team, and maybe feeling a little bit more at home here in Vasco, and it's looking pretty good.
Yeah, this is a now the momentum's shifting a little bit more here for these guys. It's a good opening duel that happens here from the GR side, but Zay going to be taken out early. And I mean, this is the worst position when you're on the blacklist side and you're down the man. Like, this is where you're still fighting for map control, and then you have to still kind of balance the numbers out. It's not an easy thing to do right now. So for EP, they're still just kind of sitting pretty right now. They're not, well, I won't say they're sitting pretty. I'm just going to say they're sitting, and they're looking a little uncomfortable because they're not really moving. And they're now realizing, okay, let's try lockers. Let's try to see if we can maybe catch Action off guard and get ourselves an opener. I don't think it's going to be that easy, though, Jordan. I really don't.
Again, forward hold in the locker room from Action. MG there on the line. See, this is a little bit more traditional. Evolution Power look like they might just walk into the setup. One's been able to cross. MG spotting a couple out now, and he'll have to change it up and watch the vent instead. Leaves Action to cover off the rest of the push on in. There's a smoke down. Evolution Power trying to force the issue by the looks of things. I thought they might wait it out, but instead they're trying to take the fight. MG really struggling to hit these shots. There's no real commitment yet from Evolution Power, but as soon as they dive into the site, they lose a couple of players, and this is looking like a whitewash. Minnow dancing around, trying to do his best to equalize those numbers, but not having too much success. It actually comes down to first, but he will not be first in this round. It will be Vasco to go to 3.
Yeah, what a way for them to find themselves in a convincing fashion so far with a 3-0. And that last round was a little bit awkward because EP, like, they really just kind of went for oh dear, everyone's kind of looking at each other. I'm looking at you and I'm like, well,
I don't know what this is.
So something happened.
Tech pause of some sort.
Yeah, we see the technical pause. So yeah, obviously something happened, but
timeout.
We'll see. Yeah, we'll see how long this is going to be for as well. Because if it's a true timeout, then obviously it's just a minute and a half. But if there is actually a technical issue kind of embedded with this, who knows as well. But
no, it's an Evolution Power timeout.
Oh, okay. We'll just
has
get
to be
JK.
Yep. See the referee in the back holding up the timeout sign. So
I do like that.
Maybe it came through a little bit late, but they get it.
Yeah, it's okay. Nothing happened. No harm, no foul. But I think, again, right back into it, EP, calling it early. But you know what? I don't blame them. This is a different situation. They're down 3-0. These rounds haven't been looking good. They haven't been convincing to me at all. So them calling it this early makes a lot more sense than it did on the second map.
Yeah. Much preferable.
Does he kind of looks like he's like freestyling, does he?
Yeah, I don't know what this is. I've seen this before in CrossFIRE a little bit, where it almost looks like the coaches are trying to hide their lips so that people can't lip read them.
It's like baseball. They do that in baseball as well.
Do they?
Yeah, they put the glove over the mouth and you just make sure they can't see what you're saying.
Right.
Yeah. It's big brain. I like that.
I mean, I understand it conceptually. I just don't know that. Is anyone really looking at your lips and trying to read what you're saying?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, maybe some of these, organizations have somebody that's like, look, I know exactly what he said.
Yeah.
I got a full read. Not sure, but okay. Well, EP. I mean, I don't really feel like I've been, too convinced where they come out of the timeout and it's like they're a whole different team. But some teams, like, what we've seen in the West League for ourselves is when that timeout happens, it's like the team reinvents itself and they do something pretty crazy. But we'll see if that's going to be the case right meow. But I don't know. I just don't know. But we're going back into it. That is something I do know.
Vasco, a bit more aggression in the locker rooms again from them. Really making Evolution Power fight tooth and nail for every piece of map control that they're getting. Smoked off. It'll be a bit of a slower round on this side of the map for Evolution Power. They might try to progress in through wood and have a look at A instead. But, if this is what they're going to bring off the back of a timeout, what is it? You're
telling me.
Nothing too fancy. Maybe there was just something that somebody noticed, someone wanted to sort of have a bit of a comment on. But it's not as if this is some sort of out-of-this-world strategy just yet. Would to be. Seen that a couple of times, but they've now been smoked off, and they're going to go straight through it. Oh, it's a ballsy play, but it has worked out. Silver down early. And when you take control of this area of the map, you really have options. Fei. No way. How has he gotten away with that? That's, again, a little bit illegal from Vasco as Action gets one through the smoke as well. It seems like nothing Evolution Power tries is working out at the moment.
Yeah, nothing at all. And, I mean, the rabbit of the hat here in Vasco find themselves in a great position here with a man advantage. C4 still going to be in possession right now for the Blacklist side, but it's a question of where they're going to go with under the minute. Minson, look, he was even trying to get a little cheeky. He's like, oh, I think I got myself a free opening. And MG's like, nah, no, sir, you do not. The door's going to definitely be closed here and locked in. So now it's First and Zay. Okay, look, two guys again. I've said this in the first map. Two guys, if you want them in a clutch, it's these two guys. But can they do it?
Maybe if Fei would have jump spot the vent and lose his life, that could potentially open it up. But with 30 seconds left on the clock here, I'm not feeling super confident about their chances. Fei does get the info, the crucial info. With 24 seconds, they're going to go A. It's the right call. You've only got VNC to break down. And first, getting down the stairs. This is starting to get awkward. The rotation needs to come through. He needs help, and he's not getting it fast enough. But he's doing a great job of just surviving. He got one. Again, the anchor work from VNC is massive, but first is in with a chance. Never mind. Not for long.
You know what, though, Jordan, it's like you're in my head right now because I was just going to say the exact same thing and be like, look, yeah, no, you are living in my head rent-free right now. But no, honestly, for VNC, the fact that he is just anchoring like this and buys the time, he's in these like super uncomfortable situations, and he just looks like he's going for a dance, man. And that's what you need. Like, that's when you're on the defensive side here on the GR. You just have somebody that locks it down. Doesn't need to just get all the duels necessarily, but he played his role perfectly because those rotates were coming in. I think I even heard the flash getting thrown from his teammate. It was picture perfect. And a 4-0 is now being secured here for Vasco, and we haven't seen this. Like, I don't think we've been in a position yet here in this series where it's been a bit of a goose egg on the table. I love it. Oh, man. Are they just going to... Oh, they're just going to commit to the A stairs. The old faithful. It's a good nade as well.
Oh. Pixel perfect from VNC. He knows the angles. Hey, and there's the shot, but it's not going to connect. Oh, he's going for the repeat. I can't believe that.
That's some cojones right there, man. That is some serious cojones. This guy's just like, he's feeling it. He's like, you know what? I'm just built different. So, doesn't get a kill, but I love that he just makes the noise, you know?
I mean, what it does achieve is that he recognizes they're not actually coming A. So he can get that information, and nobody on B has to move. So Vasco are still well positioned on all parts of the map, even though that pressure came into A. So it's a risky play, but risk versus reward. He gets a massive bonus out of it. Doesn't give up his life. That's a dub as far as Vasco are concerned. The fact they're 4-0 right now is just the icing on the cake. And if this gets any more outrageous, Evolution Power, they're just going to get dumpstered on this map.
Now back for Locker's control, and Action's just on the other side, just having a cold drink right now, maybe. The thirsty one gets himself that one at least. Okay, so that's going to be a good note as well. MG here on the top. And now the rifles are spraying, but it's just going to be Vasco. But maybe Zay has something else to say under this one. Back to the 2-2. Swing. It's a tenderizer. What is he? He's just not even getting the kill. He just does damage. He's just inflicting so much, but he can't get the job done. I can't even finish my sentence.
I don't know how they don't swing that together. But anyway, Feifei and VNC, maybe the communication not quite on point. Either way, they get the kill that they needed. But it's Emzen now in the 1v2 clutch, and this guy has oodles of experience. More than probably anyone else in this game right now, and we'll see if he can put it to good use. He's got a bit of an off timing there. It's kind of going to allow the push forward from VNC. That's the information now, and Feifei spots him out. Dancing around, he's trying to buy time for VNC to come in from the back, but they've got to move the timer. The C4, you've got to get on that defuse. You need to find this kill now, and they do. Defuse would come through just in time. Oh,
ooh, I don't like that.
He reset that for a second. Is that actually... Oh, it's all good.
Yeah, we're good.
5-0, though, for Vasco. Could anyone have predicted this on the final map? Not me.
Not me at all. No, and I mean, this is where we were, really talking about and dissecting the fact that, this was a good moment here for EP to be in the position of, they had a grueling second map, bringing themselves back into this. I was thinking this was going to be the reverse sweep activation, but I think that that activation is not necessarily in the deck of cards yet, but we'll see. Singular Om here from the BL side as well as the GR. MG still locked himself here in jail. Kind of playing the same position. We haven't really seen too many differences in the change position, only for the fact that now it's VNC anchoring once again on these stairs, but Feifei is going to join him on top. So this is, I like it. It's just a slight adjustment. It could add a bit of a power play to this. Maybe.
Maybe.
Ooh, okay.
Great position for Action. Just jiggle peeking. Get the info. Dump a bit of util maybe. Evolution Power got to be running out of ideas at this point. They've called their attack timeout already. You're down 5-0. It's like, well, what do we do? What do we do at this point? Don't have much to fall back on. Just got to find something somewhere and hope we can snowball off of that. Real big split across the map. Calls coming through that maybe looking like a B take here. C4 sort of trending in that direction, but no commitment. Waiting for aggression from Vasco. That's just not what you're going to get from this team.
No, and that's the thing. I think we were all kind of expecting
in mid though
to do that, but yeah, I mean, MG's now kind of, his patience is kind of run out a little bit.
That was what they're waiting for, actually, in the end, and MG sort of gives it to them. So now they do have the 5-on-4 lead, and this is the round that you have to convert as Evolution Power. I'm sorry, if you don't win this, you go down 6-0 off of a 5v4, you're doomed.
You're very doomed.
But Feifei, perfectly timed push.
Oh, and actually he gets eaten alive. So, okay, this is looking a little bit better, unless Action's going to be able to do something miraculous, but no. It's just a little bit of one and dones here. VNC now needs to put out the clutch pants. But no, not at all. It's going to be a full face of lead, and now EP are finally back in the game with a round. They've gotten rid of the goose egg. I don't know. Maybe this is the comeback dream. I'm not going to get ahead of myself.
I mean, if Vasco looks... Sorry, Vasco. If Feifei looks left instead of right there, as he's coming out the vent, maybe a different story. But I don't know. Still, man, 5-1 is tough to come back from. We'll see if that's going to be a one and done, though, for Evolution Power or not. If they can get a few in a row here, start to convince us again. Convince themselves, maybe. More important.
In action again. He's just playing on a cooler here, just outside the locker, but... Oh, and actually he's going to be joined with Feifei. So these guys are, Feifei's really put himself, you talked about this before. He's playing these positions now where he has a lot more control of this. He's kind of finding himself a little bit more variety, extra different flavors, and he tried it on the A stairs before, but now he's going to join his comrade here in B. But Now it's actually going to be the A hit. This is where they're just going to send it. Now Silva, not able to find more than one though.
Yeah, the fact that they crack open that kind of a crossfire so cleanly is very nice. It's not going to happen every day of the week. Puts them in a really good spot here. 4v3 for the retake. Action's got no idea there's a player still lurking around in wood. Decent enough trade from Feifei, but it's not enough to really get you in an advantageous position for this round.
Yeah, this is a difficult site to retake as well. I mean, again, you only have a couple options to go through. Feifei's blind. He's got no sights on anything, and now they have to go through a smoke as well. First, just waiting things out. He's not going to get the shot off, though, but hang on. Time is ticking, though, but now, okay. Zay's going to get the job done, get himself the double. 2 rounds in a row now have been secured here for Evolution.
It's funny, like, you hear the players yelling Jayo, and then the Vietnamese caster goes, Jayo! That's kind of like, for those who don't know, that's like let's go in Chinese, I guess. That's what they yell when they're trying to hype themselves up, and they'll be doing that again after this round, I dare say, unless Action has something to say about it. Oh, I can't believe he doesn't get away with 2. Emson's going to go hunting. Has he been spotted? He has. Well, this could actually go a little bit awry, but Emson locks it down. Feifei looking for that trade. We'll get it. Same sort of situation, though. MG and Feifei to try to retake the site 3v2. And MG not been given much to shoot at with that Orm.
Yeah, they got a little bit of utility still here. The nade, and that should be thrown here from MG. He's going to throw the flash, but... And it is Minnow just on the top of the silo, and now it's just down to MG by himself. 3 players to go against. Gets himself one little bit of something, but that's going to be 3 rounds in a row built up here for EP. We were talking about, you know, for Vasco, they were looking really good. They were at a 5-0. Things are starting to kind of come back now. Things are looking a little uncomfortable.
Yeah, you want 6. You want 6 just to keep a pretty healthy lead and take that momentum back heading into the second half. Otherwise, Evolution Power maybe doing what they did on map 2 on Ankara and kind of coming back from the brink. Mental fortitude is definitely in play at the moment for this Chinese squad. But remember as well that Vasco have got their timeout still in play, whereas Evolution Power have used theirs.
Yeah, and Vasco does like to usually call it pretty late, so I think for them, I don't know if I'd expect it in this first half anymore. I feel like if they're going to do it, it'd be the second. But they can prove me wrong. Minson, he's actually pushing himself in a unique position here. Now he's going to get rejoined here from his teammates, but yeah, a lot of feelers on this one. Nerve-wracking situation here for Vasco as well. Just the fact that they've let 3 kind of fall, you know, underneath them now. Got the right setup, though.
Well, MG, see if he hits this first shot. He's been spotted. Hasn't had too much success, honestly, on that position, but Action has been a real rock and continues to be until he's run down. MG at least is able to find the trade. It's back to 3-on-3 as quickly as it goes 4-on-3, and Vasco have been pushed out of the site.
It's 3-3 with 50 seconds still. C4 is still going to be the hands here for EP, so...
Minnow can't push forward. He's actually the one with the C4.
Oh, yeah, this is awkward. Oh, look at Vasco.
That's fine. I actually like that. You can let the bomb plan go down, but now Evolution Power have to be sort of wary of, well, are they pushing back around through lockers? Are they going to come from the mid connector? Or are they just waiting time and they're going to come back through from jail? Like, there's so many options for the retake on this site. Vasco are definitely taking their time about things, though. They're going to go wrapping all the way around to lockers, which is a tough ask, but if they can get first for free, given that he's got multiple angles to watch, is he expecting another player? No. Great spacing coming through from Vasco, and Minnow now in the one-on-one. One-on-two even.
Yeah, this is where he actually does get that engagement, so now BNC trying everything he can. He does a little bit of a fake defuse, and he should have enough time, and
looks good.
Like it looks good, yeah. I was just trying to make sure I could hear it. I was like, yeah, I'm pretty sure. So it's going to be a 6-3, and Vasco are going to be able to get themselves a very comfortable lead into this second half. But again, I mean, I was getting a little bit worried. I mean, that was 3 rounds in a row they lost. I was thinking that was a kickstart here for EP.
The trick there is, if you don't hear the Chinese players screaming, it means they've lost the round.
That is true, actually. That's a really good point.
But 6-3, stellar start to the map for Vasco. Moving on to the more favorable side now as well. This, again, it's not on a silver platter. It's not done, but it's pretty damn good. And given that they've lost a couple of series against Evolution Power this year, they would definitely be wanting to get their revenge here. Lock that in.
Why not? Yeah, just kind of kickstart yourself better here in the groups. Just makes it a lot better in terms of many of the other BO3 games that they're going to have. Oh, wow, that's a... I was thinking first that might be a bad time to reload, but it's fine. Crisis averted. It's fine. I was a little bit nervous, but... I feel like we haven't really been able to see First very much, right? I mean, he's... I don't feel like he's kind of had those like highlight reel moments right in this game. I feel like he's just been kind of...
It was pretty good last map. But yeah, it hasn't been super flashy in the way that I'm used to seeing maybe from someone like Xiao, for example, from the Chinese region. Like, he's a very flashy sniper. Don't really get that same sense from First. First protocol for Vasco looks like it's going to be locker room. It's been a very, very slow round from them. Still got a minute left on the clock, but about a minute and a half gone, and they've not really taken any map control outside of wood, and that is traditionally going to be BL position anyway. They're really taking their time here. We're going to get the sniper matchup. We'll see if MG ends up leading the charge. It probably should be VNC to just jump across and draw the fire, and that is exactly what happens. Now MG looking to try and have an impact, but it will be a couple of kills from Zay that may not even save the day because there are still shots through from Vasco. VNC and MG do get it sort of done, and it's now 1v1. YH has been struggling in this matchup. We'll see if he can get this one done. He spotted MG out, but MG is just on his bike, turning back around. Time not going to favor him. Oh my goodness, it was close.
I didn't even catch, what was his HP at the end there?
Literally like 1.
Yeah, it looked like he was in red. Like it was just critically low, but...
Yeah.
Holy. Okay, look, it ain't pretty, but it's going to work. It's fine. So EP are going to get themselves back into a situation with a 2-round deficit. But now Vasco, I mean, in a position where it was right down to the wire. So they don't have to get, sulking yet on this one, but I'm now going to be curious if they want to move things a little bit quicker on this one. Action does have himself pretty deep in mid here, so just kind of expecting some kind of counter-aggression here from the GR side, but...
One step at a time for Evolution Power. Just got to take it as it comes. Ems and... Very tight line being held. It's not going to get anything here yet from Vasco. They're not really exploring into the locker room just yet. Once again, we'll take that wood control first.
Yeah, not really like unexpected here from Vasco. Just like kind of posted up like this, just really, really playing it slow. Again, this game is delivering right down to the wire once again. Not going through stairs, but this time they're actually going to try to creep through second mid just to see what they can find. A good smoke that's going to block off Zay. And it is a bit of a crossfire from both Minnow as well. Now VNC. Oh, look at the timing. Look at this. Cheeky little angle, but he's not going to expect somebody. Surely he's not. Surely he's not. But now he realizes that Minson's right there. He's just trying everything he can. He's running and gunning. He's by himself. And now Jordan, he's only got 3 guys to go against, and he's a dead man walking.
That's a concerned looking face.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking, not again.
Surely not, please.
Just seen it on Ankara. Why don't we see it on subbase as well? Evolution Power looking pretty good on this side of the map, actually. Wonder if there's going to be a curveball or a change-up from Vasco at some point here. Is there a pace change? This might actually be it if they Were to hit B from mid. Get in there pretty quick. There's no one actually watching that angle right now. They could, well, Zay is, they could definitely get deep. And on a timing, they could actually push their way out, but doesn't look like it'll be the option. Emsen going to be boosted up into the vent.
I would like to see them do something like that. Yeah, I was kind of hoping they would actually try to press forward a little bit. But yeah, Zay is kind of watching that now more a little intently. Leaving the one anchor of YH by himself in that A site. The rest of them are essentially kind of that 2-second mid to the rest of the B site. Kind of expecting that Vasco would probably want to go for this. The mouse is in the, or the cheese is in the trap, not the mouse in the trap. That's the wrong one, but we'll see if they actually want to go for it. Might even be a bit of a reset here too, actually, from Vasco. Zay's got the M4, so it's not like he's got the arm to worry about. Oh, and Action's going to throw a... I think it's going to be a smoke so they can cross. Good flash.
Zay spotted out by Feifei. The push, though, is going to go in the direction of Jail instead, and Evolution Power losing a couple of members. Silva in from the flank, causing a problem as well. Minnow's got nowhere to go. This is the straw that breaks the camel's back, potentially, for Evolution Power as they get swept aside, and that's a 7th.
Ah, man.
For Vasco.
Oh, I love that. I love that smoke they threw just in front of Jail like that, and they run through it. They use it as cover. They get themselves in a good split position. And EP, they had no idea that was remotely going to happen like that. So, caught them by surprise.
3 to go for Vasco. We've already told you how important this game could potentially be. It really feels like it's the battle for second for this group, which is a super early call to make. But
it's very true.
It could be very true.
Yeah. You're not wrong.
So Vasco will take a step back again, and true to form for Brazilian rosters. A bit more of a default passive kind of a setup. Not too over eager to throw this one away in the same vein as they did on Ankara. Fair enough.
Yeah, and this is the thing too, is that I think for EP, like I think all the players are actually playing quite well now. Not even just statistically, but I think they're actually just playing their roles like they should be. So this it's definitely more of the tougher challenge right now for Vasco, where we said, you know, the second map was definitely, I wouldn't say on a silver platter, not by any means like that. I think it was just more of that opportunity, but now they're kind of going through the final boss, if you want to say so in some degree here. But a minute and 8 remaining here. So for Vasco, once again, oh, some players going to go through vent. Going to have the drop off. Triple players in vents, my apologies. Has deceived me. Oh, and they're going to get this for free too.
45 seconds left to go. Time of the essence, but the shots are there for both teams actually in the end, although Vasco just have one too many members in the window. It's a favorable trade. They've locked the rest of the defenders out of the B site. Down the stairs goes Minnow very early, fast rotate. I don't know that Vasco was necessarily expecting or anticipating that, but either way, it has worked out in the favor of Vasco, and First would have to pull off an absolute miracle of a clutch in a 1v3 here, which I don't think he's been given the opportunity to do, and one step closer now for Vasco.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit quiet over here from the EP side, like we've been talking about. And Vasco now 2 rounds away from this series where they can have the 2-1, but like we said, it ain't over till it's over. No player's going to be in A site right away here for the defensive side. They finally get YH to get himself over there now. They were expecting some kind of aggression, some kind of, you know, quick decision to be made here from Vasco, but again, they're just going to stay true to what they want. Lingering just a bit, figuring out what they want to do. Not getting overzealous yet.
Well, It's interesting to me that Evolution Power haven't like tried to throw any spanners in the works here. You know, we haven't actually on either side really seen any pushes from the GR side into control room, for example. That tends to be something that a lot of teams do like to sort of throw in once a half. No push into wood, no push into mid. It's been very, very passive on this GR side, and Vasco seemed to have sort of figured it out. Look at all the smokes on the map right now. No one's going anywhere.
Yeah, it's just smoked out right now. Nobody moving a muscle. Okay, so right again. 3 players. Oh, and no way they're going to do this again. Okay, they are. It ain't broke, don't fix it, I guess. Triple player vent. All right.
Yeah, looks like it's going to work in so far as they get into the middle. Zay may not expect a second player through from the vent, certainly not at this point, but Vasco are waiting patiently for the perfect opportunity to strike. Silva doesn't want to give up his position just yet. Maybe he's even looking for 2 frags. Oh, the pressure from action so good, and Silva strikes for 1. That is it. 9 up on the board for Vasco, and they know how big that is.
That is demoralizing for EP, my apologies. And man, oh man, I was thinking Zay did such a good job just isolating those duels with the limited amount of time that he had. And I was thinking maybe he was going to be able to get something done. It looks like a pause is going to be...
Yeah, Vasco pause.
Yeah, and honestly, like we said, they did this before. They called it really late in the game, but I don't blame him for this. They really want to be crystal clear what they want to do. I mean, with the scoreline at where it's at right now, it's definitely a really good position for them to make sure it can be done swiftly.
Yeah, I mean, you want to lock it in right here. Like, just don't flirt with danger. Don't flirt with the possibility that Evolution Power is going to do it again. Get it done here and now. The danger with this, obviously, is you do give Evolution Power a bit of a time to chat as well. And I think for Vasco, you probably could have left this another round or 2 just to kind of keep that pressure on Evolution Power. I mean, it's been working, right? What Vasco's been doing, they don't need to necessarily change anything up here. I think you could have tried to just keep rolling, see if that worked. If it didn't work, you called the timeout. But now you've kind of preempted it in the sense that you're now taking your pause, even after winning a couple of rounds in a row.
Mm-hmm.
And that's fine, but what that actually does is Evolution Power now get the opportunity to reset, right? They take a step back for a couple of minutes and wait patiently to see what the coach has got to say and, you know, mental reset, whatever. So you're going to give them a little bit of a way back in here if maybe the coach has noticed something that he would not have been able to communicate to the team. They don't have a timeout.
Man, that is like such a good point, because that is true. Like when you have the situation of getting those rounds in a row and things are going your way, you're starting to, you know, build the consecutiveness of the wins of the rounds. You don't normally call a timeout, but you know what? It is a coin toss, because I think you could argue it both ways. They clearly want to do something very clear. They want to make sure everything is in line here, but at the same time, it does give EP another chance to kind of brush things off what they need to, and it's now. Like, this is the moment. Now they need to pull 4 rounds in a row to push OT. Overtime.
Yeah.
So much tension in this game. I always get excited when I hear the music. I keep forgetting that's a thing. I'm like, oh yeah.
Yeah, it's the hype music for the potential final round. Be awkward if it was like a 9-1 lead or something, and then the comeback happened and you just hear it every round for like 6 rounds in a row. I mean, that may be what we may hear 4 rounds in a row of this.
That is very true.
See what happens, but the way Vasco are looking at it, it kind of looks like they're going to lock it in. My only concern, obviously, is that tack timeout. Was the timing of that really necessary? Could we have given it 1 or 2 more rounds? You know, go to 9-7. If it's 9-7, you go, okay, well, we've got 2 more rounds to lock this in. Let's have a timeout now. But they call it early, so what you'd want to see if you call it there is them to win this round. They have to win this round to justify it. So if they don't win this round, then it was a mistake, in my mind.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that for sure. Like I said, I think you could argue both ways. You know, we could probably have our own little podcast about that if we wanted to, but Yeah, I think this is important because if they win the round, then yeah, I'm going to say, yep, good call, guys. But if they don't, I'm going to be asking them later on, like, why did we call that? What was the reason for it? But you know what? MG's like, yeah, I want to get the job done. I'm going to be able to put the in full effect. I'm going to be able to find that opening duel. And now 49 seconds remaining on the clock now. Things have to get moving. Vasco,
where's the trade?
They don't have any trades. It's coming in late. Not like this. Minnow, look at Minnow. He's just been able to just decimate them all. It's down to the 2v2.
OMG, what a shot, but back to the 1v1 now for Action, who is quite low on HP. 20 hit points available to him. He's got the pistol out.
Oh, he made it across. He didn't get spotted. This is important. This is so important. Oh my God! And then YH just finds him, takes him down, cracks his head, and okay, that critical moment is the fact that Minnow didn't get traded. The fact that he was able to just get a spray double kill like that, that is a...
I don't know. And then he got a third as well.
Oh,
he got 3.
That is right.
He really should have been traded. That was a one and done position.
That's a big mistake.
So, I don't know, like not a bad round actually from Vasco. It's just the execution was poor. You know, like they had the positioning, they had the players where they needed, they had the spacing, but whoever it was, just missing their shots, not getting the comms early enough. I don't know, but something fell apart on that entry. I wonder if the pressure is getting to Vasco here that this is now their opportunity to close out a series against Evolution Power, which they've lost twice this year already at similar sort of big stage events.
Oh, that would just put salt in the wound. That would not be something you'd want. Third time's the charm, right? You would think. But this is again, like, let's not forget, you know, anybody, you know, in the chat, they gotta know if you're competing, like, you know that getting across the last round is always so stressful. Doesn't matter if you're up 9-1, 9-6, it's always stressful because you just realize, okay, look, we got to make sure we're just doing what we do to get this done, but it can be a snowball effect.
Yeah, Vasco have, by the looks of things, really slowed it down. You know, like it seems like they're almost hesitant now to push because, I don't know, a fear factor. What if we don't get it done? But, minute on the clock, you're going to have to go. Now or never. From the mid connector into B, the entries are looking good. 2 for 1 so far, and Minnow goes down as well. This could be it. Vasco, 1 round away, and it might be the round they're looking for. Silva in the back, whiffs a couple of crucial shots, but the trade is in. It doesn't really matter too much. It's first. Down to the 1v2, and he'll have to clutch out for his team to keep Evolution Power in the game.
Seaport's going to go down, so now a little bit of time here, but they got to make sure they don't overpeak. Oh my goodness, look at first. He might be able to find this, and he does! Oh, the jiggle peek. It's not good, and now MG, it's going to be the sniper versus sniper. Who's going to be able to make the final blow onto this one? MG just getting aggressive. He wants this to be done, and he still is going to go for a swing, and he's going to take it! And Vasco find themselves with a 2-1 victory.
Well, they've finally done it. 3rd time's the charm. Vasco getting the dub over Evolution Power. And look, it has to be said, reasonably convincing in the end on that final map. It didn't get too close, didn't have to go to overtime or anything like that. And I think Vasco, as you could see on the stage, were very pleased with themselves. Certainly had some choice words for Evolution Power, yelling it across the stage. I don't even know if Evolution Power can hear them. It's a pretty big stage, so
it's pretty big.
We'll see. But either way, very pleased with themselves because, again, they know the importance of that one, potentially being the game that could decide second place for this group.
Yeah, nothing but impressed here. I think Vasco, like, I mean, again, they found themselves, you know, with the 10-4 in the start. they lost the 10-8 and they came back the way they did. And I feel like everybody was just playing the way they needed to. VNC was somebody I'm definitely going to be looking out for now. Like, he's a guy that he's running and gunning. He's getting a lot of the entries that he needs to. But man, oh man, like, I mean, MG as well. We talked a lot about him in the pre-show. We said this guy is a big influence with the sniper. I mean, he was a little bit quiet at one point, but then he came alive again.
Yeah, I got to look at that one and wonder what's the conversation's going to be looking like for Evolution Power coming out of that, because I think there was some very sort of stunned-looking faces, disappointed, definitely. They expect better, right? Any roster, especially from China, expects to do better at an event like this one, and that now puts serious doubts about their possibilities of qualifying for the next sort of stage into the playoffs. They would probably have to beat all gamers. That's never going to be an easy task. I mean, it is possible that could happen, but you don't really want to be banking on that necessarily. No. So we'll see how things play out, obviously. But just a couple of guys going missing like way too often, and it was different players on each map. But even on Ankara, like the map that they win, it's like you've got someone going like 3-20 or something like that. Not 3-20, but like it might have been 3-15 or whatever. It's just not good enough really for a team of that caliber that wants to make it into playoffs, and that's something that seriously has to get fixed really like by tomorrow.
Yeah. No, and I couldn't agree with you more, because for me, I didn't feel like I was overly impressed with EP. I really wasn't. Like,
no, definitely not.
I think, and I don't mean any disrespect, of course, but it's just for a team like this in their division, I was definitely thinking they were going to be able to bring up some pretty good things. But we do have the highlights that are going to get shown a little bit here to kind of give you the glimpse of what was going on, what was kind of happening. But like I said, I feel like the fragging department was a bit lackluster here from Evolution.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. Like I've watched a few of these, like, let me say third Chinese teams, if that makes sense, like the non-BaiSha, non-AG, and X-Rock last year at the CFS Grand Final. I don't know, they were fine, but they didn't really like super sort of stand out to me necessarily. And again, the same thing here for Evolution Power. Like, they're decent, but they're not like setting the world on fire in the same way that, when we speak about Chinese teams with reverence, it's, I think, largely dictated by what BaiSha and all gamers have been able to do. And maybe we overrate the Chinese teams, or I overrate the Chinese teams as a result of the dominance of those two teams. But the rest of the field doesn't give me that same vibe based on just the eye test from what I've seen here today and at the CFS Grand Finals in 2024. So I don't know, maybe that's, maybe Evolution Power is just not quite as good as I had hoped that they would be. But in saying that, there's a little bit of that bias, but like, I know some of the players on that roster, like Emton and Minnow, and they've been around a long time, and would expect more from those kind of guys as well. And I know that they've hit their peak, and they're probably past their peak, past their prime, but yeah, still not leveling up to the standard that you'd hope to see. And hopefully that's something that gets fixed by, tomorrow or whenever the next game is for Evolution Power, because that's just not good enough. I mean, 4 players going under 1.0 KD. I mean, disappointing for sure. Yeah,
and that's the thing, right? I mean, we were kind of mentioning this in the beginning, is about, for Evolution. I mean, it is really, Minnow going on a mission to go, okay, look, I'm going to try to groom you guys. I want you guys to become these better players. It's going to take time, and I know a lot of these guys on the roster have under 5 years of experience playing, at a professional level, things like that. But it really didn't feel like I was overly super impressed. Like, I'm glad they were able to bring things back on the second map, but for Vasco, I know Neo talked a lot about him, and like I said, I was kind of like, I don't know, man. I think you're maybe a little too excited, but this team is a whole other ball game for me, where even the fact they lost the second map, they were able to come back. They looked like they just had a lot of good strides, and look at, like, even just stats, like 4 to 5 players were 1.0 or over. So
yeah, someone who I was really impressed with in this series. I don't imagine that he'll be picking up the MVP, but Feifei, I think his individual impact on this game was much, much higher than I've seen from him in the past. So I'll give him a shout out. I was somewhat critical of him in the Imperial roster, both at the Summer Champs last year and at the Grand Finals last year as well. But looking at this, I think he's actually found a bit of a better place in Vasco, whether it's just a role change. We talk about his positional change-ups on sub-base, for example. Is he finding himself in a bit more of a comfortable role? I don't know, but either way, I felt like his impact individually was much, much higher, and he was definitely not a liability, but MVP going to go the way of MG, and that's not a huge surprise.
No, not a surprise at all. I mean, like, if you're looking at all the overall stats, like it's quite incredible. Like he really did kind of show up in the opening game here, and that's what we wanted to see, right? And I mean, I think the biggest moment for MG is the fact like this is a player that has been around for quite some time. He's been playing for about professionally 6-7 years.
Yep.
But he's a guy that hasn't really been able to get that taste of victory. He hasn't been the guy that's been able to push some pretty deep boundaries. So I'm happy for him because I think these opening games can make such a difference. And that's where we said like this group was, I don't want to call it the group of death, but I feel like it was probably the worst group compared to Group A.
I mean, they're both tough. I think they're both really tough. The thing is, like, 5-team groups, 2 slots, that's pretty cutthroat.
Yeah.
You normally, I think you would normally go, okay, well, 5 teams will have 3 slots, and one team like gets an auto berth through into semifinal or something like that. That feels a little bit easier, but in this case, yeah, it's really, really cutthroat, and fair enough. That is what it is. So. Got to have to work pretty hard for it. We'll see how things go. It's not over by any stretch of the imagination just yet for Evolution Power. See how they go against All Gamers. See how they go against some of their other matchups. Maybe Vasco drops a map or series somewhere else. Either way, don't know. Looks like we've got an interview ready to go, so we'll jump down to the stage and see what's going on down there.
Trận đấu giữa Evolution Power Gaming và Vasco Esports. Và ngay lúc này đây thì là trận đấu của chúng tôi đang có tỷ số là 2-1 nghiêng về Vasco Esports. Và hãy cùng lắng nghe những chia sẻ của MG đến từ Vasco Esports nha. Chào MG, bạn có thể thay mặt cho Vasco Esports có thể gửi lời chào tới tất cả quý vị khán giả đang có mặt trong trường quay ngày hôm nay, cũng như là quý vị khán giả đang theo dõi trên các kênh phát sóng trực tuyến của CROSSFIRE được không ạ?
Parabéns Vasco, vocês já venceram a última partida. Para começar, poderia cumprimentar todos os espectadores no estúdio e também na transmissão ao vivo. Se ia se apresentar um pouco.
Sou MG, sou o sniper do Vasco. Graças a Deus a gente saiu com a vitória hoje. E muito obrigado pela torcida aí, pelo público que está tendo, que estão assistindo. E é isso, muito obrigado.
Xin chào tất cả mọi người, mình tên là Vasco, mình tên là MG, mình đến từ đội Vasco. Rất là vui mừng chào đón mọi người đến với giải đấu ngày hôm nay và mình và team đã chiến đấu hết sức để có thể chiến thắng trong trận đấu lần này. Và cảm ơn mọi người đã dành thời gian đến xem bọn mình thi đấu ạ.
Xin được cảm ơn MG, và câu hỏi thứ hai dành cho bạn là không biết là bạn đánh giá như thế nào về phong độ của đội thi đấu Evolution Power Gaming tại trận đấu lần này?
Como você avalia o desempenho do time EP?
O time deles é muito forte pelo fato de ter 2 snipers de ofício que são muito bons e tem que ter muita cautela para jogar contra eles.
Đội EP đã có màn thể hiện rất là tốt và cũng là một đội rất là mạnh đối với chúng tôi, nhưng mà chúng tôi cũng đã cố gắng hết sức để có thể giành được chiến thắng trong trận đấu lần này.
Vậy thì không biết là theo MG thì đội Evolution Power Gaming thì ai là key players?
Na sua opinião, quem foi o melhor jogador nesta partida?
Na minha opinião, jogador que mais impactou na partida foi o VNC.
Theo mình thì tuyển thủ mạnh nhất trong trận đấu lần này đó là First.
Ok ạ, cảm ơn MG và cũng xin được cảm ơn những chia sẻ hết sức thú vị từ bạn. Và cũng chúc cho MG và Evolution Power Gaming cũng như là Vasco Esports sẽ có những cơ hội tiến xa hơn nữa tại CFS Summer Championship 2024. Và còn bây giờ, hãy cùng đón chờ những trận đấu tiếp theo nhé.
Tôi xin chúc hai đại diện Việt Nam đó là Ranking Esports và Huepa.
Hello CrossFIRE Esports fans, this is the CFS HQ. I am here to introduce the point system that will be newly applied in 2024. We will dive deep into the detailed structure of this new system. The CFS 2024 point system. We are very pleased to introduce the new point system, which has been designed to invite competitive teams to the major CFS tournaments. Regions with professional leagues will decide the teams that will advance to the CFS Summer Championship and the Grand Finals based on the team points earned in each season. The points will be distributed differently according to the team's final standing of each season. In other words, teams will obtain their opportunities for the major CFS tournaments by summing up the points they earned in each season. We expect this structure to give more solid motivation to all the teams participating in the professional league. In addition, considering that each region has a different league structure, the point system will be suitably modified according to each regional league circumstances. Next, let's find out how the CFS 2024 point system is applied in each regional professional league. First, let's check the system for China. The 10 esports organizations affiliated with the CFPL will receive different points based on their regular league standings of the 2 seasons in 2024 and their final playoff standings. After the end of both seasons, we will calculate each organization's accumulated points to select the teams that advanced to the major tournaments. Firstly, the teams ranked 1st to 3rd in the point system will be invited to the CFS Summer Championship 2024. After the Summer Championship ends, the teams will be divided into 2 groups based on their point standings for the CFS 2024 Regional Finals, China. The teams in the same group will compete each other to survive, or not to be eliminated. The teams will compete for the final seeds of the CFS 2024 Grand Finals through the Regional Finals playoffs. Next, let's check the system in EU MENA and Brazil. Both regions will have the same point system structure. The point distribution table based on the final league standings will be the same as that of other regions. However, it makes a clear distinction between the other regions by applying the same point system to the CFOL, the regional 2nd division league. Of course, the amount of points that can be earned in CFOL is insufficient compared to the 1st division league. It means the teams in the 2nd division league need to maintain a very good performance throughout the year to get a chance to advance to the CFS major tournaments. After the end of both seasons in 2024, the teams ranked from 1st to 4th in the accumulated point system will advance directly to the regional final. The teams ranked from 5th to 12th place will advance to the regional qualifiers, the sub-qualifiers of the regional finals. In addition, teams ranked 1st and 2nd in the CFS 2024 point system will be invited to the CFS Summer Championship. Finally, let's look at the system structure for Vietnam. Vietnam region's point system also has the same structure as the other regions. Teams will receive different points based on their final standings of the 2 seasons in 2024. However, the point system will not apply to the CSC, the 2nd division league in Vietnam. Same as the other regions, ranked 1st and 2nd teams in the CFS point system will be invited to the CFS Summer Championship. Teams ranked from 1st to 4th in the accumulated point system will directly advance to the CFS 2024 Regional Finals. And the teams ranked from 5th to 12th will begin their journey to the Grand Finals from the subordinate tournament, Regional Qualifiers. So far, we have briefly explained the CFS 2024 point system. Please keep an eye out for which teams from each region will make it to the CFS Major Tournament with the CFS 2024 point system.
大坑没有人 ，A1两个人正好是贴墙的。有人动钳子，能拆得掉吗？嘉伟单局5杀。反杀到手，正面自己弹上来，脚下球到了4个，又是一次5杀，个人能力的淋漓尽致的展现。
对，那大坑方向这边还有一个1-2，他们是深知这一点的，残血很多，再打一个，还有吗？这边又是一个残血4杀。
Garante a vitória e EDM vai enfrentar a equipe da Imperial e vou te dizer, pra Ice foi tranquilo.
cima, finalize com isso, garante um ponto e a vitória. 2-0 na série para o time da Imperial, que está na grande final.
O bigode mais conhecido do CrossFire garante o round. Seven garante a eliminação em EDM. A Imperial abre 2-0 na série.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We're ready to go. We're in our third game for the day, but we do have a little bit more of a mix-up. It's myself, Laz, here, and I'm here with the sneakiest man of all.
Yeah, Mr. Sneaky the Frog, a.k.a. Sneaky Frog, finally in Hanoi. Finally in Hanoi. I've been very excited for this one in particular, in all honesty. I mean, I think this is, probably the behind the scenes, they got me just for this particular best of three. Pacific Macta versus BaiSha, man. I'm so excited for this, even though I think most of the people at the moment is more on the BaiSha side. You know, I still believe in my boys, man, not gonna lie.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, and that's the beauty of this, right? I mean, like we could say, we were talking about this is match number 3. It's BaiSha taking on Pacific Macta, right? I mean, this is the thing. You know a lot about these guys.
Yeah.
And that's the beauty of it. So now we get to see if maybe they can do something, a little disruption, maybe. I mean, honestly, in my opinion, BaiSha is probably a heavy favorite in this just because of what we know of their history and championships they've been able to do. But tell me what I need to know about Pacific Macta.
Yeah, I can't really blame you for thinking like that, man. I was in my hotel room. I think before the groups actually came out, I was actually praying that Macta does not get BaiSha Gaming in their group. You know why? Because they play the exact same maps, and all of the maps that BaiSha plays, Macta also plays, and that's their main focus there. You have their, I mean, Macta has a good Black Widow, BaiSha also has a good Black Widow. They have a good sub base, they also have a good sub base, so it's kind of a painful matchup for the boys here.
Yeah, that's not going to be good at all, right? I mean, and this is the thing. Like, I'll get your intake on this, but I mean, I think in terms of players, you know, I think it's the two players to talk about for BaiSha is like obviously, you know, like 9 or N9, right? I mean, he's a guy that can, you know, pull up some big numbers, and as well as Zhao as well. I mean, those two guys alone can do pretty good damage.
Yeah.
But tell me a little bit about Pacific Macta, right? I mean, I know you know them, but is there a couple different little standouts? We have a video that we're going to bring out here, so we'll kind of wait on that just for a moment. But
hold up. The clock is ticking. There we go. I didn't know my pants were down. Oh my god.
Okay. Well, there you got it. And that's the roster we saw there. I mean, again, for this group, very, very scary of a team. They've been able to have championships. They've been able to push some pretty big boundaries. But, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think for me, like, there's still a part of it where if they're a heavy favorite, I would say, I wonder if that could backfire maybe and they overlook a team like Pacific Macta.
That could be true. But I feel like BaiSha doesn't have the tendency of all gamers. I'm sorry, all gamers, but sometimes all gamers, they love to mess around in the group stage and love to test things. So that's why they do drop a map or two in this one. But BaiSha Gaming, they're all about that business. They're business mode going into group stage. So I think we are going to see them in full power. And granted, it has not been the best year here for CZY. He's kind of having a sophomore slump after having such a stellar 2023 after coming in late for the team when XQ Loon actually left. And yeah, I mean, maybe that could be one weakness that they can exploit against this BaiSha Gaming squad. But the rest of the squad still looks the same. I mean, Xiao is insane. N9 is, of course, highest AP out of everyone in their team. And you kind of expect that pressure when you have N9 on your team. This guy can IGL and frag at the same time. When he's tired of losing, he's going to be the entry for his team. So there's so many options here for the side of BaiSha, and the amount of plays that they have, they can play it slow, they can play it fast, they can play it, you know, somewhat in between. That's why BaiSha is one of the hardest teams to read in this tournament.
Yeah, and that was something I noticed too. Like, I mean, I got to watch a little bit of their old games back, you know, last year. And it's definitely a lot of things you notice that, like, they're definitely a team that you cannot mess around with. They're definitely a team that can, you know, do a lot of big things. But we are going to bring in that video here for Pacific Macta this time to kind of show you a little bit about the rosters. Here it is.
There it is, Pacific Macta on our screens, the sole representative of the Philippines at the moment after having such a stellar run in the CFS PH Masters. Everyone was, excuse my lingo, everyone was coping after group stage. They were like, oh, Pacific Macta's washed. Oh, they're done for. They lost twice in the group stage, and then Pacific Macta just came into playoffs and said, what? What are you guys going to do about it? Oh, we 3-1 the second best team in the Philippines. So, I mean, they're still the team to beat in PH, and I think they really want to prove something else in this tournament specifically, especially the changes they had behind the scenes, you know, a bit of a coaching change going on from Tanks into Buku. So maybe it's a new perspective for the side of Pacific Macta here.
Yeah, and I mean, we got the stats as well, right? I mean, and I'm going to ask you because, I mean, on paper, you can look at the obvious, right? You're like, look, Revenge is nasty. Like, and I mean, I've seen him in previous games where he's had clutches, you know, he gets himself just, you know, in full, you know, beast mode. But anything else about these players that, like, really sticks out for you, or anything that maybe we don't know?
I think the stats for MVA is kind of clickbaity.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie, for a .97 KD, for the past few tournaments that I've seen from Pacific Macta, I do notice that MVA is one of the better performers when it comes to the international stage. Maybe he is more aggressive when it comes to, you know, the other teams. I mean, in PH, they kind of expect that, right? But in the other countries, they're like, oh, suddenly this guy's in front of me and he's really fighting for this space to have on the map. So I think MVA is definitely going to have quite the injection on this, on this series. Not going to lie, but we are going to see the map comparisons, of course. And this is what I was talking about. Ankara, Black Widow, even Compound, you know, those are three maps that you could say that Pacific Macta is actually comfortable in. So now that is the problem right now. If the enemy is also really good at this map, then Macta, you're just going to have to, I don't know, you're just going to have to outskill them here. I mean, you have no choice.
Well, maybe the pick is just Mexico. I mean, they got 100% win rate, you know. BaiSha doesn't. Yeah, no, but we already know that's going to be an instant ban, right? But yeah, and that's the thing, when your best maps are their best maps.
I've hurt my eyes.
Yeah, I know, and this is the thing. We have the match history as well, and yeah, it's not a good sight. It's really not a good sight to see right now.
Yeah, I mean, that just goes to show how consistent BaiSha Gaming is, right? I mean, Pacific Macta, they've tried about 5 times to try and beat this team, try to figure out the Rubik's Cube that is N9's brain, and then they have failed 5 times. And maybe that's just a testament of how strong the Chinese teams actually are. Because, you know, the structure is really good on the CFPL side. You know, they really have the highest skill ceiling out of any region compared to, you know, maybe CFS PH Masters. You know, granted, there's 2 good teams there that could go internationally, but the rest is not really the best competition here. They cannot really sharpen the sword back in their region. But in the side of CFPL for BaiSha Gaming, there's so many good players here on CFPL, so they can like practice a lot, so the skill level gets higher. It's like a domino effect for the side of CFPL.
Yeah, no, that's a great point as well. And again, we have 2 key players, which I don't think there's any surprises for this. You know, I've been able to see good clips of, you know, Revenge, and he's put himself in crazy clutches. Like I said, multi-kills, gets the arm out. Yeah, you know, the dog off the leash. The guy's scary, right? But the other side of it, here for the Shark, you know, it's, you know, the blood and the water, and man, he's there's no way to stop him.
Yeah, that's true. And what's hard about beating Xiao in the first place is his floor is so high as a player that I think someone asked me, like, what is my rankings here for the snipers in the tournament? So I have two caveats here for Xiao. So I would put Xiao number 1 on a good day.
Okay.
And then I would put Du, and then first, and then Xiao on a bad day on number 4.
Oh, damn,
so
okay. So
that's
he's on the list twice.
That's just how good he is, man. Like, even on a bad day, he can definitely, you know, give Pacific Macta a hard time. And not just that, if you kind of focus on Xiao, now you have to worry about the rest of the team. You still have to deal with N9. You still have to deal with CZY. You still have to deal with Baby. And if you lose track of some of the other players, then it's just going to be a disaster for the side of Pacific Macta.
Yeah, and I mean, like, it's actually a good timing of this because, you know, the talent predictions are in. You can see there's obviously different areas that we all have our predictions. And yeah, Philippines, I mean, they went all in. You know, I respect that.
I'm huffing it.
I mean, you know, look, I'm all for it, man. That's good. I mean, there is a world where it could happen. I'm not going to say it's a high percentage, but you never know. And I think you made a really good point in the beginning is, you know, for BaiSha, like, and again, no BM here to AG, but like, they're that team where I noticed in their history, like, they don't mess around. Like, they come into play. They're here to get it done. They don't want to have any loose ends, whereas some other teams, it can be a little sketchy. So
yeah.
I don't think they're going to underestimate this team. And that's where I would maybe have that conversation differently with, you know, maybe like Evolution, maybe they would have done that, or somebody else. But this team, I probably wouldn't. But let's see if they can pull an upset.
Yeah, and I don't want anyone to really think just because EP lost earlier, that means, you know, there's a chink in the armor here for the side of China. I mean, the gap between AG and BaiSha Gaming, and then it's such a big gap between them and the rest of the CFPL that, you know, yeah, EP did lose earlier, but, you know, BaiSha is a different beast entirely. So, yeah, I mean, there's still another thing to figure out for the side of Pacific Macta. Man, I'm still really thinking about what the veto is actually going to look like because, yeah, it's not going to be an easy time. Just like how I said it, all the good maps of BaiSha is also all the good maps of Pacific Macta. So, I mean, I think they're slightly lucky that they're going up against BaiSha Gaming first because this is like first stage game. Maybe BaiSha is going to be a bit cold. That maybe that's my inner bias kind of speaking out here. But, you know, this is like the best opportunity for Pacific Macta to maybe take a map or even the series off of them.
Yeah, and I mean, it kind of makes me wonder, like, I wouldn't even hate it in a way if they throw a bit of a Hail Mary. You know what I mean? Like, just kind of throw like a random map where they're like, you know what? Let's do it. Let's just see. But at the same time where they probably do want to play the maps that they are quite familiar with.
That's true.
So I'm going to be excited to see when the vetoes do come up here pretty soon. And just for us to see what essentially is going to be happening, just because, you know, both teams, like you said, you mentioned this a few times, but it's the fact that both their strengths are the exact same. And for Pacific Macta, that's not a good thing.
That's true.
This is you are literally playing, in my opinion, and I hope this is not a bad opinion, but I was going to say, in my opinion, I would say this is definitely the top 3 team of the whole tournament. Like, BaiSha for me,
top 2.
I would, yeah, top 2. Okay, I was gonna go there, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna say top 3, but I do think this team has everything they need to win it. Unless we see something off today, I don't know. But I mean, it is the first opener, so we'll see if they have nerves. I doubt it, but
yeah. I think Pacific Macta has just been competing long enough that they don't have nerves at this point anymore, right? They've represented this country for 6 years at this point,
long
so
time.
They do know how to work in the tournament, but still, you look at the history with them and BaiSha, they still have yet to figure them out. I think not even a map off of them in the entire history. So maybe this could be a good first if they do want to do so. But yeah, all signs are still pointing in towards the side of BaiSha Gaming. But gotta wait for the veto, of course. You know, maybe we're gonna see the maps that like we did exactly say. We're gonna see probably that Ankara, probably gonna see that sub-base. Black Widow is also one of those choices, and yeah, gonna be interesting to see, especially sub-base, man, because I think sub-base has got to be one of the most difficult maps to beat BaiSha Gaming on, for the sole reason that they do have the best GR side in the world on that particular map. I mean, their defense is just that good.
Yeah.
And you have to deal with Xiao on second mid. You have to deal with N9 possibly just going outside and maybe shooting you in the head. There's a lot of unpredictable factors that you have to think about if you are going to go up against BaiSha.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like, I think, you know, we have to see the alms kind of making the connections they need. We need to see the calling to just be, like, absolutely stellar. Like, we saw that history before. It's been 2-0s, right? I mean, but that's always a tough thing, because I talked about this in the previous series as well, where history can always be a bit of a factor. Like we were saying, you know, with like EP, you know, and Vasco were 0-2. They never were able to get a win. They finally did. But I mean, for Pacific Macta, I mean, this is where it is about pride. This is about them representing their country. They are a very good team in the region, and now it's just getting the experience to play internationally, and that's the beauty of this tournament, like we talked about, is the fact of you are going to be playing the elevated division of like the Chinese teams and stuff like that. And I know myself and, you know, Jordan were kind of, you know, putting them on a bit of a pedestal, but there's kind of a reason, right? Like, these guys, they're scary.
Yeah, I think it's just right to put them on a pedestal, honestly. I mean, BaiSha Gaming is just that good. They won the entirety of 2020. 2023 was theirs.
Yeah.
2023 was theirs, man, and there was no doubt about it. They even had the roster change midway, and they still won.
Yeah.
That is just absolutely
That's
crazy.
mayhem,
Maybe that's just a testament of how good an IGL N9 is, that he could just slot in CZY, and CZY he's one of the most important roster changes that they had from the past year, because I feel like, as much as I do love WN, I mean, there's a limit to his skill, and especially with CZY being capable of the double sniper, it opens up a lot more options for the side of BaiSha Gaming, and especially with a team that is as strong as all gamers, and especially now that they have upgraded with 1222 and with 1222 and Jabao, and with ZQ and even unfortunately leaving, those are really good supports. But after CFPL, I mean, you have Japa who could also snipe, and you have 1222 who's kind of sharing the IGL style for him and ZY. I think ZY has been more vocal actually for the past few games, so I think, you know, they kind of been sharing the mic. But other than that, man, I feel like I mean, BaiSha, they might have the handle of this series, but just like I said, man, I'm praying for miracles here. I'm praying for miracles here, man. I really want to see my boys happy.
Yeah, no, of course. And I mean, I get it. And like we said, the predictions, like everybody, you know, essentially here for the English side, we were all like, look, except for you were like, look, the boys got to do it. And I'm all for it. Like, I totally get it. I got my biasness as well, and, you know, the CFWL as well, where, you know, some of these teams, I really want them to cause that upset, because it is a huge level up in the sense of the competition you're playing. And that's, you know, I'm going to keep repeating this, but that's the exciting thing about this, is that it is elevating your game. You're playing on LAN, and that's a whole other ball game too. But I think that's different for both these teams. But these teams are very experienced in LAN events. They've been able to do some really big things in their domestic leagues, but then obviously internationally, very different things. Now we got the vetoes. We finally get to see what's about to happen here. This is the moment of truth. This is where we get to see Subbase is out.
Oh, that's a good ban.
That's a good ban.
That's
so okay, I'm cooking up something here. Or they're cooking up.
If this is BaiSha's first ban, then most likely it's Eagle Eye. Yep,
Oh!
it's Eagle Eye for Pacific Macta. So if Macta wants to heat up maybe early in this game, they are going to go in towards Black Widow in map number 1. And since compound is open, I feel like BaiSha is going to go straight into that compound. They're not going to mess around, and whatever is left for map 3, they're just going to, you know, maybe they're just going to enjoy it at this point.
Yeah, and Black Widow is going to be the first one that is going to be picked here, so that means that for BaiSha, they are going to be on that blacklist side, if I'm not mistaken. And then map 2 looks like it's Ankara. No, I'm a liar. Oh, never mind. Just kidding. I was getting excited.
Ankara.
Oh, it is Ankara.
Yeah,
Hey, nice. I was like, I think that is Ankara.
Yeah.
And I mean, we've seen a lot of Ankara today. Actually, I think you and I were both talking about this, you know, a little bit yesterday, and it's like, I actually like Black Widow. I just don't know if maybe that's a good thing here for Pacific Macta, or maybe that's a bad thing. But like you said, it is a strong map they like to play, but BaiSha likes to kind of game on that too.
Yeah, to be fair, Black Widow is the national map of the Philippines, man. We play, this is where all the FFAs are, that's for sure. This is where all the free-for-all DNs are at. So Port and Mexico did expect it, so we're going to end up on compound anyways. So this is my game plan, at least personal game plan for the side of Pacific Macta. If you guys don't end it on 2 maps, then compound is going to be a living hell to play, because just like Subbase, the GR side of the boys over at BaiSha Gaming, this is next to impossible to penetrate, man. They have the best GR side as well here on compound.
Yeah, and I mean, it looks like, you know, from previous, I mean, they are sitting themselves, or Pacific Macta, I should say, like they're sitting at a 2-0, so technically they have a 100% win rate on this, but very different little bit of circumstances considering when you talk about, like, you know, for BaiSha, like these guys also have themselves in strong positions here where they're at 10-3, and they're sitting themselves at 77% of a win rate on a map like this. So, you know, more reps. I think that's a better thing, and that just adds more. The machine's going to be greased up pretty nicely.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you're going to have a team to practice against in Ankara and Compound, I mean, I think Pacific Macta is the team to do so. Yeah. Honestly, I think Macta is one of the best compounds in the tournament. I think they also have one of the more interesting Ankara. I wouldn't say one of the best yet, because I have yet to see what their Ankara looks like on stage. I've only seen it on their scrims. But yeah, I would say they do have a fair shot, but we're going to enter into Black Widow for map number 1, and we do have PM on GR, BaiSha on that backlist side.
Yeah, let's get right into it. And now ZYK, he's actually going to get taken out early now, so the opening duel does go in favor here for BaiSha. So this was something I was kind of hoping Pacific Macta was going to be able to win that engagement, kind of get themselves a good kickstart maybe, get the man advantage, but unfortunately it kind of crumbles like a cookie a little bit here. So now BaiSha are in a really strong position, because on the blacklist side, you know, I feel like when you have that number advantage, your options just open up even more.
Yeah, and especially when it comes to Black Widow, when it's a 4v5, this is where you just start guessing on where BaiSha is going to go. So you're just going to be relying on really hard reads, especially for the side of Macta. I mean, ZYK losing his life early on, that's a familiar sight, not going to lie. He always dies at the start of the round. But if he does get the control here in towards long A, I mean, that's already one big position already cut off from the side of BaiSha, and they're going to have to refocus either on mid and or the short side of the map. So, I mean, it would have been a nice cutoff if they do get it, but now PM has to be on their toes just in case that BaiSha is going to pull anything. And this is classic BaiSha. They were not going to move because they have the numbers advantage. They're going to look for anyone who's pushing up, and they're expecting this.
And that's you know, like just to kind of go off that and echo a little bit, it's good because when you're down the man, this is where you typically see a team are going to press forward. They're going to try to find an engagement. They want to bring things back. So the fact that BaiSha are just kind of sitting back, waiting, makes all the sense in the world, because they know that there should be somebody getting a little bit eager. Like already now, you already have, I believe that's Justin that's actually pushing himself through this. And finally, the first engagement for Pacific Macta is going to come through. It is the pistol or the Colt that will make the connection. But BaiSha, look at this. This is a strong position now, a 4-on-2. Aldrin's already low on the HP. And the Alm's just going to make a connection. And yeah, 12 HP and a 1-on-4. I don't know how sneaky he's feeling right now.
I don't know. I've seen bigger miracles, but at the same time, you know, 12 HP in a dream. You have a nade, no flashes.
Yeah.
AK as well. You get shocked through the door. And there we go. N9 is just going to clean up the rest. And yeah, I mean, Pacific Macta, of course, you know, got caught kind of hunting in and around the map. N9 did a really good job of kind of faking B, pulling some of the defense on towards the B site. And yeah, it was just a pretty easy A take. And that's the benefit of just getting long at the start of the round, because you get to have, you know, the advantage of just faking on one side of the map and going back into A long and just running it down to A. But oh, ZYK, that's what I'm talking about, the high risk, high reward play, and he gets the coin this time.
Yeah, I like this, right? I mean, for you know, for the IGL, you know, to get himself a little bit aggressive and finding that open in duel, I think that's important. And I do hope they kind of keep putting some pressure onto this. I don't want them to just kind of like allow, you know, BaiSha to just kind of run over the map and do whatever they want. They got to try to make them uncomfortable. They got to mix things up. They played each other so many different times, so many different tournaments. This is where you have to really just be creative. So I do like this, and it's a good bounce back from what we saw in the previous round. So now BaiSha, even being down the man, they're still just posted up. They're just going to wait things out, going to evaluate some options, and just praying that someone's going to overexpose themselves.
Oh, Justin, you don't want to get caught over checking in the mid side. Here comes up, and though. Oh, huge nade, actually. Two players Already on low HP, Baby and CZY. He is playing the end forward. Aldrin gonna have to drop down. Here comes CYK from the window side. And CYK does get one, just to get one as well. N9 is already on low HP. CZY as well inside of the smoke. They're fully blind. They cannot see anything. And Justin, can he finish this one off? He misses the shot in towards N9, but here comes his friend MVA, his fellow attacker, and N9 on 1 HP, similar to what Aldrin had in that last round, and a really good response from the side of Pacific Macta.
Yeah, and MVA is somebody, you know, we didn't get to talk a lot about him, but, you know, I think we were both mentioning, like, for his KD ratio, for sitting as low as it was, like, I know I've seen, you know, him have like a 1-on-5 against Imperial, and I mean, that was a big thing that happened last year, and I was like, okay, this guy's clutch, and I mean, even right there, that was a bit of a clutch moment in the sense of, you know, Justin missed the shot, wasn't able to find the connection he needed, and then who other than MVA to get himself that double to kind of get right back into this game with a 1-on-1 scoreline.
Yeah, and this is a really good... Yeah, it's really good map control for the side of Pacific Macta at the moment. They do get long. Now they only have to worry about the B side and the mid side as well, because when you take this long as 3 players, that mid is kind of exposed for a bit, so they're going to have to react quick and get back into the B side. But this is actually a nice read from the side of Pacific Macta. There's 2 dudes here, plus he has a bit of help from the stage side, and here comes BaiSha.
Yeah, the execute's coming down. NBA just holding a very tight angle. This could be perfect. This could be very dangerous. He has to get the right timing, though. The flashes are not making it any easier. His teammates are taking so much damage, but here he is. He's not able to find anything at all. Unfortunately, Revenge, though, at least he gets himself this double kill. Things are getting a little bit more interesting now. The 2-2. Who other than Zhao now able to find this connection? So now Aldrin by himself. He's running through his smoke, hoping and praying. But no, it's going to be BaiSha once again to get themselves back into a lead.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was talking about. That's just BaiSha game. You could have the best positioning in the site, but then all of a sudden they're inside of the site. They read every single position that you have. Granted, it was a good effort from the side of Revenge to try and see if they could prevent them from entering the B side, maybe at least make the numbers equal for their side, but it is not going to happen. Bit of a long fight happening at the moment, and now BaiSha is going to start to focus on this long side, but yeah, they're just going to calm down. They're just going to probably leave a single member, most likely Xiao. This is one of the more powerful positions here with the sniper. And you're going to see the reaction here from Pacific Macta is they're going to go short because you can kind of defend it from the short side, but then BaiSha is going to start to target that if they do decide to go on the A site. But, you know, you never know when it's BaiSha gaming. Oh, but Revenge.
Man, that's the exciting thing about Revenge. Like, he really is just such a stellar player, man. Like, he can just find these, like, crisp shots, things like that. It's been really, really fun to watch. Like, when I was just watching him just, you know, get an idea, I was like, man, this team slaps, bro. This team's pretty good. And even right there for the IPL, to go for the 1-1. Aldrin trying to see maybe the double. Yes, indeed. He's just cracking some skulls. So now they got themselves in a 4-on-1 situation. This is looking good. C4 is going to be in their control. Still with a minute and 20 left, though. This is a lot of options here.
Yeah. And this is what I like about CYK, man. He's a bit psycho. When it comes to these angles, he's going to play the most insane off angles, and Aldrin's just going to be not too far behind him, but that is a really good hold from Aldrin at the same time. N9 could have traded his teammate, unfortunately, and I think he knew he was coming because of that flash. And Xiao is the only one left, and this man was on that long side. He wasn't moving at all. He was waiting for them to come in, and Justin does get the finish, and Pacific Macta, I mean, it's a good start.
It's a great start, yeah. And again, I like that they're getting a little fraggy. They're trying to get in the face a little bit. I think this is important. Like, I'm glad they're not just kind of playing passive and kind of playing a standard setup. I was a little bit worried they might try that. But I mean, I knew you were going to correct me if I was wrong, but it's good that we're seeing it right here. Other than ZYK, again, he's looking for that opening duel. He's going to get it. He's going to be successful. So now 2 to 3 times he's done this, he's been successful.
He's looking like SpongeBob in that one episode. Wanna see me do it again? And that he did.
And that he did.
That's why I do like Macta. You know, sometimes they do play it slightly disrespectfully, but at the same time, that kind of plays into the mind games of this team. And you have to play everything, man. Especially when you're up against BaiSha game, you have to catch them by surprise every single round because, you know, if you slip one round and they find your weakness, then BaiSha is just gonna come back. I mean, it's very fitting that their logo is actually a shark.
Yeah.
Because, they can smell blood really quick in this game.
That is very, very true. true. And that's the thing, right? Like it was kind of one of the things I talked about in the previous series is when you kind of play each other so many different times in different tournaments, that's where you can kind of mix things up. You learn tendencies, right? And they're obviously doing some anti-stratting, things like that. For Revenge now, he switched up his position. Ooh, this is tight. I don't like this spot. I don't like this spot. This is not good. And yeah, he's going to go down. But Justin at least can get the trade back in. This is going to be a nice way to bring something back. You have triple player right now on that catwalk, so now they're going to try to fold things back. They're going to actually go for a big flank, so things are looking a little bit sneaky.
Yeah, I think they'd rather just take long. Honestly, I think short is one of the most difficult positions to retake, especially N9 is on the other side of the barrel. Here comes MBA, though, does get taken down by Xiao, and this is Xiao in his element, but can he get every single pair? ZYK going crazy with the AK. But now it's a 1v2. Baby spotted in towards the long box, but he's going to finish him off. And just like that, BaiSha Gaming retake the lead in Black Widow.
I got to say, I love the name Baby. Like, if you know who it is, if we get him on the screen, I'm going to be really excited.
6'4", by the way.
Yeah, the guy is so tall. Like, he is a giant.
He's menacing.
Yes.
He's a menacing man, but he's actually very nice.
Yeah,
very nice guy.
It sounds like he's a very, very nice guy from my brief interaction with him. So I was like, okay, maybe he really is just a nice guy. Maybe that's maybe what Baby means, Maybe just
Yeah,
nice.
You should see the CFPL commercials, man. They're a bit goofy. A bit goofy over there, man. So, yeah, I mean, Baby has got to be one of the most interesting players in CFPL, man, because you don't really expect him to be the most explosive player, but he's just going to be there for his team. He does play that entry role, but, when he needs to just sit around and maybe just wait for the eventual push to happen, or he could also sacrifice for his team. It's kind of like the Swiss Army knife for the squad of BaiSha.
Actually, I think there's a knee spotted here, too, so Aldrin actually does have to kind of back off on this.
It's an AK, though. It's not the best for that position.
Yeah, it's not ideal. And BaiSha actually grouped up for, it looks like the 3-2 split into this A site, potentially. I don't mind this. And actually, the long A control is theirs. Like, it's not like they have to worry and clear anything on the right-hand side here, so. But actually, Pacific Macta, they're going to re-aggress. Oh, that's just cheeky. Okay, they're going to get something done a little bit more, but can't get the job done. Oh, man, they fumble it just a bit.
Oh, Xiao? I don't think Xiao noticed that Justin's already passed by, but I think Xiao is looking for the bigger fish in this situation, and that he did. Does get one, and Baby gets another one on the board, and even Justin's going to go down, and here comes BaiSha Gaming. And that is the Rubik's Cube that I was talking about. You could kill one player, but then the Rubik's Cube gets scrambled again, and you're going to have to solve it. Man, this is just one difficult read for the side of Pacific Macta. But I think they're going to get a bit more frisky in this one. They're going to try to be a lot more unpredictable, maybe try to be a lot more aggressive and try and take some mid-control. Revenge is going to take that. Oh, not even going to take the ramp side. He's just going to go in. And I think Xiao noticed that there is a barrel walking in mid, and ZYK actually going to take 577. Xiao has to be careful. I think he's already spotted. Oh, I think they know him. CCY. Oh, who lurks like that on an AWM, man?
And that's the thing, too. So the C4 is actually going to be dropped, so now Zhao has to go pretty big on this, and this is not good. It's a 2-on-5. I mean, I would like to see Pacific Macta be a little bit more passive, in my opinion, just because if we see Revenge getting taken out here, I mean, this is giving up a body. I mean, yes, they have the number advantage. They're going to let it go, I guess, but I mean, Revenge, okay, see, there it is. With the blink of an eye, we see 2 duels going to go in favor now for BaiSha. Maybe another one? No, it's going to be MVA coming in a little bit more clutch in this scenario. Okay, so things are going to be fine. They're going to be able to work on this aggression, and honestly, I like that they change of pace. Like, I mean, it's really early in the game, and I'm happy to see they're just like, you know what? Let's just send it.
Yeah. You know, the funniest part about one of these players, Aldrin to be specific, man, he gets pissed off when he has to stand around. Like, he's like, man, I just want to go kill. I just want to go in and try and see if I can get more space. Yeah, the C4 is down. So what? Oh, Revenge! What a shot there on Baby, but the 1-for-1 for now. But 577 getting some space in towards the short side. Aldrin already getting flashed. So as long as not in their control, this is going to be a bit of a difficult hold for the side of Pacific Macta. And also they have to worry about mid. Lack of information is going to be, could be the key here for BaiSha just entering the A site. Ooh. Here comes a flash. Aldrin on his own in towards the triple side. On the bottom side. Could not get the taps, unfortunately. ZYK trying to deal some damage. But Xiao I think he spotted where ZYK is, and he is just stuck in towards that respawn side. Justin trying to see if he can crouch a bit, maybe get a wild headshot here on CZY. NBA already on the short side. ZYK getting tapped, but NBA is really trying to get this short position going, but he overtakes. Unfortunately, N9 punishes him, and a picture-perfect retake defense for the side of BaiSha Gaming.
Yeah, that was picture perfect. They just looked so calm and collected. They didn't even look like they broke a sweat in that situation, and it was difficult because I feel like, you know, the player in window like that, it could have been good for Pacific Macta. Like you said, there's kind of like, you know, toying the idea to maybe hopefully get a cheeky little like quick jiggle peek headshot, but not gonna happen. Now they're gonna re-aggress. Okay. All right, cooking with some premium gas, I see, Pacific Macta. All right, they're finding the opening duels, 2 in their favor, a 4-on-3 with 2:08 to still spare.
Yeah, and that's why we're best friends with Brazil, because they do the exact same thing as well. They just send it in towards water side, get 2 nades in. If you do get the better timing, then you are going to get that bridge side, and just eliminating bridge from the entire map just seals off the B side. And now you can kind of focus on A, and there is a spot in the doors of B that you can see all the way in towards long. So they can still, you know, have presence in B. Meanwhile, they can, you know, somewhat focus on A. But Aldrin has to be careful, though, just in case Xiao gets a bit cheeky, and, you know, this man gets wild sometimes.
Yeah, especially if you're someone like this to be alive. I mean, that's, like you said, it's a dangerous threat. Oh my, they're right in front of each other. And who's going to win it? Okay, so the AK is going to prevail, but it was a little bit of a labored spray, but it gets done. That's fine. It's already tries to hurt it. Okay, revenge now. He's just teeing off another one. And then CZY on a 1-on-4. Still with a minute and 10. Gets a beautiful one-tap, but he's got the C4 on his back. So, I mean, this is the question if he wants to commit the plant. And already look at 2 players from long. They're going to come for the big flank. Oh, the reposition. Oh, he's cooking.
He might be cooking, but revenge. Oh, missing the shot on the Colt. He only gets him down to 17 HP. But I think Macta might have a rough idea of where he is going to come from. But look at CZY.
Oh,
he's just going to be like, you're going to circle me. I'm going to circle you as well. I'm going to go back to the east side and maybe plant this thing. But look at where ZYK is. He's just staying put in towards the metal box.
Yeah, and he's only got 17 HP. So again, like, you know, a little bit of a breath and something can take him out. Now he's giving up his position, misses the shots. 26 seconds. Now he can decide he can either commit and send it to B. It'd be really tight, but now I think he realizes, no, I don't have the time. I gotta go for this fight. Not a favorable thing. Double swing. So really nicely timed from Pacific Macta. Whew, okay. Well, that's going to be the first half, and honestly, you know,
pretty good.
It was pretty good. Like, I was not really sure what to expect on this, and I'm glad to see that they kind of came in guns blazing a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you don't really have a choice in the matter. You're just going to have to play your own style, because if you play somewhat similar to what BaiSha is doing right now, you're probably not going to have too much success, especially when you're a team like Pacific Macta kind of gets pissed off. You want to go aggressive, you want to go face-to-face, but here comes the face-to-face action in towards long A. ZYK, half HP already from that nade. Aldrin is going to be on half as well, but CZY is just going to keep control in towards long A for now, but this is going to put PM in a bit of a predicament here. Are they going to go maybe swing for information mid where there is a N9 waiting just for a headshot, especially with an M4? If he spots you and you are behind anything wooden, you are basically dead, because that is what the M4 is for. So let us see. Macta's going to take it slow, though. I like this.
Yeah, it's good to see that they're not just kind of being, you know, too quick on the draw on this one. I'm glad that they're actually kind of taking some time and making some good, decisive, you know, decisions for this. So, still the 5-5. Aldrin's taking a bit of damage. Looks like they're going to try to B-split. Yeah, they're going to go right through this double door. And I know he might be able to find these multi-kills. Yes, indeed. But it's going to be Aldrin right back out of here. It's just looking like Pacific Macta now loading the kill feed a little bit. Back to the 2-2. So the C4 is still going to be in the back. And I believe that's on Revenge.
Oh, they know.
And they have a full read on this.
They either have a full read or he just so happens to swing his mouse in that direction. But
we're going to say it's calculated.
We're going to say it's calculated. Those are my boys.
Yeah, they're the big brain. It's a big brain.
But Xiao, man, he's just staying in mid in a very neutral position. He can just go flip A, he can go flip B. But it's still very difficult, man. I think for Pacific Macta, they might want to still wait around a bit, just in case that Xiao might be out of position in one of these sides. So he's going to decide to go into the underside of the B window box. But Problem is, Aldrin does have that AK-47, so if he does reveal himself, it's going to be a bit hard to wallbang him from that position. Aldrin's going to spot him. Oh, but the reswing. Not going to lie, I don't like that reswing. I think they should have just sent it on A.
Yeah, I don't like that at all either. So now Xiao can just kind of reevaluate his plan here, realizing like he might come here, but it's a 50-50. So it's good that he's just kind of committing to it. But I think he's got a full read. This plant's going to be obvious. Okay, the one-on-one. 66 HP against Xiao, but I mean, is that going to matter? He still has the one shot to hit here with the Alm. Oh God, Revenge, he wants to go for a weird swing, and now he's just kind of poking his head. It's like a little bit of a gopher. Oh man, oh, he misses the jump too, so now he has to actually recommit onto his original plan. This is bad.
Yeah, this is the each goat goes on each side, but it seems like the GOAT of PH, at least on sniping, is going to get that round. Everyone was probably waiting for that 1v1 matchup, not going to lie. I'm so happy that Revenge did win that, because Revenge, once you give him that bit of confidence, man, he is going to have that field day, especially with the sniper. So 5-5 and a good start here on towards the BL side. And Xiao is going to try to go aggressive. Does get a entering TYK, but I think it's going to be worth it as long as they do get that long control. But 5-7-7, he's also getting a bit frisky. MBA not expecting the push from the B site, and a 3v5 at the start of the round. And BaiSha, I mean, they just told Pacific Macta here, if you guys can go aggressive, we can go aggressive too. And especially they also have two attackers, three attackers actually on their team. They have CZY, they have Baby, and they have Xiao. Actually, CZY is more of the support. Actually, 5-7-7, but yeah, you just gotta expect one of those rounds. That's what I was saying. BaiSha can play at any pace.
Yeah, they can, and I'm glad we get the glimpse of it there too, because that was like 20 seconds, and they're finding themselves some big duels. They're still kind of just loading this up. Aldrin trying to see what he can do, but now, I mean, it's him and Justin that have to come up big. I mean, this is a really big ask. You're on a 2-on-4. You have to fight so many different players right now. And this is not the position you want to be in right now for Pacific Macta fans. But again, I never would have thought, and I don't mean this in a bad way, is I never would have thought the scoreline be at a 5-5.
Yeah, to be fair, me neither. But, you know, we are. But Baby, it's just going to be a bit of a backstab. Justin, he has a flash in a dream. I mean, C4 is all the way in mid, but I mean, if it's anyone to do it on the side of Macta, it is going to be Justin, one of the more insane aimers from our region. Baby gonna show his head for a bit, but he's already calling for help from his teammate that is already on respawn. 5-7-7, maybe going for the swing. Justin caught actually with his back to 5-7-7. And 6-5, BaiSha Gaming get back the lead. So I think we're going to expect maybe a bit of a back and forth between these two teams at the moment.
Yeah, and honestly, it's kind of a little bit surprising for me too, just because, again, I know Pacific Macta, you know, they're a very good team, a strong team, but I wasn't expecting the scoreline to be so far this close and this back and forth. But it's a good thing to see, because, again, with all the history and how many times they played each other, it's kind of like, you know, they're still trying to pack a punch, and they're not even getting phased by the opponents they're playing, and that's something I really wanted to see, and now we're seeing it. I'm more than happy right now for them.
Yeah, I mean, that's just how you play it. That's how you play against BaiSha Gaming. You have to be fearless. Once you're scared of the shark, you're going to get hunted. But here comes CZY trying to see if he can make the same off-angle work. But Justin with a really good entry here on CZY. But can they keep going on the A side? They do have long control. Maybe trying to get some damage here from the catwalk side. ZYK is going to take him down. And now it's a 3v5. Xiao with the sniper, but he gets taken out by MBA all the way from long. And some really good trades from Pacific Macta. And N9, the only one left alive. I mean, if it's anyone to do it on BaiSha Gaming, it's probably going to be him, but Revenge already has his number, does get him down, but Justin gets one in return. And this is what I was saying. It's feeling like one of those games where it's just going to go back and forth up until hopefully OT, because I want to see more of this.
Yeah, it would be the first OT, right? I mean, I think we were getting almost teased with it in the previous series that we saw. Like, it was definitely looking like it could have been on the docket, but it just fell a little bit short. Yeah, and this thing is back and forth. It's a big teeter-totter. First kill is going to go for N9 right now, or 9, I should say, sorry. And, I mean, that's, again, where BaiSha now we're going, okay, you know what? Enough's enough. We're going to re-aggress. We're going to find something big here if we can do something. We want to be able to get the opening if we can. And now that they've been able to find that opening duel, they can just kind of pull back, play their standard setup if they want, And now they've even put 4 players essentially mid to A. Like, they've really put a lean on this, just leaving it the anchor of 9.
Yeah, for sure. But at the moment, Revenge, they're just going to stay back for a bit. I think they just want to see if any BaiSha players do get a bit frisky here, especially 577. You know, he does love to go forward from time to time, and, you know, sometimes playing the risk. You might get a 3v5, a 4v4, and we get the 4v4 instead, and it wasn't even his intention. He just so happened to be jumping in triple, and a really good punish from the side of Revenge. And 577 doesn't know exactly where he is because he's playing that kind of a bait angle in towards that train side.
Yeah, look at Shao too. I mean, he's just kind of playing on the stairs. And again, that can be a really tough spot as well, because if you don't hit the first shot, you're kind of scrambling to get yourself out of this tight position. But once again, Pacific Macta waiting things out. They got a minute left. Finally pick up the C4. Looking like they might try to toy the fact of maybe double door again. But Baby is just on the other side of this as well. Just playing on the underpass, kind of waiting things out maybe. And look at this, 3 players are stacked on this A. They got a read. They got a full read on this.
Yeah, but 577, look, he's not budging at all. He's like, yep, I'm just going to be like a landmine here on the A side, just waiting for either my teammates get all the kills or everyone dies and I get the most kills here. But ZYK, really good opening from the respawn side. Shao and 577 looking each other in the eyes and seeing if they can survive this onslaught. Justin with the entry, but N9 coming in from behind, and even 577, he's going to go down. N9, the only one left alive, but if it's anyone to do it for the side of BaiSha Gaming, it is going to be him. He does have an M4, so he does have the advantage when it comes to that wallbang, so Aldrin has to be careful just in case. N9 is now spotted. Are they going to swing him as 2 players? And that they do, using teamwork to go up against one of the GOATs in CFPL. Why not?
Oh, man. If I'm not mistaken, I think I heard it was Pacific Macta that called this timeout. I'm going to see if I'm going to be correct, but...
Depends. I'm waiting for the one of the marshals, because they do raise it like this. They raise the card.
Oh, yeah. No, it's... no, it's for...
it's BaiSha.
BaiSha, yeah. Okay, that makes a bit more sense, because you know what? This is becoming a bit of a scrappy game. And there's 2 ways to look at this. Is you go... I know for you and everybody else, they're going to be excited because Pacific Macta is really going toe-to-toe with them right now. They are not getting, you know, hit very hard. They're just like, they're packing a punch as well. But on the other side of things, for BaiSha fans, they're going like, hey, what is going on here? Like, this is a team that are a heavy favorite, and they're struggling to get the job done, right? I mean, and I mean that in all the best ways. I really do. But that's what I was kind of saying in the very beginning of this, is I was saying, look, I don't expect BaiSha to be overlooking, but I almost was wondering as well what their mindset was going into this as well. And there can be that ego, right? When you have an ego, it can bite you in the butt.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah, I think that's one of the things that Macta is actually punishing for their side. And honestly, that last round was just a really good read on what BaiSha Gaming is actually doing. I think once Justin actually saw Shao enter that train side, I think they knew exactly what they're doing. They were like, all right, this is bait play. We're just going to insta-clear it, and N9, he's going to be somewhere in the map, and we just have to expect it. And I like that they're not pulling any risks, especially in that 1v2, because you know N9's capable of that. So they're like, all right, we're just going to swing him as 2 players, and let's not get too risky here, because they know that this is an opportunity to take a map off of this team.
Yeah, no doubt at all. I mean, and let's not forget. I mean, Black Widow is, you know, a map where we said it's a lot of strengths in each other, right? So that's where we were kind of wondering as well, like, is that going to be a good thing or is that going to be a bad thing? But I think for the Pacific Macta fans, it's going to be a good thing. That's going to even be a little bit better, a little bit more sweetener into that one is Revenge. He's going to be able to find the opening duel, and let's not forget too, that's CZY that's going to go down as well. Shao, oh my God, he's like a bit of an off angle. Oh, and he actually will be able to find that double.
Yeah, I think he saw possibly the flare of the gun at the last second. He just shot at the light and at the right time through the smoke. However, it's a quick response from the side of Pacific Macta. They took short, and now they can just guard from the short side. But they do need to focus on short, just in case that any of the players from the side of BaiSha is going to try to see if they can gain a flag. But Shao, instead, he's going to lead the charge from the long side. 577 going to find themselves up the stairs. 1-for-1 so far. Aldrin maybe overextending, but no. Actually gets the headshot, and Aldrin gets a double kill. Hold up. Wait a minute. I'm not dreaming.
Yeah. For anybody that's wondering, he's just pinching himself. He's like, hang on a second. Am I dreaming? Is this really happening? And I mean, we're talking about an 8-6, folks. I mean, this is where one more round, I mean, they're going to be on the map point. So this is getting interesting. This, you know, we talked about today was a lot of the first 2 series were pushing to 3 mappers. This one, I respectfully thought this could be a 2-0. Still, anything is possible at this moment, but like, I mean, Pacific Macta, they are coming in with a game plan, and it is working.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, usually they would struggle up against this defense in BaiSha Gaming because, you know, BaiSha, just like how I said, they have one of the most hardest defenses to read in this tournament. But Pacific Macta, it seems like something clicked on their side, and especially look at the scoreline, man. It is everyone is just on equal footing. You know, Justin on 9, Aldrin on 11, Revenge on 11, ZYK on 12, and ZYK, he's going band for band right now with N9 in terms of the frags, and that is what I like to see. That's what we have to do as the IGL. But oh, 577 spotted on the water side. It's a 1-for-1 so far. 577 still alive, but that is a trade. B site not going to be taken just yet. N9 is spotted in towards the short side, and are they going to have any response? No, they're going to go back into the site and going to go back to defending. However, a 3v3 PM does have a slight advantage because, you know, someone has to split from the team. Someone has to be the sole defender on the site.
Yeah, and I like the fact, too, that Pacific Macta are kind of going for this bit of a reset. Like, I'm glad they don't over-peak, they don't overzealous this. Like they're just going to kind of wait things out. They still have that minute left, or just under the minute, I should say. So for them, I like they're kind of collecting the thoughts. Like, okay, what do we want to do here? They've obviously done their homework. You can tell that they've watched a lot of games against BaiSha. So this is where I think they're just trying to really evaluate what is the best, you know, outcome we can have in this. And they are going to go for a 2-1 split. Looks like on the catwalk. And this might be a nice read because the C4 is going to go that way. And it is going to be Shao that is kind of playing in, like, you know, the game changer kind of spot right now. This is a strong position for him with the Alm. But if he misses that first shot, and if they do commit to this...
Wait, what?
It's going to be an opening.
Wait, what?
What the heck? Oh, no, but he doesn't check! Oh, he doesn't check
the
behind.
smoke. I think the smoke kind of messed him up there. Oh, that's... I mean, you...
I called it. I called it. I was going to say, he misses that shot. That's going to be the opening they need. Look at nick of time to get this C4 down.
Bit of a flash. Justin just going to be a human landmine on the underside of window A for now. CZY going to try to go around, but no one is going on that long side. Revenge is one of... I mean, he's holding one of the more powerful positions here in towards long, and he can escape very quickly just in case he does miss that shot. But Justin, he's going to have to survive, but what a shot there from CZY. Instant headshot, but Justin, can the kid clutch against one of the best? And it seems like no is the answer. Justin is going to fall, but BaiSha, they were definitely sweating in that round. But I mean, it's still an 8-7. A win is a win.
A win is a win, and it's coming right down to the grind of a 1v1. And all it took, I think, feel like for Justin too, like if he would have just been able to stay alive, like maybe a little bit longer. Very tough position to be in, like playing behind that truck, right? But it's just unfortunate because he went for the swing. He almost was able to hit the shot, but either way, they're still going to maintain this lead just by 1. But it's going to be a question if they can keep it going. BaiSha now looking like they want to re-aggress with this long A control as well. Pacific Macta actually looks like they might just kind of pull back on this a little bit, hold on the pin a bit longer.
Yeah, and look at the rotation already. I mean, they tried to answer that long push, but they're like, yep, let's just take over B. We already have Walter's control, so let's see what happens. So I think they're going to try to punish whoever's trying to go forward for the side of BaiSha. So I think BaiSha is the one who is trying to get that first pick for their side to make it a bit easier for them to just operate in this map, but it's a bit difficult. Look at the position that Macta is just holding. They're holding spawn. They're just holding the mid side, waiting for anyone from BaiSha to go forward.
I love the fact that, you know, you brought up such a good point. Is the fact that, you know, the long A control was clearly they weren't going to win it. So BaiSha was like, yeah, let's just let's get the map control outside of B, and this is going to be more problematic, and that's why. I mean, so ZYK is like, yeah, okay, look, we're going to go for this. Zhao now is going to put his arm into activation. He's going to be able to find this opener. Can he be able to find a little bit more? Double players onto the catwalk, and now BaiSha, there's blood on the water. These guys are bloodthirsty. They're just taking them apart. Pacific Macta now down to 2 players that need to come alive here for a 2-on-5 with ZYK.
He's crawling.
He's crawling.
Wait. I really thought that he could actually get a bit of space going forward, but it seems like Revenge in a familiar position. I've seen this in a video before. But let's see if it is the actually the right Revenge in the right corner. Double swing. And why not? Keep it simple from the side of BaiSha Gaming. Let's just swing as 3 people and take down the man. 8-8.
Whew, okay, so it looks like this this timeout has worked out very, very well because, I mean, we were at one point of an 8-6, and now we're back into a tie game situation. So, another ball is going to come through just in the nick of time, and this is going to be from Pacific Macta this time. They're going to be... That's going to be them calling this one, which obviously...
That's a really good timeout.
It's a very good timeout because now they still have a couple rounds they can work with, but they got to figure it out now.
Yeah, I love that they reserved their timeout just in case the situation arises where BaiSha does make a bit of a comeback happen. So, you know, they can reconvene, maybe put some pressure off of their shoulders and try and see if they can just breathe, man. Because, you know, you have 1 minute and 30 on the timeout, so that's plenty of time to just talk to your coach, talk to your teammates, see what the game plan is for the rest of the squad. So, yeah, Buku just taking a bit of talking for the boys as of now. So, yeah, hopefully Macta can try and figure it out. But BaiSha, they're creeping, slowly creeping back in this game.
I'm not gonna lie, that drone just scared me. Yeah, but you know, I think this is, you know, like we said, it's a really good timely timeout being utilized just because I think for these guys, like, they're very experienced, so I don't want to say like, you know, they got to cool the nerves, but I think at the same time, you also want to make sure the game plan is going to be executed perfectly here because they're a tie game situation with one of the best teams right now. So this is a winnable situation. So it's like, what was working before? What's changed in these last few rounds? And let's just try to find the flaw. I mean, it's going to be hard because BaiSha's not like a team where they're, you know, loaded with a lot of flaws, but...
Yep. That's kind of a problem, man, when you go up against like AG and BaiSha, to be specific. You're trying to find the flaws, and there's not much to punish. I mean, if you catch them on the bad day. And that's how I actually said that this is probably Macta's best chance to actually beat BaiSha, because this is their first stage game. Maybe they're a bit cold going into game number 1, but maybe they get slightly warmer going into game number 2. But Macta, if I was them, I'm going to just fight it now and try and see if we can beat them right then and here. But Revenge not going to get that long control, but I don't think that's the main idea for the side of Macta. I think they want to go somewhere else, maybe just a bit of presence in towards the long side just to put N9 in that position, and maybe they can start attacking B while he's busy trying to find out if it is actually an A-take.
Yeah, and I like the idea of Revenge, like, really just trying to get himself a little bit more, like, frag hungry just to see if he can find a cheeky, you know, opener. It wasn't successful. He took a lot of damage for it, but you know what? The effort's there, and I really do want to point that out because that could have been a big game changer in my opinion if he was able to find that fall back, put themselves, you know, in a better position in terms of the manpower. But right now it's more of a question what these guys want to do because they're kind of stuck in the back and mid. They're waiting things out. A minute and 30 still, like, you know, a bit of utility still available for these guys, so they, you know, they can go for any kind of execute they want to, but I just wonder, like, I mean, the 3-player stack from BaiSha right now on this B site, that's pretty scary. If they try to lean on this A, could be the right idea, but you still got to worry about the sniper.
Yeah, I think what they're trying to do here is they're going to try to see if they can kill Xiao, so that's going to force N9 to actually push in towards the long side, and Revenge is already looking at that position, so I think they're really trying to specifically target that long player, and once that long player is dead, that's a free A site, free long, free short. But, you know, BaiSha's not budging. N9 is just probably jumping on that box. You can see his name jumping a bit there. So he's just trying to gain some information safely here from his side.
Yeah, and it looks like Pacific Macta might be going for the wrong call here because you can see they're grouped up just outside of B. They're running out of time. So it's like this is where they kind of have to get going because you got to account for the mistakes and the variables of BaiSha being here. So you got 30 seconds remaining. The nades are about to get thrown. You can see all the lineups are getting done. But now you can see Baby behind this green box, just waiting things out. 5-7-7, just going to play tucked away underneath this curve. Okay, it's a full execute. Is it going to work, though? It's raining nades. It's going to be the engagement of BaiSha. 10 seconds now. They have to get something done, but CZY, my apologies, he's able to get the spray through with 6 seconds. He has to get the plant now, but no, it gets denied. And BaiSha are going to be able to win this round due to the time. In Pacific Macta, they come short here with Matt Point on the brink.
Man, Justin just gets absolutely annihilated as soon as he jumps through that window. Just got shot by 2 players immediately. They tried to react at the same time by going out on the main entrance, but unfortunately, CZY, he was just waiting on that box. That we do call locally, we call that coffin, because you know, you either die or you just get 3 kills from that position. But CZY did a really good job of just delaying. He's just delaying. You don't have to really get the kills. You just have to deny the site. You just have to deny the C4 plant, and Xiao with a clutch shot really got back into the game. BaiSha now on the driver's seat here in Black Widow. So one more good round from them and they can finish this one off. But Macta can't count them out just yet. They've been playing really good the entire map, so we can easily see an overtime. But BaiSha, they're looking really good. Maybe a bit warmed up now. And look at N9's score, man. 19 and 10. Damn.
My IGL. Not bad at all. And that's what you were talking about before in the pre-show. You were like, look, like this is a guy that, because you typically talk about IGLs, they're not, you know, they're the in-game leader. They're calling the shots. They're micromanaging. They're doing all the work about tactical. They don't got time for frags, and this guy, he's like, I'll do it all. I'm a full package deal. We'll see if that's going to be the full package deal now. 577, look at him. Oh, just look at him for the big swing for the double. Now Justin trying to see what he can do through this smoke wall. He can't seem to find anything at all. Aldrin does get himself back into a double.
Oh my god.
It's working.
That's an eagle eye strat that they did in Black Widow. How does that work? Oh my god, but Xiao getting a bit frisky in towards the window side. A bit of nades actually being tossed, but Xiao, I think Justin's trying to surprise him. I mean, taking out Xiao is already one big piece of the pie already gone from the retake. But these are the 2 best players on the side of BaiSha, and N9 gets his head taken off. Revenge, I think he hears him. Just straight up peeks Xiao, but he does die. But at least they do have information on the player flanking, so they can play accordingly. Justin is going to play Coffin, and Aldrin is going to play the other metal box on site, and they are just going to hide and make it difficult for Xiao. It's a 9-9, and we go into overtime.
This is going to be the first OT that we've had here today, folks, and that's... you know, if I had any of the games to guess that was going to go to overtime, I never would have thought it would have been this one. But I got to tip my hat here for Pacific Macta. These guys are really trying to make a statement. They want to get a map win. They want to get themselves, you know, that they can beat these guys. They want to prove it. And here we are now. We're going to see what's going to come through onto this. Revenge now going to get aggressive. NBA is going to get activated here too with the opener. Now they're starting to feel it. This is where the adrenaline is just pumping. And these guys are having a field day. This is where that aggression I thought was going to come from BaiSha. Instead, it's Pacific Macta. They want to get the job done.
Yeah, Revenge in a perfect position just in case anyone does want to jump down from the respawn side. But Revenge, he does get caught. He needs to get back. He needs to run as fast as possible. And in that he did. He's already out. Half HP, though, being spent in that position. But taking out N9, I mean, that's worth it. I mean, half my HP for N9, I'd trade that any day. Oh, but Revenge. Oh, couldn't hit the shot from Train. Aldrin got his back exposed, and ZYK is going to be the next up as well. And Justin and MVA, the 2 attackers from the side of Pacific Macta, the last beacon of hope for this round for their side. MVA getting a bit frisky on the side. Baby is going to spot him out, but the 1-tap from MVA, can he take out Baby? It seems like no is the answer, and Justin gets caught in the background. And first blood goes in the way of BaiSha in OT. Did you know? They play a lot of OTs. Actually, for the amount of times they actually met, there were a lot of OTs, specifically in this map, but, you know, they've never won an OT against BaiSha Gaming, but, I mean, rough start, but BaiSha, I can feel them slowly getting into the game.
Yeah.
And I feel like they're getting warm, because this game has been going on for so long.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good point, because I think, you know, they came in maybe a little bit cold. And that's kind of the thing. Like, it's been a pretty long day. Like, I mean, let's not forget, this is the 3rd series of the day, and we're already, you know, 9 o'clock for us, right? So it's been a long day of CROSSFIRE action, which is a good thing. But it's just, you know, they're probably kind of sitting around waiting, watching these games. You know, it starts to wear out on you a little bit, but we'll see. And now, I mean, for BaiSha, I mean, again, like, I think they are starting to warm up a lot, because you even saw Baby. I think that last round was a triple kill, if I'm not even mistaken.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying, man. Baby is the Swiss Army knife of that BaiSha Gaming squad. I mean, he might not have eye-popping stats, but he has to do something. He's going to do it, that's for sure. No questions asked. He's just say, yes, sir, N9, I'm going to go straight into that. But Aldrin in a very precarious position. Usually there is a player that is holding a flash on the A side. Try and help him in this one, but Seems like everyone else is busy. MVA? You know, classic MVA, man. He's just going to poke you from the bridge side and get back immediately. But it's insane that he actually got into bridge without anyone punishing him. Damn.
Just a minute left here too. So again, Pacific Macta have actually put a 1-1-3 on their defensive setup right now. So this might be the wrong read. I mean, it looks like they already have another player getting himself into this rotate, so that's going to be Justin. He's kind of playing in connector right now, but again, now he's spotted things out. Now he needs to buy time. The utility needs to be able to slow these guys down. That's a good flash. Connects on the 4 different players, but is it going to be enough? 40 seconds remaining. MBA, he's tucked away in the back of the site. He has never played this spot yet, but Xiao is able to find an opener. Takes down CYK, but okay. He actually goes for the aggression. C4 is going to be probably picked up by now. Things are starting to get a little bit dicey. Oh my god, the plant's getting denied. Finally going to get through. Is it going to be enough? Justin's trying everything in his power to just find this player in the back of the site.
Man, it is a retake scenario. Aldrin already close in towards the house B side, but can he get in? CZY in a very high angle. Maybe busy watching that door position. That's a 1-for-1 for now. It's a 2v2. Maybe it's doable. A 1v2. CZY, the only one left in B house. But can they get it at the end? CZY with a nice shot on Revenge. And it's all on Justin. It's all on the kid. You have an AK. You have no capability of wall bagging, but he doesn't get it at the end. And CZY, by the skin of his teeth, does get the clutch at the end of the day.
Oh my goodness, man. I got to give it to him, man. It's a coin toss of a situation. You go for the duel or you stick the defuse, and honestly, he knew the C4 was planted behind the box. He thought maybe I can get the timing of this, and it was close, but no cigar. Now, BaiSha putting themselves in a great position with a 2-round lead. Pacific Macta now getting aggressive again. They wanted to see what they can do, but now it's backfiring terribly against them. They've already lost their 2 players, putting it to a 4-on-3.
Yo, but BaiSha doesn't actually go for it. They're just like, all right, we've already gotten 2. That means Macta's going to get a bit desperate here. So they are going to look for some control. MVA, they've already spotted him in towards the ramp side. Justin getting a bit too frisky. N9 spotting him out. And yeah, it's 2v4. It's not looking good.
Not looking great. Not looking great at all. But again, it is Revenge and MVA. Like, you know, in my opinion, you can tell me if I'm right or wrong, but I feel like if there's some players to do it, these guys, it's 2 vets, and one of them's down. Now Revenge. What do you got in store for us, bud?
Yeah. Is it a frag movie or is it 12 for the side of BaiSha? Yeah, Xiao has it handled. Oh, does he? Oh! Bit of a crossover here. Bit of an ankle breaker for the side of Revenge, but N9 is very far from Baby here. Baby is going to get the blind, but do they see him inside of the smoke? Revenge gets Baby as well. Is this going to be Revenge? Revenge and N9, a tale as old as time. But it is 1 minute on the clock. Plenty of time to try and see if they can play a bit of mind games here. N9 just going to stay in towards the metal, but yeah, Revenge is just going to back up all the way. He's going to wait for the bomb to be planted.
Yeah, this is a good play, though. Again, like he knows he can just wait things out. I don't blame him. So now when the C4 is going to get planted, he's just going to go commit to this, but the question is long or short. It actually does look like we're going to go down long. Look at M9. He's going to push himself into spawn. He's going to evaluate the options. He's going to clear things out. He's going to make sure that he can figure out and solve for X right now. Revenge. A pistol in hand. Scoping everything out. A fake defuse. Frantically looking. And 9 gets the jiggle. Now they both know. They both know. It's a little bit of a cat and mouse, but oh, and 9 is going to be able to find this in the clutch scenario. Revenge so close for the highlight reel.
He's just that good. N9 is just that good. I mean, who else would be checking mid for a sniper, man? I mean, just like how we saw Revenge earlier, he was all the way in towards the BL base, and he was actually looking through frame just in case, but I think he was trying to go for maybe a timing in towards the long side. He did know that he was on the window side, but N9 a bit too quick. CZY getting frisky in towards the long side, but he does get punished immediately. Aldrin with an attempt of a trade. N9 on half HP, but Justin cannot chase him down. N9 escapes. Revenge with a pistol fight between the 2 snipers, and Xiao actually comes out on top, so it's another numbers disadvantage for the side of Pacific Macta, but Xiao is ready to greet him.
Just under the 2-minute mark, and now it's a moment here for BaiSha. They might be able to get this thing done, maybe. But Pacific Macta, we know they Been trying so hard to bring everything back. Baby's able to find himself something here. And there it is, N9 making it another clutch conversation here for NBA. It's a 1-on-4, and he has to pick up the C4. He's got a minute and 34 to remain. I don't like these odds.
Yeah, me neither. I've seen this before. We end up in OT. I have a bit of hope, and BaiSha dashes like that, unless NBA. Nah, they have him surrounded. They have him surrounded. Open up. N9 is right behind you, my friend. And there it is, another OT on Black Widow, where BaiSha just gets 4 in a row. You mean, if you are Macta, you thought you had hope in that game, but then all of a sudden, BaiSha is just like, they just turn on the jets and they go Gear 6.
Yeah, no, honestly, it was a really good demonstration of seeing, a team like this for Pacific Macta to put themselves in a bit of a comeback, pushing overtime. They don't even look that defeated right now. Obviously, it's not the way they wanted, but you gotta give it to them, right? I mean, that's the thing. Like, they really did push things out to the boundary.
Yeah, that is true. But when N9 is in that mode, that has got to be one of the hardest players to stop in that position, man. N9, he is one of the GOATs of CFPL for a reason. A student of 70kg, the actual GOAT of CFPL. So he knows his history. He knows how to play those kinds of situations. And he's just so ice cold, man. I mean, It was 9-9, and you can see his face, no reaction at all. He's just like, all right, we get to play overtime, and we get to play some extra rounds, maybe a bit more on Black Widow. But yeah, it's just a really solid game for the captain of BaiSha Gaming here. Some of the other rounds he did mess up for quite a bit, but those are kind of like reasonable mistakes. You have to take those risks, but at the same time, at the end of the day, it's still BaiSha getting the win.
It is, yeah, and I mean, this is the thing, like, I don't think we were able to quickly touch on this, but for people that are very unaware of just kind of the regions and things like that, like, BaiSha is one of those teams that, they are arguably in the strongest region, but, for Pacific Macta, they are that Filipino team that they are the only one. Like, they were the only Philippine team to come here, and they are trying to fight for, just showing the pride, obviously being able to contend with some of the best teams, but they definitely did it. Like I said, I never mean this in the bad way. I never would have thought this was going to go to overtime. This game was a grind,
for sure,
both ways, and I love it. That's, like, the confidence was just oozing out of these guys here for Pacific Macta. And honestly, I think BaiSha are going to realize, like, you know what, like, these guys came here to play, man. They're not messing around.
I mean, at least it's actually like a good start
Yeah.
for the side of Pacific Macta. You take BaiSha Gaming to overtime. Maybe that adds a bit of confidence for the other, other teams in the group. I'm not saying they already lost the series. But,
Yeah, no, I get it.
But yeah, I would say this is still a positive for the side of Pacific Macta, because everyone was actually questioning, like, how strong are Pacific Macta actually, because I mean, you can come out of PH 3-1 against SGJ, but how do you fare up against one of the best teams in the world? But it's pretty much fine. I think, just a bit of disappointment from their side, but I think they've played so much CF against this specific team that they're actually just friends at this point, that, they're just like, all right, they beat us fair and square. They were just better on towards more of the macro side of things, and yeah, they just hit the better shots today.
Yeah, they definitely did. And I mean, these are just some of the highlights that we can just, showcase a little bit for you folks, that in case you missed, or some of the earlier ones. But, again, this was a very, very good demonstration from Pacific Macta. And I do agree with you, Sneaky, is the fact that I think if this goes the wrong way, let's just play a hypothetical. This goes a 2-0 for BaiSha. And then we're talking about Pacific Macta moving into their following game later on down the week. This is, like you said, a really good boost of confidence, because you are fighting probably the #1 team, maybe top 2, we said. So the fact that you're going toe-to-toe like this on a map like Black Widow, yeah, it really is. And I think that's a really good point. I'm glad you said that, because I think that's something you really have to take a positive out of a negative situation.
That is true. I mean, I know Macta, and they're probably going to be disappointed at first, but then they're going to be back in the practice room. They're like, yeah, Black Widow solid, man.
Yeah.
Against the other teams, why not? I mean, there's still plenty of CROSSFIRE to be played. This is only the first day, man, and we're only on our third best of 3.
I know.
So, I mean, there's still quite the long group stage. I mean, this is not the end just yet. I mean, Macta, there is still 2 maps to go, and then those 2 maps they also have plenty of experience on, so why not? Let's go for maybe another overtime here for the second map. So would be interesting if they can do exactly that.
Yeah, definitely. And here's just a little bit of the recap, obviously, of what happened. So first overtime game is going to be done. Now it's in the history books. But, you know, a really good show from 9, putting himself at a 1.73 KD. Chow putting himself at a 1.33. And everybody else on BaiSha were below a 1.0. I'm actually a little surprised. And even Baby, a 0.64? Are you kidding?
Yeah, but Baby's untiltable, man. Like, he could go 0.64, and the next game he can go, the solid 1.5.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's pretty good. It's pretty good so far from the side of BaiSha. Just a bit of a rough start here, especially when it comes to their defense. I was actually surprised about that they were actually struggling on more of the GR side. Just like how I said it, they're one of the best GR teams in the world. So Macta giving them a bit of a challenge. Maybe there's still a lot to be, a lot to improve. Maybe back on the drawing board for the side of BaiSha Gaming if they could do exactly that. But I mean, once you start the N9 train, you can't really stop it, honestly.
Yeah, and I mean, even, I think I was a little bit surprised as well. Like, I think Justin had himself a really good day. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Aldrin was kind of sitting near the top there as well.
Sure.
But, Revenge, surprisingly, like, he was under that 1.0 KD ratio too. So, for somebody that is usually top fragging, I feel like, or putting up big numbers, he found a lot of moments to get those, impactful times and maybe a highlight reel. I mean, what was that one clutch? Like a 1v3, 1v4, something just ridiculous. But yeah, it was a little bit surprising for me in some degree, but at the same time, it kind of makes me a little bit relieved as well to see some of these other players elevating their game to showcase that they can compete with like a top 2 team in the world.
Yeah, this is why I actually, when I do prepare before I do cast, I actually watch the entire season of like the CFPL, because sometimes stats are really clickbaity. You could actually have good impact in the game, and you could have really bad stats in in the set summary. But still, despite being under 1 KD, I think Revenge still had a really good game. He was going toe to toe with Xiao, in their head-to-head fights. I think he could go away from Black Widow saying that I could maybe I can be on Xiao's level, but you still have to deal with the rest of the squad. So I think Pacific Macta, they're probably going to go into map number 2 with the same confidence as they did in map number 1.
Yeah, and for anybody that missed the for the vetoes, so the first map was of course Black Widow. Now we're going to be moving things over to Ankara. We've seen a ton of that map here today. Like this has been arguably probably the most played map, I would say. Like, I was actually kind of surprised how much is being played out here, and I was not expecting that. Definitely different than it is in the West, I would say, for us. But I mean, any initial thoughts about this next map upcoming?
Yeah, I mean, if Black Widow is the national map of the Philippines, Ankara is the national map of Vietnam. So this is their map, that is for sure. But we are going to see it in between these 2 teams. Just like how I said it, man, like every map that BaiSha plays really good, or Macta also has experience of playing really good on those maps as well. So Ankara, going to be interesting to see if they can do something. But yeah, I mean, 78% win rate for BaiSha. On CFPL, the hardest league in the world, my friend.
That's true.
That is going to be a rough one. And especially, I mean, both of their sides are pretty much equal in terms of the wins, in terms of the percentages. So, both sides being a threat on their side. I mean, this is a more comfortable map for Xiao. CZY gets more opportunities to go forward. Maybe 577 can get a bit frisky here on towards the hotel side. And I'm going to be interested to see what the mid control is going to look like, because I think BaiSha, the way that they take mid is very different compared to Pacific Macta. I think Pacific Macta, with their old coach, they actually really do love to take the dugout in towards the mid side and just put Revenge maybe on an AK-47. I do not prefer that strategy, but it did work from time to time in the last international showing that they had. But I think Revenge is now going to be playing more of the tunnel B side, going to try to see if he can help his teammate in towards that second mid, not get flanked, because sometimes they're just going to send it mid, put a smoke in TB and just run it up in high mid and try and see if they can take over B just like that. But, I mean, we could still expect really good things from Pacific Macta, especially coming in from their BL side, knowing how creative ZYK is.
Well, it looks like it's not really going to be much more of a myth. We're about to find out now. The action is about to go underway, and here we go. Map number 2, a potential opportunity here for BaiSha to find themselves maybe a 2-0, but I'm not going to ever get ahead of myself. But now they're going to be leading onto this one. We'll see what they're going to be able to find, and Pacific Macta will be on the blacklist side. And That is going to be the question. Now, from your history, are we feeling good? Are we cooking with this BL side, or are we not?
I think so. I think they're cooking on the BL side. Justin gets to be a lot more free. Aldrin gets to be a lot more free as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to operate here. Xiao is actually going to take out NBA, but they still have one more entry. And Revenge is going to go down, but here comes Justin trying to see if he can get more space. Aldrin with a very nice kill on towards Xiao, but Baby is still here. And that is what I'm talking about, Baby being the Swiss Army knife. But ZYK is going to take him out. But is it going to be enough? ZYK, the captain, the IGL. We keep talking about N9, but let us not forget that he is also in the server. CZY and 577 still alive, and the C4 is down in high mid. This is going to be a rough one, but why not have a go at it?
Yeah, I mean, might as well, right? I mean, this is the thing where, I mean, he's still got over a minute left. The C4 is going to be dropped in a not the most opportune position here, but at least he can kind of play around and see what he can do. Both players here from BaiSha are going to be playing the buddy system. Holding hands, they're going to clear things off. They've already gone through hotel. Nobody's here. Nobody's freeloading in the hotel, so now they can just kind of reposition once again. So this position from ZYK, this isn't bad. I mean, he's still got 40 seconds remaining, but it's a question if he's going to be able to hit this. He does have some utility too, but he's really clearing all his angles.
It's going to be about that shot.
It is all about the shot. He's not going to be able to find a little greasy.
Yep.
But a good opener coming through here. BaiSha, they're going to keep themselves in winning ways. Now putting themselves in a pretty good consecutive, all things considered.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, getting early momentum is pretty good here for the side of BaiSha, considering they kind of had a hard time at the start of Black Widow. So, I mean, getting a first round on your better side in this map is definitely going to be a positive for the side of BaiSha. But TM needs to respond very, very quickly in this situation, and they're going to try and see if they can target this A site. But they're going to wait a bit. They're going to try and see if anyone is going to get a bit frisky, Baby. Trying to see if he can go in towards the market side, but obviously ZYK is watching that position, so I don't think anyone is going to go too far forward unless NBA. Nah, he's just going to be ducking under vents.
Double player stack here from the defensive side of BaiSha here at this A site, but okay. Justin's just doing a little bit of browsing for himself. C4 actually going to be in the back of spawn, so yeah, they are really just poking and prodding here for something, maybe getting a bit of a feeler, hoping maybe for an opening duel. NBA does get a little bit of a glimpse here at 577, but he's going to be a little bit more passive on this one, a bit more disciplined. And now they're finally starting to press forward. You got a little bit of this A main control, pushing on mid stairs, but I don't even know if they want to go for this kind of mid control.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to expand from their A long control here. Now Aldrin gonna try and see if he can get a quick headshot on whoever is in that respawn side. He does have the pre-aim on the window locked and ready to go. So if anyone is gonna pop their head around that, that's an instant heady for Aldrin here. But no, just gonna be a bit of a fake on the A side, and they are actually gonna leave they're gonna leave Revenge in towards long just in case if 577 wants to go forward, try and check the long area. But Baby, oh Baby. There it is. Aldrin gonna go down, and yeah, just like how I said, N9, if he tells Baby to push tunnels, he is gonna push tunnels.
Okay, time's ticking now. 30 seconds here for the second round. Looks like Macta have to get moving a little bit. They gotta put their foot on the accelerator, and now Nine just kind of posted up here in the site. Baby's just gonna creep underneath. The Om's gonna make connection, but okay, Pacific Macta, they actually find themselves a little bit of 3 duels now. This plant should be able to get done. With a bit of time to spare, but oh my god! That is just beautiful from Revenge.
Yeah, 577, the only one left alive though. ZYK on low HP, no nades on this man, so it's gonna have to be the AK that is gonna do the talking here in terms of the clutch. MBA, who's gonna check first? I think ZYK is gonna be already on low HP. And he is going to keep it simple. Why not? In a 2v1, just double peek it, keep it simple. 1-to-1, and that's the response that Macta needs. They don't want BaiSha to, go too far forward.
No, exactly. And I mean, it's a nice little note you bring up too, because it's a small detail, but like again, like just having the comms of like, look, let's double swing this. Worst case is they get one of us and we trade. And I mean, that did happen. I mean, I guess actually I should backtrack. The worst case would have been he gets a double. He just sprays them both down. But No, I mean, it was good coordination they did, bringing themselves back into this tie game. It's just, you know, I don't want to say it's a small detail, but it's a good detail.
All I'm saying if that was ZY in that 1v2, that's an instant double headshot.
Yeah.
That guy's so good on the AK-47. And I mean, Chinese players in general are just so good on AK that you really just want to keep, you just want to play it safe, just in case.
Okay, interestingly enough, look at how much real estate they've been able to grab up here. So now we're going to see Zhao. He's just going to post himself back on ramp, just waiting things out. Is the plan of attack going to meet the site? Maybe. Ooh, this is getting a little dicey, but okay. Macta. Oh no, that Okay, it's a one and done.
It's fine. We're good. Oh, oh no! Oh, it's fine. It's that's the sarcastic right now. Oh no! Okay, Xiao with the help of N9 does get it in return. Revenge versus N9 in this situation. It's like how I said, a tale as old as time, a tale as old as CROSSFIRE itself. N9 tried to climb up the box. Let's try to see if he gained a better position against Revenge, and he gets the headshot. And it's that Chinese AK, man. It is just so hard to beat. If you miss your first shot, you're going to get shot in the head, and especially when N9 is holding it, it's a guarantee.
Well, you know, the worst part is, too, is Revenge actually hit him in the knee.
Yeah.
So it's like, you know, you said missing a shot. He technically did, but he also technically hit him, so you're like, you're going to get the killing blow is what we're talking about here. So, you know what? What a clutch. So, BaiSha back in the lead here just by one. Okay. Singular, I think it's just a singular arm here for the defensive side. Now, are they typically a team that you notice that they like to double or triple arm?
Not usually.
Okay.
I mean, Justin is a bit too aggressive for a. That's for sure. Oh, get him a bit of an entry. NBA gonna be the first one in. Justin, great trade in return. CZY from the side. Is anyone gonna trade him? Finally, he pulls out the AK, but CZY gets two. But ZYK finally gets into the top of sight. Bit of chaos happening here. On the A side and a numbers disadvantage. But if it's anyone to go for the double sniper, it is ZYK.
Well, the plant's going to come through. Man advantage right now for BaiSha. So Xiao just kind of playing back here in spawn, just waiting things out, making sure nobody's going to over-aggress on this. So his teammates are going to go for a big flank through main. Good flash. That's going to just allow them to hopefully creep on through. They actually don't capitalize on this. They wait it out. ZYK does take some grunting damage. Revenge still holding the high ground. And okay, a pistol comes through, and there it is. And that's a great amount of work coming in. Xiao and CZY going to be able to get the defuse and keep themselves in leading ways. And that was a pretty beautiful retake, if I have to say so myself.
Yeah, a bit of a bait and switch happening from two players from the side of BaiSha Gaming. So very nice on toward their macro, and that's why now I'm worried about this map too. Because you already warmed up on map 1, you went into overtime, and now BaiSha is all warmed up on stage, and this is, I wouldn't say this is their 100% just yet. I think this is around their 80% capacity as a team, except for N9, because he's playing on 100% every day. And yeah, I mean, with him leading the charge, I think it's a kind of an inspiring beacon for the rest of the team to kind of step up to the plate, because N9, like, guys, I'm fragging so hard. You guys need to step it up, because I'm going to need to be doing the calling as well. So you guys need to help me a bit here. But Macta on their side as well. I mean, it's not the same entries that they were seeing from that Black Widow side. We're not seeing, you know, double kills from MVA, double kills from Justin. It's a lot more harder for the side of the BL players, especially on Ankara. And if you have a setup like this, a 3-man setup on A, 2 people dodging flashes, and N9 just on top jump spotting, yeah, this is going to be a very difficult one. Even if you flash the site, there's still 2 players who are going to be, or who are going to have full vision of the people coming in.
A little bit of a ruse happening here from Pacific Macta, so they're just kind of throwing some nades on towards Hotel. Just again, just trying to maybe get some rotates off a little bit here for BaiSha, but still committed on the outside of A right now. The C4 is kind of making its transition now towards this B side. So they're going to retreat this AX cube. Probably the right one, like you said. There's 3 players here. They have a full read on this. So I wouldn't like these odds for any Pacific Macta fans, but now, under a minute remaining, 577 does get a little bit of a info about this one player just lurking. now they got to re-aggress for map control, so they have to make a decision quickly.
Yeah, MVA going to be doing a bit of a tester here. And
he's done.
That's why it's called the tester.
That
He's
is
going to
true.
test it. And unfortunately, he gets his head taken off in the process. Oh, but they do get a bit of mid control.
Yeah, they've been really enjoying this mid control, but it's a matter if they can capitalize on this. And the answer is going to be no. It's going to be just the M4s just spraying away with the AKs here. And now even just Shao, look at him again. He gets a 1.5 kills there. Okay, so BaiSha they look like they're cooking with some premium ingredients here. Like these guys look like it's not as many mistakes. These rounds aren't as grindy. I kind of feel like they're in control right now.
Yeah, and especially like in a map that is as big as Ankara, you have this much space to work with. It benefits both sides, but since BaiSha Gaming has finally been warmed up, you're going to see Baby step up now. 577 is going to have a good time, N9 is going to have a good time, and yeah, just put Shao in a really good position. For example, in the B site, you can see all the way in mid. Look at the kill though. But there it is. That is the hold, the two-man hold from far away, and Macta had no choice in that matter. But Aldrin, can he take down N9? No is the answer. ZYK, the only one left alive for his squad. And this is going to be a difficult one.
I was going to think maybe if he can get this swing and find that engagement, that could have changed things around a little bit. But now,
this is tough, man.
Now this is kind of that demonstration of, you know, BaiSha, and this is where we were talking a lot about this in the beginning, where we were saying, look, a top 2 team, pretty easy to argue, I think. It was looking really good. A pause is going to be commenced. That's going to happen for Pacific Macta.
Yeah, it's Macta.
Yeah.
I didn't see the other guy raising his card.
I didn't see, yeah, I know. I was looking at him too. I'm like, I don't see you raising any, you know, cards here. So there we go. It's on the screen. Thank you, production.
Yeah, poor guy has to hold it for 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Yeah, that really sucks. At least, hopefully, does some like shoulder exercises or something. You know, gets a little tiring after a while.
5 reps of flicking the mouse, maybe something like that. But yeah, I mean, yeah, this is a rough start.
Look,
for
I'm
the side of Macta, man.
going to ask you, look, because I know you know Pacific Macta really well.
True.
What do you want to see different? Like, what is something that you think is a big highlight that they should be adjusting, just given where we are with the scoreline?
To be fair, I wouldn't really change that much. I think they're just not really hitting their shots. I mean, the strats are really good. Justin's already gotten in through high mid. It's just that they can't get past N9 and Baby. I mean, those 2 Titans in towards high mid is really, you know, next to impossible to take. And at the same time, you really have to predict what is the call for N9, what type of defense does he want to do. And you have to also find Shao, who could be playing passive or aggressive at the same time. So, I mean, it's really troubling for ZYK especially that he has to do all these reads against N9, and that's just the trouble. That is just the trouble that you get when you go up against BaiSha Gaming. You have 5 insane mechanical players, and you also have a really good big-brained IGL just like N9. I mean, there's nothing really too wrong from the side of Pacific Macta. I think they're really gaining space very well in these extremities on, like, for example, long, maybe in towards mid. It's just that, you know, BaiSha's just shooting better.
Yeah, actually, you know, I think that's actually really interesting because it comes down to the simple, you know, facts of, yeah, they're fragging. How do we stop them from fragging? Let's find out. And I'm kind of glad you actually said maybe not change much, because I don't really think they're doing anything that's questionable. I don't think there's been a play where I'm like, oh, I really wish they didn't do that. But this time they're gonna kick it up a notch. They're gonna switch things off, and who other than Baby? You just talked about him, a Titan. Gets himself 1. He's going to get taken out immediately, but at the same time, he gets the info, gets the opener. That's the annoyance that, you know, Pacific Macta have been having to deal with.
And that is exactly why I never take backseat chatter seriously. Because how do you expect that, man? The Baby just sent it on towards hotel window.
Yeah, by himself.
By himself.
Like, he was like, I'm a one-man army. I'm going to do this on my own.
Yeah, just Goomba stomped MVA. And almost took out ZYK as well. So, yeah, I mean, that's what I was talking about. They're hard to predict because they could just throw anything at you at the same time. And, you know, this team, or N9 at least, has been playing for so long that he knows what to do in 4v4s. I mean, that's just the experience talking.
Yeah, that is all the experience. Okay, well, Pacific Macta, underpass they go. They're going to see what they're going to be able to find. I mean, this is, like, technically, I mean, it is semi-open site. Shao is close on by. He's got the sniper ready to go, but a little bit of utility is going to push him back, so there might be a free plant that could happen. Revenge is getting himself in a good spot here. He might be able to find something because there's 2 other players just on the left-hand side of him. This is important. Ooh. If he can be able to find this, this could open something up a little bit for them. Oh, he swats it. There's 1. Is there 2? Yes, there is. Revenge is able to get something done, a little bit of magic. Ooh. Make it a 3rd. Why not? This guy's looking for everything. He's got some bloodthirst in him right now. He's just trying to get the quad kill. He wanted to get his job done. He's going to pull back. He's going to be disciplined, not overzealous.
Yeah.
And this will be around for Pacific Macta.
That's what you need from Revenge, man. That type of confidence. I mean, just spotting out CZY through the smaller window in respawn, even pulling out the pistol to take down Xiao. And that is the confidence that we need from the Revenge that we all know and love back in PH. So, yeah, I mean, if he can do that, I wouldn't say the exact same thing because they're probably going to know that he might go for another one, another type of those rounds. But if you're seeing him being that confident despite being down, I mean, you know, if you're Pacific Macta, you would be confident as well and try and see if you can make the exact same impactful play just like how we saw earlier. But, I mean, Revenge being awake, at least we have someone to go up against Xiao now.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And you know, you brought up this simple point, though, again, which is great about, you know, Revenge just kind of doing something to get a bit of a showcase for himself. I was kind of waiting for it. Like, I knew this guy could do it. I just wanted to get him, you know, in a moment where he can just accelerate it, and there it is. Now the opening duel going back for Pacific Macta. So since this timeout, it's actually, it's kind of, you know, paving a little bit of a path here right now for these guys.
Yeah. But Baby already out of the picture. But I think at this point, Macta just expects that at this point. All right, where's Baby going to pop out? There we go. He's dead. All right, we can finally play the game. And CZY 577, I think they're just going to be chilling on the A side. And this is what BaiSha Gaming loves to do when they are in a 4v5 situation where they just spend like 3 dudes on the A side. They trust Xiao that much that he can defend the site on his own, that they're just going to leave him in B. And that could actually benefit them. Look at this defense by the side of BaiSha, fully blind N9, but Justin gets the instant headshot, NBA gets 2, and Revenge! The instant 3 kills on the site. BaiSha Gaming got surprised, and Xiao the only one left alive, and he's gonna climb up in towards 2F, but not gonna see anything. I think he learned from the earlier Vasco game that he doesn't want to peek that, or no one wants to peek that, because kind of felt bad for Silva there when he died in that position, because you really don't climb up again. You just, that's a one-time thing, but they climbed up again for some reason, but yeah.
Yeah,
good thing they got it at the end.
Yeah, I don't know, but okay, honestly, this is, you know, I always talk about this for myself, and it's like, look, when we have these timeouts, you wonder if they're going to be able to pay some wonders, and it is. I mean, now, 2 rounds in a row we've seen from Pacific Macta, pushing ourselves here into the last of the first half, the 5-3. And now, Xiao's got a little bit of enough. He wants to show a little bit of what he's got here. Kind of a pack he can have here with the Yom. And now, even for ZYK, he's kind of putting his foot on the gas a bit more. Rubber's hitting the road. Yeah, they're not even messing around. They're actually going to commit to this B site.
Yeah. I like that Xiao is like a wake-up call for BaiSha, just to remind. Oh yeah, I'm still in this game. You're dead. Oh my God, he is definitely a wake-up call, and he's waking everyone up, but more of like putting everyone to sleep on the side of Pacific Macta, and Baby and CZY gonna finish the question, and I like that. You know, bit of a highlight play between Xiao and Revenge. You know, just a bit of exchange between the 2 snipers, just a bit of a joust. But we are gonna have the side switch here on Ankara map number 2. Still, I feel like BaiSha Gaming, they do have the control of the game, but you know, it's not the far-fetched. It's not really far-fetched that Macta can still probably win this, but it really depends on how the first 2 or 3 rounds go, because you know, they need to figure it out first, how the offense is going to work here for BaiSha Gaming.
Yeah, and I mean, it is one of those things too where, you know, I don't know if it'd be the case here for Pacific Macta, but I mean, there was a lot of you know, it was a tight match in the beginning, right, where it was a back and forth grind, then we pushed into OT. The OT kind of went very heavily, obviously, for BaiSha, but I mean, maybe this could have drained them just a little bit, but maybe not. Maybe not.
That's not even a play. That's not even like a set play or anything. N9 just walked into B site, shoots Justin in the head, and there goes the bomb plant. I don't think there was even a game plan in that game. They just so happened to walk into the B site because everyone was slowly filing into line, and that's not how this game works. That's for sure. But Aldrin, who's going to spot the name first. CZY, the smoke. Oh, he's just going to re-smoke it. Play it safe. Oh, that's a nade.
That's a good nade.
That's a flash.
That feels bad. It feels so bad. Okay.
Oh.
Okay. Okay. Okay, hang on. Now 5-7-7. He has to do something big here. 1-on-3. He finds the one, but now the defuse is coming in. He needs his timing, but it's going to be a ninja defuse. And there we go. Pacific Macta. They will come back out of nowhere. I was thinking this round was over, but I don't know what they did. It's a rabbit out of the hat.
I mean, if BaiSha can play fast and weird, you know, Macta can also play the exact same way. Man, it's like two sides of the same coin. Watching this game, I mean, BaiSha and Pacific Macta, as much as people do love to favor BaiSha here, they actually play very similar in terms of their calls. You know, ZYK, he also loves to mix up the pace between both sides, and N9 loves to do the exact same thing. But let us see what's going to be the game plan. I mean, Pacific Macta, from knowing this team for so long, they do prefer the GR side more than anything. So they do prefer defending more than they do attacking in this map. But, you know, knowing BaiSha, man, if you have 3 stellar attackers on your team, I mean, that's going to be a great time for you if you can get to the site.
Yeah, exactly. And that is kind of the strengths going against each other here, which is going to be, you know, like oil and water. So we're going to see. Let's see what it kind of gets out of this situation. But it is Justin that does take half his HP away. And BaiSha now actually grouping up on the A main. We're getting ready here for the execute. And the question is going to be about this utility, because Justin's got the counter flash ready to go. But, I mean, I'm going to be curious the nade set that we see from BaiSha right now, because this needs to allow the entry to come through. These 2 players with the rifles that you can see on the screen, they have to be able to find an opening goal. NBA tucked away in the corner. And, oh, my goodness, a wrong read. Pacific Macta, I think they miscommed. Oh, they just get eradicated in the site. And now Aldrin does something a little bit, but, I mean, the HP's low for one of the players of BaiSha, but is it enough?
I think they're just going to back up a bit to just try and dodge all these HEs raining on in. And they're just going to get back into position. CZY going to try and test the pre-fires here, but does he notice that Revenge has already turned the corner? Aldrin is going to get the second one too. 5-7-7, barely breathing. And a 2v3 Pacific Macta. Is there hope? There might be. Maybe a smidge, but there is some anyways.
Yeah, and I mean, look, like, this is where we were saying, and you mentioned this before, is like, you know, for Pacific Macta, they are a defensive team, and that's typically what they like to do, and we're starting to see it. It's definitely starting to beam a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to still have a flash, especially when you're in that retake scenario, specifically on top A. You need to. I mean, you need to flash the bottom side and the top side, and if you do that at the same time, you're going to get some good fights going on here. But instead, BaiSha, oh, they get absolutely destroyed by the HE. NBA gets sprayed on his behind, but Justin with a good spray control, but he does not notice that N9's already on the site. It's a 3v3, and I think Macta needs to calm down. They don't want to get overzealous on this retake. No one wants to overextend just yet. They want to set up first.
Yeah, the plant's going to come through, so it's going to go right back to the default spot here, and actually Sao is going to be able to take down Aldrin. So now the man advantage is going to come through for the Sharks. It's a question if it's going to be enough. ZYK and A main, the other player of Revenge, just kind of by himself here in spawn, so this is not great. I mean, they're kind of split apart from each other, no trades, or that instant trade, I should say. But they got to land a shot here. They have to find an opening, and Revenge, you can see he's ready to go. He's got a flash that could be able to find something for ZYK. Maybe it's a labored spray, but now it's all down to him. The IGL needs to be able to find something, but it's going to be nothing.
Yeah, Xiao was just sitting in room A the entire time. He was like, oh, CZY is dead. I might have to turn around here, and it's a 2v1 at the end of the day. You have to worry about top A and the bottom side of A. And double peaks are usually at the advantage of the 2 players. So 7-5, BaiSha Gaming back to a 2-point lead, but it's not as bad as I expected, not gonna lie.
Yeah, this is definitely where, you know, I'm really glad you brought up about more of their favorite side here for Pacific Macta, but you can tell, like, it feels like now they're on the GR side. This is where it's familiar territory. This is where they feel really, really good. So I'm glad to see that despite it still being a 2-round lead here for BaiSha, it's still very competitive. This isn't like dominating rounds and just like, you know, flawless rounds. This is tooth and nail.
Yeah. My confidence has skyrocketed that our chances of getting out of groups is now higher because of this exact series. But once again, I might just be coping. It's an early group stage game. BaiSha might not be in full form just yet. Macta, though, doing a really good job of fighting back. But at the same time, BaiSha Gaming slowly getting that map control. That's what they're good at. But Pacific Macta, they're going to try and see if they can just play the site itself. They're going to play catcher this time and try and see if they can catch that BaiSha Gaming off guard. And especially with Revenge's position, he can just go all the way back and try and help the B defense here.
Okay, it's rain and nades. So now BaiSha, they're going to get themselves an execute into the site. Will they be able to succeed with it? Some good counter flashes getting over here from Pacific Macta. Aldrin now going to be able to find the opening duel. It's trades that are coming back and forth a little bit. ZYK tucked away. Trigger discipline. No, he can't be able to find it. Oh, BaiSha, they just eat him alive in the deep water. Now it's a 2-on-4. Pacific Macta, they got to dig deep.
Yeah, that's a big mistake from the side of Pacific Macta, especially coming from Revenge. I think he was a bit too confident that no one is going to come from the mid side, but I think someone from the side of Pacific Macta maybe should have gone in towards that high mid side to protect him, and I think the rest is just going to be a cleanup hit. But yeah, that's a mistake for the side of Pacific Macta, unfortunately. I mean, Revenge had a really good angle from the side of Tunnels B, but then someone came from behind, so I think the communication there was... I think someone was on their way in towards the high mid side to try and see if they could spot anyone entering Tunnels B, but it was a bit too late, unfortunately. Really good timing on the side of BaiSha, man. They're playing these timings really well.
Yeah, they really, really are. Now we'll see, I think, a little bit of aggression from MBA, maybe. Yeah, he's going to push himself just on the side hall here. He might run into 9. Oh, he's not going to swing it. He's actually going to wait things out. Oh, they're going to pinch this.
Yeah.
I like this. It's a change-up. I think it's needed.
Need something new because they were doing in that last round is definitely not working. And I think they kind of think that, yeah, they've been hitting B a lot, so I think they're going to go A this time. So let's try and see if they can we can catch them from the long side, and if they can actually drop the C4 in long, and that would be one of the most difficult positions to retake the C4 from. But look at where the C4 is, man. It's all the way in baby's hands in B-side hotel. So what's really the plan here? Xiao already getting the first kill. ZYK just checking it, and I think he saw 3.
Oh, Aldrin. Oh, no. He's looking at the wrong way. Didn't even have the noise cue. He had no idea at all. Now, Pacific Macta here, 3 players. They're committed in this A site. It's a coin flip. They're gambling. They were like, look, let's hope they come to this site. But BaiSha were like, nah, you know what? I don't like those waters. I'm going to take myself elsewhere. And now they're going to have a full post-plant situation. Well, not full anymore. Revenge is going to beat me to it. But this is a really tough retake scenario because, again, they have a bit of utility, but somebody's got to hit a shot now.
Yeah. I mean, desperate times calls for desperate measures and some really mind-blowing shots.
No.
N9 getting a bit frisky in mid. That's a flash towards Revenge, and Revenge was really blind, but got some damage on towards N9. And I think N9 is like, all right, my job is done. I'm going back into Tunnel B. Justin with a headshot, but can he get any more? CZY, and it's another Ninja Defuse attempt, but it's not going to happen. There's too much happening on the site. And that's match point for the side of BaiSha Gaming. Now, this is the BaiSha Gaming that we expected from Game 1, now finally coming into fruition in Game 2.
Yeah, they're really starting to play in their proper form here, and it's something that, you know, I think it was a little bit late, but you know what? It's still good to see them kind of showcasing what they're able to bring. But now the moment of truth here, right? 4 rounds needed to push another overtime. Pacific Macta, it's been a bit of a struggle. They got the first 2 rounds in the second half, and otherwise it's been pretty much full speed ahead here. So it's all come down to this. One more round, and this could be a 2-0, or maybe the Band-Aid stays on a little bit longer.
Yep. But I think N9, he wants to rip that Band-Aid open, my friend. He just wants to get things done. I think he's trying to get back to the hotel before the jacuzzi closes. Just like me, but I think we're already done deal with that.
Yeah, you and I got more.
Yep. There is still one more after this, guys, so stay tuned. AG versus Ranking will be after this game. But still, plenty of CROSSFIRE to be played for Revenge here. I actually like this position. I think he should have played this position earlier, but it's so hard to cross from mid because the usual position that you expect the sniper to come from is that arch from the spawn side, and it's really hard to jump through, especially when Xiao is on the other side of the scope. And ZYK is going to check it, does get the 1-for-1. 577 is going to go down. N9 having a hard time trying to get up in towards the catwalk. A, Revenge trying to get some damage with the Colt, could not get any headshots, could not get any kills. But still, 3 members left alive in Aldrin. Classic Aldrin, he doesn't want to sit around, he wants to make a play, but N9 shoots him in the face instead, and MVA gets 1 in return. It's a 3v2. This is going to be a tough time for the side of Pacific Macta. They are miles away from the B site.
Yeah, they got a long road ahead of them here, and they got to be able to find something, and the utility is lackluster. MVA is sitting with 2 pieces left, but what are they going to do with this? Plant hasn't been commenced yet. CYZ, or CZY, my apologies, going in for the swing, able to find it. Now leaving it just down to MVA. A clutch player finds the head of 1. Now needs to find 2 more. The double swing comes in. He's almost able to get it done, but it's going to be BaiSha. They're going to get things done here. They're going to close it out. They're going to have a 2-0. They're going to solidify the, I won't call it a clean sweep, but we'll say the sweep here for day number 1 so far.
Yeah, definitely one of the dirtier sweeps of BaiSha Gaming, that is for sure. But, you know, it's still BaiSha Gaming. It's still 2-0 at the end of the day. And, you know, they're aiming for that number 1 spot. And being the sole Chinese team in this group, I think realistically their only competition is probably going to be either Wolf Empire or might be Imperial. Because you already know, the Animals, man. He's like the Brazilian N9. And that guy I would never doubt for a second.
Yeah, so I mean, again, we see, you know, in terms of the victory that's going to be happening here for BaiSha.
Yeah. I mean, 10-5. I mean, as much as we did lose the series, I think I'm a bit more confident against some of the other teams now going into the group stage. I think definitely Imperial is going to be a bit of trouble. Maybe Wolf Empire is going to be more of an equal game. You know, LCK, that's going to be equal as well, you know, knowing how good they were in that first series as well. So it's going to be a very interesting Group A. And despite Group A only having 1 Chinese team, I think this is still like the group of death because there's so many. There's like the first seed, there's BaiSha Gaming, there's the best team from Vietnam, and there's also LCK, who's also the first seed as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's I wouldn't say it's a group of death because I think Group B is slightly harder.
I would say so too.
But yeah, I would say Macta, I like their chances here.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think it's such a good point you bring up because I think for Macta, I like the fact that it wasn't a map win. It was very close on the first one. But, I mean, I'm really hoping they can take this loss as a big learning opportunity in the sense of, like, look, we did all the right things. We went toe-to-toe with them on the map number 1. Map 2, maybe not as much. I don't want to say lackluster. A little bit lackluster compared to the first one, we'll just say. But I think if they can put this kind of work ethic into tomorrow or the following day when they play their next games, there's a world where they can come back with a bit of a win here, right?
Yeah. And honestly, I think this just proves that N9 is still in competition for, like, you know, being the best player in the world. It's kind of a conversation between him and ZY at the moment. So I think, you know, this kind of helps his case a bit if he can kind of have a hard time a bit at the start of the game against Pacific Macta, but still could close out at the end of the day. Plus, it's been a carry game for N9 from map 1 and map 2, and being the best rifler on the team and being a top 2 rifler from China, that's just the standard that we expect him to be. But N9 being the IGL as well is still mind-blowing to me because he can think of a strat and he can be like, all right, guys, I'm entering. Oops, I killed 3.
Yeah.
All right, it's easy. It's just so easy for their side. And since Xiao is also getting warmed up, and, you know, it's just a 1-2 punch that all you need on their side is just a bit of information from Baby, a bit of information from CZY, Xiao getting some pickoffs, and N9 being N9. And that's all BaiSha needs against Pacific Macta at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, again, it was one of those things where you have your IGL of, like, 9 just, you know, it's so funny because, like, you know, I feel like in any other scenario, like an IGL never is in conversation about top fragging. A guy that puts in big numbers, but this guy is a freak of nature. Like, this guy was running around making some good impacts, and we just saw it on one of the clips where he went for the big flank in mid, came all the way back around, right? I mean, just doing his job, but man, that's definitely the scary thing about this team. But the summaries here, it was a 10-5 game, like we said. I mean, it was a 6-3 first half that was in favor for BaiSha. there's 2 rounds I went through here for Macta, and then it just kind of crumbled like a cookie.
Yeah, I mean, once you really get some momentum from the side of BaiSha, like even if it's just N9 and Shao, it's really just tough to stop them, man. And you give BaiSha Gaming a good start, then that's just something that you have to. Yeah, it's something that you have to figure out, and that's the one thing, that's the one rule of thumb when you're going up against BaiSha Gaming. Don't ever give them a good start, or else you're just going to lose the rest of the map. And Pacific Macta, unfortunately, did not get the memo for this. As much as Macta did get a slight comeback at around the tail end of the first half, it was just, it was rough to watch, to say the least, man. I mean, it could have been better for them, but at the same time, it is BaiSha Gaming.
It is, and I mean, this is where, you know, we were kind of thinking, like, this should be on paper, that 2-0, but it was definitely a very different case for the 2-0, and I mean, I'm really more than impressed with Pacific Macta. I know you were really, you know, pumping the tires up about them. I mean, we talked a lot about them before this day, and I was like, okay, I had some expectation. I wasn't too sure what to expect against this matchup. I mean, I feel like they got the unlucky draw on this, but like I said, I really hope that we can see them convert this into the future games, because I don't even feel like their execution or game plans were wrong. Like, I just think they were playing a Titan. They were playing the behemoth of teams, and they did well.
Yeah, I think they just got outshot on Ankara.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie. I think they really did nothing wrong in terms of the macro. It's just that, man, BaiSha Gaming is just that good when it comes to their weapons. So, yeah, I mean, I expect a battle royale for second place here in the Group A. I mean, it's going to be an interesting time. Wolf Empire, Imperial, LCK, and Pacific Macta just fighting together. Meanwhile, probably it's going to be BaiSha chilling at the top, and everyone is just fist fighting for that second place. But it's still, playoffs is playoffs. If you make it to playoffs, that's still a good thing.
It's definitely a good thing. And I mean, let's not forget, a lot of these teams are, you know, fighting for a lot of coin on this tournament, right? I mean, you know, the prize pool, you know, sitting at, you know, I think it was, what, 300,000 that was, and first place getting the 100 and everything getting split apart. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of pride on this.
There's also the extra slot for CFS.
Exactly.
2024. I think that's the big prize.
That is a big one. Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. It's a big question of, like, which region is going to get it. Like, who's going to be able to find that, right? So.
Yeah, and imagine, man, it could be another year where it could be 4 Chinese teams going at CFS 2024 And we already saw that from last year. Unfortunately, X-Rock kind of bombed out. And that's what I was talking about, man. The gap between BaiSha Gaming and AG is so huge between the rest of the teams here in CFEL. But it would be interesting if we do get Q9, actually, in the CFS 2024. So I'm actually looking forward if they can do that. But, you know, Q9, they're still rough around the edges. They can barely play BL side, so I think there's still a lot of practice going on. But an extra slot would definitely benefit them, and, you know, maybe give some new young Chinese players some experience in the international stage.
Yeah, it's a really cool opportunity for the fact that, you know, it does kind of open up another ticket here for, you know, the Worlds and everything like that, another slot. It's just a really exciting little bit of an extra nugget here in terms of the cash prize that we were talking about here today. But either way, that is going to be it for the third series. We're just waiting. I think there's going to be an interview just happening here shortly, but we do have one more series that is going to be happening after the interview, which is going to be the final one here for day number 1. Let's not forget, this is the first day. Like, I still can't even fathom that right now.
Yeah, I don't know even. I don't know why I even look back, because I already knew who's going to be MVP. Of course, it's going to be N9.
Yeah, well, it makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. He's already standing there. I can feel his aura all the way from the stage on towards the desk. And yeah, 1,700 damage. This guy he's never lost a step, man. He's been here. He's been in the game for the longest time. And I know he looks a bit older than you think, but he's only 25 years old. So there's still plenty of years here for N9 to try and produce his own legacy.
And that's the thing. Like, I mean, I know I'm a broken record, but I got to just say, like, for a guy like that, putting in a 1.75, 1,700 damage of, you know, overall damage, I should say, and calling the shots. Let's not forget, this guy is micromanaging 4 other players, plus himself, and top fragging.
Yeah.
You never see that. Like, I cannot emphasize that enough, because that's not a thing. Typically in IGL, they're going to be on the lower end of the scale, but this guy definitely is definitely going to be a different bit of a scale.
I think that's the interview.
I think that's the interview.
There you go.
Cùng quay trở lại với màn phỏng vấn trong trận đấu thứ 3 của chúng ta ngày hôm nay, trận đấu giữa BaiSha Gaming và Pacific Macta. Và các bạn khán giả ơi, các bạn đã ăn tối chưa? Hiện tại thì chúng tôi chưa có ai là ăn tối cả. Nhưng mà mà riêng BaiSha Gaming thì họ vừa mới có một màn ăn mừng chiến thắng với tỷ số rất là ngoạn mục, tỷ số 2-0 trước Pacific Macta. Và bây giờ thì hãy cùng lắng nghe những chia sẻ tới từ họ nhé. Xin chào 9&9, không biết là ngay bây giờ thì cảm xúc của bạn như thế nào ạ?
是你可以跟大家分享你现在的心情。
现在非常开心，因为我们拿下了今天的第一场胜利。
Hiện tại thì đội chúng tôi cảm thấy rất vui mừng khi mà giành được chiến thắng 2-0 trước Pacific Macta.
Vâng ạ, và câu hỏi thứ hai thì tôi muốn dành cho 9&9 đó là không biết là bạn nghĩ sao về việc giải đấu CFS Summer Championship 2024 tăng từ 8 đội tuyển lên 10 đội tuyển ạ?
对这次比赛，队伍的数量已经增加，就是从8个战队增到10个战队，你如何感觉呢？
队伍增加对我们来说就是竞争越来越强了，然后观众们的观赏性也越来越高了。
Tôi cảm thấy là đối với giải đấu của năm nay thì các đội tham gia về số lượng cũng đã tăng, cũng như là cái năng lực của họ cũng đã mạnh hơn trước rất nhiều, và vì thế mà cũng thu hút ngày càng nhiều hơn những người những fan hâm mộ đến với giải đấu năm nay.
Vậy thì không biết là với tỷ số tăng từ 8 lên 10 như vậy và năng lực của mọi người cũng tăng lên như vậy thì không biết là 9&9 và BaiSha Gaming các bạn có tự tin sẽ giành vị trí nhất bảng A trong vòng bảng CFS Summer Championship 2024 không?
你相信你们的队伍就是可以在A 组小组赛取得第一排名？
我相信我的队友，也相信自己，我们在 A 组能拿到第一名。
Với những gì mà chúng tôi đã chuẩn bị thì tôi nghĩ rằng là đội tôi có thể giành được chiến thắng, giành được vị trí thứ nhất trong cái vòng đấu bảng A này.
Vâng ạ, và một câu hỏi cuối cùng đi. Hiện tại thì ở Việt Nam cũng đang là gần 10 giờ tối rồi, cũng chỉ còn một trận đấu cuối cùng thôi. Không biết là 9&9 bạn có thể gửi một lời nhắn nhủ gì đó tới đội thi đấu cuối cùng ngày hôm nay được không?
那你可以就是向最后的队伍就是跟他们说一下。
希望我的4个队友能再接再厉，打好每一场比赛。
Tôi hy vọng là cả 4 đội ngày hôm nay sẽ đều cố gắng hết mình để chiến đấu hết mình và giành được cái kết quả tốt nhất.
Xin được cảm ơn 9&9, cảm ơn BaiSha Gaming, cảm ơn Pacific Macta và quý vị và bạn thân mến, ngay bây giờ hãy cùng đón chờ trận đấu cuối cùng của ngày hôm nay.
Garante a vitória. EDM vai enfrentar a equipe da Imperial e vou te dizer, pra Ice foi tranquilo.
Animal finalize com isso, garante o ponto e a vitória, 2-0 na série para o time da Imperial que está na grande final.
bigode mais conhecido do CrossFire garante o round. Seven garante a eliminação em EDM. A Imperial abre 2-0 na série. O mapa para a equipe do Vasco e EDM. Aqui nada está acabado. Equipe do Vasco garante, grita ali o Fefe e EDM. Alô, alô. Temporada da CFBL.
Summer 2024, the story begins. More than just a game, a celebration of surpassing limits. Who will become the next legend? In a place filled with passion and intensity, the story continues.
Flash đi luôn. David đây tôi đã nói rồi, Flash ở kia không ai chết cả. Không ai chết, còn đó là cái double kill dành cho David. Và Gucci bắn kẹp cùng với Tomai Kaba. Bên phía bên này IceQ. Hoàn toàn có thể quay xe về A được nha. Nhảy vào trong một điều kiện double kill cho Footboy và sẽ là cái triple kill. Còn cái IceQ anh ta vẫn đang cố gắng lay hoài. IceQ bị phong cướp vào. IceQ phải chết bằng triple kill cho Footboy. Em có biết hay không đây, và có vẻ như là Hiếu Mèo anh ta nghe được một cái điều gì đó rồi. Sẽ là ra nhưng không biết và double kill cho mày. Việt Nam bây giờ quay trở về khu vực bom CP từ A thì nó sẽ là hơi khó khăn khi nhảy lên từ UC. Và không có được mạng. Toàn bộ nhân sự trong kho B của Islander đã bị quét sạch. Chỉ còn đúng một mình Mai thôi. Và Mai cũng không sành cỏ rồi. Chứ còn là IQ thì tôi không nghĩ là sẽ chiến thắng đến từ bên phía của đội tuyển Team Alo Tút Tàu. Một bạn cho IQ và cái double kill nó có hay không đây? Khi Mai đối đầu với cả một trong những đối thủ cũ và chạy rất dẻo đến từ IQ. Vị trí của Mai phải đi tìm, nhưng IQ anh ta có một cái tốc độ là 10 giây. Khi mấy công 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4 không được rồi. Trời đất ơi, không kịp đến từ bên phía của đội tuyển Team Alo Tút. Bị mù rồi. Cover TCM anh ta bắn côn kìa. Trời ơi, người cover không sai. Thì là đồ đà không, đó là Kim Boom với cái triple kill. Kim Boom không thì đối thêm đã về tới nơi rồi. Đến phía bên kia có vẻ như Small và cả vị trí đa không muốn quay xe và cái double kill. Hai người ở cửa B cần phải có đồ nhưng mà hết đồ mất rồi. Nào một bại đô la đứng cương luôn cái double kill đô la và Rambo bắt thêm được cái mạng của Trap nữa. Lát, TGM bắn hay quá, đúng chết được một người. Sẽ có sự cover lỗ, double kill cho TGM. Đoán quân Crown. Chào Lát ra. Các thành viên của bên phía đội tuyển Last Legend nó bị bóc tới hai người. Lucas có làm được cái mạng thứ ba, cũng được câu trả lời là có. Họ vẫn chưa muốn lên A, mình sẽ muốn được quất ở nhà. Small anh ta khá bất ngờ, Đô la đang ở đây và Chap làm cái gì đây? Bông kill bật lôi, chỉ đi không dám lao ra đấu. Bông kill mình phải máu lại chết với cái double kill cho bông kill. Đô la 1m4 trước có đỉnh, sau cũng có đỉnh, double kill cho Đô la. Và TGM thì ta vẫn đang quản cục pin này. Đô la muốn bắt TGM. Đô la anh ta cũng không thể thoát được TGM. Một pha kéo tâm là hay. Và Kim Boom người cuối cùng. Wow, cùng với Đô la tạo ra thế gọng kìm. Nhưng Small có một, Small rút K98 ra. Và Đô la thì lại là một khẩu rival nên nhớ Small có tốc độ cực kỳ là nhanh nha. Và double kill cho Small. Chuẩn bị đánh A thì Diệp có cái double kill, chui từ dưới công rút ra cái triple kill, ultra kill và có quay để cho nó A và A dành cho TGM. Đục lắm ấy nhưng mà không đục được. Bây giờ thì sợ lộ ra và chạy được thành công 14 giây, không kịp về A. Phải đặt ở trong khu vực OTB thì đối thủ không có được, đó là vị trí của Rambo làm hay. Xiên lên mà đúng vậy, nhỏ lại vào sớm thế nhưng Lucas bây giờ quay trở lại thì anh ta có cái miệng mạng ở cục mang tên TGM. Đạt chip, ôi rồi ôi, đạt chip hơi non. trượt viên đầu tiên bắn côn hay đến từ anh trưởng. Đấy đi, còn 2 viên côn thôi. 2 mét mà. Đây là một cơ hội dành cho đội Carao. Lên tiếng một bên tay KT15 là người cuối cùng. KT15 có thể hạ quả sân phải xuống. Để chiến thắng thì cần phải hỏi ý kiến của Carao. Dần dần tiếp cận vào rồi. KT15 hiện tại quá yếu và chiến thắng thuộc về Carao Esports. Họ sẽ là nhà vô địch.
Bringing out the second arm, able to find one on MKZ. Beck goes down as well.
Oh, look at that. We're right back into it. Just got my headphones on, but anyways, folks, we're ready to go. We're in the last series of the day for day number uno. Myself, Laz, of course, the old Sneak Frog here with me. And man, like, give me your quick thoughts. We had ourselves a really fun game here for the third one. How you feeling after that digest?
I mean, to be fair, I do hate that I saw Pacific Macta lose the exact same way the last time that they went up against BaiSha Gaming on Black Widow, but it is what it is. I mean, everyone's been doubting Pacific Macta and their capabilities of going up against Chinese teams. So I think that's a fair. I think that's like it was a fair attempt for their side. I think going 10-5 on Ankara maybe was not at the result that they wanted, but still, I mean, that's a good Black Widow to start things off of. And especially, you know, I mean, you have other teams who are also really good on the Black Widow, just like we do see with Imperial and Wolf Empire. So, you know, I'm pretty confident what they can do in the rest of the group. But we do have our next matchup. It is going to be AG versus Ranking Esports. Ranking Esports, of course, being the second seed in Vietnam, and AG winning CFPL against BaiSha Gaming 3-1.
Exactly, yeah, and I'm glad you said that, because I was like, look, I mean, the one thing I think we know about, you know, AG is that, I mean, they are a team that is arguably very scary. They are like one of the best teams, I would say, worldwide, but at the same time, very, very different than, you know, like a team like BaiSha, where I kind of noticed, like, you know, from other events in history where there seems to be this trend about in group stage, AG is not very good about getting the wheels in motion, if I can say so, right? And it's like, I don't know what it is, but
I don't know, man. But we are going to have the team introductions in just a bit, of course. But AG, man, I mean, let's see. Are they going to treat this group stage seriously? But before the discussion, we are going to see the video, of course.
Okay, well, that's a little bit of a recap of these guys, who they are, kind of some of the players on this roster. And like we said, a team that is very scary, very lethal, all the above, deadly, whatever. But group stage seems to be sometimes their kryptonite. It seems to be the weird upsets that could happen. But look, before we deep dive into that, give me your little bit of analysis about this roster.
Man, I mean, you know, after the, I wouldn't say it's a disaster. It was actually a pretty good year for the side of AG, but I think the standards are at an all-time high, especially you have a player like ZY peaking in a team just like AG, and you do have Du, who's a very good rising star. I mean, one of the best sniper, and actually outplayed Xiao in that CFPL final. So I think, you know, changes were bound to happen. And with ZQ and even retiring, as much as I do love those boys and what they did last year, I think they were just missing a bit more firepower, a bit more youth in this team of AG. And I think Jabao and 1222 was a perfect replacement. 1222 being the more of the IGL taking the pressure off of ZY a bit. You know, ZY does like to do some calls from time to time, but that's just a team thing. And Jabao being capable of having that second sniper, because I think that was what was missing from the side of AG. Even, you know, he's not really known for wielding that AWM, but, you know, with Jabao, you're opening up a lot more options in your team. So I'm looking forward to what this AG is going to look like in the international play. But we're going to have Ranking Esports and their video. Yep, we're going to run that back probably. That's the wrong Vietnamese team. But it is Ranking Esports, second seed from CFVL. Obviously, Ice Cube bouncing from this team going into Wolf Empire to make the super team from Vietnam. And unfortunately, that kind of left a rift in this team. And I think what they did with the roster is a bit weird in my opinion. I think leaving Humeo with, you know, somewhat unknown, I guess, going into the unknown. I mean, Humeo being one of the best players to come out of CFVL is now in a situation where that's very familiar to Ice Cube. I mean, you're in a team that is not the best, but you are kind of peaking as a player. But, you know, LDX, he was in that Carrot House roster last year, didn't really do too well. But now he's always slightly better in this squad. But you guys are going up against AG, man. CHENGDU All Gamers. CFPL winners.
Yeah.
ZY, the best rifler in the world.
Yeah. And I mean, that's the thing. Like, when you can look at this team and you can talk about, the second best team, Vietnam, the X, Y, and Z. But you're playing the behemoth. This is where we talked about, playing some of the Chinese teams. This is where it gets really, really interesting and really, really scary, because a team like BaiSha before, top 2, AG, I'm assuming we're going to call them in that or put them in that category as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So, I'm glad we can both agree on that. But I was going to say, it is a big test, right? I mean, this is not always fun to do. You're the last match of the day. And, so it's one of those things where they have to have a big test against a big team.
That is true. But I mean, if I was ranking esports here, I would go into... I would have the mindset going into this series with just like, this is a learning experience for us, you know. It hasn't been the best year here in CFVL, obviously. Comparing them to Wolf Empire, who went 32-0 the entire season, if you're including the map score from the playoffs. So, yeah, Ranking Esports kind of playing second fiddle to Wolf Empire at the moment. But, man, I mean, if the expectations are... I wouldn't say low. Maybe they can offer us some surprises, but we are going to have some map comparisons. Of course, it's not a Vietnamese team if they do not play Ankara. They always play Ankara. They love that map. It's their national map. Black Widow has also been treating the Ranking Esports side pretty well. Of course, AG is going to dodge that Mexico. They do not want to play that at all. Eagle Eye has been treating AG pretty well as well. But I think AG, they might try to look for maybe opening things up with Subbase or Ankara, since in Subbase, Dude does really well in that map, despite that map being, a bit more tight, more hallways, and, Do somehow, some way, he still makes it work with the sniper.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that, Eagle Eye is, like, essentially 100% win rate for both these teams, I actually would really like to see it, just for the sake of seeing it. Like, it's something, in our, for our conference, like, we don't get to see it very often at all, actually. It's like Eagle Eye and Mexico are kind of those two maps that are usually just thrown in the dumpster pretty quickly, but it would be good to see. But again, I think that for, a team like Ranking, I think they're going to have to put a lot on the line here about the veto. I feel like when we talked about on the second series of the day with the, like Vasco, I felt like I was explaining this to Jordan. I felt like the veto actually worked out very well in their favor. Whereas I wonder for Ranking, can they manipulate that in the same way?
Yeah, and I think, having 100% on Eagle Eyes is crazy to me, and you have a team that is as good as Evolution Power on that map. Evolution Power kind of known for their Eagle Eye 2.0, so going to be interesting to see what that is like if AG does decide to go for that one. But we do have the match history, of course. Ranking, taking a map off of them in the CFS APAC series last year, and hey, that's pretty good. That's better than most teams that faced against AG.
Well, and that was, quite some time ago, right? And then we have Fall. It was a 2-0. And then even, for the grand finals, it was 3-0. So it's like they got the one map one time, but that was it. So maybe today's different? Yeah. I don't know.
Maybe top 4, though. Not too bad for CFS 2023, considering I think the top 4 was, I think it was BaiSha, AG, Vincent. Shout out to the Animals, man. I don't know how he snuck into third, but he's a madman. But fourth with Ranking Esports. But granted, that was the team with Ice Cube in it. And I think last year, one of the most deadliest duos when it comes to CFBL was Ice Cube and Humeo. The firepower from those two teams really does set the standard. But, you have the key players. PM has actually been pretty impressive. Not going to lie. I mean, for a team that I don't have any expectations on when I was watching CFBL, PM was very, very impressive for his role on the sniper. Replacing Ice Cube is a very, very tough task because he's the best sniper coming out of Vietnam. But I think he's done a great job. But Up against Dooman, the most consistent sniper in the entirety of CFPL. This is going to be a rough one.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, like, you know, for PM it is kind of that situation about you have some big shoes to fill for ranking, but at the same time, Do is one of those guys that I think you made the funny comparison about. I put him on my top 4 where he's like number 1, number 2, and then when he's not having a bad day, I'll put him at number 4. So it's like that's the guy about consistency, and even when he's not playing that good, he's still so damn good. So, you know, for PM, it's going to be interesting because, yeah, I think, you know, losing Ice Cube was a huge loss for ranking, but I don't know. I mean, that's always the thing. You can kind of reinvent yourself. You have to, you know, have somebody that's just going to play their own way and not try to fill in the void. They're just going to try to fill it their own way, and we'll see if he's going to be able to do that. And that is, I'm really glad we brought up that highlight because I think these two players are something we got to talk about.
That is true. But I think the one matchup that I was looking forward to the most is actually not the two snipers, but instead 2 of the entries from both sides. I was looking forward to maybe the key players being Himeo and Jayway, because Jayway has got to be one of the best. He had one of the best rookie seasons last year. I think he was one of the most impressive entries. This man is not afraid to push W and try and see if he can get space for his team. And yeah, I mean, I don't know how AG found him. I think it was more of the pipeline from, you know, the 2nd division of CFPL. Now he's on the main team, and he just is just as impressive. And he became a kind of a core piece. Now it's not just ZY and Do. Now it's ZY, Do, and Jayway, and they kind of built around it at the same time. And of course, since there's no Filipino team playing, I'm going to be realistic.
Okay. Yeah, well, apparently everybody's going to be realistic here because not a single person in the talent even went for ranking. So, and I even made a joke with Jordan earlier, and I was like, you know what? I purposely asked him, what are you doing? I'm probably going to do the opposite. And this one, I was just like, I can't. This one, I just felt like AG, they should have it night and day, unless we see that thing we talked about where something doesn't work, nothing's in the air for them, the group stage of death, their Achilles heel, if you will, where they have really weird starts. That is the only way I feel like I see ranking cause an upset.
That is true, and that's actually funny. I think what happened probably on the Vietnamese broadcast is like, yeah, the other caster's probably going to pick ranking, so I'm going to just be realistic about it, and yeah, everyone picked AG. So I think everyone knows what is about to happen in this series, and I mean, the expectations are at an all-time low here for ranking. I mean, why not? Give us a surprise. Maybe, you know, maybe take a map, just like how you did last year with 2023 spring, and maybe if they could do it again. I mean, I would be happy. I would be happy if I took a map off AG. That's going to boost my chances in group stage if I was ranking esports.
Yeah, no doubt at all. And I mean, that's the thing is where, you know, we talked about, you know, I think the big team, like the big dog team, the team to beat, and then you got the underdog. And ranking is clearly the underdog. But I definitely think they're in a position where they could cause a little bit of an upset. So we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, just like I said, map score is very important here in group stage, especially coming into 2nd place and breaking those tiebreakers. And yeah, I mean, if you can get a map off of the best team in your group, and then that's going to boost your chances getting into the playoffs, considering I think it's only 2 teams getting into on each group. And I think, oh no, I don't think there's any wildcard. That's for CFS 2024, maybe in China. But yeah, I mean, if you're going to boost your chances, why not? I mean, just throw everything you can at AG and see what sticks.
Yeah, and exactly it, right? I mean, this is where I do, you know, I made the comment before with BaiSha where I was like, look, this is a team that I think we both are agreeing, like, they're coming in, they're going to get the job done, they're not going to overthink anything or not, like, overlook anybody. I mean this with respect, but I feel like AG is that team that might kind of ego this a little bit and they might get bitten a little bit. I don't know. But that's the thing. We're ranking, I think they just got to play loose, play their game. Just ignore the fact that, yes, statistically, they probably are the lower-ranked team against a top dog like this. But that can always be really scary, too. So I think that's what makes this really exciting. Even though none of the talent thought this could happen, maybe it could. You know?
Maybe you know, play with a chip on your shoulder, seeing the predictions. But we are going to have the map holds, of course. AG is going to ban Mexico. I think no one's going to doubt that. For sure. They want to stay away from that map as far as possible, especially up against Ranking, who has experience on that map. So, Eagle Eye 2.0. Damn, your dreams of seeing that Eagle Eye 2.0 is not it. But honestly, Ankara is not the worst first map for the side of Ranking Esports. And if we go sub-base for map number 2, then I like the chances here of ranking, maybe taking the map off, but no, they're going to go Black Widow instead. So I think that's just a quick ban on the sub base because I don't think AG does prefer it. Granted, they did win against BaiSha on that. Oh no, actually they didn't win on that map, so I think they just want to put that out as much as possible. Port is going to be out, Compound's going to be out, so they're going to be leaving sub base open. So maybe AG's being a little bit cheeky here and saying, like, all right, if you beat us in a single map, we'll give you guys a chance here in map number 3. But I'm surprised that they actually banned Port, considering Du is one of the best top 8 players in CFPL.
Yeah, it just doesn't really make any sense to me. But I mean, we'll just have to wait and see. And I mean, that's the thing. It's all about really, like ranking finds himself one of the map wins here. Like, yeah, then subbase could be a very interesting conversation. But I mean, Ankara to be starting things off, like I definitely think for a team like AG, it's that's looking pretty good.
Yeah, at least the vibes are good on the side of ranking. Everyone's smiling, you know, it's a very heavy matchup for them, but still, I think, just like how I said earlier, it's a learning experience for the squad to try and see how strong they are compared to what the best team is like. Maybe, just like how I said earlier, this could be a litmus test for the side of ranking to see how well they place against the other teams and try and see if they're going to have some confidence going into some of these maps. Because, you know, if you can maybe get like 5 or 6 rounds against AG, I mean, now you're thinking, what can I do against the other teams? Just like Evolution Power, just like Vasco, just like 3BL. I mean, sky's the limit.
Sky is definitely going to be the limit. I mean, just for context too, for a team like for All Gamers, I mean, them on a map like Ankara, they're sitting at a 16-5 record. So percentage 76. So pretty damn good.
Pretty damn high.
Pretty damn high. But you know what? Let's see what happens. First map of the last series of the day. And now it's going to be ranking to see what they're going to be able to do. They will be on the Blacklist side.
Yep.
Not going to be easy.
You're going to see this a lot in ranking esports. They just really love to just straight up execute as 5 dudes, and they're just going to go through the site with sheer numbers, and that's the first kill. Dayway's already down, but one of the dudes is still on the top of the side. He gets a double kill, but can he get a triple? No is the answer. ZY trying to help his teammate, but Humeo fighting back in top A. Jabao still, no, it's actually Du from the second floor in mid getting that kill. So it's a 2v2. Now they can calm down. Now they can kind of scope the area before the retake does happen. Maybe try and see if he can take out the player in long, but PM is already on. And he takes out Du. Jabao's the only one left.
Yeah, look at him. He's just kind of waiting things out. Biding his time. It perfectly goes for the peak. Now, so yeah, it does have some time, but needs to be careful about this too. And actually made it the noise queue to go all the way around, but is going to go right back to where they were. Good flash, going to get thrown. Oh, he's just going to be quiet. Quiet as a mouse. Oh no, his back's turned, but maybe, just maybe. Oh, I don't know how he gets away with it, but he will not. But a good clutch coming in for ranking, and that's a good kickstart.
Yeah, I mean, if it's anyone to do it, it's Humeo, man. I mean, that's a really good start, really good boost in confidence here for Humeo, especially Nevis getting a double kill on site. And I'm surprised that AG didn't expect that, actually, because I mean, if you're talking ranking, you're just going to be like, yeah, they're going to 5-man execute the site. Maybe at the start of the game, if they're going A, they're just going to go, they're going to keep it simple. They're just like, all right, we're going to do a little set, do a little lineups, then we're just going to enter the site itself. So I'm surprised that AG did not expect that from round number 1, honestly, because that's their best strat here in Ankara.
Yeah, well, again, I mean, this is going to be about ranking and making sure that round doesn't go to their head as well, right? I mean, this is where, you know, we talked about AG, and for some reason, you know, group stage seems to always be a bit of a weird one for them, but we'll see if that's going to be the same bit of a tale for them. I'm not sure, but... And it does look like a single I was thinking maybe I thought they were running 5 rifles at one point. I was like, oh, that's weird. Like, why is Du not having an But my eyes were deceiving me a little bit here. But we're good.
I'd be surprised if once we do hit the GR side of ranking, we might see 4. They did pull out 5 last time.
That's so cool.
That is very cool. And it worked too. I don't know how, but they just
because nobody expects it. Why would you? Whoever does 5. I thought Vasco doing 3 today was madness. I was like, what?
I didn't know VNC could snipe.
You couldn't have known that either. Okay, well, it actually does look like it's going to be an opener, but good trade back here from ZY. But, dude, oh wow. Oh, that's a good flash, but he's going to get caught here in the wrong spot.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, they don't check it. How? Not like this. 1-2-2-2 flying in the stars, but they're both blind. No one can see anything. PM. And it's another 1v1. J-Way, though, you already know J-Way's going to and he's going to get it. And you have to press tab when you're in that 1v1 because you know J-Way's just going to be flying at you at Mach speed when he's in a 1v1, man.
Oh, boy, oh, boy. Okay, well, things are getting a little bit more interesting here. The fact that we're at 2 rounds that have gone to a 1v1, that wasn't really on my big play.
Maybe if Humeo was the last one left alive. To be fair, I think like J-Way and Humeo are two sides of the same coin. They're very similar players, very aggressive, not afraid to go forward, try and go for the risky play, because that's their role on the team, you know, a bit of space creation on both sides, and could be interesting to see how it's going to end up. And you already see Humeo doesn't have any nades, so he already threw that early, so we do expect him to do another one of those. Yeah, everyone's wiping their hands. Everyone's a bit sweaty here on the side of ranking esports. Maybe a bit nervous even. But, yeah, I would be nervous too if I was up against AG.
Yeah, me too. It would be a bit terrifying. And I mean, this is the thing, right? Like we were kind of alluding the fact that, it is the last series. It's been a very long day. And I mean, this is the thing where now you have to kind of pick yourself back up a little bit. And you're playing a pretty good opponent here. And, ooh, okay. Nevis almost gets himself in a bit of a bind, but he's fine. Takes a little bit of damage, but he's okay.
Yeah, can't believe he's got out with 70 HP. That's crazy. Oh, there's J-Way.
Oh, wow.
There we go. J-Way, the missing BaiSha Gaming member, because he's like a shark, man. Like, he's like, oh, he's 70? Yeah, he's technically low, man. I'm going for it.
Yeah, no damage inflicted against AG at all right now, right? It's really been ranking that's kind of just taking the brunt of it, so only on one player, I guess, but 40 seconds. I mean, this has been a very slow-paced round. This is where they're just kind of waiting things out. Now, it does look like they want to just go for the A-pop here. Double players they have to worry about, though, from AG, and also having, I think that's what they do. J-Way does get himself one, but okay. Trade City. These AKs, can they make everything happen? Oh, no. How is he still alive?
How is he out? Moving on by, they're gonna 3-man peek. They thought they could just peek that safely and there would be only one there, but there's actually two. Nevis! 1 second! Jabo! Playing a bit of dodgeball there at the last second of the round. More like dodge bullet, honestly.
Wow.
He was just jumping around, making sure that he doesn't get hit. And very tense rounds,
Man,
honestly, at the start of the game.
3 1v1s we've come down to. Like that, again, these are tooth and nail, right to the bone. I mean, this is madness.
Yeah, good old standard defense here for the side of AG. They're going to leave mid open, but I think it's going to be fine. I think I've seen teams do this a lot where they just occupy hotel, and if they take B site, they can just take second mid and try and see if they can take tunnels B as well. So that's like a 3-prong attack for the retake. But I don't think that's the idea right now for AG. They're just going to do a good old standard thing with Jabao being slightly forward here on hotel, trying to get
spamming away, just getting, making sure, clearing all the options here. Nobody's there. But, okay, this is interesting. Dude's actually playing on the top. And then if I'm not mistaken, Jabao's going to be also kind of pushed up a little bit on long A. So actually kind of a unique setup in some degree.
It was actually a really good setup, really good passive setup for the side of AG because you have hotel covered, you have tunnels B covered because of Jabao's position. So Duke can play this very far angle, and if anyone crosses high mid and knowing how fast this sniper is, yeah, that's going to be a numbers advantage if anyone crosses wrong.
Yeah, with a minute remaining, he's still in mid, and now ZY is going to go aggressive. He's going to find that opening kill. But now the trade immediately done back here from ranking. Time is dwindling just a bit more. Flash, oh my gosh. You can see PM, he's just like, I don't know what's happening. He's like looking around like, what do you see? I can't see anything. And now he's finally got his sights back. His eyes aren't blurry anymore. And look at this. They're finding themselves all over the kill feed, for goodness sakes. And now Do! Oh my goodness, it's mayhem once again on the 1v2. Is he gonna be able to have enough? No, he will not. It's gonna be the backstab, and okay, ranking. They are making some plays.
All right, sense is not high enough to turn around that quickly for Do. And an almost clutch here, despite everything that happened on towards the site. And yeah, pretty impressive from ranking so far. I mean, subverting expectations here. They're actually going toe-to-toe against AG. And yeah, they're finding some important players. I mean, you find ZY at the start of the round, you never want ZY in the late round, man. That guy's a late round master. But, you know, rest of the squad finding pretty well. And I mean, just like per usual, Mayo being one of the better international performers, but Ductuan has been pretty impressive so far. Now, Mayo he hates nades. Just tosses them all at the start of the round.
Just depletes them right away, and then you can just focus on the guns, the firepower.
Yep.
Okay, well, they're gonna just go right back to the 5-man setup here in this A site.
Just like round 1.
Yeah, gosh, you beat me to it. I was gonna say exactly. Now J-Wade's gonna get taken out. Okay.
Flash.
What is going on here? These guys are just kicked down the damn door. They got themselves in a sight, but they haven't been able to get the plant done yet. Now Dude's gonna retreat this. He's gonna just go for the retake. This is the right play. Oh no. Oh, it's just unfortunate. J-Bow was gonna maybe able to find something with this backstab. Not gonna happen though. So now his position's compromised.
Yeah, that's late flash. That's crazy. They can clear out that side of B, but PM taking out ZY. That's a really good elimination, but PM's gonna get spotted out in the open. What a miss by Do. And PM? Sir? There's a guy in CA. He's already shot you twice, and you haven't peeked him at all, but you do get one in return. Do not gonna get the quick scope, and ranking Esports. Hold up. A lead against AG.
Yeah, and I mean, let's not forget too, like that is a little uncharacteristic for someone like Do, right? I mean, that was 3 shots, 3 misses, and like you said, like PM had no idea. He just like wasn't even reacting. He's like, yeah, he's not gonna hit me. I don't know what it was. Like, it's not a decoy for goodness sakes. Like someone was trying to take your life, but
yeah. PM looking like Keanu for a second there, man. He was just dodging bullets.
Neo in the Matrix. Incredible. He is the one.
He might be. Yeah, it's a bit more of a passive setup here for the side of AG. I think they're really just testing things out, and none of the testing is working at the moment, so maybe just try to go for something more standard, play more of a buddy system kind of play at the moment. I think it's fine if they do leave A, if there's a 5-man execute happening, because they can just retake if they can get some down control, but it's going to be tough, man, especially with how good ranking is playing at the moment. Ductuan, man, what a surprise from this guy. 8 kills, 6 headshots on the AK-47. Usually you don't run 4 AKs on this map. You really have to at least have 1 M4. The amount of wooden boxes in this map, you're going to have to wallbang through, but hey, it's working. Who am I to tell them?
Yeah, they obviously have a bit of a game plan they want to go for. Ooh, this could be a swing. This is going to be about timing. You're going to be able to find this, though. Question. Okay, ranking once again. They're winning a lot of these opening engagements. Like, they are, I would say, 4 to 5 right now, if I'm not mistaken.
Jesus. All right, jab out. A bit of an exchange here in tunnels. LBX is going to be on at the low HP. ZY dying a lot in this game. I'm actually surprised. Not getting the opportunities that he saw. 1-2-2-2 though. Finally a trade here on PM. They finally take out the sniper, and it's a lot easier for the side of AG. Jabao just take out LBX. Nevis getting a bit frisky and towards the spawn side. Do on the batteries in B. Quick scope not gonna hit this time, and ranking Esports are attempting to run over the B site, but Jabao, he's gonna try to stay alive for his teammate to get back onto the site. Repeat not gonna work out in his favor, but it is gonna be J-Wade, the last one left alive. What a flick! Oh my god, how did he hit that shot? Nevis, the only one left alive, and he is bleeding. 22 HP and a dream here for J-Wade, but Nevis! What a clutch headshot. You have an AK, I have an AK. whoever shoots our head first is going to win. And it just so happened to be Nevis, the IGL.
Yeah, it's like the Wild West out here, man. Like one shot and that's it. And I can't believe this. Like, and again, like you and I were talking a lot about it. We said, look, you know, for AG, like something about getting the first game underway. They're, you know, the motor's not running right now. Like it's just kind of, you know, still in the warm-up phase, it feels like. They're down by 2 now. One more round, and I mean, this could be, you know, potentially, you know, a half that's going to be given here for ranking. But yeah, I'm so far impressed. Everybody seems to be kind of pulling the weight that they need to right now. And look at that. Even J-Way does get the opening duel that is normally here for ranking, but this time it's an immediate trade back. Now we're starting to see AG kind of cook up something a little bit differently. Okay. PM's going to be able to find something, but now it's 1-on-2.
PM's turn to clutch. See what he can do in this one, but Dude is already on towards the right stairs of A site. Oh, and he does spot PM just in time, seeing the light through the smoke. 4-3, that's more like it, AG. And yeah, I think, to be fair, it's really hard to predict ranking at the start of the game because I don't think I can point any other team that plays exactly like this, where they're just deathballing every single site. But, I mean, if it works, it works. But AG finally fighting back in this game. Finally, ZY getting more kills, and ZY, man, 7 kills and 6 headshots. He's only missed 1 headshot here. So, slowly starting to warm up. Maybe this is going to be similar to BaiSha, where, you know, it kind of had a hard time in the first map, but then by the time second map comes around, they are going to be in full mode. But Nevis taking out 1-2-2-2. So, the IGL is going to be doing a bit of talking while he's dead, so he's going to be watching some screens.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is nothing but impressive for me, just because of the fact, like, you know, I gotta mention it because I feel like when you're on the blacklist side, like, your chances of getting the round by getting that opening duel, I just feel like it goes up the scale so much, right? Like, these guys have been able to win these fights every time, like, and it's against different people. It's not even like one person from AG is just getting picked apart. It's each of them are in some weird way. So I love that ranking of really just, you know, again, kind of, you know, pushing the boundary a little bit more here, and they're putting themselves in a great spot here for the blacklist.
Yeah, I can tell that they watched a lot of AG VODs right before this.
Yeah.
Because after getting that first pick, they're now starting to wait around because they know that Dre is going to go for probably a trade frag. You know, he's always looking for a trade frag, in all honesty. When 1-2-2-2 dies or anyone dies on their team, he's always looking to see if he can equalize numbers. But there we go. And speaking of the man himself, Himeo is already gone.
Okay, well, back to this. LDX might be able to find. Oh, actually, J-Way does get the better of it. And actually, the C4 is going to be dropped here too. So this is some good intel. And okay, AG now, they load up the feed. Okay. Him now by himself on a 1-on-3, minimal HP. He's putting himself in a 7-2, but yeah, this is a tough situation. Left, right, and center, these guys are coming at him. Okay, AG, a little bit of a, you can see the breath. He's like, okay, good, we figured out something.
We can win. We're not having that bad of a start just yet, but to be fair, that is his favorite angle, that Brent side, to slide in and out of fights. And that is the best way to play as his role. But Jabao getting a bit frisky here and towards the market side, but has to be careful because there's still people hanging around bypass here. And again, see? It's just a joust between Himeo and Jue. I wish they could have just went longer there, man. I want to see, like, it's like a smart boxing match. Like whoever is gonna throw the hardest punch, but you have to throw it in the right position. But oh, Jabao out of the picture already. Jabao's dying a lot for a support.
Yeah, he really is. Now, where does ranking want to go with this? Keep swinging this. I'm gonna take down J-Way right now. But he is kind of, again, he's the only guy here. Like, he's the only anchor. So if he's dead, that's an open site.
Yeah. I like how PM's like, let me have a go at it.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind trying. Can I see? Can I have one?
Oh, LDX, he's like, yeah, it's my turn, man.
Oh,
Jesus.
Oh, I would have thought these players from me should have been swinging at the same time. That would have been really good coordination to take him out. But now look what he's doing! Okay. Gets himself a triple. Now AG. Thankfully can count the lucky stars. The J-Way's able to just annihilate them like that. Him by himself. Okay.
Yeah. And that's why Joy is really the perfect player to put in that type of situation, because he really thrives in the chaos. In all honesty, he loves being in between like 3 players, and he's just going to bob and weave in between. And yeah, that's why he is one of the best in the CFPL when it comes to that specific role. But we go into the side switch. Honestly, not too bad, man. 5-4. AG now on their BL side, though, and from what I've known, that AG's BL side is a nightmare to deal with in this particular map. But ranking, just full of surprises. Maybe they have a read on this team that we're not seeing.
Yeah, possibly, and I think you made that comment a little bit earlier about, like, look, they definitely have done their homework. They've been studying the demos and the VODs, right? Like, they clearly have been doing some homework. But now the question is, they're going to go against a strong side here on the BL, and that's a whole other ball game right there, right?
That's true. I mean, they were calling out patterns there at in the first half. They're like, all right, we killed one guy, all right, Joy's going to pop out of nowhere. So everyone hold.
Everybody wait. We know what's happening.
Yeah, but ZY on BL side is a nightmare to deal with, man. I'm telling you right now, but let's see, man.
Actually, I don't think he actually had that information, but again, what on earth? It's a blender! It's a big blender! And it's a meat grinder, and they just get minced up, and we're right back in a tie game.
Damn, 1-2-2-2. Forgot to check his right side. I don't know
Simple thing to do, man.
He just climbed up the box immediately, and that was just free shots for the man in hotel. And it's 5-5, ranking Esports. So the AG is the one who's actually not done much research on this team, despite having a bit of history with the squad. But like I said, the last time that they met, that was a completely different roster. They didn't have Ductuan, they did not have PM, they didn't have LDX, and LDX being the IGL now. Maybe, it's kind of helping them kind of reshape. Now you have someone to help Humeo try to figure out what the offense is like for the side of AG and ranking Esports, man. I mean, all those reps on Ankara against Wolf Empire, maybe it's starting to pay off.
It might be. It very well might be. This has been more than interesting of a game right now. And now for AG, they're going to have themselves a little bit of fun here. They're going to go for the A exec. ZY, and I believe that's due. They got the utility ready to go. Oh, and there it is, man, ranking again. The opener goes in their favor, but the trades are right back and forth now. A 3-3. Give that advantage, I would just say, for ranking in terms of HP, because, I mean, 1-2-2-2-2 is very low. But it's going to be a tough side to retake on.
Yeah, no one's anywhere close as well, and no one's going to go in towards the exit side. So I think once AG realizes that no one is coming from spawn, someone is going to push all the way and going to try to circle back in towards Cat. And I think 1-2-2-2, they saw one, and I don't think there's any time to go for the wraparound, so instead they're just going to hold on to the site itself. PM going to try to get a shot. Du gets Ductuan. Now it's a 2v3. Du going to get back up in towards top 8. They see the head, but it hits the metal pole instead. Bit unlucky here for PM as he's trying to get back into the site. And the Colt is not going to help him this time, and AG, really good hold by them.
Okay, well, AG will get back into a quick amount of winning ways, but it's only by 1, so it's not like this is going to be much to brag about for the time. But, I mean, these guys are going to make sure they stay on guard because, again, this is a team that, we were talking a lot about their international experience. Like, these guys have so many gold medals. It's disgusting. I'm just trying to count. I don't want to do math on air, but like
it's almost on I wouldn't say it's like Michael Phelps level yet, but they're getting there.
But man, it's there, yeah.
It's there, yeah.
Like it's incredible. Like even 2022, 2023, these guys are sitting at a second places as well. So it's just like still a top 2, top 3 placement in tournaments, which is just phenomenal.
Yeah, 2023 was a bit of a fever dream there for AG because they just kept on getting second.
Can't close the tournament. The worst feeling.
I mean, BaiSha last year was just that crazy. In all honesty, any international, they're just the way better team. You could win CFPL, but once we start flying. A different beast, but PM, that's what I like to see. A bit of aggression here. Taking out Jabao. And just like how I said, poor Jabao, man. This guy's playing support, and he just keeps on dying. He's a bit unlucky.
Yeah, he is. And usually your support guys are not right, but yeah, he's just the one that's getting taken out early. So that does make a bit of a blunder here, but okay, not bad. But AG, okay, now we're starting to see that spice being added into the dish. Oh,
yeah,
gosh.
it's only duck one.
Whoa. It's only him, but yeah, okay. I was going to say, if he finds that duel and wins it, I was thinking, oh my god, that was going to turn things around here. Could have flipped the table.
Yeah. Wolf Empire was going to raise an eyebrow for a bit. I was like, hold up. Wait, this kid is cooking.
This guy.
How much is his contract? How much is the buyout?
Yeah. How much can we get it for, please?
Yeah. It's kind of hard to replace anyone on Wolf Empire at the moment, honestly. They're in a pretty good spot. But 7-5, all right. It's still winnable for the side of ranking, but once AG starts rolling a bit here, then we're going to see a bit more dominance coming in from them. And this is what I was talking about, man. If they just even win one round on PL side, their confidence skyrockets here. And especially for the side of Jue, if he can find a fight on one side of the map, and meanwhile the rest of the team also, you know, tries to take another side of the map, you know, that's a strat that's also confusing. That's a strat that kind of kills some teams, because just like how I said earlier, Jue is really good at fighting within the chaos. But instead, they're going to do the exact same thing that Ranking did in that last half, which is just try to go for a 5-man execute on A. Keep it simple, man. Don't keep it complicated.
That's what they want to do. Okay, so now the jig is up. They're just going to go for the execute. They're not going to mess around on this. They want to try to see if they can get themselves a little bit closer to that map points. And now they find themselves the opening, and it is going to be a combination here. J-Bao is going to be able to find that first with... J-Way is going to be able to get the secondary. Okay. Oh, misses the shot.
Oh, hold up. They got floor A control? Nah, not yet. A bit of a poke. But not even a push all the way. I mean, this is good positioning for the side of Ranking. Problem is, they have 2 nades. And this is the flash that is going to make or break this defense by the side of AG. That could be better, but yeah, they got the kill anyway. ZY on the side, PM with a 1-tap. Hold up, wait a minute. Jabao, the last one left alive in top A, can get knocked one. And he does get the second player too. And that is just how the Chinese M4 works. The spray control. He sprayed from one side to another, turned around, and it's still accurate. It's crazy.
That is insanity. He was in, like, he had to fight so many different angles too, and the fact that he was able to just flick the wrist and win that and control the recoil, it's madness.
Yeah.
It's absolute madness.
Y'all kept killing me. Now I get my oh, no way. There we go. That's more leg. Now that's what I expect. Ray's dying first. It's fine. Oh, that's a bad miss. The question is, do they check that?
Yeah, this is a big question, because he is just kind of tucked away here behind the box, waiting things out. Oh, no. Oh, yes, indeed they do. Okay, now the guns are starting to blaze a little bit better now here for AG. And if they get this round, I mean, let's not forget, this is going to be the map point for them.
And it is pretty fast. Pretty fast map than I expected. In all honesty, I thought that we were going to go a bit slow for the side of Ranking, but they're speeding up here. But ZY, this is that goes from behind Yumeo with a really nice trade. LDX trying to get back into the side. Jabao spots him through the smoke. And Yumeo, the only one left alive, but if it's anyone to clutch for the side of Ranking, it is him. 14 kills on Jabao so far. 1-2-2-2, the 2 new members for the side of AG. Can they close it out? Yes, they can. And it is match point for the side of All Gamers. It looked pretty bad at first, but now they're in their comfort zone.
Yeah, they really are looking like they're starting to be themselves now. It was looking pretty scary with that, first half being a 5-4. Still in favor for AG, but at the same time, it wasn't really convincing. But now, since we've switched things over, it's only they've lost one round in the second half, and it's been kind of like full steam ahead essentially. So Now it's a question if they can get the job done. Can they seal the package, get this one moved on over to Black Widow? I was just about to lose my mind on what map it was, but...
Yeah, and that's another map. That's part of that AG map pool that you have to worry about. But I think ranking is more about the comfort more than side. But Humeo getting 1-for-1 so far. PM trying to get back on towards the top of Giant Way. Just trying to see if he can get back into it. But PM a really good position at the top of stairs. But ZY gonna get one in return. ZY can he get the third? No, he cannot. And a really good defense from the side of Ranking Esports. 9-6. Down, but not out just yet.
Yeah, the wound's not deep enough yet here from AG, so they still got that buffer. They got 3 rounds that they can still kind of play with, I guess, but we'll see if they can get it done or potentially pushing the second overtime here for the day, which would be the series with you and me, so.
Yep.
Another nade. No! How did that not get him out? I guess it just went a bit deep. Yeah. This is awkward. AG's really tucked in the back. Oh my god!
Damn.
Oh man. PM's just having a field day. And look at this. They're just trying to go for this, but Vival's just trying to, retaliate a little bit here too. But okay, ZY now on a 1-on-3 with the bomb down. Right in middle.
Yeah.
Smack dab.
This is the man that runs this exact same weapon in CFPL. With all the VIP weapons that you see, he still does prefer the good old AK-47 CFS. To be fair, it does feel good to use. Despite the other guns being available in this game, nothing beats the good old AK CFS. But they're just going to keep it standard. Kind of leaving the C4. I'm kind of worried about that, but I think they're just trying to clear the backside of spawn. But ZY is also clearing their spawn this time. So if he does catch LDX in Catwalk A, this is going to be great news for them. But no, I don't think they want to protect the bomb. Instead, they just want to go for like a 3-man retake. Make it difficult for ZY.
Yeah, this actually isn't a bad idea either, just because, again, like, they can play as a unit. They can have that trade, essentially, which is bad LDX. So gotta be a little bit careful about this.
Not taking that fight.
Yeah, it's good that he's pulling back on this. I was gonna say if he went down there, that would have just been such a mistake. Okay, all right, Rankin, they're still packing a bit of a punch here.
Really good call. In all honesty, LDX is just like, yep, I am running as fast as I can. Humeo peeking towards Arch, and you can see the guy in Catwalk A, no problemo. But there we go, 9-7. Ranking Esports, I mean, you guys are closer than 90% of the teams that has dealt with AG in this exact map in international stages, so could be the same magic that we saw from CFS 2023, but with a new roster this time. You look and, yeah, I wasn't too high on this team in all honesty, but PM and Ductuan, they are stepping up to the plate.
Yeah, I mean, you got PM sitting at 18 and 14, and then Ductuan sitting at a 16 and 12, and everybody else is still essentially for LDX. I mean, but he's also calling the shots here. And that goes back to my original point about, look, when you're calling shots and you're leading the ship, I'm just going to let it go. I don't really care. But everybody else essentially is pushing double digits, which is, it's not like there's an anchor. There's not like somebody that's like a big deficit on this team. So everybody's kind of pulled the weight when they needed to.
And nothing too aggressive here for the side of Ranking. They're just going to try and see if they can gain maybe a pick off. Oh, but Ductuan going to run away from that fight in Hotel, and I think it's going to be a B-side take. Nevin's trying to reconvene with his teammates, but he actually gets at the same time. He just so happened to be peeking mid for his teammates so they can cross in safely, but he got a bonus there.
Okay, so now they're trying to get into this, but defense is still putting up a big barricade now. ZY on a very, very big mission here. 1-on-3 once again. We've said that a couple times, and again, C4 dropped.
I like the respect.
Yeah, they're giving space. They don't care. They know. They're just like, you know what? Let's play together. They can swing this together.
Jesus, that's why you respect it.
Yeah, that's why. Oh, man, you got to make sure you time that, but okay. Crisis averted, and Ranking now, you know, if I'm not mistaken, I think we're talking about a 1-round differential here for overtime.
All right, don't get nervous. Don't get nervous, ranking. That's what I'm saying here. ZY, you know, he wants to win this game because he's now starting to call the shots here. Like, as much as 1-2-2-2 is a really good IGL, sometimes you have to take control of the ship if you are ZY here. Try and see what is happening on either side of the map. Way now more of a lurk road. To be fair, that's like one of the 2 weapons that Jway has. He can also aggressively entry, but he can also lurk pretty well as well.
Oh, this is interesting positioning from ranking. Okay, so they kind of giving up like around hotel, essentially. Like, I mean, they kind of have, you know, Dutch One just kind of posted up on the a little bridge there, I guess. But man, AG there. I feel like they know there's a lot of tension. Like, look at them. They haven't even moved a muscle. Like, they are just planted.
Yeah.
And hesitant to make a move here.
They're trying to punish whoever's trying to be the hero here for the side of ranking. But ranking, I think it also realizes they're like, yeah, they're going to try and see if anyone's going to go forward on our side. Let's just not go forward. Let's just hold what we have right now because our defense has gotten us to this point. So why not trust what we know, what works? But one, that's a very dangerous position to be in, but that is not the side where AG is going. Instead, I mean, Himeo, see how good you are, buddy. I mean, I've been giving you a lot of compliments on this stream, but this is going to be the ultimate challenge, defending against 5 AG members on the A site.
Yeah, this is like mission impossible here. Like, if there was a moment to have a highlight reel, this is going to be it. Good utility, repositioning, but no, it's just not going to be the right spot here. Oh, this could be the demise. I mean, this is giving up a site. Now the duels are going to affect now for AG. A little bit of reply back from Nevis, and this could be all over. PM now on the last player on the 1-on-3. Will he be able to do this? The C4 is going to get planted. I'm not so sure about this one, Sneaky. I don't know if he's going to be able to have this.
This is a done deal in all honesty, but a nice try from the side of Ranking Esports. Either way, I mean, 10-8. They took a risk at the last round. They kind of stacked one side of the map, but that is not where AG went. And yeah, they lost a coin flip at that last round, but sometimes you have to take risks, and unfortunately, it's called a risk for a reason.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, this is, you know, I think for ranking, I mean, you know, like, I think everything was against them in the sense of this matchup, but I love that the underdog story was almost there. Like, they pushed these guys on the outer parameter of it, and it almost became a big conversation of the overtime game.
Yeah. And look at the camera on the side of AJ. They do not look happy at all. They were just like,
I don't even think you can be happy. Like, I mean, I get like a win's a win here, but like these are the kind of situations where it was way too scrappy. I mean, you were playing. You're one of those teams that you just don't really think you should have problems with, and you had problems with. So
that's true.
Yeah. So I think for them, like, yeah, they're gonna be happy they got the first map done, but man, like, it's not gonna feel good.
It's not gonna feel good at all, especially, you know, being 10-8 against the second seed of CFVL. It's not going to feel good, that's for sure. But I think ranking, yeah. I mean, just like how I said earlier, the reps against Wolf Empire and all the other teams here in Vietnam on one of their staple maps, I think, you know, kind of helped them going into this game. I mean, 10-8 is pretty impressive if you're going to ask me. So ranking esports, I think, might have to change my predictions a bit for the next few days if ever they go up against the other teams here. But still, I mean, pretty impressive showing. Duck Tuan, I didn't really expect him to be, you know, have that much of an impact in this game. I was expecting Himeo to be on his own, being a one-man army from the side of Ranking Esports. But, you know, some people stepped up to the plate, and I was very impressed. Very, very impressed indeed.
Yeah, I mean, today has been so interesting. I mean, it isn't over yet, folks, but at the same time, like, it has been really good to see some of these lower-ranked teams in terms of, like, the 10 teams here today. You know, that there is some upsets. There is, you know, a lot of teams that are really getting, you know, good contenders. So we got the highlights that we're going to showcase a little bit of map 1 here, just kind of what occurred into this. Like we said, I mean, you know, I'm going to probably pull this back. I'll talk about it tomorrow or the following day. But the fact that ranking was winning so many opening fights, and the fact that they didn't get traded out immediately, man, like that was really frustrating for AG. You could tell that they were like, okay, what is going wrong here? Like, how do we keep losing a player? And like, it always felt like it was their support player, which is kind of critical because they're throwing all the utility. They're the one that's like opening up things, and it's just like, the guy can't even breathe. Like, he's out every single round.
I kind of felt bad for Jabal at the start in the first half because I was like, how do... He's the guy who's like playing top A and he's somehow dying first, and the more aggressive player on the A side is just down there. He's like, oh, my teammate's dead.
Yeah.
What's happened? And I think Jabal, I think he got a bit of a revenge here in the second half, now being a lot more comfortable here on the BL side, which AG does prefer. But yeah, it's just the result that we expected. It's just not the score that we expected from the side of ranking esports. So yeah, I mean, it's a good effort, but at the end of the day, it's still AG who we are up against, and they just pulled out, you know, the guaranteed play. And I like the detail on the very last round for the side of AG, where they left in towards the long A side to just defend from anyone who's going through catwalk A. And that's a very common strat that you do if you do want to just secure long A and you know that no one's going to go for a big flank from your spawn, and you just try and press the control button on that mini terrace, or as we do call it back home, mini tear. Very creative, right? But you just, you know, crouch, and make sure that your head doesn't get taken off, and once that happens, you can just snipe just like this.
Well. And yeah, I mean, moving things over, like, this is the summary of, you know, the match on the first one. And yeah, I mean, really interesting from J-Bao, like, putting himself on the top for AG with a 1.64. And, you know, everybody else, yeah, I think, you know, Do was very quiet for me. Like, I was expecting a lot more out of this. I think this was maybe a really one-off game where he really wasn't getting himself in the best effect and putting him, you know, in terms of, like, what he can normally do. It felt like it was a, I don't want to say blunder, but it definitely was an underperformance, I would say.
For sure. I think I expected him to perform a lot better, because Ankara is one of those maps where he actually performs really well. But I think, I mean, it could be just classic Do, you know, have a bad first map, and then when it comes to Black Widow, he's going to be back to normal form. So let us wait and see if he does do exactly that. But yeah, expectations be damned, man. Ranking Esports, very, very close in almost beating AG, which not much other teams that we can say about that, in all honesty. But I just want to point out, I think it wasn't really the best game here for ZY. I think, you know, I was hyping up ZY, man. He's the best rifler coming out of China, but he was really not seeing the same opportunities as he was from those games back home. So yeah, I think I just expected a better game here for ZY, and actually took a lot of effort from the side of Jue 1222 and Jabao, the newer players from the side of AG, to bring it home.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, that was the other thing too, is for ranking, like, despite it being a 10A loss, I definitely think it was, you know, 3 of the players. I think they had like a 1 point, you know, over 1.0 KD. So, and that's pretty good thing to see as well. But
yeah, but yeah, I think AG is just gonna be like, all right, let's reconvene, guys. It's Black Widow. It's the map that we know and love. I mean, that's a map that they've played plenty of times up against BaiSha Gaming, to be specific, right? And we already saw what Black Widow looked like there for BaiSha. So I mean, the clashes that they have in that map, and especially with the players that they have, the riflers that they have, the sniper that they have, I mean, Black Widow could be a wash, but at the end of the day, it's still a ranking esports pick. So maybe they do have something hidden as well, stored in map 2.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, we talked about this for Ankara, where we said, like, I think ranking did a lot of homework. They watched a lot of demos, VODs. Like, they definitely came in studying, but now we're going to go into their map pick, which it kind of makes me also wonder, like, I think the anti-strutting was there, but I also wonder if they've been able to do that. And maybe with their scrims and their practices, maybe this was the map that really is kind of the money maker. Maybe this is where it can be a little bit different for them. I mean, it's going to be a big test. I think AG, like, I think overall their map pool is pretty strong, but I mean, we're going to just have to see if that is going to be the case.
Yeah, I mean, Black Widow, I mean, it's the ultimate equalizer, other than Mexico, but I don't want to watch Mexico.
I'm the only one that wants to watch it. I've come to this conclusion. I'm the only talent that wants to see it.
Yeah, me and Jordan are...
yeah, you guys hate it.
We're on the hate
I think
train,
Neo
man.
and I are the only guys that are like, yeah, just give me the mix. Like, I love to see an Eagle Eye. I haven't seen one in, like, it feels like months. I need it. You know?
We already have pitch signs, and so bring us power supply, please. Would be a pretty good map. Honestly, it would be an interesting map, especially knowing how good the entries are now. And All right, we go into Black Widow, of course, blacklist side for the side of AG, ranking Esports defending this time. And 1-2-2-2 going to be going on in, and he just walks on through, strolling into the B side, instantly getting 2 players, Duck1 and Nevis already out of the question. And a C4 down at 1 minute and 45 on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, this is, again, for, for AG, the fact they're putting themselves in this kind of position here for the opening round, all 5 players alive. ZY is quite low, he's critically bleeding, but now it's a question if Finn's going to be able to find a connection with this. The timer is already less than half. Like this, they gotta go. Like they gotta do something. These, counter utility nades are not going to make it easy. There is something that happens, and now, okay, ZY just gets something else done. There's just no time. It's over. This round is already done and dusted.
Yeah, and AG just hits you with one of those. It gets the plant, and I think by the time that the bomb was already on 30 seconds, they were just setting up on the outside. They were like, damn. All right, I guess we just lost a round. I mean, they just speed ran B site, and we couldn't do anything about it. So let us see, what is AG going to do? No way they're going to do it.
Be a little bit of a BM, not going to lie.
I'll be a very Macta move. That's for sure.
Well, it looks like ranking, actually, they go for the long A control, and I think we call it different things. Like, I know we typically call that, like hut or like maybe like mini house or something like that. But I mean, that is good real estate that they grab on this defense, and now they can just keep the one player there. But their teammates going down, it's not going to make it easy. And AG, look at that. They just pull the rug under them, and they're like, yeah, no, you know what? We don't care. You took long A. We're just going to take over this B site.
Who pissed off 1-2-2-2? Like, he's just running in, guns blazing with an M4. I mean, that's the weapon to do so. I mean, if you want to clear all the boxes here with the exception of Coffin, that's the weapon to do it with. But ZY on the underside of window B trying to get Nevis. And Nevis still waiting for an opportunity, but they don't have any need to get back into the site, so they're just going to have to go in without any help. And AG with an instant 2-0, another B take underway. And just like that, man. A very quick 2-0. I mean, I don't know. Just like how I said it, man. Who pissed off 1-2-2-2? Because he's just moving forward. He's not even the main entry of the team.
I don't even know if it was maybe him, specifically, but maybe just the team itself. Like, they're probably a little bit frustrated with how
something.
Yeah, somebody just kind of poked the bear a little bit, and now the team's like, you know what? Let's get this over with. We need to go home, right? And we want to get this thing done here for day one. But yeah, and 1-2-2-2 is just like, you know what, guys? Hold my drink. I'm just gonna entry. I'm just gonna run around, and I'm gonna see what I can do. And so far, it's been magical.
I have a feeling someone told 1-2-2-2 the sushi bar is closed. I'm gonna run into B.
We're gonna get this done now.
Gonna get this done right and now. I need my stringer at this very moment. But yeah, they're just going to keep it slower this time. All right, this is more of the pace that I expected from the side of AG. I'm surprised ranking didn't go for more long control, but I think they're now trying to call the bluff that they're not going long. Instead, they're like, oh, they're going to go B side again. They don't respect our defense, but that's what happens when the mind games are not starting to work for the side of AG.
Good smokes coming in though from ranking to block this off. It is only one player, and 1-2-2 is trying everything he can to get through this. J-Bao is just close on by as well. Oh, they actually have the triple stack here, so this is actually kind of nice as well. But it's all a bit of a ruse.
Nevis.
Yeah, this Nevis is like, oh, guys are coming to this site. Why are you calling B? And look at that, AG just.
Wait, who's in short? How do you end up there? I mean, Jabao, he gets them both anyways. I mean, it's such a good position to have, but if you can now take out Jabao in the ramp side, and that is just game over. And Duck1 trying to control the smirk. I can see it in your face, my friend. But he's going to try to go and attempt for it. It's not going to hurt, but why not? Try to go for something. Badu, gets flicked. J-Way, gets a bit of damage in, but he's just going to make sure. Pulls out the Colt. He's like, yeah, I'm going to go for a sure shot.
Oh, boy. Well, looks like it's going to be a timeout, and it is going to be ranking that is going to call this right away. And honestly, probably not a bad decision just because this game is starting to become a bit of a roller coaster. It is kind of falling apart a little bit here. And I
That's true.
You know, like EP did this earlier, and I was heavily criticizing it. Like, it'd be like a 3-2 or like a 2-1 or something, and they're like, timeout, timeout. Right now, this is different. They don't have a round.
Yeah.
They can't buy a round, so it's like, this is important.
I have a feeling because I think the coach noticed that Ranking is playing AG's game instead of their own game.
Yeah.
In this one, they're trying to follow what's the trend on either side of the map. And yeah, I mean, it's been a disaster so far at the start of the game, but there's still a lot of room to try and get back into this one. But I mean, if you give AG some early momentum here, this is a recipe for disaster for the side of Ranking Esports, and especially with having a legendary coach just like Dono, who actually played last year. I think that was the series that Macta actually won. But personally, I don't count it because, you know, it's not the full 5-man. But yeah, Dono. I mean, this man has been coaching this team for a while now, so he knows what to do in these types of situations.
Well, lots of time to talk about it. They still got about 30 seconds here remaining for the timeout to see what they want to, you know, make a bit more crystal clear. And yeah, I mean, again, like when we saw them before in the first map, it was a lot of, you know, good fights happening right away. They kind of do some, you know, cheeky peeks. They fall back, kind of reset. Right now, not quite the same. It's actually, like you said, it was a couple players here from AG that have really just tried to turn things up a little bit. They're, you know, in 4th gear. They're now going to slam it into 5th, and they're just trying to go down the damn freeway. So how do you stop that? That is the thing. And I think this is also about momentum too. So I don't mind this call from Ranking. I think it was pretty good. High IQ.
Yeah, for sure. But if AG gets another round,
that's going to suck.
That's going to suck.
Yeah, then this whole point I just made is not going to be good. So
it happens.
It does happen, unfortunately, yeah. Caster's curse, you know?
Yeah. I've done that a lot.
Yeah, me too, don't worry. I've been
Even
there.
back home. And that's why Macta's here.
The best is when the chat just like loads up and they're like, oh, the caster cursed it, no. And you just...
Oh, I've got the strongest caster curse, man. Except for Vasco, because I actually predicted Vasco. But,
you did, actually. You were the only one on like out of us that you did.
Oh my god, they're just taking the fight to AG instead. All right, I like this from the side of Ranking. Nevis is going to get 1-2-2-2, but can they get Jway, who is still swimming in water at the moment? And Nevis does get him down. And all right, I'm liking this. I'm liking this a lot more from the side of Ranking. Take the fight to AG because you're playing their game. You want them to play your game instead. ZY gets the flank going and all that chaos. Could be worse. Yumeo even gets a roaming ZY. All right.
Yeah, but it is due now. Okay, look, he was a bit quiet. Now it's a moment for him to do something big, something miraculous. Does have the C4, but needs to be aware of Nevis close on by. Does a big flank. Oh, dude, he's not even checking it. Oh my god, he still wins that fight. Are you kidding? And now we're at a 1v1. And now they both know exactly where each other are, too. Dew has so many options here. Like, he literally has the bomb. He can do whatever he wants. It's just a matter of, like, making the right call here.
Yume was so brave for peeking like that. That usually results in an instant death, but running arms this time, not Chatax. So Mayo just going to try to see if he can sneak on by, but it seems like they both pass by each other, and Humeo is actually going to look for him in the base. And if he guesses wrong... All right, he guesses right. All right, he has time.
He's got to get, yeah, I mean, that would have been really, really sad in just the sense of the timer, and then he would have been rushing this, but look at this positioning from Dew.
Yeah, he planted for Terrace, man. Oh, this is my favorite plant, too.
Oh, this is so good.
That's a dead body.
Oh, dear. Yumeo's just like, well, this is not good.
Yeah, he knows. I think Yumeo knows. Oh, not there, man. Well, there's only one of two options. Flip the coin and he flipped tails.
And he, yeah, he picked the wrong door, that's for sure. So, okay. Well, I mean, that timeout almost worked out nicely. But unfortunately, not meant to be. And it is going to be the 4-0 that is still underway. But either way, it's going to be a situation here for Ranking, still fighting to get around something done here a little bit. AG now putting themselves on the outside of B main, looking to see if they can mix things up just a little bit more. And Ranking actually putting a bit of an interesting setup on this. Like all their players are essentially a full circle right now. Like nobody's really committed deep into a site. They're all just kind of hanging and probably shaking in the boots a little bit.
I think they're anticipating a long push happening here, and that's why they're staying more in towards the pillars. Oh, this is perfect, too. LDX is holding a flash, so if anyone shows their face from the long side, that's an instant flash. Everyone's seeing white until the screen becomes blue. But no, Du is just slowly creeping on short. And this is the advantage of having a double short setup. Really good flash. That's what I love about Ranking, man. They have really good lineups.
Yeah. Yeah. That's pretty cool.
I need to watch these VODs, man.
Yeah.
I need to use them.
Gotta use them.
I've been using a lot of money games recently, so gotta learn from the best.
Yeah, we gotta up those games, you know?
Oh, double smoke. Now look at 1-2-2-2. He's already running for it.
Yeah, but J-Ball's able to get something done here, so that'll be the start. And, oh man, that is a greasy spray, but okay. Works out for AG now.
Damn. It's like 1-2-2-2 has like 500 health.
Yeah.
He can just take so much damage, and he would still come out alive with 20.
Yeah, gosh.
Might be that CROSSFIRE, the tank of the team, but Jiabao going to be spotted in towards House B. PM, careful, my friend, but they already passed the second window. That means they only have to deal with the player in towards door B, but PM getting a bit too frisky. And look at the HP bars of LDX and Nevis. Both on life support, man.
Yeah, they're both critical now. I mean, 1 HP. I want to know what LDX is. It's got to be, what, like 10? Maybe?
I reckon 15.
Oh,
jeez, they got 2 kills still?
Okay.
All right.
Oh, man, okay. I was getting a little nervous, I'm not going to lie. I'm like, surely not. Like,
my eyes widened.
Yeah.
That's for sure. I was like, oh.
I was like, oh, I'm awake. Yeah, they are maybe going to win this round. And they have a combination of less than 20 HP together. So, okay.
Yep. And I think this is what we expected from map number 1.
Yeah, definitely is. I mean, not a single round, but a couple like close situations. But I do think that AG are putting themselves in better positions here for just more convincing rounds, I should say.
Ooh, Himeo taking the page out of the playbook of Macta here. Pushing in towards high mid, and you can actually duck down in this very corner. And you cannot get spotted at all unless someone really hard checks it. But Himeo, if he hears one footstep, he is sending the rest of the squad back in towards A. But no one is doing that at all, man. The Chinese mechanics on these movements, the backwards hop for no noise, the tap walk as well is just insane.
Oh, he's going to throw a little bit of a jump shot. Okay, first kill going to happen here for AG. They're not even going to wait for the utility. They're just going to go right into it. The smoke's not even bloomed yet, and they're still just going for the fights. They are trying to get this thing done right now. But okay, Mayo, he's coming from the back lines, and now Ranking maybe. Things are looking a little bit more bright, but now the darkness, it's back.
I have no idea why like Duck1 and LDX, or at least when it's like a 2v3, they always end up on 1 HP here. Like 7 HP, 14 HP, but they do have an AK. A singular tap. Oh, Duck1. Oh, how is he alive? Wait, the only one left alive, but I think might be a cleanup. Duck1, can you hit the sniper? No, he cannot. Too much HP here on Jue. He was on 100. They were on 24 and 7. That's like 30 HP collectively for both players, and that was just a very easy cleanup on the 1v2. But that looked very tense. Very, very tense. Very well played from the side of Himeo. Going for that flank. And I like that the Ranking Esports side, they were playing the extremities of the bottom side of Respawn, because you can kind of see through the smoke a bit because you're just at the right side of the bloom. And yeah, I mean, our Ranking really trying to pull every trick out of the book, but it's not working against AG, man. They've seen everything.
Yeah, and it really is just like, again, like when we were talking about the win percentage here for AG in a map like this, it's kind of showing why, right? I mean, these guys are now guaranteed to half. I mean, now it's more like how much more of a comfort do they have. BM's going to be able to get that first start, though, so that's not bad. So ranking now, they haven't lost a player yet.
All right. Oh, they're going to send it. No way they're going to send it with more people on side. ZY going to get ducked one. LDX is going to be up next. PM. Oh, ZY with a 3K. Hold up. Oh my god, the master of the AK. ZY is just going to keep on going. Is this going to be an ace? And it's not going to be an ace. Oh no, ZY, you were inches away from a highlight play and being posted on the CrossFIRE Stars page, but unfortunately denied by the last player of ranking. They finally get around on the board.
Yeah, oh, man, I wish we would have had the replay of that. Like, that was just such good marksmanship, just hitting the shots. Like, I know you've been talking a lot about these guys and their abilities with the AK, and like that was crisp, man. That was like on the gear, so good.
That's classic ZY.
Oh,
that's just what he does.
Well, I'm glad I got to witness it with you, because that was something I was kind of waiting for. I was like, yeah, like we've been talking about these Chinese teams and you know what they can do with these AKs, and okay, better late than never, I guess.
Yeah. To be fair, there's a lot of tech you can do with the AK. I mean, there's the tap. I wouldn't say the one tap. Some players actually crouch and then they fast tap the AK, and I think the first 6 bullets are like a laser.
Oh.
I learned this from Justin. I learned this from Justin. I was just watching him. He's just crouching and fast tapping, but it's accurate. Man, maybe that's the tech. But some players, they're just like fully memorized the spray at this point. So like any spray transfer is just an instant headshot, and especially for ZY, who's been using the exact same weapon for the past 7 or 8 years. I think he's fully mastered it, but Yumeo could be the exact same thing as well. Seeing this man around with the AK-47 in a prime position here in hut slash house slash terrace. One of those three, depending on where you're from. Minute on the clock, though. Not much time. They tried to fake B, I think.
Yeah, just under a minute now.
Oh,
Mayo,
Jesus.
yeah, that's a bit scrappy. You're not gonna have a good time. Oh, dude, I was thinking like, oh my god, he's gonna miss this fight?
Wait, how is ZY alive?
I don't know. He didn't even go for the right shots there. Looked delayed.
No way he went for a wide peek and he still lived off of that. That is something. Oh, and that is why he is a master of the AK. Nevis turns the corner, gets shot in the head, and now it's only 2 people left alive. And they do spot out ZY, so they only have to deal with Do now. And Do is stuck in a very bad position. PM, if he spots him here. PM, really fast shot from Do, but can he get the second one? LDX is spotted, but he doesn't hit the quick scope instead. It's the second round for the side of ranking Esports. And there we go, some action here in Black Widow. It's not the one-sided affair anymore. You know, 2 points, you can count that.
Yeah, definitely can. I mean, this is 2 rounds in a row like you talked about, and I mean, they've right down to the crux of like a 1v1. And yeah, I mean, the thing is like, you know, I feel like for Do, like he's having these shots that are good, but I feel like for someone that is this good with an I don't know, maybe if it's just it's late for him, he's a little tired. I mean, I get it, but I just feel like we're not still seeing it, because I've watched some of the VODs too, and I'm like, yeah, the guy.
It's the sushi, man.
Oh, it could be the sushi. It could be so many different things right now. Well, despite win or lose, we'll say, what happened? Were you hungry?
What happened, please?
I want a full, detailed breakdown.
Do was a 1 bomb short. Oh, but Nevis, very nice spray on the entry. 1-2-2-2 is down. Duck did not get the flick on going, and here comes the rest of ranking. And Do, Xiaobao, everyone is just getting their fair share of kills on the side of AG. And Yumeo and LDX, the last 2 left alive. The M4 spray not gonna work, and a really nice trade going on in. LDX kind of panicking, and now he's heard by Do. And Do, I don't know what he did there, but that was definitely not a play. But
no.
He knows.
You know. Oh, yeah, okay, he's going to win it.
Oh, Jue. But this is the Filipino classic right here. Just bait the rest of your teammates and just go around.
Yeah, but he's going to get going soon here.
It's planted for him too.
Oh, boy. Oh, what a read. And I don't know why. Like, he knew that he wasn't on it. That's so... Oh, that's just such a poor decision. I mean, I think that was, again, just that ego kicks in. Like, I got the flank. He's going to never expect it. It's like, well, of course he is.
Yeah, to be fair, I think you can hear the diffuse. You can't hear the diffuse when you're outside of the entrance of House B.
Oh.
And I think once you enter House B, you could somewhat hear the diffuse. So I think he was a bit scared that he was actually holding the C4 there. But Joey, unfortunately, showing his head at the wrong time. And there we go. Du getting the first kill on the board. Nevis is out of the picture. And damn. Nevis was just trying to check long A. Unfortunately, Du was already posted up. And he was ready.
Ready and willing to go, so. But the long A control, once again, and that is for ZY. So he's just going to be in terrace. A sight to behold and just hanging out. Enjoying the luxury of it. Stretch his legs a little bit. And for ranking now, Mayo's trying to see what he can find through double door. Yeah, not a chance on AG's watch.
Yeah, and this is one of those rounds like AG. Yeah, let's just hold, guys. Let's chill out for a bit. I think RKE is going to try to do something risky, and that is the exact read that they went for. Yeah, but I think it's a bit late for a mid push there for Humeo, man. I think you go for a mid push when everyone else is in long. I think you could just send Nevis in towards long and, you know, send everyone else mid and see how they react. But knowing AG, you're going to hit their shots anyways. But PM?
Connected. User disconnected from your channel.
Oh, no one's in train.
User entered your channel. User disconnected from disconnected.
All right.
Yeah, someone's on Mumble.
Yeah, someone's listening. Yeah, I don't know if they can hear it like Weekend, but I haven't had that in a long time.
Yeah.
Oh. Come on, dude.
All right, half HP. Fine. Oh my God, DY. Golden headshot immediately. And let's go, Duct One. You got this, brother. Oh, he hits it. All right, Jay, I mean, Jabao's gone. I believe in you, brother. But let's see, ZY. Oh, he spots him. He already called it to the rest of the team. He hits the shot here on Zhui, and he knows exactly where ZY is, so B is maybe an option, but he doesn't have any idea of where 1222 is. And he's just going to go for the plant. 1222 is going to swing short, and that is an easy shot. 7-3, AG looking to close out the rest of this game.
Yeah, a couple smirks on the side here from AG, but again, they have to realize that, you know, they cannot consider this thing done yet, right? I mean, this still is a very, you know, bit of a comeback scoreline that could happen. And all it takes is one round, if not two, to just really build up the momentum. But we'll see what ranking's got in store for us here. They haven't been able to find a round yet since the second half. Yeah, they're just trying now. And ZY's like, you know, man, let me just pop some hits. Yeah. Okay.
How did he get through door? I have no idea. PM is going to get the rest of the squad, and LDX another kill on the board. I was just confused. Nevis just popped out of nowhere from door. And I think he just sent it mid, and even though he was 1 HP, he just surprised the rest of AG here. And now it is up to ZY and Jabao. No nades on the side of AG. Flashes are going to come in, and that's an angle you're never going to win. Window, but ZY, why not? Trying to go for it, but LDX, he was towering over him in the entrance of House B. And 4-7. All right, ranking, bit more fight from their side. And just like how he said it, you can't get too complacent against ranking esports. They're going to take every opportunity to make a possible comeback because the map score does matter in the group stage.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, for AG, it'd be good for them just to be able to find themselves in the position to close this off as fast as they can, you know, surely. But, I mean, for ranking, you know, like you just said, it's like, look, this is a team that they're not giving up. And they have so much perseverance. They don't want to give this thing up. And it's a team that obviously showed a little bit here on the first map that anything could possibly happen. But What will it happen is the question. Ranking now, grouped up together, a full man unit. It's a Caterpillar in mid right now.
There we go. It's looking more like the ranking that I know. More of a kind of like a SWAT team spacing, as you can see. Making sure that their 6 is covered. And they're just gonna sneak on in towards long side, but there is a turret in the stairs of A site, and his name is Dew. With that sniper, if they can go through him, then A site is gonna be wide open, and they only have to deal with the 2 short players.
Yeah, and that's going to be difficult for them to retake on too, so Dew. Oh
Jesus,
my.
What a start.
Okay. That's a couple extra peppers in that meal right there. That's super spicy. J-Bal though, okay. He's going to be able to find something.
No.
And
1-2-2. Come on, man.
What's going on here with him?
We can't peek window A, fully knowing that they're on the A side. But who am I to say?
It's okay.
I'm just I would say point. I forgot my rank. I say 0.2% player. Well, PH. Oh, that's one. All right. GM starting to heat up a bit. All right, ranking esports. There's hope.
Yeah.
There's hope in the building. There's hope in Taeho Gymnasium.
Yeah, there definitely is. And I mean, there's a lot of people that are still watching this too, and a lot of commitment from some of the audience, which is awesome to see as well. And I mean, for any ranking fans, I mean, again, you got to give it to these guys. Like they are definitely a little bit of a Buzz Lightyear. They're never going to give up, never going to surrender. So you love to see it.
Why not? Could be the strat as well here, guys. Let's take it as long as possible. Above midnight, let's go fast. Oh my God! No way! Humeo!
Man, he just annihilates them too. Okay. A 4-on-2 now for Dew and CY. I mean, okay, again, these guys are scary, but Dew now, it's not looking good. A 1-round differential here. I don't know what has changed.
Oh, that's a timeout by Dono. He's not liking what he's seeing. I like what ranking is doing. They're mixing up the pace. Their pace is all over the place, man. Even I cannot keep up with it.
Yeah, it's good. And like you said, the timeout is getting called. We can see it. We have the right, we have the bird eye view. So it is going to be the timeout called. And honestly, you know, I'm going to ask you here. I'm going to put you in the hot seat. I mean, look, we're clearly seeing something happened, but do you think it's a mistake that's happening from AG? Or do we just think that ranking are...
I think ranking is doing something entirely different.
Okay.
That's for sure. And I think that the time is also playing in towards their hands because fully knowing these players, they probably play past midnight. Knowing how great the rank system is in Vietnam. So it's not going to be unfamiliar territory for them to play until like 3 in the morning.
And that, you know, honestly, that's an interesting thing to talk about because, again, like, you know, for some players, like, you can tell, like, the fatigue starts to really seep in, and that's where you start to really notice that. Whereas, like you said, some players, like, they're used to it. Like, they grind, they play ranked, they do whatever, they do scrims, like, whatever you name it. And that can make a difference, but it's all about the team and kind of what, I guess, their philosophy is, or, like, you know, if they're, I guess, like, sleep regimens and stuff like that. I don't know, right? And I feel like a lot of pro teams, you're going to get a mix of answers. You're never going to get the same thing, but that could be the case here for these guys. Like, they're just probably used to this.
Yeah, it's already like 37 past 12 in Chengdu. So it's good. It could be starting to eat into their bedtimes here.
Yeah, and I mean, that is the one thing we were talking about is, like, it's, you know, you still have, it's only day one, so a lot of these teams are here a couple days ago, but you still have the jet lag, you still have all those other things you have to worry about. So, like, that is the disadvantage where you have a team kind of like more in the region where it's a big advantage for them. There is a buffer there, and that's never talked about, honestly.
Now I kind of wish that we won the last game. Yeah. Because I know those, I know the players in Macta. Like, I turn on my CROSSFIRE at 2 in the morning, I can see at least 3 of them online. So here we go. Ooh, ZY just ducking his head. He doesn't want his head taken off. Instead, he may have just spotted you in the smoke, trying to be a ninja here, but he gets spotted instead. Dabao doesn't get surprised. It's more of a miss. Coming clear towards the short side, and AG somehow defends the ace side. Now it's a 3v3.
Yeah, and I think that was LDX that actually might have missed that one. So, okay. Okay, 1-2-2-2 is going to be able to put a little bit of tenderizing here, but
oh, look at Joey.
Oh yeah, Joey's in a good spot. Oh no, this could be a pinch. They might not know. Okay, there he is, peekaboo. But Nevis is here too, so the boogeyman on both these teams. 2-on-2. HP low here for Humeo.
Oh, they're gonna go B?
Oh, you filthy animal.
No way, Himeo's having a hard time trying to hit the double jump, but he does make it. Oh my god.
And Joey didn't even.
If that was 1-2-2-2 in mid, or if he was the one spotting the spawn player, I think he could have gotten the kill. He had the M4.
Okay, now Nevis is playing Sol. Oh man. Oh no, that was rough. So rough.
Not a good start to this raid too.
Oh no. What?
Alright, Jiwei.
Okay,
That's
Jiwei.
more like it. That's the Jiwei I know. That's for sure. He just ego peeks you.
I was getting nervous for that too. I was like, is he actually going to commit to a swing, or are they just going to try to, cross and maybe just play, the diffuse and the coverage? But yeah, a little bit of ego, like you said.
Yeah, you can see it in his eyes. The bed is calling for him.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like, it's, we're obviously just kind of speculating, but it's like, I feel like with some people you can see, like, the facial expression. Like, it's really hard to play when it's, like, late at night and you're not used to it, because, like, your body and your mind are just, like, lagging behind, right? It's
knowing the resources, too, that CFBL has and AG has, because you have the entire city of Chengdu sponsoring you.
Yeah.
So they probably have, like, some sports psychologists, some sleep experts to optimize these players, and now they're kind of outside of their comfort zone. Now they're in the ranking esports comfort zone, but at the same time, I mean, despite everything, it's still very close calls from both sides, and AG is still winning some of these rounds, and they're closer to match point more than ranking here. But ranking, if they can keep the slow grind going, it's going to be too bad of a chance. Humeo gonna get 2 kills instead. Wait, can he get 3? No, he cannot. Humeo. Can they get the finish? Nevis, what a shot! And AG, they just looked lost in that round.
Yeah, they really do. Like, it felt like the Priors just kind of ripped everything all open here. So, that threw me off for a second. I heard the noise. I was like, wait, what just happened? But no.
Dude was just going to give it.
Yeah, and okay, so still the grind. It's the mindset now in AG. 2 needed to get this thing done for a 2-0, but I mean, it's a 1-round differential here. Ranking they're not done. They don't want to end this off. They want to get through a 3rd map. They want that revenge, like we said. What was that for the APOC Summers, I think that was, like last year?
Yep.
They want to do it again. They want to get that map win. They want to show the progress.
Especially they were so close at Ankara. They were inches away from winning that one. Just 1 skirmish, and or actually 2 skirmishes that happened, and didn't really go out in their favor, but you could see the position. It was actually really good for the side of ranking in that last map, and they're doing the exact same thing this time. And now, they started this half very fast, very quick pace, trying to surprise and try and catch AG out of position, and now they're going to play the quiet game this time.
3 players on the defensive side here on B. So they've actually put a good lean on this as well. And then, again, they have the terrace control from ZY. Like, it feels like he's just getting it for free. Like, it really doesn't feel like it's like a contentious point right now. So it's kind of interesting. But then you have Du kind of playing, I call it game changer. I have no idea if that's even popular out in the other regions. But, I mean, when you have the good on player in that position, it really can be. And there it is. That's that stack that I talked about. But now look at how fast ranking just retreat that. They're like, yeah, no, we're not even going to entertain this. We're out.
Oh my god, it's more of a pick your poison kind of situation. You either run into Du or you run into 1-2-2-2, but Du gonna miss a shot here on PM. Has been hitting some very nice shots with the AWM, but not this time. Du is gonna make sure that this one's gonna end with them on top. So match point for the side of AG. It's been quite the slow game.
It really has, and honestly, to be quite honest, it's more like it now from Du. Like, because look, I've been writing down in my notes, like, I want more. I need to see what he can do. I know he can, and that was a glimpse. And there it is now. Okay, look, maybe he's had enough. His frustration, it's now pushed him over the edge, and he's going into a rampage mode or something. But that's what EG needed. They needed their, sniper to get some kind of connections. Now they're starting to cook up here. Now this is where, you know, this is a nicely cooked dinner.
There we go. New prime position. Probably end this game. Metal Box is a great position to have the AWM in, and he sees him just right at the edge of the smoke. NPM, the last one left alive. This is the best position to have if you are a sniper, to be in the terrace side. You can just press crouch again and again and again to get some information, but it is a tough one. The C4 is out in the open, and look at AG. They're surrounding PM here. They want to end this game right now, and Du has the angle. If he doesn't hit it, Way's here anyways, and Du is gonna do what he has to do. And there we go. 10-7, and the day is over, and AG, look at Jabao, man. He still wants to play a bit more, but I think the rest of the team has already kind of signed out a bit.
Yeah, and honestly, it's about time here for Du. Like, I was waiting around to see if he's going to be able to find anything, but yeah, it's going to be a 2-0 here for the AG side, and unfortunately for ranking, they're going to have to just take this loss and try to convert that into something for the next following days here.
That's true. In all honesty, I mean, it's not a bad showing by the side of ranking Esports. I think I was really low on them at the start of the series. I really thought that they were going to be in last place in groups. I'm not going to hold any punches here. I really thought that they were going to be the bottom of the barrel there in the group of death, but it seems like, you know, there could be a bit of a fight, and it seems like if they can play like this, maybe they can contest against like teams like EP.
Yeah, maybe so. And I mean, this is going to be interesting after, you know, for the day one being completed now. I'm going to be curious about some of the matchups as well in the groups and just how much this is going to change. And I mean, honestly, I've been pleasantly surprised. Like, I really wasn't expecting to see a lot of these games going to 3-mappers. I thought there would be a lot of 2-0s here today. Even these last two games that you and I just called, I mean, these felt like 3-mapper games to me. I know they were 2-0s, but there was a lot of prospect where this was a grindy session, and I'm happy to see that the competition is that fierce. That's what we were just talking about the whole day in the beginning.
Yeah, and I mean, it's been a while as well since we've had like when was the last international tournament? I think the last LAN that we had was also last year in CFS 2023. So I think some of these players are hungry to just be proving themselves here in a LAN setting, and ranking doing exactly that. They were like, all right, you know, everyone's doubting us, might as well try and see if we can get some damage in against AG. And yeah, straight up impressive, man. And this is why I love LAN tournaments, because everyone is really ready and roaring to just prove themselves in this type of stage, because this is where the purest form of CROSSFIRE is played.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt, 100%. And that's the thing, like, everything is, it's equal stakes, everything's the same. There's no, like, you know, differences in ping. Like, that's the thing. That's the beauty about LAN. And I mean, these guys have all been competing for years and years, so it's not like you can talk about they're not used to the environment. Yeah, there's always a little bit of an adjustment. You have to get used to, like, your home setup versus playing in environments, but these guys are all professionals. They've all been playing for 3 years plus, right? I'm doing 3 as a bare minimum, so these guys are, you know, it's another day in the office, really.
That's true. But yeah, AG just capping on out, 2-0. Was more of a rough 2-0 more than anything. I think ranking Esports, just like how I said it, man, no other team plays like ranking Esports, and I like that they still kept the style that we saw from last year of still, you know, kind of relying on the kind of the death volley kind of style, you know, sticking together as a team. Because if you try to peek any players from the side of AG just head-to-head on a 1v1, definitely you're going to have a lower chance of winning it. So we might as well just swing as 3 people and trying to punish the one dude who's trying to defend the site. So I like the use of teamwork from the side of ranking Esports, but unfortunately it's not enough to beat AG.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the thing. We were saying, like, AG were definitely one of those teams that, you know, they're going to have to really have something, you know, a little bit of the element of surprise or something different here to really find the victory. And I think they almost did it, right? I mean, they really shown that even despite everybody on the desk, like, not just you and me, but everybody was like, look, AG has this, no doubt. I mean, I was getting pretty nervous about my prediction. I'm not going to lie. That first map, I was like, oh, maybe I should have just went for the wild card and been like, yeah, ranking can do something. And even when there was a pretty big score discrepancy in this map, I mean, ranking came back. And that was the thing. Like, AG were struggling to close.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, hours is getting late, and AG, you know, I mean, ranking, to be fair, I think half of the rounds, they were just really just trying to guess where the actual execute is. And you can see exactly like rounds like this. I mean, there's 4 people on the site and they guess right time and time again, and AD is just so frustrated. They're like, why is there 4 people on site every time that we try to execute? And I think one of the key players as well for that reason is Yumeo, man. He always finds the right way. I mean, even if he dies, he finds the right information for the side of Ranking Esports to adjust their defense accordingly. So, yeah, I mean, props to Yumeo, man. He's done a really nice job. Duck 1, very nice performance in map 1. And, yeah, PM, man, pretty impressive. I think, you know, despite the disappearance of Ice Cube from the side of Ranking Esports, I think he's filling his role pretty well.
I think so, too. And, I mean, it's funny that you bring up the Ice Cube thing because, I mean, that was really hard to watch in the beginning of the day with someone like Ice Cube that was just popping off. But here's the stats. And, I mean, you know, that's the thing is, like, him putting himself at a .69 doesn't really feel like, I mean, I believe it. But at the same time, I feel like he had a lot of impactful frags. That was important. That's the whole point of your sniper player. You got to find that one kill that can just change the round all in its course.
That's true. It wasn't the best series as well from ZY.
Yeah.
I think, just like I said it, I was hyping this guy up even before the series started, and I thought that he was just going to be doing the carrying for the squad, but unfortunately it didn't happen. It wasn't the explosive ZY that we all expected to go into the series and just dominate, but instead he was actually kind of struggling against Yumeo, to be specific. But, I mean, Yumeo, he's one of those players, especially when it comes to the international stage. He can go head-to-head against any player, and yeah, he did exactly that despite having a .87. I think he was having a fair fight in between any of the AG players.
Yeah, and I mean, the other thing, too, is, like, you know, Yumeo is definitely in the middle of the pack, as you can see with the .87, but Nebis actually, too, like, there was, I think even in the previous maps, or the previous map, I should say, sorry, is the fact that, you know, he was able to find himself some really good opening, you know, situations. He was able to find some multi-kills, especially when they were making the comeback in that situation, too. So, yeah, despite the first game being a 10-8 and a 10-7, like, I am still more than impressed with what we saw here from Ranking in my perspective. But, you know, I'm going to be a little critical. Like, I'm expecting way more out of AG now. Like, this to me, this was not a good showing for them. Like, yes, they got the W. Yes, they're going to be able to have themselves a little bit of a celebration. But I don't think they should celebrate too hard on this one.
Yeah, I can't blame you, man. I mean, you're the best team, or you're the first seed team coming from the best region in the world. So, I mean, expectations are definitely there from the side of AG to perform, and especially a team like Ranking Esports, someone just like how we said, the second seed from Vietnam, they were playing second fiddle against Wolf Empire. But yeah, AG surprisingly struggled against them, especially in maps where they're very familiar with, like the Ankara, like the Black Widow. I mean, I just expected the Black Widow to be 10-0 and we can go home, everyone's happy, but yeah, I mean, AG definitely back to the drawing board. I mean, you can see in the camera, no one was happy about that win. I mean, Dono definitely wasn't happy about that win. That man is a perfectionist, especially when it comes to AG. Yeah. And yeah, that's definitely back to the drawing board for the side of AG. But still, Ranking, props to you guys. You very nice try. I will type NT in the chat for them.
Yeah, I definitely would too. And I mean, that's the thing. Well, we'll have to see. And it'll be more exciting now as like the tournament moves on. Like we said, again, this is only day number 1. I mean, this is the conclusion of it. But it does make me excited because, again, we're in that group stage. Things are still kind of open up for anything. And yeah, I mean, yeah, look, I'm not surprised because I really do think that J-Bao had himself a very good game, especially kind of in the middle of the first and then all the way to the second. I think he just, something kind of ignited.
Yeah, he suffered the first half of Ankara and he never suffered again.
Yeah, and I mean, look at that, almost 1,600 damage. I mean, the one before, I think was like, what, 1,700 or something like that. That's so, I mean, it was just, yeah, he was coming in. He wanted to get the job done, and there was a lot of clutches, a lot of multi-kills. Very impressive.
Yeah, I can tell he's the one guy in the team that stays up late to play ranked.
Yeah.
And yeah, he's wide awake in this game, that's for sure. But man, first international tournament for J-Bao, and he gets his first match MVP. I mean, I'd be happy too.
Yeah, that's a big accomplishment too. Because again, like we said, like the first opening matches are always so grueling and always a bit of a nervous wreck, just because you're trying to get yourself, getting comfortable, and it's never going to be fun. But yeah, really, really good performance from him, despite the disappointing game we saw from them. And I think the expectations are very high, but there's a reason they're very high.
Yeah, and if I was J-Bao here, I'm gonna troll my teammates so hard. Oh guys, I got the MVP over you, ZY, who's the best rifler in CFPL, and against even with Du on the team, even I would develop a bit of an ego, in all honesty. But jokes aside, though, I think AG, they're still way better showing. There's going to be a way better showing for them, that's for sure, in the future of the tournament. But still, you know, a win is a win for them, but you cannot get too complacent, especially the other teams in this group, man. They are looking for anything, looking for any map win, especially Vasco. They're looking very scary.
Yeah, they're definitely a team. And look, we are going to go into an interview here pretty momentarily, but that is going to be it for us once that interview commences. So we do appreciate everybody for tuning in. We do hope you enjoyed it here on the broadcast, but make sure to tune in tomorrow as well, because there is going to be plenty more of CROSSFIRE that's going to be happening throughout the entire week. And I mean, what we saw today, like you were just mentioning, is a lot of teams have really come out of nowhere. And I think some of these teams that, you know, we knew there was some speculation about how good they can be.
That's true.
It's going to be scary, and I'm looking very, very forward to the rest of the week.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's going to be quite a good tournament for CROSSFIRE, man, especially with how close some of these fights are. You know, the Kings at the top are not, let's just say they're not immortal.
Yeah.
That's for sure. Gods do bleed in these groups. So, yeah, looking forward to the rest of the tournament. The one matchup that I want to see, actually, how will Vasco fare against AG?
Yeah.
Vasco, they were, they definitely just outplayed EP, man.
That is the team that I'm looking really forward to watching, just because I didn't think it was going to go that way. I think you made that prediction, and I mean, it was a right prediction, and it was a grindy game. It was a grueling match, but honestly, I loved it. I loved every second
It's
of it.
totally an analysis prediction. It's totally not because I'm a VNC fanboy. And I just wanted to see him win. And I was actually in those rafters earlier, and when they won, I was like, I almost screamed Vamos, but I don't want to be too biased, especially BaiSha Gaming is sitting right behind me, so I was a bit scared. But you know, hopefully we do see more from them, and maybe on the other group, I want to see Imperial play, man. I really want to see Imperial play. I want to see what the Animals can do with this group.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the thing. Is going to be there's plenty more games happening tomorrow. Like there's still teams like Imperial that have to play tomorrow. 3BL that haven't even been able to play yet. So that's the thing. Like today was a long day, but you know what? We have so much CROSSFIRE that's going to be happening all week here, and that's going to be group stages, and we're going to be talking about playoffs. So lots of things going to be happening here, guys. So I mean, if you only got a little bit into this game, you got lots going on here for the rest of the week. So don't be worried, and we're going to make sure we're going to be going back. So we will see you guys in a little bit, as we're going to have that interview going in pretty quick here.
Dấu ấn của những ký ức vĩnh cửu, và Trang tin rằng trận đấu cuối cùng ngày hôm nay đã để lại những dấu ấn trong lòng người hâm mộ. Và ngay lúc này đây, Trang đang đứng cạnh với Gia Bảo đến từ đội tuyển CHENGDU Gamers, đội tuyển đã mang lại 2-0 trước ranking Esports. Và chúng ta hãy cùng lắng nghe những chia sẻ đến từ Gia Bảo nhé ạ. Gia Bảo thân mến, thì đầu tiên bạn có thể gửi một lời chào tới tất cả quý vị khán giả đang có mặt trong trường quay ngày hôm nay, cũng như là các quý vị khán giả đang theo dõi trực tuyến trên các kênh phát sóng của CROSSFIRE được không ạ?
你可以跟世界的观众朋友们介绍你自己吗？
大家好，我是来自中国成都 AG。
Xin chào tất cả mọi người, mình là Gia Bảo, mình đến từ CHENGDU Gamers. Rất vui được gặp mọi người ngày hôm nay.
Vâng ạ, và Gia Bảo thân mến, thì bạn đã được là đội tuyển đấu thứ 4 ngày hôm nay rồi, đã từng chứng kiến những đội tuyển khác đã rất là nỗ lực rồi, thì không biết là Gia Bảo thấy là đội tuyển nào là đội tuyển mạnh nhất với Gia Bảo?
你今天看了他们比赛，然后你今天也跟那个越南队比赛，你觉得哪个对手是最强大的？
感觉枪都挺准的吧，都还可以。
Mình cảm thấy là tất cả các đội đều rất là mạnh và đều có ưu thế riêng của mình. Cũng như là đội Việt Nam hôm nay thì họ có những cái sở trường rất là đặc biệt, và bọn mình cũng đã học thêm được rất là nhiều điều.
Vâng ạ, và bây giờ thì ở Việt Nam cũng đang là hơn 11 giờ rồi, thì Gia Bảo thân mến, bạn có thể gửi một hành động nào đó, một cử chỉ nào đó đáng yêu tới các quý vị khán giả đang theo dõi chương trình được không ạ?
你现在可不可以做一个可爱一点的表情或者动作吗？
可以。
Vô cùng đáng yêu đúng không ạ? Vâng ạ, và xin được gửi lời cảm ơn tới tất cả quý vị khán giả đang đồng hành cùng chúng tôi đến tận cuối cùng chương trình ngày hôm nay, cũng như là các quý vị khán giả đang theo dõi trực tuyến trên các kênh phát sóng của CROSSFIRE. Chúc mọi người ngủ ngon và xin chào và hẹn gặp lại.